On May 4th, 2023, the May 4th Youth Day, a day of profound significance yet often devoid of holidays, saw a multitude of laborers seizing the rare opportunity of the May Day holiday to embark on a vengeful spree of travel. The ascent routes to the world's highest peak, Mount Everest, were choked with climbers, illustrating the sheer volume of adventurers. Even at the unearthly hour of 2 a.m., this was no mere mountain climbing. It was a veritable throng of humanity. Just as discussions arose regarding the exceptional barbecue delicacies of a certain special administrative region, a startling announcement broke through the chatter. Alien Survival Challenge. 30 Days, Season 1. We invite everyone to tune in an effort to combat the persistently high unemployment rate. This season's challengers will be randomly selected from the ranks of the unemployed, aged between 25 and 39. Each age group will comprise 500 individuals of both genders. And to ensure inclusivity, the selection will not be limited by skin color, ethnicity, or region, totaling 15,000 participants. Those who survive for 30 days will receive substantial rewards. Congratulations to them for seizing one of life's rare opportunities. Those who succeed in the challenge will be awarded gold valued at $10 million. May they all triumph and embrace a brighter future. This program will be broadcast live in real time, and the countdown begins. 30, 29, 28. Every device with a screen across the globe, regardless of its internet connectivity, was compelled to air this program, with the volume automatically adjusted to an audible level. This included the phone of Mai Feng, who had recently traversed to this alternate realm. Upon seeing the message displayed on his screen stating, "Congratulations, you have been selected to participate in this alien survival challenge," he felt an unsettling sense of being targeted. Mai Feng, a time traveler, had for reasons unknown transitioned from Earth to a planet also named Earth. His arrival was marked by a soul transfer, now inhabiting the body of a man sharing his name. An orphan, 25 years of age, bespectacled, and devoid of romantic entanglements. While he had acquired fragments of memories from his new life, fearing recognition by acquaintances, he had promptly resigned from his job on the very day of his arrival. Lacking the essential enhancements characteristic of time travelers, he was still navigating the differences between the two worlds, eager to make a mark and uphold the dignity of fellow travelers. Only 3 days post-resignation, Mai Feng found himself deliberating whether to become an online novelist, a content creator, or a livestream host showcasing earthly curiosities. Now, fate had made the decision for him. He had struck gold, being chosen for the Alien Survival Challenge, which would be broadcast live. As the countdown approached its conclusion, Mai Feng hastily stowed his phone in his pocket and dashed toward the kitchen, reasoning that, should this not be a prank, it would be prudent to equip himself with provisions and weapons for survival in the wild. However, before he could reach the kitchen door, darkness enveloped him, and he vanished from his rented room. Simultaneously, 14,999 others from around the globe, many of whom were engaged in conversation, inexplicably disappeared, inciting chaos as calls flooded the phone networks, overwhelming the system. Naturally, such turmoil was of little concern to Mai Feng at that moment. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself disoriented, surrounded not by the familiar confines of his rented room, but by stark rock walls. Behind him loomed a grand archway, standing twice the height of a man and 4 men wide, illuminated by a large bulb radiating bright light, akin to a 150-watt incandescent bulb. Before he could thoroughly inspect the archway, a booming voice resonated from it. "Welcome, contestants. We shall now announce the specific details of this survival challenge. The challenge will take place on asteroid designated 202-30508, with each contestant scattered across various regions. To ensure the basic survival of the contestants, our production team has administered a genetic serum to each participant, safeguarding them from potential fatal viruses in this unfamiliar environment. However, illness may still occur, and the exact effects of the serum are left for the contestants to discover. A reminder to all, the serum encompasses both positive and negative effects. Successful challengers may opt to retain the enhancements provided by the serum, while those who fail will have the serum's effects nullified before being returned to Earth. At the conclusion of the 30-day period, contestants will be ranked based on their remaining food supplies. with the top survivor receiving a mysterious additional reward. This challenge will be broadcast live, allowing viewers to like and gift their favorite contestants. The printing chamber may dispense supplies every 3 days, with the quantity determined by the gifts received by the streamer. Contestants may pull the lever on the right side of the printing chamber to obtain tools. As he awaited the announcement of the challenge rules from the archway, now identified as the printing chamber, Mai Feng noticed an unusual sensation within his body. His glasses were missing, and his nearsightedness had been miraculously corrected. He felt invigorated, a stark contrast to the frail, reclusive figure he had been. His attire was unfamiliar, black pants and shoes, complemented by a blue and yellow top, with a yellow collar and belt, finished off by yellow gloves. This outfit was clearly not his casual homewear. At that moment, as the announcement reached the segment regarding the genetic serum, it dawned on him that these physical changes were indeed a consequence of the serum's effects. Surprisingly, Mai Feng found himself unnerved less than he had anticipated. Ordinarily, one might be paralyzed by fear when abducted, especially to an alien world. Perhaps it was the serum's influence, or perhaps the very nature of being a time traveler had dulled the shock. After all, being transported to an alien realm was trivial compared to the trials he had already faced. Shortly thereafter, the broadcast concluded, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Mai Feng scrutinized the luminous printing chamber, discovering its design to be oddly familiar. The printing chamber exuded a futuristic essence, presented in a sleek gray tone adorned with blue lighting, bestowing an air of modern elegance. Above it, a metallic panel housed a large bulb at its center, flanked by 2 curved supports, with a spring-like connection forming an archway. Each support featured 2 nozzle-like protrusions beneath the metallic panel, presumably the printing components. On the left support, a yellow button beckoned, while the right bore a graduated scale with 9 filled ticks. Below this scale rested a metallic lever. A long-forgotten memory surged forth, and Mai Feng's expression brightened. He seemed to have stumbled upon his proverbial golden finger. Chapter 2. The potent genetic serum. This is the printing chamber from the game Oxygen Not Included. However, Oxygen Not Included is characterized by its cartoonish art style, and now, finding myself in the real world, it took a moment for me to recognize it, especially considering that Oxygen Not Included was a game I had played long ago. This game only existed on Earth before my traversal, and currently, no one has created it in this reality. It dawned on me that the memories of my past gaming experiences serve as my golden key. Gradually, the nearly forgotten recollections began to resurface in my mind. Oxygen Not Included was released in July 2019. After purchasing it, I played for over 400 hours before it was left untouched. Now, nearly 4 years later. As of May 2023, with a plethora of new games being released each month, including numerous major titles, I had almost forgotten about this niche game. As I explored the real version of the printing chamber, a wave of emotions washed over me. Following the prompts, I pulled the lever on the right support pillar of the chamber. A luminous screen illuminated in the center, displaying a message. Would you like to receive tools? 2 buttons appeared, yes and no. I pressed yes, and in an instant, the chamber emitted a sound, and 3 guns along with a sponge materialized on the floor. The guns were colored yellow, white, and a green-orange hue. Rather than appearing highly technological, they resembled toy guns, in keeping with the cartoonish aesthetic of Oxygen Not Included. I understood that the yellow gun was primarily for excavation and could also be used to defend against alien creatures. The white gun was designed for the storage and compression of items, while the green-orange gun was intended for constructing items and buildings. The sponge was meant for wiping up liquids. Unlike the game, where replicants could effortlessly summon tools from the 4th-dimensional realm, here, I needed to physically hold or carry them on my back. After the tools were printed, the chamber's screen displayed yet another message. The live broadcast has commenced. Challengers, please begin your survival challenge. A friendly reminder, explore quickly, for should the oxygen in this space deplete, you shall suffocate. On Earth, the emergence of this program has already ignited a considerable uproar. Some attempted to shut down the broadcast, but were unable to locate the signal or block it. Emergency meetings were convened across the globe to discuss how to manage the situation. Meanwhile, viewers watching the live stream began to flood the chat with comments. Some speculated whether extraterrestrial beings and advanced technology had appeared. Wow, is this alien technology? My computer isn't even connected to the internet. Yet I'm able to watch the live stream. Haha, my phone isn't connected either, and I can still see the broadcast. Others discuss the effects of the genetic serum. I've known the girl in room 1 for 10 years. She gained weight due to an illness, but now she has returned to her normal shape. I barely recognized her. Could it be because of the genetic serum? It must be. Otherwise, heavier individuals would have more fat to endure hunger, ensuring fairness for everyone. Notably, if one were to observe other live streams, it is curious that among the 15,000 viewers, not a single individual wears glasses, perhaps indicating that all vision-related issues have been resolved. Indeed, I recognize a person from stream 452. They were blinded in a car accident last year. Yet now their eyes shine with vitality. How enviable. I too yearn for such clarity. Some comments are engaged in discussions surrounding a kidnapping incident. As a fellow unemployed individual, I must hasten to seek employment. Fortunately, I am currently employed. Otherwise, I might have also fallen victim to abduction. Humorous emoji. This is merely the first season. Who knows if a second season will follow, and perhaps it may involve you. In that case, should I even pursue a job? Or must I discard all screen-equipped devices from my home? I suggest that those who are frightened should quickly relinquish their phones and computers to me, allowing me to bear the brunt of these risks. Holding the white and green-orange guns on his back, Mai Feng grasped the yellow mining gun and commenced a meticulous exploration of his surroundings, leaving the sponge beneath the printing chamber for the time being. Before long, he had thoroughly examined the confined space, which measured approximately 8 meters in length, 1 meter in width, and 4 meters in height, with the printing chamber situated in the center. On either side, there were 2 passages, each 2 meters high and 2 meters long. The floor beneath the printing chamber was adorned with gray tiles, but beyond a 2-meter radius, the terrain transformed into gray rocks. With the exploration device on the mining gun, he discovered this material to be sandstone. Recalling his memories from a past life, Mai Feng endeavored to locate a food supply box within the game, which typically contained 20 kilograms of nutritional bars. However, his search yielded no results. Despite his disappointment, he maintained a stoic demeanor, as the audience of the live stream remained unaware of the initial resources available in the game, oxygen not included. The bright overhead light of the printing chamber illuminated the space, albeit with a limited range. Visibility diminished beyond 5 meters. Fortunately, due to the effects of a genetic agent, Mai Feng possessed a degree of night vision, enabling him to discern objects, even in the enveloping darkness. The walls at both the front and back of the printing chamber were painted black, with the detection device indicating the presence of neutron material, which could not be mined. The ceiling and floor were composed of sandstone, and to the left of the ceiling, there existed a void approximately 2 meters in size. The darkness obscured its dimensions, but the void's edges revealed a section of rock that was not sandstone, with the detection device identifying it as oxygen stone. The oxygen stone was visibly diminishing, suggesting it would soon evaporate. Mai Feng recognized that the oxygen in this area was supplied by this very stone. The walls on either side were also made of gray sandstone. After some contemplation, Mai Feng resolved to explore the left passage first. Standing before the left passage, he aimed his mining gun at the sandstone wall ahead and pulled the trigger. The spherical white tip of the mining gun emitted a twisted yellow laser that struck the wall, producing a sizzling sound. After 15 minutes, the wall shattered, leaving a pile of sandstone debris. However, the mining gun's laser had a limited range, capable of removing only about 1 cubic meter of wall at a time. Following this method, he spent another 15 minutes to excavate an additional section of wall, thus extending the passage by 1 meter. 30 minutes later, after expanding the left passage to a length of 4 meters, Mai Feng stepped into the corridor and sensed something amiss. Beneath the 1-meter sandstone slab on the ground lay a pool of water. The gene serum revealed yet another effect, in addition to dark vision. It granted a certain degree of perceptual ability. Although the range was limited to just over 1 meter, it astonished Mai Feng, leaving him curious about the potential negative effects of the serum. At that moment, a faint sound escaped from him, and a yellow gas erupted from behind, filling the air with a pungent odor reminiscent of rotten eggs. Chapter 3. Alien creatures attack. Deal with them. Indeed, Mai Feng had inadvertently released gas, an occurrence clearly linked to the adverse effects of the gene serum. The detector indicated that this yellow gas consisted of natural gas, with a remarkable purity of 99.99. This was nothing short of astonishing. Pure natural gas is colorless and odorless, and human flatulence cannot possibly be natural gas. It appeared that the potency of the gene serum did not come without a price. For the moment, Mai Feng chose to disregard the incident and focused on addressing the water pool before him. Water was a vital resource for survival in the wilderness. As it was in the game oxygen not included, essential for planting, food, and even technological research. Rather than hastily extending the passage further, Mai Feng decided to excavate 2 sections of the floor to expose the pool. The water was deep, and he could not ascertain the distance from the surface to the bottom. Retrieving a yellow-green construction gun from his back, which featured a display screen showcasing potential constructions, he examined the options. To his delight, he discovered he could use the sandstone on the ground to manufacture a hand pump, requiring 400 kilograms of mineral materials. The abundant sandstone surrounding him was the perfect resource. He detached the white storage gun, input 400 kilograms into the display, and aimed the nozzle at the rubble on the ground, pulling the trigger. The rubble was swiftly absorbed into the trumpet-shaped mouth of the gun. The screen displayed a message: acquired 400 kilograms of sandstone. Mai Feng extracted the compressed sandstone, loaded it into the construction gun, aimed it at the designated spot, and squeezed the trigger. The gun expelled gray sandstone, constructing a hand pump measuring 1 meter in width and 2 meters in length, perfectly filling the gap in the floor. A process that took 50 minutes. Using the hand pump, Mai Feng drew up some water, which was crystal clear. After tasting it, he found it to be quite sweet. Nearby, a section of sandstone wall caught his attention. It bore cracks that hinted at buried treasures within. Drawing upon his memories of the game oxygen not included, he speculated that the buried items could include plant seeds for cultivation, edible mud roots, or even the burrowing alien creatures known as Hachi. Akin to the thrill of opening a mystery box, the mining gun was aimed at the fissured sandstone wall, and upon pulling the trigger, the sandstone shattered after 15 minutes. Amidst the debris lay a peculiar creature, a blend of blue and purple, resembling a crab the size of a football, yet possessing only 4 legs and lacking pincers. It had a large mouth with 2 prominent teeth on both the upper and lower jaws, and no eyes. This was the extraterrestrial being known as Hachi, notorious for its insatiable appetite, earning it the moniker Nocturnal Glutton. Hachi sprang to life and wobbled towards Mai Feng, who felt no fear. For he understood that Hachi was a docile creature. As long as it was not provoked, it posed no threat to humans. Upon reaching Mai Feng's feet, Hachi promptly began to munch on the sandstone fragments, its crunching indicating that the mineral was one of its favored delicacies. After finishing its meal, Hachi excreted a black solid, which Mai Feng identified as coal using his detector. Once Hachi had completed its feast, Mai Feng crouched down, gently touching Hachi's left front leg to announce his presence, followed by a soft scratch on its supple, segmented abdomen, and a hearty pat on its thick, chitinous back. Indeed, Mai Feng was engaging in a gentle caress of Hachi, akin to petting a dog on earth. Look at Hachi, doesn't it resemble a little puppy? I think I shall name it Ili Duo, he mused. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback by Mai Feng's actions. Wow, is this guy in the 755 live stream really that bold? Treating an extraterrestrial being like a pet? I adore it. Look, this alien creature is so adorable. I'd love to have one. For those who wish to adopt, beware, other streams show that these alien creatures can bite. Indeed, the fellow in the neighboring stream attacked an alien being with a mining gun and was bitten twice in return. Isn't that obvious? Even a cornered rabbit will bite. If you attack it, wouldn't it retaliate? How could one attack such a cute alien creature? Because there is meat to be had. The neighbor is already feasting. Delicious. I want some too. After a brief interlude of affection for Ili Duo, Mai Feng released it, and the creature swiftly burrowed into the ground, leaving only a small mound of earth above. Bidding farewell to Ili Duo, Mai Feng resumed his excavation of the left tunnel wall, eager to discover what lay ahead. After digging through another 2 meters, he found that the barrier was no longer sandstone, but rather a patch of algae, 4 of which exhibited cracks. Excited at the prospect of uncovering more treasures, Mai Feng felt a surge of joy, contemplating that perhaps today a sustenance awaited him. The algae were significantly softer than the sandstone, allowing him to extract a clump within 5 minutes. After a flurry of laser activity, the 4 fissured algae clusters were revealed. Among the spoils were 1 mud root and 2 rice bugwood seeds. Mai Feng was content with obtaining the mud root, should the yield have consisted solely of seeds. The waiting period from planting to harvest could lead to starvation. By the time of harvest, the remains would likely be foul. Moreover, planting technology had yet to be unlocked. making the mud root a valuable emergency food source. The mud root, resembling a gourd in its overall hue of earthy yellow, is adorned with a few red leaves. Greetings, everyone. Behold what I have unearthed. The detector indicates that this is indeed edible. After a prolonged period of mining, I find myself rather famished. Regardless of whether anyone is watching the live stream, Mai Feng, seize the mud root and approach the water pool to cleanse it briefly, twisting off the leaves before consuming it. How shall I put it? The taste leaves much to be desired. It is not particularly palatable, yet it has sufficiently satiated my hunger to some extent. With a smacking of my lips, I prepare to resume my labors. My first endeavor is to construct a dry toilet and a wash basin. Drawing upon my memories from the game Oxygen Not Included, I recognize that in this environment, if a toilet is absent, the replicants will soil themselves, creating quite a mess. Furthermore, should I only build a dry toilet? If the replicants neglect to wash their hands afterward, they may carry a bacterium known as food poisoning, which could lead to illness if they consume food afterward. I have chosen the left corridor adjacent to the printing pod for the toilet's location, as it has already been extensively excavated, by simply adding 2 doors on either side. I can create a fully enclosed space. Both the dry toilet and the wash basin will stand 3 meters tall, thus I must continue to expand this area. Fortunately, there is copper ore located above the corridor, which I can mine to construct pneumatic doors. After 2 hours of toil, a chamber measuring 4 meters in length, 1 meter in width, and 4 meters in height is completed, featuring a 2-meter-high pneumatic door on each side. This arrangement allows for passage from the toilet while still permitting further exploration to the left. The dry toilet requires 200 kilograms of materials, which I will source from the sandstone on the ground, while the wash basin necessitates 50 kilograms of materials, again using sandstone. The underlying technology behind this construction remains a mystery, as the resulting dry toilet bears no resemblance to stone, and the wash basin is even equipped with a towel. The dry toilet necessitates the filling of 200 kilograms of soil. During my excavation of the left corridor, I had previously encountered soil, so I dedicated some time to gather it and fill the dry toilet. Subsequently, I returned to the water pool and commenced filling the wash basin with water. After a brief period, 200 kilograms of water is compressed into a single vessel. Remarkably, despite typically struggling to lift even 50 kilograms, I now bear a 200-kilogram water bottle with ease, showing no signs of fatigue, and my pace remains brisk and buoyant. This illustrates the remarkable efficacy of the genetic serum. Even if not for financial gain, I am compelled to complete this challenge for the sake of its enhancement. Chapter 4. While others feast, I tend my canine as I fill the wash basin with water. I take a moment to utilize the dry toilet. By the time I finish washing my hands, it is already 8 p.m. The live stream will obscure private activities such as sleeping and using the toilet, as it is intended for a global audience of all ages. According to the time displayed on the detector, a day on this asteroid spans 24 hours, mirroring Earth's time. Thus, there is no need for me to adjust for time differences. Today, I have consumed only 1 mud root, weighing approximately 1 kilogram and providing a mere 800 kilocalories. An individual typically requires around 2,000 kilocalories per day, so it appears I shall face hunger tonight. As for the food for tomorrow, that will have to wait until the morrow. For now, I must focus on constructing a bed for the night. I venture into the right corridor, retrieve my mining gun, and set to work. At midnight, the passage expanded by 2 meters, and a bed was fashioned from 400 kilograms of sandstone, while a pneumatic door was constructed using 200 kilograms of copper ore. Thus, a diminutive room took shape. However, the passage remained a mere 2 meters in height. Lying upon the bed, one gazing at the ceiling merely inches away would inevitably feel a sense of confinement. After washing his face in the restroom, Mai Feng prepared to retire for the night, for the survival challenge was indeed a prolonged endeavor that necessitated maintaining ample energy. As he lay on the bed, he could not help but marvel once more at the formidable prowess of extraterrestrial technology. The bed crafted from sandstone felt remarkably akin to the comfort of his own at home. Was this what they referred to as cutting-edge innovation? Before long, sleep enveloped him. Outside, a small mound of earth stirred, and a hatchie emerged, meandering between Mai Feng's bedroom and the restroom. Meanwhile, on Earth, night owls were still engrossed in live streams. Some sent gifts, while others engaged in lively discussions via comments. Is Challenger 775 so carefree as to sleep? Shouldn't he be staying up all night? The previous commenter fails to comprehend. This is strategy. Indeed, Just observe how leisurely his stream is compared to others. The creature has appeared. How can he sleep without interacting with it? That's an alien being, not a mere dog. In other streams, Hachi could also be seen, its rotund form bustling about. The challenger in Stream 2 was a young woman with a round face, likely around 26 or 27 years of age. Despite the late hour, this unfortunate young woman had yet to locate any edible sustenance. Each challenger was transported to a similar initial zone. Unlike Mai Feng, she chose to dig upwards in hopes of breaking through to the surface. However, misfortune befell her. Despite a day's labor unearthing a plethora of sandstone, algae, and copper ore, she encountered fissures on 5 occasions yet failed to unearth the essential silt root, retrieving only seeds from the rice bug tree and thorny flowers. Although she had observed these plants growing along her path, regrettably, none bore mature, edible parts. Just as the young woman prepared to return to the printing pod. Famished after a night of hunger, a Hachi appeared before her. When the detector signaled that the creature exhibited low aggression and was indeed consumable, her eyes gleamed with anticipation. Without hesitation, she brandished her mining gun, aimed at the Hachi, and pulled the trigger, the laser sizzling as it struck the creature. The Hachi, feeling pain, did not flee. Instead, it charged toward her, mouth agape, revealing 4 large teeth, intent on biting her. The young woman sidestepped, but due to the recoil of the mining gun, she failed to evade entirely and was bitten twice. Fortunately, the Hachi's damage was minimal, though there was no blood. The bitten area throbbed painfully. Soon enough, she managed to slay the creature. After collecting the flesh of the Hachi, which had been disassembled by the mining gun, the little round-faced individual washed it in a nearby small pool and began to consume it directly. As no materials for kindling a fire could be found, nor any tools for cooking, they had no choice but to eat the raw meat. Though the taste of the uncooked flesh was somewhat distasteful, at least their hunger was assuaged. The Hachi yielded a substantial 2 kilograms of meat, sufficient to sustain the little round-faced individual for 2 days. Having satiated their hunger and thirst, they returned to the printing chamber with the remaining half of the meat and promptly fell asleep upon lying down. Meanwhile, the live stream of the little round-faced individual garnered a flurry of enthusiastic comments. Lord Asaki feeds little pig A. Incredible. Swift and decisive actions. I'm enamored. Indeed. I unilaterally declare this little round-faced individual to be mine. I declare your declaration null and void. Other challengers, much like the little round-faced individual, encountered similar fates, with most having encountered Hachi during their excavation efforts. While a few chose to maintain their distance or flee from the Hachi, the majority opted to attack it. After all, it was an unfamiliar extraterrestrial creature, and the detection equipment indicated that Hachi's flesh was edible, leaving little reason to pass it by. Among the viewers of the live stream were not only night owls who enjoyed the spectacle, but also a group of experts convened by the government on short notice. This assembly included astronomers, biologists, chemists, physicists, and computer scientists, each possessing a wealth of knowledge and experience. A group of these experts gathered in a conference room, engaging in fervent discussions regarding extraterrestrial life and technology. I believe there should be no doubt about the authenticity of extraterrestrial life, stated one biologist. Currently, the majority of live streams have reported sightings of this creature known as Hachi, and I can confirm it is not of Earth origin. I concur with your assertion, affirmed a botanist. The challengers have encountered 3 types of flora: mudroot, ricebug wood, and thornflower, none of which are terrestrial plants. I believe we should focus more on the issues surrounding extraterrestrial technology, interjected a computer scientist. The ability to silently transport Earthlings to alien worlds poses a serious threat to our planet. Threats are not the concern of our group, the astronomer interjected. What we should prioritize is the authenticity of extraterrestrial life and technology, confirming their existence before studying these beings and their advancements. Indeed, let us consider the Hachi. Has anyone gathered any data on it? Prompted the team leader. Let us first study this extraterrestrial creature. Based on the data collected thus far, the Hachi resembles a turtle or crab from Earth and likely belongs to the crustacean family. The lack of eyes in the Hachi is probably a result of its prolonged habitation in dark caves. The Hachi appears docile, with no observed instances of it actively attacking challengers. Its flesh is consumable, with each Hachi providing 2 kilograms of meat. It seems to be an omnivore, as it has been seen consuming mudroot in addition to sandstone, though it is currently unknown if it eats meat. Given the Hachi's temperament and meat yield, The possibility of domestication should be considered, yet only the challenger from livestream 755 has approached and touched a hatchie, warranting further observation. Asteroid time, at 3 a.m. Mai Feng awakened, while other challengers confronted their moment of social demise. Chapter 5. The live broadcast of social death just as Mai Feng rose. Stretching languidly and stepping out to enjoy a yogurt drink, many challengers in various live streams faced their mortifying moments. Whether engaged in labor or slumber, their faces turned ashen. Legs awkwardly bent inwards, desperately attempting to shield their groins, visages contorted in agony. As the saying goes, nature calls urgently. Yet, when the overwhelming urge to urinate struck, the challengers found themselves utterly incapable of restraint. Given that makeshift latrines were not a priority in their construction, a stream of yellow liquid cascaded from their trousers, resulting in immediate accidents. This flow persisted unabated for over 10 minutes. The average human excretes between 1 to 2 kilograms of urine daily. However, it was evident that the challenger's output far exceeded 3 times that amount. Such an extraordinary volume, and the inability to contain it were clearly manifestations of genetic modification. The challenger's physiology could no longer be perceived through the lens of ordinary earthlings. In livestream room 1, a 34-year-old man, laboring through the night, suddenly found himself in this humiliating predicament. He was oblivious to the multitude watching his broadcast, yet an overwhelming wave of shame and embarrassment washed over him. He felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, akin to a jester ridiculed in public. The psychological toll of social death intensified his guilt. He had previously marveled at the power of alien technology for remedying his beer belly, yet in this moment, all he longed for was to confront the extraterrestrial beings and strangle them. Gazing at the yellow puddle beneath him, the dampness of his trousers, and the acrid scent wafting up, he could bear it no longer. Grasping his mining gun, he aimed it at his head and pulled the trigger. In a flash of laser, livestream room 1 was abruptly terminated. As the audience witnessed the challenger's disgrace, the previously sparse comments erupted into a frenzy. Some expressed sympathy and concern, while many others gleefully debated the incident. Woohoo! Zhao Darren feeds little pig A. First to feed little Hua Hua in Tianjin. Haha, this challenger is utterly hilarious. I can distinctly hear the sound of water flowing. It's quite melodious. This truly was unexpected. I once envied their genetic modifications. Unaware of such side effects. That's quite a volume. I couldn't manage that in 3 days. Now I finally understand the purpose of that sponge. With the conclusion of the challenge in livestream room 1, the stream ceased, yet the comments continued to swirl. Does anyone know this fellow? Let us see if we can contact him by phone. He should be transported back to Earth now. Let us reach out. I have his contact information. I'll give it a try. 1 minute later, I reached him. He said he is physically fine, and the effects of genetic modification have been nullified. But he prefers not to discuss anything further. Haha, as long as he is safe, I would love to participate in this challenge. After all, it's not life-threatening. I have recorded it. Later, you may repeatedly watch it on Bilibili. As I prepare to view it shortly, I shall undoubtedly offer you my support. Unbeknownst to Mai Feng, the amusing anecdotes unfolding in other live streams, he finished his drink and made his way to the restroom. After washing his face at the sink, he readied himself for work. His genetically modified body exhibited remarkable recuperative abilities. Despite only having slept for 3 hours, the fatigue of the previous day had vanished, leaving him brimming with vitality. Earlier, as he passed by the printing chamber, he had deliberately checked the scale, noting that 3 segments had been completed, with 6 remaining until it was fully charged. He also observed that the oxygen stone in the upper left corner of the ceiling had completely evaporated, leaving an empty void. It appeared imperative to manufacture an oxygen-generating device soon, for in both reality and in his previous life within the game oxygen not included. Oxygen is a vital condition for survival. Traversing through the restroom, Mai Feng entered the left corridor, intent on continuing his excavation to the left. Yesterday, he had unearthed algae and copper ore in this area, both essential materials for the oxygen-generating apparatus. After 2 hours, he had expanded the left corridor by an additional 4 meters. Upon breaking through, he encountered a cavity filled with carbon dioxide, abundant with copper ore. Fortunately, prior to breaching the passage, Mai Feng had sensed the carbon dioxide within the cavity, allowing him to excavate strategically rather than horizontally. He opted for a V-shaped tunnel with a stone wall remaining at the top center. As oxygen is lighter than carbon dioxide, The oxygen on the right side of the V-shaped tunnel could not reach the left side. This technique, commonly employed in oxygen not included, utilizes the principle of differing gas densities to create a gas-segregating barrier. In the natural world, air consists of a mixture of gases, yet in oxygen not included, various gases are as distinct as water and oil. While the precise scientific principles eluded him, Mai Feng understood how to exploit this phenomenon. By employing the V-shaped structure to isolate the gases on either side, with carbon dioxide at the base, the oxygen on the right would not diffuse to the left. However, this necessitated holding his breath while working on the left. As he excavated while breathless, Mai Feng noticed his heartbeat growing increasingly pronounced, accompanied by dizziness, chest tightness, and blurred vision, indicating that his body was beginning to suffer. Unable to endure any longer, he hastened back to the right side, inhaling deeply. Thanks to the formidable recuperative powers bestowed by his genetic modifications, he soon returned to normality. The cavity was 3 meters high, with copper ore adorning the ceiling, floor, and walls, precisely the resource he required. Alternating between breathing oxygen on the right side and holding his breath while mining on the left, he made several trips before finally collecting sufficient copper ore. This challenger is rather foolish. Why not simply dig through to allow the air to circulate? Remarked an onlooker. Others expressed curiosity about the reasoning behind Challenger 755's actions. Can someone explain why Challenger 755 opted for this approach? Some inquired, while others simply followed the tide of speculation. I think he's just being reckless, posited another, offering a haphazard guess. Though some may fail to comprehend, it appears that the actions of Challenger 755 are driven by purpose, and we shall observe with anticipation. Some individuals approach the situation with reason. Despite the spectators deeming Mai Feng's actions foolish, he has fortuitously unearthed not only copper ore, but also 2 kilograms of sludge root. To date, he has amassed a total of 2 kilograms of sludge root and 850 kilograms of copper ore. The clock strikes 11, signaling the near end of the morning. After compressing the copper ore, Mai Feng begins to construct an oxygen generation device along with the necessary power supply. Each oxygen diffuser, human-powered generator, and small battery requires 200 kilograms of copper ore, totaling 600 kilograms for all 3. Additionally, the cables necessitate 25 kilograms of copper ore per meter. Thus, Mai Feng fabricates 10 meters, consuming 250 kilograms of copper ore. The human-powered generator is positioned to the left of the printing chamber, while the small battery is placed to its left. The oxygen diffuser is situated at the entrance of the bedroom, connected to the generator via wires, ensuring ample oxygen for restful slumber. The oxygen levels in the printing chamber are diluted slowly, as carbon dioxide, being denser than oxygen, partially settles in the pool area. The hand pump allows for ventilation. By the time Mai Feng completes the 3 constructions and the wiring, it is already 10 p.m. The next step is merely to generate electricity. Chapter 6. A temporary solution to the food dilemma. Mai Feng steps onto the human-powered generator and begins to run, generating power. This device resembles a hamster wheel. As one runs upon it, the wheel turns swiftly, producing a continuous flow of electricity. The generator boasts a power output of 400 watts. With the energy stored in the small battery, the oxygen diffuser operates at 120 watts and, when used continuously for 24 hours, would require 2,880 watts of energy. Thus, it would necessitate 72 hours of uninterrupted running to sustain it. However, Mai Feng halts his exertion after merely 2 hours, for the small battery has reached its full capacity, sufficient to power the oxygen diffuser for 6 hours. The diffuser does not operate continuously, but is equipped with a sensor that ceases its function when the gas concentration around it exceeds a certain threshold, resuming operation once the gas diffuses and dilutes. As Mai Feng inserts the compressed algae into the oxygen diffuser and activates the switch, the device springs to life, and the trumpet-shaped outlet gradually releases oxygen. He feels the ambient air becoming more pleasant, alleviating any concerns of oxygen deficiency. Running on the wheel for an extended period proves more exhausting than mere running, and Mai Feng finds himself hungry. He consumes 1 kilogram of sludge root to sate his hunger and takes a brief respite, deciding against further excavation to the left. He reasons that the oxygen levels in that direction are too low and that he has not paused since awakening, engaging in constant digging, construction, and running. With sufficient food for the day, he opts not to venture back. Instead, Mai Feng simply desires to retire for the night. After addressing his personal hygiene needs, He endures his hunger and climbs into bed, marking the arrival of the third day. At 4 in the morning, Mai Feng awakened with renewed vigor, ready to confront new challenges. The issue of oxygen had been temporarily resolved, yet the most pressing concern remained the scarcity of food. For the past 2 days, Mai Feng had subsisted solely on a single 800-calorie mud root, and upon rising, he was greeted by the grumbling of his stomach. He decided against further excavating to the left. Although holding his breath while digging was an option, it proved too arduous and inefficient, requiring frequent exchanges of air. Instead, Mai Feng resolved to dig upwards, as oxygen would naturally diffuse into the expanding space above, provided he did not encounter a carbon dioxide pocket. Before proceeding with the upward excavation, Mai Feng spent over 2 hours operating a human-powered generator. The oxygen diffuser had been running continuously throughout the night, coupled with the small battery's leakage, which now rendered it depleted. After generating power, Mai Feng arrived at the hand pump, where he resolved to begin his ascent. He dug diligently, constructing ladders when necessary, continuing his work from their rungs. During this process, the small battery faltered once more, compelling him to pause his excavation for another hour of pedaling. The supply of oxygen could not be interrupted. By 2 in the afternoon, he had ascended a total of 8 meters and constructed a 10-meter ladder, finally uncovering a cavern. During his ascent, he discovered a seed of the rice wood and an enticing thorny seed, while the remainder of the material was sandstone. Just as he was on the verge of despair, he sensed the presence of this cavern. Remarkably, his perception indicated that the oxygen within the cavern far exceeded the levels of carbon dioxide. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to change his direction of excavation. This cavern was larger than the room housing the printing chamber, and a luminous insect flitted about within. This bioluminescent creature, akin to a balloon, emitted a gentle glow, slightly less brilliant than the overhead light of the printing chamber, yet far more radiant than earthly fireflies. The light from a single luminescent insect surpassed that of 10,000 fireflies. Bathed in the soft illumination of the glowing insect, Mai Feng was astonished to discover that this cavern contained not only oxygen stones, algae, and copper ore, but also a remarkable 9 fissures. While 2 of these fissures resided in the cavern's ceiling, requiring a ladder for access, 7 were located on the floor and surrounding walls, easily reachable. In addition to the fissures, he observed 3 prickly flowers, 1 rice wood, 1 enticing thorn, and 1 mud root. Excluding the enticing thorn, an inedible ornamental plant. The mud root, rice wood, and prickly flower were all consumable. Regrettably, both the rice wood and prickly flowers were not yet mature, yielding no harvestable food. This scene was witnessed by viewers in the live broadcast, igniting a small surge of excitement. Lord Asaki offered a donation to Little Pig A. Monkey Brother donated to Little Flower. Dazed Prince contributed to Little Flower. 666, 755's luck has improved. The heavens have not forsaken, as Challenger 755 has finally unearthed a promising cavern. Yesterday's excavation yielded only 1 mud root. With hope renewed, Mai Feng excavated the 7 fissures and the exposed mud root, resulting in a bountiful harvest of 5 mud roots, 2 prickly flower seeds, and 1 ricewood seed. Today, provisions have been secured, and a substantial portion of tomorrow's supply has also been gathered. There's an unexpected delight within one of the fissures unearthed, in addition to discovering a mud root. A peculiar creature known as Hachi was also excavated. The joy of finding another Hachi was tempered by the fact that this particular one was rather unappealing. As soon as it emerged, it voraciously devoured a significant portion of the mud root, and by the time Mai Feng attempted to snatch it away, it was already too late. The 1 kilogram mud root had been entirely consumed by the Hachi, in comparison to the delightful Ely duo near the printing chamber. This food thief was quite infuriating, leading Mai Feng to bestow upon it the name Dick. The reason Mai Feng refrained from eliminating the Hachi was due to its potential utility in his future plans. Haha, everyone, what do you think of my harvest today? Not only have I secured enough food for 2 days, but I have also found a companion for Ely duo. Let us call it Dick. Mai Feng felt a sense of satisfaction with his acquisitions, which made him feel a tad boastful. Wow, Challenger 755 is quite fortunate, having encountered a Hachi. Now there's meat to be had. Hey there, you must be new to the 755 livestream, right? Yes, how did you know? Haha. Because this Challenger is unlike others, he won't kill the Hachi. Why not? Doesn't he want meat? I'm not sure why he spares it. Perhaps he has a fondness for extraterrestrial creatures. Is he considering keeping it as a pet? Indeed, Challenger 755 has named the first Hachi he encountered Ely Duo. And this one is called Dick. 666. Other challengers usually eliminate them upon sight. Why is 755 so unique? To prevent further depredation of food by the Hachi, Mai Feng relocated all of his discovered provisions and plant seeds into the bedroom. Upon taking inventory, he found himself with 4 kilograms of mud root, 2 prickly flower seeds, and 4 rice bugwood seeds. Next, Mai Feng intended to delve into agricultural techniques, as mere excavation relied too heavily on chance. Cultivating land better suited his temperament. The first step was to construct a research station. This station required 400 kilograms of copper ore, which he had in abundance. Scattered across various locations, some in the left side carbon dioxide caverns, and others in the luminescent worm caverns above. After making 3 trips to gather the necessary amount, Mai Feng finally amassed the required 400 kilograms of copper ore. Just as he commenced the construction of the research station, the gauge in the printing chamber completed its cycle. Buzzing with energy, a brilliant light emanated from the center of the printing chamber, revealing a selection of 3 materials. Chapter 7. Resource Distribution. Choose 1. The printing chamber announced the availability of 3 items: a flamboyant pink bodysuit, a 4,000 kilocalorie nutrition bar, and 3 Hachi eggs. As Mai Feng contemplated the 3 options, he began to assess which would be of greater benefit to him. The pink bodysuit was dismissed immediately. Its primary function in the game was to enhance the decorative appeal of the replicant S attire, thereby boosting morale, but it was inconceivable that Mai Feng would wear it. Firstly, there are various methods to enhance morale, with the most fundamental being the provision of different rooms. Whether it is a solitary bedroom or a simple restroom, both can significantly elevate spirits. In the future, even more methods to boost morale will emerge. Secondly, the color of this garment is rather ostentatious. Mai Feng admits he struggles to embody the flamboyant pink hue, whereas other colors might be more manageable. Pink, however, is simply not to his taste. The 4,000 kilocalories nutrition bar is quite commendable, serving as sustenance for Mai Feng over 2 days. Nevertheless, he ultimately opted for 3 Hachi eggs, which will hatch automatically. Furthermore, in the absence of food, they can serve as a backup. 1 egg can be transformed into an omelet containing 2,800 kilocalories, while 3 yield a total of 8,400 kilocalories, far surpassing the 4,000 kilocalories of the nutrition bar, albeit with a more complex preparation process. After making his choice, the printing pod produced the 3 eggs, and Mai Feng paid them no mind, knowing they would hatch on their own, albeit over an extended period. He continued constructing the research station, which was completed by 7 p.m. The research station operates at 60 watts, half the size of the 120-watt oxygen diffuser, which is quite diminutive considering that computers on Earth typically consume between 230 and 300 watts. In addition to electrical consumption, the research station requires soil for its studies, consuming 50 kilograms of soil per research point, with foundational agricultural research necessitating a substantial 15 research points. For dinner, Mai Feng consumed 2 kilograms of mud roots, which were still quite distasteful. However, there were no superior food options available at this stage, and he had to endure the unpleasantness to avoid starvation. After his meal, he ran on the wheel for over 2 hours to fully charge the battery before commencing his research. The research progressed slowly, and by the time he earned his first research point, it was already 11 p.m. He paused as usual to relieve himself, then washed his face and went to bed, ensuring a healthy routine. Challenger number 755 has fallen asleep. There is nothing more to see, so I will also retire for the night. Maintaining a good routine. Challenger 755 has a commendable mindset. But why did he choose the Hachi eggs? Doesn't he already have 2 Hachis? Did you know that some cat enthusiasts have over 10 cats at home? Perhaps he aims to create a Hachi army. Manual doghead, huh? Let us look forward to the developments ahead. Conversely, the other challengers are not enjoying the same comforts as Mai Feng. In room 2, the round-faced girl gazed in consternation at the 3 types of resources before her. Her luck seemed favorable, possibly due to the generous gifts from her audience, as all 3 resources would greatly assist her. 2 of the resources are food items, for 1,800 kilocalories of mud roots and a 4,000 kilocalories nutrition bar, while the third resource consists of 500 kilograms of algae. As for food, her fortune appears quite bountiful, with an additional 5,000 kilocalories still available, though one can never have too much nourishment. Algae can be quite commendable. Perhaps it is a matter of the chosen path for excavation. The small round-faced individual has already unearthed a meager quantity of algae, totaling just over 200 kilograms. Should the oxygen diffuser operate continuously for 24 hours, it would necessitate the consumption of 330 kilograms. In the end, the small round-faced individual opted for the 4,800 kilocalories of mud roots. With sustenance secured, there is a newfound confidence. If algae are insufficient, exploration and further excavation will ensue. A wise choice, for food is always of paramount importance. Without algae, how shall we produce oxygen? Isn't oxygen the most crucial element? Regardless, both oxygen and food are essential, yet one's mindset holds the utmost significance. It is merely the third day, and over 5,000 individuals have chosen to end their challenges through suicide. If it were me, I would undoubtedly choose to persevere. Why was I not selected? Haha. I wonder if you will still say that when your time to be chosen arrives. Most challengers, while printing, opted for the food they deemed most necessary at that moment. Some selected 4,000 kilocalorie nutritional bars, while the fortunate ones acquired the 4,800 kilocalorie mud roots. Those less fortunate had to settle for printing hatchlings of hatchie or the floating flying fish, resorting to slaughter for meat. When the floating flying fish hatchling first appeared in the live stream, many viewers, including challengers, were startled by its 3 large eyes. However, it ultimately met its demise at the hands of a challenger, yielding only 1 kilogram of raw meat. The lamentation of having meat to eat is rooted in the fact that hatchie's meat provides merely 3,200 kilocalories, while that of the floating flying fish offers an even lesser 1,600 kilocalories. Moreover, the unprocessed raw meat raises concerns about parasites, and in terms of flavor, it pales in comparison to mud roots. The most unfortunate challengers ended up with 3 types of resources that were not food. Some, like Mai Feng, chose 3 animal eggs, which cannot be consumed directly. These challengers must first unlock basic agricultural technology, followed by food preparation technology, and then construct an egg beater to transform the eggs into raw eggs. Only then can they build an electric grill to create omelets. Using a laser gun would yield merely a small amount of lime. In simple terms, distant water cannot quench nearby fire. The sorrows of humans vary greatly. Challengers without food can only continue to dig outward in search of sustenance. Those fortunate enough might stumble upon luminous worm caverns, abundant in oxygen, food, and light, while the unfortunate may find themselves in caverns filled with carbon dioxide, where only metallic ore exists, perishing from hunger amidst the struggle for breath. At 5 o'clock on the 4th morning, Mai Feng rose punctually, washed his face, and immersed himself in the pursuit of technological research. Today, as food supply is adequate, unlike other challengers, Mai Feng refrained from frantically excavating for food. Unlocking new technologies is his foremost priority. With advancements in technology, he can cultivate crops. Taking the rice wormwood as an example, it requires a full 12 days to mature in the wild, provided the environmental conditions meet its growth needs. Any discrepancies in temperature, gas composition, or gas concentration can hinder the growth of the rice wormwood. With the foundation of agricultural technology established, one can cultivate rice pests artificially. Thanks to the advanced cultivation boxes, crops can mature and be harvested in just 3 days, albeit at the cost of 10 kilograms of soil daily as fertilizer. Furthermore, there are other technologies on the horizon, such as robotic arms capable of replacing human labor for transporting materials and fertilizing, and even advanced radiation technology in later stages, which can cultivate various genetically modified crops to enhance yields. However, these innovations remain distant. For now, Mai Feng's focus is solely on the fundamental agricultural technologies. Despite interruptions twice due to power outages that necessitated Mai Feng to generate electricity via a wheel, he remained steadfast in his research. It wasn't until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, with hunger gnawing at him, that he paused, having completed his study of basic agricultural technology. Chapter 8. Cultivation and Pathogen Intrusion. The foundation of agricultural technology has unlocked 4 new blueprints: the algae box, planting box, food storage box, and compost heap. The algae box consumes algae and water to convert carbon dioxide from the air into oxygen. Its downside is low efficiency, while its advantage lies in not consuming electricity. Since Mai Feng has already constructed an oxygen diffuser, the algae box is not a priority for now. The primary function of the food storage box is to store provisions and prevent theft by the mischievous hatchie. With this box, Mai Feng no longer needs to worry about his food being pilfered by Ely Duo and Dick. The compost heap is capable of degrading contaminated soil into fertile earth. Though it requires manual labor and can breed pathogens, thus it is not an immediate consideration for construction. The planting box, however, is the blueprint that Mai Feng urgently needs. Each planting box requires 100 kilograms of soil as material and serves to expedite the growth of crops. Plants cultivated in these boxes have their growth cycles reduced to a mere quarter of the original time. Although it does consume resources, rice pests require soil. While spiny flowers need water, the potential yield is astounding. For instance, rice, which typically takes 3 to 4 months to mature on Earth, can be harvested in under a month when grown in a planting box, a true marvel of technology. Having consumed all the leftover sludge from the previous day, the clock struck 6. Mai Feng resolved to establish the planting area within the luminescent worm cavern above the base. This location boasts an ideal temperature, and the ground is strewn with broken soil, allowing for convenient access to materials for both constructing planting boxes and fertilizing the rice pests in the future. Most importantly, the area is open space, eliminating the need for further excavation. As the sole inhabitant of the base, any time saved is a victory. The air in this cavern is rich in oxygen and carbon dioxide, suitable for the growth of rice pests, with a temperature around 20 degrees, also conducive to their development. As night fell and time pressed on, with only 4 rice pest seeds at his disposal, Mai Feng decided to construct 4 planting boxes. He first laid down the flooring before proceeding to build the boxes. During the construction, the softly glowing luminescent worms curiously circled around Mai Feng several times, only to eventually lose interest and shift their attention to the spiny flowers, whose fruits constituted their sustenance. Mai Feng chose to disregard the luminous insects. Fully aware of their fragile nature, a mere touch could lead to their demise. Only those with specialized knowledge in breeding could safely handle such delicate creatures. Currently, he refrained from harming the luminous insects primarily because working in a well-lit environment enhances efficiency, whereas productivity significantly diminishes in darkness. Furthermore, the wild spiny flowers require light for their growth, yet this does not imply that Mai Feng would allow the luminous insects to thrive unchecked, as their sustenance derives from the fruit of the spiny flowers. He would not permit these wild beings to consume the food. For the competition's ranking is determined by the quantity of food collected. Every kilogram could influence the results of the challenges. When the spiny flowers reach maturity, it would be the opportune moment for Mai Feng to act. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, Mai Feng successfully planted 4 rice tree saplings, filling each planting box with 30 kilograms of soil, sufficient for the saplings to mature. Immediately after fertilization, the rice tree seeds began to sprout and break through the soil, prompting Mai Feng to marvel at the wonders of advanced technology. However, his stomach soon began to grumble, and he lamented the absence of food. Resigned to his hunger, he constructed a ladder and excavated the 2 fissures above, hoping to unearth sustenance. Perhaps fortune favored him, for he was fortunate this time. Both fissures revealed muddy roots. Even better, upon breaking through, he detected 3 new fissures, a stroke of luck indeed. He consumed a modest 1 kilogram of muddy roots to quell his hunger and proceeded to excavate the 3 newly discovered fissures, yielding 2 rice tree seeds and another kilogram of muddy roots, a truly fortuitous day. However, as midnight approached, he decided against further construction of planting boxes. Recognizing the need for rest, prior to retiring for the night, he expressed gratitude to the deities that had watched over him, then settled into a deep slumber. On the 5th day, at 5 in the morning, having just awakened, Mai Feng prepared to continue building planting boxes. The earlier he planted crops, the sooner he could reap the rewards of nourishment. With the establishment of the rice tree farm, his food supply began to stabilize gradually. Meanwhile, some challengers faced the onslaught of bacteria. In the 8888 live broadcast room, a 25-year-old blonde challenger recognized the opportunity presented to him upon being teleported to the challenge arena. Ha ha ha, green hair, just wait. My chance has arrived. Do not underestimate the youth. Once I claim first place and return to Earth, you shall see how I deal with you. On the first day, the blonde was filled with determination. However, he grew careless. While the genetic serum was indeed powerful, its side effects were overwhelming. The following day, after only constructing a bed and neglecting to build a latrine, he experienced an embarrassing moment. Although he complained about the genetic serum, he did not lose heart. With a sponge, He hastily cleaned up the urine that had soiled the ground and rushed to remedy the situation by constructing a latrine, albeit without a wash basin. What on earth is this Hachi? Die and become my food. On the third day, the blonde, resolute in his actions, dispatched the Hachi he encountered. After a simple cleaning, he feasted upon its flesh. However, food supplies were dwindling. It was time to construct a food press. On the fourth day, faced with a scarcity of food, Huang Mao ingeniously constructed a food compression machine, utilizing water and soil to create a paste. He resorted to this paste to satiate his hunger, unaware that it harbored harmful bacteria that could induce food poisoning. Oh dear, something feels amiss. Could I be falling ill? On the fifth day, as Mai Feng arose to build planting boxes, Huang Mao awoke with an unsettling sensation in his body. Unlike the usual vigor he felt upon rising, he now experienced fatigue and an urgent need to relieve himself. Rushing to the latrine, he was dismayed to discover he was afflicted with diarrhea, taking 25 minutes longer than usual to attend to his personal hygiene. Upon exiting the latrine, he still felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, and throughout that day, Huang Mao made 3 trips to the toilet, leaving him with little time to engage in productive work. Many challengers shared a similar plight. Some had inadvertently carried food-poisoning bacteria into their bodies by neglecting to clean themselves after soiling their pants, while others, faced with hunger, resorted to consuming the paste made from the food compression machine, which also contained the harmful bacteria. Those who ingested the contaminated paste faced a 50 chance of infection. Once infected, challengers experienced frequent episodes of diarrhea, which hindered their ability to regain strength during sleep, preventing them from excavating or performing other tasks for extended periods. Without medical intervention, the recovery from food poisoning, relying solely on the challenger's genetically modified resilience, typically spanned 2 to 3 days. If, during this period, they continued to consume the paste or failed to properly address the bacteria on their bodies, they would find themselves trapped in a vicious cycle of reinfection. Huang Mao's predicament, naturally, sparked discussions among the viewers in his live stream. Haha, this Huang Mao is hilarious. I still recall his bold proclamations on the first day. Indeed, he boasted that his fate was in his own hands, yet here he is, suffering from relentless diarrhea. He peaked in less than 5 days. Perhaps it is food poisoning. I've seen similar situations in other streams with different challengers. It must be food poisoning. Eating soil and water-pressed food is bound to have repercussions. Oh, you young folks have no idea how many perished from consuming Wanyin soil during the famine of yesteryears. Chapter 9. Digging deeper to discover new caverns. By the time Mai Feng completed the construction of 2 planting boxes, the clock struck 6. Although hunger was beginning to gnaw at him, he persevered, opting to finish his work by planting 2 seeds of rice wood into the boxes, simultaneously utilizing the soil as fertilizer, and he would not cease until he witnessed the seeds sprouting. Upon inspecting the first rice wood seedling, he was astonished to find it had grown to a height of 50 centimeters overnight. Despite his understanding of this advanced technology, he remained in awe. Good morning, everyone. Although I am uncertain how many are watching, I wanted to extend my greetings. Have you all noticed the rapid growth of this plant? Alien technology is truly remarkable. I anticipate that in just 2 days, I shall be able to harvest the grains I have sown. The spectators in the live broadcast room were naturally awestruck by the formidable capabilities of the planting box. It seemed that these 3 individuals had become regulars in the 755 live stream. Observers exclaimed in admiration, "This planting box is truly a marvel of modern technology." The consensus was that, in comparison to the food compaction machine in the adjacent stream, the planting box was unparalleled. Some argued that the 2 were not directly comparable, as one provided food directly while the other merely accelerated growth. A poignant question arose. If Earth possessed such planting box technology, how many food crises could be alleviated? Initially, the expert panel had been deliberating on the food compaction machine, but their attention swiftly shifted to the planting box, a true embodiment of cutting-edge technology. A computer scientist captured the group's interest with insightful commentary, prompting many experts to transition their focus to the live stream hosted by Mai Feng, where they attentively observed the developments. It appeared that this extraterrestrial technology functioned by utilizing substantial amounts of fertilizer to hasten plant growth. A botanist remarked, "This is even more effective than gene kula." They pondered the potential of such technology to resolve food shortages, especially as millions continue to perish from famine each year. In a moment of inquiry, a computer science expert posed a question, but a biologist countered, asserting that the primary utility of the technology lay in experimental applications, significantly accelerating research progress. Meanwhile, Mai Feng was troubled by today's food deficit. Currently, he had only 1 kilogram of sludge roots, providing a mere 800 kilocalories. He contemplated 3 potential solutions: eliminating hachi from meat, constructing a food compaction machine to create paste, or continuing to explore fissures or new cavities for sustenance. After careful consideration, Mai Feng opted for the third solution, digging and exploring. Ili Duo and Dick found Mai Feng's subsequent plans useful and were not in a rush to resort to violence. The paste, however, was fraught with food-poisoning bacteria and was not a prudent choice. Until Mai Feng unlocked the capability to construct an electric oven, he would refrain from making paste. Arriving at his bedroom door, he commenced his excavation. This decision to dig downwards was made after profound contemplation. Currently, the printing chamber represented the lowest tier, and on this planet, gases were stratified. Although the precise workings of the alien technology eluded him, Mai Feng understood that the physical laws here differed from those on Earth. On Earth, air comprises a mixture of various gases, whereas on this extraterrestrial sphere, gases layered distinctly, with oxygen above, natural gas below, and carbon dioxide at the lowest stratum. This knowledge, gleaned from the game Oxygen Deprivation, also informed his earlier construction of the V-shaped passageway on the left side of the restroom. After 4 days of continuous respiration, the carbon dioxide in the air had increased significantly. Coupled with the adverse effects of his genetically enhanced traits, there was also a notable presence of natural gas, a consequence of his bodily functions over the past days. By digging deeper, he aimed to allow the relatively denser carbon dioxide and natural gas to settle, thereby enriching the upper region with oxygen. In this manner, Mai Feng could ensure a more comfortable experience for both sleep and work, at least free from the discomfort of holding his breath. He commenced by digging down 2 meters, only to encounter an obstruction. Sensing that another meter down would breach a reservoir, his second such discovery, he altered his course, excavating diagonally towards the lower left. After another 2 meters, he faced the same dilemma, and only by veering further left was he able to narrowly avoid the reservoir. Throughout this endeavor, Mai Feng had to hold his breath, as oxygen was scarce, replaced by carbon dioxide and natural gas accumulating below. Fortunately, he detected 2 fissures, located in the lower left, which he determined could be safely excavated without compromising the reservoir. Acting decisively, he broke through, and fortune smiled upon him. The area was filled with silt roots, ensuring a meal for the day, a remnant of yesterday's luck still lingering. As he constructed a ladder while continuing to dig, he descended 5 meters, where he sensed a new cavity. His intuition informed him that the air within this new void was rich in oxygen. After digging another meter, he breached the ceiling of the new chamber. Standing on the ladder, he gazed down into a vast cavern. This cave resembled the luminescent worm cave above, slightly larger than the hollow of the printing chamber. 2 glowing worms fluttered within, casting a gentle light that illuminated 80% of the cave. For oxygen stones were rapidly evaporating, filling the cavern with breathable air. The carbon dioxide and natural gas that had accumulated above quickly settled to the bottom of the cave, allowing the oxygen to rise and soon envelop Mai Feng's position. He inhaled deeply, relishing the refreshing air, finally free from the need to hold his breath. In his visible surroundings, he spotted 7 plants, 2 silt roots, 2 rice pests, and 3 thorn flowers. This discovery filled Mai Feng with joy, as he could finally address his food needs for the day. The rice pest trees were already teeming with writhing grains, indicating their ripeness for harvest. Although the 3 thorn flowers were not yet ready, 1 flower bud was particularly plump, leading Mai Feng to anticipate a harvest by the following day. Constructing a vertical ladder that reached the ground, he descended to the surface of luminescent worm cavity number 2. The granite rocks beneath him were unyielding, and his current mining tool had yet to be upgraded, rendering it ineffective for excavation. Approaching the 2 rice pest trees, he retrieved his tool and prioritized the harvest. In no time, he successfully collected 2 kilograms of rice pests, devouring them promptly. Each kilogram contained 600 kilocalories, significantly more than the equivalent amount of silt roots, merely sufficient to stave off hunger for the day. To his surprise, he also obtained a seed from one of the rice pest trees during the harvest. With the 2 trees available for transplantation, he could expand the rice pest farm the following day. With some time left before his rest period, Mai Feng began to search the walls of the cavern for fissures. quickly locating 3 on the left wall. After a brief excavation, he successfully acquired 1 rice pest seed, 1 enticing thorn seed, and 1 kilogram of silt roots. With a heart brimming with joy and bountiful harvest, Mai Feng returned to his chamber, meticulously tallying his provisions, which amounted to 6 kilograms of mud roots. He devoured 2 kilograms of the roots to satiate his hunger, leaving a sufficient supply for the following day. Indeed, it was a day of great abundance. Let us retire early, he advised the spectators in the void before settling into his bed to embrace slumber. Congratulations to the challenger for surviving 5 days, earning a skill point, which he may allocate towards skill acquisition. In the midst of his dreams, Mai Feng vaguely perceived an announcement, though it did not rouse him from his slumber. Chapter 10, Career Selection. The second wave of supplies at 6 o'clock on the 6th day, Mai Feng awoke later than usual. One could hardly deny that having provisions instilled a sense of tranquility. Today marked the 6th day, which meant the second wave of supplies would arrive. Glancing at the progress bar of the printing pod, he noted it was not far from completion, likely to be fulfilled by nightfall. Unexpectedly, the display of the printing pod illuminated, piquing Mai Feng's curiosity. Upon closer inspection, he observed a series of skill trees presented on the screen, along with a notification of 1 remaining skill point. He recalled the faint sound he had heard as he drifted to sleep the previous night. It seemed this was its source. After studying the information for a while, Mai Feng grasped the essence of skill points. Similar to the game Oxygen Not Included, these points could enhance various abilities of the challenger. There were 10 vocational directions to choose from: excavation, construction, farming, cooking, decoration, research, supply, operation, medicine, and organization. The challenger could select 1 direction to fortify, and if possessing multiple skill points, could learn skills across various professions or delve deeper into a single skill. For instance, a skill in excavation could accelerate digging speed by 30 and enable the extraction of harder materials such as granite and igneous rock. A skill in medicine would allow the use of a pharmacy table to concoct various potions, such as those that expedite recovery from food poisoning symptoms. A farming skill would enhance crop care and eventually unlock animal husbandry professions. Each vocational direction promised substantial benefits. After careful consideration, Mai Feng ultimately chose the research direction. Upon selection, the overhead light of the printing pod cast a bright beam upon him. He experienced a momentary wave of dizziness, but quickly acclimated. Mai Feng felt his mind sharpen, thoughts coalescing with clarity and structure. Observing the research station beside the printing pod, he realized he had acquired the knowledge to utilize the station more efficiently, allowing for expedited research completion. Additionally, he learned how to operate a supercomputer, which, though not yet unlocked, would enable him to explore advanced technological studies once constructed. Despite the exhilaration of his newfound skills igniting a desire to rush to the research station and commence his scientific inquiries, Mai Feng tempered his impulses, adhering to his plan to continue expanding the farm. Presently, he had planted 6 rice trees, yielding a harvest every 3 days, with each tree providing 600 kilocalories, averaging a mere 200 kilocalories per day. In order to sustain the consumption of 1 individual, it is necessary to cultivate 10 trees. The ranking of the competition is determined by the food reserves at the conclusion of the 30th day, which implies that the more one plants, the better. At least, this holds true until the individual becomes overwhelmed. The skilled tasks of excavating, constructing tiles, building planting boxes, sowing rice trees, and fertilizing follow a procedure that spans several hours. However, the individual has successfully expanded the farm to include 8 rice trees, with the fastest growing reaching nearly 2 meters in height. Previously, during idle days on Earth, time seemed to stretch endlessly, yet now, every second feels insufficient. Even the simplest of tasks consumes the better part of the day. Navigating through the dark environment has resulted in considerable time wastage, particularly given that the challengers possess perceptive abilities. If an ordinary person were to undertake these tasks, they might not complete them in an entire day. In the future, unlocking the blueprint for a fire pole might save a significant amount of time. But that is a matter for later consideration. At present, the individual yearns to consume something to satiate their hunger. As the meager rations from the previous day have been entirely digested, sustenance is essential for maintaining health. Rushing towards the bedroom, they open the food storage box, revealing a scant supply of provisions for kilograms of mud roots. Although the taste leaves much to be desired, the individual promptly begins to chew on the mud roots until they have consumed every last morsel. After all, a second batch of supplies is set to be printed tonight. Even if fortune does not favor them, tomorrow will herald the beginning of harvesting the planted rice trees. Once satiated, the individual reclines on the bed, intending to rest momentarily in anticipation of the forthcoming supplies. This is the most eagerly awaited moment in 3 days. After approximately 10 minutes, the scale of the printing chamber finally reaches its conclusion, accompanied by a buzzing sound as a bright glow emanates from within. Hastily approaching the printing chamber, the individual peers inside to find a selection of 3 types of materials: 2,000 kilograms of concentrated brine, 500 kilograms of soil, and a purple polyester shirt. Oh no! Upon realizing the contents, a lament escapes their lips. This time, luck has not been on their side. Not only is there no ready-to-eat food, but even no animal eggs are included. After contemplating the 3 materials, they ultimately decide on the purple polyester shirt. The concentrated brine is currently of no use. Although it can be processed to extract salt, the requisite technology remains unlocked, and with only 2,000 kilograms available, the yield would be minimal. As for the 500 kilograms of soil, it is entirely unnecessary, as ample soil has already been excavated during previous efforts to meet current needs. While the polyester shirt may not address any pressing issues, the recent excavations have left their clothing covered in dust, making a change of attire a welcome improvement. Upon making their selection, the printing chamber produces a striking purple shirt, far superior to the previous pink bodysuit. Without a moment's hesitation, the individual discards their former shirt and dons the new garment. The warmth of the new clothing enveloping Mai Feng brought him an unparalleled sense of comfort. Although there was no mirror, and he had merely changed his top, he felt rejuvenated. In the 755 live broadcast room, comments were abuzz with discussions regarding skill points and the second wave of supplies. As the conversation flowed, participants expressed their curiosity about the survival challenge and the available career options, likening the scenario to a game. There was speculation about the feasibility of pursuing multiple careers, contingent upon the acquisition of sufficient skill points. Some noted the limitations that might exist, suggesting that further observation was necessary. Amidst this dialogue, one participant questioned why the challenger had opted for a piece of clothing rather than supplies, positing that perhaps they were intolerant of filth after 6 days. Others countered that in a survival challenge, one should not be so delicate, emphasizing that survival should take precedence. Yet, it was acknowledged that new clothing could bolster a person's morale, which is crucial in a survival scenario. Similar to Mai Feng, other challengers were also engaging with the second batch of supplies, many expressing dismay upon viewing the list. In the second live broadcast room, a round-faced individual gazed despondently at the holographic display of the printing chamber. The 3 types of supplies listed were not food: 500 kilograms of copper ore, 500 kilograms of algae, and 2,000 kilograms of water. The first supply delivery on the 3rd day had provided food, leading to a misconception that most deliveries would consist of it. From that day forward, the round-faced individual focused on issues related to oxygen and technological research, opting not to explore planting technology immediately due to the 30-day challenge cycle. Given that the harvest period for food on Earth typically spans at least a month, with staple crops like rice taking 3 to 4 months to mature, the urgency was apparent. The research station merely indicated that planting boxes could expedite crop growth, without specifying the extent of this acceleration. Lacking experience with the game oxygen not included, many challengers bypassed planting technology in favor of electricity and oxygen generation technologies. Over the course of 3 days, the round-faced individual had gathered sufficient algae to resolve the oxygen crisis and constructed a research station, initiating studies on interior decoration technology. This technology presented 3 blueprints: a flower pot, a floor lamp, and a ceiling light. The floor lamp and ceiling light were particularly desired, as the oppressive darkness was stifling. By the morning of today, the round-faced individual had finally completed the research and erected a floor lamp beside the dry toilet, albeit at the cost of a rapid decline in food reserves, leaving only 800 kilocalories. While today's food supply was adequate, it was evident that hunger would ensue on the morrow. When selecting supplies for distribution, choosing food seemed the most prudent course of action, at least in the original plans of the round-faced girl. However, reality dealt her a harsh lesson. The second batch of supplies contained no food. She gingerly touched her slightly hungry stomach and glanced at the dwindling stock of rations before ultimately deciding on printing algae, which at least ensured a sufficient supply of oxygen. It appeared that she would have to venture out in search of food. With a resigned expression, the round-faced girl began her journey into the dark corridor. Fortunately, she had opted for the mining profession today, greatly enhancing her excavation speed. The miner's helmet provided with the mining profession was equipped with a searchlight. Although the illumination was not particularly bright, it was a significant improvement over working in darkness. Thus, the round-faced girl embarked on a series of unexpected adventures. In the 8888 live broadcast room, Huang Mao had completed his transition to a physician, successfully producing healing tablets at the pharmacy station to cure his food poisoning. However, he too wore a pained expression as he gazed at the display of the printing chamber, which, like the previous distribution, yielded no food. Over the past few days, Huang Mao had refrained from exploring, relying solely on the food press to create sustenance. Unfortunately, the paste produced by the food press was low in calories, energy-intensive, and, worse still, contaminated with bacteria. His day predominantly consisted of running on the wheel for power, using the restroom, operating the food press to produce paste, visiting the restroom again, consuming the paste, returning to the restroom, and finally sleeping. The scant free time he had was insufficient for any significant distance of exploration, leaving him confined to the base to delve into technological research. Like most challengers, Huang Mao had neglected agricultural technology. However, unlike his peers, he chose to explore medical technology, primarily to address his food poisoning affliction. While food poisoning is not life-threatening, it induces severe gastrointestinal distress, compelling Huang Mao to visit the restroom 3 times a day, each visit taking longer than usual and consuming a considerable portion of his time. The rudimentary medical technology unlocked only a single blueprint, the pharmacy table. Huang Mao had unlocked and constructed the pharmacy table the day before, but when he eagerly sought to treat himself, he discovered that only a transition to the physician role would grant him access to its use. After enduring another sickly day, Huang Mao successfully transitioned this morning and manufactured the healing tablets, curing his food poisoning, just when he thought everything was turning for the better. The second supply distribution struck him with a heavy blow. In the first supply drop, he had chosen not to select food due to an urgent need for algae, and he had assumed that food would be included in the second distribution. To his dismay, none of the 3 items were food. With no other choice, he reluctantly opted for algae, which, under the circumstances, was a reasonable decision, as it would at least address the oxygen issue. With the oxygen problem resolved, he could venture forth without worry in search of food. Huang Mao hefted his mining gun and resolutely stepped into the darkness. He was determined to never consume paste again. Similar to Mai Feng, with his round face and blonde hair, the majority of the second supply deliveries for the other challengers consisted mostly of non-food items, with only a select few fortunate enough to receive provisions of food. The challengers all hailed from similar origins, and within a radius of approximately 20 meters from their birthplace. They could directly excavate resources without the need to acquire specialized digging skills. If fully explored, they could potentially unearth enough sustenance for about 10 days. However, this endeavor required a considerable amount of time for exploration and excavation. Besides food, the challengers also needed to address issues such as oxygen supply and personal hygiene, as well as ensure ample sleep to fully restore their energy. Therefore, it was virtually impossible for the challengers to explore all initial areas within a span of 6 days. A few who engaged in frenzied digging had already withdrawn from the challenge due to oxygen concerns. During the first supply delivery, most challengers received food, leading them to believe that the primary challenge of survival did not revolve around food. As long as they selected enough provisions to last 2 days from the supplies delivered every 3 days, they could simply venture out to search for food for the final day. They assumed that the real challenges lay in oxygen supply or temperature control. However, the second supply delivery awakened them to the realization that food was indeed the focal point of the survival challenge, with the first supply delivery serving as a form of novice protection to prevent newcomers from quitting due to unfamiliarity. The audience in the live stream was also engaged in discussions regarding this matter. Did anyone notice? During the second supply delivery, only a handful of challengers received food. That's only natural. If every 3-day supply consisted entirely of food, the survival challenge would be far too easy. Now this is intriguing. This is what a survival challenge is about, not mere camping. Challenger 8888, the blonde, has something to say. He didn't receive food during his first supply delivery. It seems exceedingly fortunate for those challengers who received food in both deliveries. It is quite unfair for others. Luck is also a part of strength. They earned their food through skill, so there is nothing unjust about it. Fun fact, there is no absolute fairness in the world. Unaware of the predicaments faced by the other challengers, Mai Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover a mature prickly flower in the deepest cave, its fragrance wafting all the way to the printing pod area. After a few minutes of harvesting, Mai Feng successfully collected 1 kilogram of prickly berries. These berries are a delicious and sweet fruit, covered in spiky hooks, and possess a calorie content surpassing that of rice wood, with 1 kilogram yielding 1,600 calories. Placing the prickly berries into the grain bin, Mai Feng reclined in his bed with a contented expression and began to sleep. Chapter 12. Harvesting the first batch of rice would. While most challengers spent the night exploring for food, Mai Feng awoke, invigorated and ready to embrace the challenges of Day 7. Today marked the occasion for harvesting the first batch of rice wood, so for breakfast, he indulged in the prickly berries gathered the previous day, deeming it unnecessary to save any for later. Removing the hooked bristles from the berries, he took a bite, instantly savoring the refreshing juice and delightful sweetness that enveloped his palate. Mai Feng savored his meal with great delight. This was indeed food, far superior to the bitter and nauseating taste of the mudroot and rice lice he had endured previously. After satiating his hunger and thirst, Mai Feng commenced his tasks for the day, generating power through the exercise wheel and delving into the study of power regulation technology. Much like the fundamental agricultural technology, this particular field of research also necessitated the contributions of 15 research stations. However, having acquired level 1 research skills, Mai Feng's research pace had accelerated by a remarkable 80% compared to his previous endeavors in agricultural studies. Previously, he had spent an entire day intermittently completing the foundational agricultural research, yet today, he concluded the power regulation technology in a little over half a day. By 5 o'clock, Mai Feng successfully completed his research on power regulation technology. This achievement unlocked 3 blueprints: the gigantic battery, the electrical switch, and the wire bridge. The electrical switch functions similarly to its earthly counterpart, controlling the flow of electricity, but at present, Mai Feng had no use for it. The wire bridge serves a purpose akin to a fuse. In the event of an electrical overload, it would be the first to fail, with the circuit exceeding a power threshold of 1,000 watts before overloading. Currently, the base only housed a research station and an oxygen diffuser, rendering it unnecessary for the time being. The gigantic battery, however, stood as the primary objective of Mai Feng's exploration into power regulation technology. With a capacity 4 times greater than that of a small battery, this innovation could store a more substantial amount of electricity, alleviating the need for frequent power generation and preventing untimely power outages during his slumber. Of course, the gigantic battery possessed its drawbacks. It leaked power at a faster rate than the smaller variant. A fully charged small battery, when unburdened, would deplete in 10 days, while the same quantity in a gigantic battery would be exhausted in merely 5 days. Therefore, it was imperative to consume the generated power promptly to avoid squandering Mai Feng's time and energy on the exercise wheel. There were indeed strategies to mitigate the issue of wasted power generation time. One approach involved continuing the development of subsequent fossil fuel technologies, which would unlock various internal combustion engines, enabling power generation through coal, natural gas, or oil, thus replacing human effort. Additionally, further advancements in electrical technologies could unlock the blueprint for smart batteries, which exhibit a significantly slower rate of power leakage. Upon unlocking the blueprints, Mai Feng refrained from hastily constructing the gigantic battery, as the 4 rice lice trees planted on the 4th day had now matured. He ascended to the upper chamber, where, illuminated by the gentle glow of bioluminescent insects, a neat row of 8 planting boxes stood, showcasing a line of azure rice lice trees flourishing in growth. Among them, 4 trees had reached a height of 2 meters, with the white rice lice writhing upon them, signaling their readiness for harvest. Drawing his weapon, Mai Feng systematically harvested the 4 rice lice trees, quickly securing 4 kilograms of rice lice, equivalent to a caloric value of 2,400 kilocalories, enough to sustain him for an entire day. With these rice lice trees, as long as he adhered to a timely regimen of fertilization and harvesting, he would be able to procure a continuous supply of food, eliminating the need for exploration and the worry of hunger. The sole source of dissatisfaction for Mai Feng was the exceedingly poor taste of the rice pest. Had there been alternative options, he would undoubtedly have refrained from choosing such sustenance to quell his hunger. However, In contrast to other challengers who risked venturing outside in search of food, Mai Feng was undeniably fortunate. This was the advantage bestowed by foresight. Just as Mai Feng harvested the fourth rice pest tree, a seed fell from it during the process, indicating that his rice pest plantation could once again expand. The rice pest tree and the spiny flower, akin to chives on earth, allow for the preservation of the root system post-harvest, eliminating the need for replanting. As long as fertilization is applied, they will continue to thrive and can be harvested repeatedly. Observing Mai Feng's bountiful harvest, the comments in his live stream became increasingly animated. 666. While we know alien technology is impressive, this is simply astounding. 3 days for a harvest. This food eclipses all edible crops on Earth. If such food existed on Earth, would there still be famine? No, you are too naive. This food is not as wonderful as you imagine. Oh, are there dissenting opinions? Please, share your insights. When you see these challengers consuming rice pests, do they not all gag afterwards? This indicates that while this food can serve as a temporary sustenance, its flavor must be dreadful. What is there to debate? Many can see that this food is unpalatable, but unappetizing is certainly better than starving. More critically, have you not noticed that Challenger 755 must frequently fertilize? Moreover, the quantity of fertilizer used each time is substantial, indicating that this crop is a complete nutrient vacuum. This is a significant issue. If it requires the consumption of large resources for minimal food yield, and that food tastes poor, it is entirely not worth it. Indeed. Nevertheless, this crop is perfectly suitable for survival challenges, as it can be harvested repeatedly with mere fertilization. Challenger 755 is quite remarkable. He is one of the few cultivating crops. While other challengers are still scurrying for food, he has already embraced a pastoral lifestyle. Unaware of the lively atmosphere in his live stream, Mai Feng, after harvesting 4 rice pest trees, applied fertilizer to the remaining ones, and then carried 4 kilograms of rice pests back to his bedroom for storage. After all, with Dick the Hatchie around, leaving the rice pests here might result in them being devoured, as they were also on Hatchie's menu. Mai Feng did not rush to construct the 9th planting box. 8 rice pest trees were currently sufficient for his consumption. He decided to wait until he had more seeds to plant simultaneously. Upon returning to the printing chamber, Mai Feng disassembled a small battery to reclaim some copper ore and then began constructing a giant battery. This was a blueprint he had unlocked after spending a considerable amount of time that day. He was determined to build it and see its outcome. At 10 p.m., Mai Feng finally completed the construction of the giant battery and, in the process, fashioned another segment of cable to connect it to the previous wiring. Despite the construction of a colossal battery, Mai Feng did not rush to generate electricity, for the hour was quite late. He had no intention of utilizing the research station to explore new technologies today. Aside from the research facility, only the oxygen diffuser required power. However, Mai Feng had not engaged in extensive excavation these past few days, resulting in minimal expansion of the space, while the cavern below continued to supply a steady flow of oxygen. Generating power at this moment would only lead to unnecessary energy loss. It was far more prudent to wait until tomorrow or whenever electricity was truly needed. Feeling a pang of hunger, Mai Feng opted not to consume the leftover thorny berries from breakfast, instead choosing the freshly harvested rice bugs, a perishable food that necessitated prompt consumption. Preserving the thorny berries would allow for occasional enhancements to his diet. It would not be wise to exhaust them all at once, as subsisting solely on rice bugs could become quite tedious. After dinner, with a bit of time remaining, Mai Feng decided to construct a ladder in the right corridor leading up to the upper cavern. The current route from his bedroom to the cavern required traversing the left corridor and then climbing a ladder, which was rather time-consuming. Chapter 13. Exploring new technologies. After an hour and a half of diligent labor, Mai Feng had constructed a 5-meter ladder, leaving just 3 meters to breach the upper cavern. However, he chose not to continue and instead took a well-deserved rest, as maintaining ample rest was a principle he steadfastly adhered to. At 5 in the morning, Mai Feng awoke, tending to his personal hygiene before resuming his excavation. By 10 o'clock, he had successfully linked his bedroom to the upper cavern, which would now more aptly be referred to as the rice bugwood farm. Upon completion, he immediately noticed 2 rice bug trees had matured, planted just 5 days prior, ripe for harvest. Before long, Mai Feng had gathered 2 kilograms of rice bugs. Unfortunately, he did not obtain any seeds this time, indicating that Lady Luck had not favored him again. Yet, he bore no disappointment, recognizing this as a rare occurrence. The probability of obtaining seeds from rice bug trees at harvest was merely 10%. It could be said that Mai Feng had enjoyed extraordinary fortune yesterday. Should a challenger pursue the profession of a skilled farmer, their transition would grant them additional expertise, enhancing the likelihood of seed acquisition. However, as Mai Feng had transitioned to a senior researcher, he did not benefit from such bonuses. As per his usual routine, Mai Feng returned to his bedroom with the 2 kilograms of rice bugs, depositing them into the grain storage. He counted his remaining supplies, approximately 0.45 kilograms of thorny berries and around 43 kilograms of rice bugs, totaling a caloric value of 300 kilocalories, ample provisions. Not feeling hungry yet, Mai Feng decided to postpone his meal and approached the human-powered generator, preparing to run the wheel. With the transition to the colossal battery, its power capacity had quadrupled, necessitating significantly more time to generate energy. Nonetheless, Mai Feng deemed this effort worthwhile, believing that fully charging the battery in one go was preferable to intermittent running. By the time he finally ceased his activity, the clock read 13 o'clock, and naturally, the battery was fully charged. Mai Feng did not commence his research immediately. Instead, he first washed his face and then began consuming 2 kilograms of mud roots. Though substantial in weight, these roots offered little in terms of caloric content, requiring nearly half an hour to finish this meager sustenance. Once he had completed his meal, Mai Feng did not rest. He activated the research station and delved into the study of new technologies. This time, he aimed to explore the subsequent technology of power regulation, the internal combustion engine, which would unlock 2 blueprints, the coal generator and the wood burner. The wood burner could generate electricity by burning wood, but unfortunately, Mai Feng had yet to discover any trees, thus rendering this method of power generation unfeasible. The coal generator, on the other hand, produced electricity through the combustion of coal, the source of which was difficult for humans to fathom. In the game Oxygen Not Included, the harchi is a treasure. Not only is its meat edible, but its eggs can be made into omelets. Moreover, after consuming food, the harchi's excrement can be utilized for power generation. Indeed, the waste produced by the harchi after feeding is coal, a fact that Mai Feng found more absurd than any other form of advanced technology. Other challengers, of course, could not fathom that the harchi could produce coal. They merely regarded it as an alien creature, often killing it for its flesh. If one had not witnessed the harchi's defecation, who would have imagined that its excrement was coal? On Earth, the closest analogy would be the use of dried cow dung as fuel. Even if someone were to see that the harchi's droppings were coal, they might conclude that one of its food sources was coal, given that the harchi is an omnivorous creature. However, the truth is that regardless of what the harchi consumes, its waste is always coal, yielding half the weight of its food. This means that if the harchi consumes 100 kilograms of food, it can produce 50 kilograms of coal. The harchi has many variants. Aside from the smooth harchi, which exclusively consumes metal and excretes only metal, there are also the grassy harchi and the rocky harchi, which produce solid coal as waste from their food. This is one of the primary reasons why Mai Feng refrained from killing the harchi for meat. Furthermore, on this alien planet, surviving alone, having a harchi to interact with provides a pleasant way of life, alleviating the solitude that could lead to various psychological issues. As he researched, time flew by. Mai Feng hardly paused in operating the research station, only stepping away briefly when the station depleted its supply of soil. He would then venture to nearby passages or the upper farm area to gather scattered dirt. Once he had amassed sufficient soil, he would return to the research station to continue his work. However, as night fell and hunger compelled him to cease, he had yet to unlock this particular research. After all, the internal combustion engine technology was a continuation of power regulation technology, requiring 20 research points to unlock. When he finally stopped, he had only just completed the 16th research point. He first washed his hands and then polished off the remaining 23 kilograms of rice roots. Knowing that he would harvest 2 more rice trees the following day and saw no need to conserve. Besides, there was still 0.45 kilograms of prickly berries to enjoy. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Mai Feng crawled into bed, bringing an end to the day's endeavors. Unlike the monotonous day experienced by Mai Feng, most of the other challengers found their journeys to be quite exhilarating. The issue of sustenance continued to plague each participant. However, Mai Feng, armed with knowledge from past gaming experiences, astutely began cultivating rice pests on his farm. In contrast, the majority of challengers, unable to secure food, began to replicate the tragic fate of Challenger 8888, Huang Mao. In their desperation for survival, they resorted to constructing food compression machines, only to discover that the resulting sludge was tainted with food-poisoning bacteria. Only those challengers specializing as physicians were aware of the bacterial contamination within the sludge, while most chose to hone their mining skills to expedite their exploration of distant lands. Regrettably, many challengers consumed the contaminated sludge, leading to unfortunate consequences. The onset of food poisoning resulted in frequent restroom visits, hampering their exploration efficiency and leaving them perpetually fatigued upon waking. Compounding the issue, their extensive excavations had diluted the oxygen supply in the air, presenting a second dilemma, the oxygen crisis. Humans not only require sustenance, but also ample oxygen to breathe. Consequently, challengers found themselves compelled to construct a second and even a third oxygen diffuser to ensure a sufficient supply of air. The simultaneous operation of multiple oxygen diffusers alongside the food compression machines led to a severe depletion of electrical power, forcing challengers to dedicate countless hours to running generators. In their quest to resolve the food and oxygen shortages, most challengers found themselves spending 50 to 70 hours daily on power generation, food production, and material transport, significantly hindering their exploration progress. However, those who ventured far and fast were not necessarily guaranteed favorable outcomes. Chapter 14. The Grand Adventure of Challenger 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Challenger 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A 34-year-old Mediterranean exhibited signs of male pattern baldness, often associated with high stress. However, his receding hairline could primarily be attributed to genetic factors. Genetic enhancements had improved his previously suboptimal health, a consequence of years spent sedentarily in an office. Unfortunately, they could not alter his Mediterranean physique. Upon being transported to an alien planet, he found himself bewildered, reflecting on his status as a seasoned programmer who, nearing the age of 35 without ascending to management, had been dismissed from his position. Is it merely 2 months without work that renders me a vagrant? My bank account still boasts hundreds of thousands. Yet, he soon reconciled with the reality of being abducted to an extraterrestrial realm for a survival challenge, even feeling a sense of joy. The potent genetic enhancements had repaired the damage inflicted on his body from years of sleepless nights spent coding. Not only had ailments such as lumbar disc herniation, cervical spondylosis, osteoporosis, varicose veins, vascular hardening, and hypertension been remedied, but most notably, his severe myopia of 1,000 degrees had vanished. The 34-year-old Mediterranean, who previously felt akin to a 59-year-old, now reveled in the vitality of his youthful self, reminiscent of the days when he could endure 3 consecutive nights of wakefulness, a time before he bore the Mediterranean title. The excited Mediterranean embarked on a survival challenge, resolutely determined to endure for 30 days while maintaining his enhanced physique. The initial 3 days proved to be arduous. Despite having watched numerous survival videos online, the Mediterranean found himself somewhat flustered in practical application. Nevertheless, he swiftly adapted and learned amidst various challenges. He acquired the skills to wield a laser gun and other extraterrestrial technologies to augment his survival. He learned to harvest alien flora such as the rice louse tree, and even hunted a creature known as Hachi for sustenance. This entire experience filled the Mediterranean with wonder as he navigated the unfamiliar alien planet. After the first shipment of supplies arrived, he resolved to explore further afield in search of more surprises. However, his exploration was fraught with difficulties. He was compelled to retreat to the printing pod for the first time due to an oxygen shortage, having inadvertently dug into a carbon dioxide-filled cavern that deprived him of sufficient breathable air. In response, the Mediterranean constructed a human-powered generator, a small battery, and an oxygen diffuser, temporarily alleviating the oxygen scarcity at his base. He then established a research station to delve into fundamental agricultural technologies. His aim was not merely to unlock the planting boxes for rice louse trees and thorny flowers, but rather to obtain the blueprint for an algae box. This remarkable piece of advanced technology could convert carbon dioxide into oxygen without consuming electricity, provided that algae and water were added to it. This significantly aided his exploration, as he could construct an algae box wherever necessary, adding the requisite algae and water, which was far more efficient than dragging a lengthy cable over great distances to set up an oxygen diffuser. The second retreat to the printing pod was prompted by the Mediterranean digging over 20 meters outward, only to encounter new rock, granite, This granite was substantially harder than sandstone, approximately 8 times as resilient. The excavation gun in his possession proved ineffective against this formidable material, compelling him to change his direction. To his dismay, he discovered that beyond a 20-meter radius from the printing pod, granite dominated the landscape. Fortunately, this issue was swiftly resolved as, on the 6th day at midnight, the printing pod announced the possibility of a career change. After reviewing all available professions, the Mediterranean resolutely chose to become a miner. Upon selection, a brilliant light illuminated him and his excavation gun, alongside the printing of a miner's helmet on the ground. Upon picking up the helmet, he was delighted to discover that it was equipped with a spotlight, which brought him joy after his prolonged explorations in darkness. Although the gene enhancement provided him with a degree of night vision and sensory acuity, working in a well-lit environment was undeniably advantageous. With the upgraded excavation laser gun, the emitted laser shifted from yellow to a reddish hue, adeptly cutting through granite, thus unveiling a broader world for the Mediterranean to explore. The granite layer is not particularly thick. In some areas, it is a mere 3 meters, while at its most substantial, it does not exceed 6 meters. However, the world that lies beyond is vibrant and diverse. Certain regions experience extreme cold, with temperatures plummeting to -50 degrees. The hollow walls are adorned with snow and ice. And in the Mediterranean, one has even witnessed liquefied carbon dioxide cascading to the ground. In contrast to the average temperature of 20 degrees within the printing chamber, this frigid environment is unbearable. The Mediterranean dared not venture further and reluctantly constructed floor tiles to seal the gaps, preventing the chilling air from infiltrating the base. Though the insulating effectiveness of the tiles is modest, it is certainly preferable to doing nothing and allowing the cold air to invade. In other areas, temperatures soar to 40 degrees. While not intolerably hot, the Mediterranean opted against exploring such regions due to the presence of chlorine gas within those hollows. Chlorine is significantly more hostile to humans than carbon dioxide, as it is also an unbreathable gas. Although chlorine possesses antibacterial properties, it is highly irritating, causing adverse effects such as redness, stinging, tearing, and blurred vision. Prolonged exposure may lead to poisoning, resulting in dizziness, nausea, weakness, and insomnia. Lacking access to technology that could resolve these issues, the Mediterranean could only seal the openings and explore in different directions. On the afternoon of the 8th day, the Mediterranean discovered a new area filled with carbon dioxide. However, this posed little challenge, as he adeptly constructed an algae chamber, introducing algae and water, which soon began to produce a continuous flow of oxygen. At the end of this hollow, the Mediterranean encountered an anomalous sight, gradually approaching it. He perceived that this area was covered with a substantial amount of granite and obsidian, the latter being nearly indestructible, impervious even to the upgraded excavation laser. Only the granite could be mined. The Mediterranean utilized his excavation tool to penetrate the granite, revealing a vent. Before he could analyze its function, a torrent of molten lava erupted, engulfing him in a fiery embrace. The lava, reaching temperatures of 1,600 degrees, swiftly enveloped him. And before he could utter a cry of despair, he was consumed by the searing heat. In an instant, the live broadcast from the 12345 channel went dark. The Mediterranean's journey, a programmer's grand exploration, had come to a tragic end. What the hell? That scared me half to death while I was eating. This alien planet is terrifying. With volcanic vents? What in the world is this? Let us observe a moment of silence for the Mediterranean, honoring his indomitable spirit of adventure. More like a spirit of self-destruction. Chapter 15. Coal-powered generator. Third supply delivery. Like the Mediterranean, many challengers turned their explorations into perilous encounters, facing inevitable problems when delving into the unknown. However, Mai Feng possessed prophetic knowledge, opting to remain near the base. With proper management, these 30 days could be spent in leisurely comfort. On the morning of the 9th day, as dawn broke, Mai Feng awoke and consumed the remaining 0.45 kilograms of prickly berries from the previous day, aware that leaving them any longer would risk spoilage. The rice weevil wood on the farm had yet to mature, prompting Mai Feng to open the research station and continue his unfinished studies. By 10 a.m., he successfully completed the research on internal combustion engine technology, unlocking blueprints for the coal generator and wood burner. Now, Mai Feng faced two pressing challenges. The first was determining the optimal location for the coal generator, which would emit substantial heat during operation. If positioned poorly, the temperature within the base could rise rapidly. Additionally, the generator would release carbon dioxide, a factor that also required consideration. The second issue stemmed from Mai Feng's infrequent mining activities, leaving his copper ore supply somewhat depleted. Constructing the coal generator necessitated 800 kilograms of copper ore, and he also needed to lay cables from the generator to the battery, each meter requiring 25 kilograms of copper. A detail not to be overlooked. Fortunately, the copper ore dilemma was relatively easy to resolve, as there was an abundance of copper both near the farm above and in the caverns below. There was even copper present in the carbon dioxide caverns connected to the left passage. Mining would suffice. After careful deliberation and drawing upon his knowledge from the game Oxygen Not Included, Mai Feng ultimately decided to position the generator beneath the printing pod, close to the reservoir. The heat emitted by the generator would disperse in all directions, heating the surrounding air and structures. The reservoir would serve as an effective buffer, allowing the base's temperature to rise more slowly, a principle grounded in the higher specific heat capacity of water compared to air. This phenomenon is evident on Earth, where coastal regions experience less temperature fluctuation than inland areas due to the substantial specific heat capacity of seawater. Once the location was determined, Mai Feng set to work. He began by excavating the site for the coal generator, making his way to the area beneath the printing pod, where a ladder descended into the caverns below. He planned to construct the generator to the left of the ladder. The surrounding stone walls were predominantly composed of soil and sandstone, with some algae mixed in, yielding relatively soft material. It took little time for Mai Feng to carve out a sufficiently large space. During his excavation, he fortuitously unearthed 1 kilogram of muckroot, thereby bolstering his food reserves. Next came the issue of insufficient copper ore. Mai Feng resolved to mine the walls of the upper farm, where the air was rich in oxygen and illuminated by bioluminescent creatures, significantly enhancing his mining speed. Moreover, a wild prickly peanut plant nearby had ripened, exuding a delightful floral fragrance that invigorated Mai Feng, alleviating some of the burdensome stress of his survivalist existence. This was certainly preferable to the darker, oxygen-deficient environment of the carbon dioxide cavern to the left, where working in such oppressive conditions would undoubtedly hinder efficiency. After over an hour of mining the farm's stone walls, Mai Feng finally amassed enough copper ore and unexpectedly unearthed a seed from a rice weevil tree. With a compressed gun, he collected 800 kilograms of copper ore and proceeded to the area beneath the base to begin construction. It took a full hour to complete the task, and by that time, the clock was nearing 6 p.m. Mai Feng made a special trip to the farm to assess the growth of the rice pest trees, and indeed, the last 2 trees had ripened. The initial batch of 4 rice pest trees was thriving and ready for harvest the following day. With a heart full of joy, Mai Feng commenced the harvesting, and fortune smiled upon him as he not only gathered 2 kilograms of rice pests, but also obtained a seed from the rice pest tree. Today was truly a fortuitous day for Mai Feng. Presently, he possessed 3 seeds for planting, leading him to sow all 3, in addition to the 8 trees he had previously planted. This ensured a continuous supply of sustenance, even surpassing his needs. After the harvest, Mai Feng began fertilizing the 11 rice pest trees. Each tree consumed 10 kilograms of soil daily. Should this substance proliferate on Earth, it could potentially transform the planet into a desolate wasteland. Once fertilization was complete, Mai Feng stored the 2 kilograms of rice pests in his bedroom, ever vigilant against Hachi's propensity for pilfering. Determined to utilize his remaining time to construct the cables, he stepped out of his bedroom only to be greeted by the buzzing of the printing pod, which illuminated the space with a holographic display. It was the day of the 3rd material delivery, a fact that had almost slipped his mind amidst his recent focus on technological research. Approaching the printing pod, he glanced at the 3 types of materials, none of which were food, as anticipated. The delivery included 500 kilograms of soil, 500 kilograms of algae, and 2 seeds of thorny flowers. Without hesitation, Mai Feng opted for the 2 seeds, planning to cultivate thorny flowers once he expanded his farm. Cultivating thorny flowers proved to be more complex than rice pest trees, which only required soil. Thorny flowers necessitated daily watering of 20 kilograms, a task that could be quite time-consuming if done manually. Additionally, their growth relied on sunlight, compelling Mai Feng to first construct a coal generator. Following his selection, the printing pod produced the 2 thorny flower seeds, which he left untouched, knowing that Hachi would not consume plant seeds. Mai Feng then enjoyed a kilogram of rice pests for dinner before returning to work, constructing cables to connect the coal generator with the battery. Fortunately, the chosen construction site was a mere 4 meters from the base, requiring only 4 meters of cable. Upon completing the cable installation, the clock still showed 11 o'clock, leaving him an hour before his scheduled rest. Contemplating his next steps, Mai Feng resolved to continue his technological research, this time focusing on vocational management technology. The massive battery still held considerable power. If not utilized for electrical devices, the energy would dissipate unnecessarily. Moreover, Mai Feng had chosen to transition into a researcher to delve deeper into technology. Otherwise, pursuing a career as a miner or farmer would have offered greater assistance in excavation and cultivation. The vocational management technology would unlock 2 blueprints, a drinking fountain and a workbench. The workbench held significant utility, capable of crafting oxygen masks. Although an additional research endeavor was required to unlock the blueprint for the masks, rendering the workbench alone ineffective. The water dispenser bears resemblance to the bottled water coolers found in offices on Earth, albeit in a more rudimentary form. It does not require electricity and lacks the capacity to heat or cool water. Its sole advantage lies in providing paper cups. Had the dispenser been constructed, Mai Feng would no longer need to cradle water in his hands while drinking. This represents an overutilized technology, primarily intended to unlock subsequent advanced research technologies. As the clock struck midnight, Mai Feng dutifully climbed into bed, having completed 1/5 of his research in occupational management technology. Unbeknownst to him, while he maintained a regulated routine, the majority of challengers were preoccupied with the daily quest for sustenance. Chapter 16. No Pain, No Gain. The third supply delivery shattered the remaining hopes of the challengers who had held onto a semblance of luck. Some challengers mistakenly believed that the absence of food during the second delivery was merely a result of their misfortune, convinced that as long as the third supply delivery did not continue their streak of bad luck, they would obtain nourishment. However, the list of 3 supplies in the third delivery extinguished their hopes. There was no such thing as luck. There was simply no food available. Fortunately, most challengers had begun to devise plans for acquiring food after the second delivery yielded no sustenance. Some, like Mai Feng, embarked on constructing farms. But those who were slow to realize the necessity of farming found their progress significantly hampered compared to Mai Feng. He had commenced his research into basic agricultural technology on the 3rd day, shortly after the challenge began, when food was still relatively abundant and oxygen plentiful, allowing him to devote himself entirely to technological study. Conversely, challengers who only considered building farms on the 6th day faced a grim reality. The surrounding food resources had nearly been depleted. They were compelled to consume mud paste produced by the food compactor, which, regrettably, offered minimal caloric content. Each batch yielded only 800 kilocalories, and with a daily requirement of 2,000 kilocalories, they would need to produce 3 batches to meet their energy needs. Producing 3 batches of mud paste entailed substantial electricity consumption, which could only be generated by running on a wheel. If they were unfortunate enough to contract food poisoning, their situation would only worsen. After 2 arduous days, enduring the symptoms of food poisoning, the challengers managed to complete their research into basic farming technology and the construction of planting boxes. On the 8th day, they finally sowed their first crops of rice wood or prickly flowers. Those who planted rice wood were fortunate, as they could begin harvesting within 3 days. However, the challengers who opted for prickly flowers faced a more disheartening fate. After planting, they discovered that prickly flowers would not grow. Upon further investigation, they realized that these flowers required light to thrive. Neither ceiling lights nor floor lamps could be utilized without further technological research to unlock them. Existing illumination sources included the printing chamber, which featured a large bulb capable of lighting a 5-meter radius, and bioluminescent insects, which could also illuminate a 5-meter area. Yet, the challenge remained: how to confine the movement of the bioluminescent insects. This necessitates the creation of a confined space, wherein the luminous insects can be captured. However, the art of capturing these bioluminescent creatures demands specialized knowledge and skill, a proficiency only found within the pastoral branch of the agricultural profession. At this stage, the challengers are utterly incapable of acquiring this skill. Any attempt to seize the luminous insects by hand would merely result in their demise, as they are inherently delicate beings. The challengers, left with no alternative, resorted to planting prickly flowers in proximity to the printing chamber. Yet, this area has already been largely occupied by devices such as human-powered generators, batteries, research stations, and oxygen diffusers. Instinctively, they constructed the essential equipment near the printing chamber. As people are accustomed to working in well-lit environments, even though they successfully cultivated prickly flowers, a disheartening revelation awaited these unfortunate challengers, despite being planted in growth-enhancing containers. The prickly flowers require a full 6 days to mature, a growth cycle that is twice as long as that of the rice louse would. Challengers who begin planting on the 8th day will not be able to harvest their first batch of prickly berries until the 14th day. Throughout these 6 days, they must diligently water the prickly flowers, each requiring a substantial 20 kilograms of water to ensure proper growth. This period necessitates not only the provision of water resources, but also adequate illumination. Otherwise, even an abundance of water would fail to promote the flower's growth. Fortunately, the majority of challengers opted to plant prickly flowers alongside rice louse wood. Otherwise, the stringent cultivation conditions of the prickly flower might have driven them to madness. Some challengers, however, chose not to establish farms, having discovered methods to mitigate the food poisoning virus associated with slime paste. A few even transitioned to the culinary profession, which, upon successful advancement, allowed them to expedite food preparation by 30%, thereby conserving a portion of their energy. More critically, they unlocked subsequent agricultural technologies, food preparation technology, which grants access to 4 blueprints, one of which is the electric oven. This appliance can transform slime paste into fried slime cakes, each containing 50 kilocalories. Even more importantly, the processed fried slime cakes are devoid of pathogens, effectively resolving the bacterial issues associated with slime paste. Of course, this comes at the cost of substantial time and energy consumption, as it requires first producing slime paste, then processing it into fried cakes before it can be consumed. While the culinary profession significantly accelerates food production, the additional processing steps ultimately lead to greater energy expenditure. The silver lining, however, is the elimination of health concerns. Some challengers, akin to Challenger 8888, known as Huang Mao, transitioned into the medical field, researching pharmaceutical technology and subsequently unlocking the pharmacy table, enabling them to create healing tablets. These tablets swiftly alleviate the symptoms of food poisoning, allowing Huang Mao and his cohort of medical practitioners to consume slime paste alongside their healing tablets, treating the tablets as a form of sustenance. Huang Mao even adjusted his mealtime to 10 p.m. After consuming the soft paste, should he fall victim to food poisoning, he would promptly take his medication before retiring to bed. Upon awakening in the morning, it would be yet another splendid day, allowing him to engage in his usual activities. Venture out to explore, concoct soft paste, and prepare medicinal tablets, only to indulge in the soft paste again at 10 p.m. He maintained a regimen of a single meal a day, resorting to medication when unwell. This treatment method, alongside the food poisoning bacteria, was indeed mastered by these challengers. While other challengers suffered, Mai Feng adhered to a disciplined routine. Upon rising in the morning and attending to his personal hygiene, he commenced his scientific endeavors. Throughout the 10th day, Mai Feng accomplished 3 tasks: diligently researching technology, pausing his studies to harvest rice bugs at maturity, and concurrently fertilizing each rice bug plant during the harvest. The base was sufficiently oxygenated, prompting Mai Feng to cease the operation of the oxygen diffuser, as the oxygen stones below had yet to fully evaporate, thereby conserving significant energy and time he would otherwise allocate to supplying algae for the diffuser. The power supply was ample, with the massive battery boasting considerable capacity. Only one appliance at the research station consumed electricity, and he had yet to activate the newly constructed coal generator. When hunger struck, he would snack on freshly harvested rice bugs, and at the designated hour, he would rest. Thus, Mai Feng's day unfolded simply and effortlessly, completely eclipsing the other challengers. Meanwhile, his livestream audience had already begun discussing this phenomenon. Chapter 17. Constructing a supercomputer, competing for resources. A Saki generously supported little pig. A monkey generously supported little Huahua. Dim-witted prince generously supported little Huahua. Woohoo person generously supported little pig. A. One must admit, Challenger 755 is truly living the good life. Indeed, the farm was established early on. Daily tasks consist solely of fertilizing and harvesting. Is this the allure of farming? Although Challenger 755's life may seem somewhat monotonous, this is a survival challenge. After all, he has settled into a routine of 3 points and a line. Exactly, other challengers must be envious of 755's lifestyle. Without comparison, there is no harm. Every individual is unique. At times, the disparity between individuals can be greater than that between humans and pigs. Don't just observe. Hurry and record your analysis. It may prove useful later. You don't need to tell me. Numerous video creators are already posting edits of 755's journey, with various analyses available. Is that true? Where can one view these? Search for yourself. Tushio, Bilibili, and Y Station all have content. Challenger 755 is truly impressive. Is he really an unemployed drifter? Perhaps he is a professional survival expert. He doesn't appear to be of that age. No matter, I'm off to watch the videos. Regardless of the fervent discussions taking place outside or the predicaments faced by other challengers, none of these external factors affected Mai Feng. He leisurely commenced the 11th day of his survival challenge, or perhaps it would be more fitting to describe it as a life of routine. Yesterday, the pursuit of vocational management technology was successfully concluded. However, Mai Feng did not cease his endeavors to construct any apparatus, but rather continued his exploration into subsequent advanced research technologies. Within this realm of advanced research, two blueprints emerged, one for a supercomputer and the other for a skill washer. The skill washer possesses the remarkable ability to reset a challenger's skill points, allowing those who have mischosen their vocation to reselect their professions, even permitting repeated choices of various vocations. Naturally, this privilege comes at a considerable cost of substantial electrical power and time, potentially accompanied by a touch of dizziness during the reset process. Presently, Mai Feng does not require this device, while it may prove useful in the future. He harbors no intentions of switching professions or acquiring different skills at this time. The supercomputer, however, stands as Mai Feng's primary objective, for it enables him to delve into more profound scientific inquiries. If the research station represents first-tier technology, then the supercomputer signifies second-tier technology. Following a day of rigorous study, he achieved a progress unlock of 1320. Upon rising this morning and indulging in rice husks for breakfast, Mai Feng resumed his research from the previous day. When progress reached 1620, the colossal battery's stored energy was finally depleted. Unlike before, when he would resort to human-powered generators for electricity, this time, Mai Feng gathered 50 kilograms of coal from the ground and fed it into the coal generator. With new equipment at his disposal, it was only fitting to put it to use. The coal was generously provided by his two Hachi companions, Ili Duo and Dick. Each Hachi consumes 140 kilograms of food daily and excretes 70 kilograms of coal. As night falls, the two Hachis, named Ili Duo and Dick by Mai Feng, emerge from the earth, wandering about and consuming any available food, promptly excreting afterward. Over the course of 10 nights, the ground near the printing pod and the rice huskwood farm became littered with coal deposited by Ili Duo. If the coal generator were to operate continuously for 24 hours, it would necessitate 600 kilograms of coal daily. However, this is unnecessary, as the generator's power output is 600 watts, a staggering 15 times that of the human-powered generator. Moreover, the colossal battery's capacity is not exceedingly vast. Thus, Mai Feng only utilized 50 kilograms of coal, an amount sufficient to generate the electricity that one colossal battery can store. Once the coal distribution was complete, Mai Feng resumed his research, culminating at noon with the completion of this scientific study. Just as he paused his work at the research station, he felt a pang of hunger. While engrossed in his tasks, he had managed to stave off the sensation, but once he ceased, the hunger surged forth. Coincidentally, 2 rice husk trees in the farm had matured, so rather than disturbing the food stored in his bedroom, he proceeded directly to the farm to harvest. Harvesting on-site allowed for immediate consumption, although the fresh rice husks did not present a significantly improved flavor. It saved Mai Feng the time it would have taken to transport them back to his room for storage. After finishing the rice husks, Mai Feng unexpectedly discovered that the wild thorny flowers had also ripened, their fruits having naturally fallen. Upon inspecting the berries, he regrettably noted that the hungry luminescent insects had devoured most of them, leaving approximately 0 kilograms. Nonetheless, Mai Feng did not hesitate, devouring the remaining berries in one bite, relishing the refreshing juice and sweet flavor they offered. After satisfying his hunger, Mai Feng took the opportunity to fertilize the rice fields that required it. He noticed that the fragrance of flowers in the air was gradually dissipating, as the prickly flowers only emitted their delightful scent during their blooming phase. Once the prickly berries fell, the fragrance ceased. Mai Feng then excavated a bit of copper ore, and upon gathering sufficient resources, he returned to the printing chamber area. He planned to construct the supercomputer in the space to the left of the printing chamber, above the colossal battery, thus taking advantage of the natural illumination provided by the chamber. He began by clearing a sufficiently large area, then constructed a supporting floor above the giant battery, followed by the erection of the supercomputer itself. Finally, he would connect the supercomputer to the colossal battery using a 3-meter cable. The decision to build the supercomputer in this location was not solely based on utilizing the printing chamber's light. Another significant reason was that the supercomputer required not only electricity, but also additional water for research purposes. Each research point consumed 50 kilograms of water, and the supercomputer lacked an interface for connecting to water pipes, necessitating manual filling from a hand pump and inserting it into the designated compartment of the supercomputer. The chosen site for the supercomputer was conveniently located to the left of the printing chamber and just above the hand pump, with a ladder leading to the farm in between. This proximity meant that after filling the water, Mai Feng only needed to ascend a 3-meter ladder to deliver it to the supercomputer, significantly reducing his travel time. Once the supercomputer was connected to the power source, the clock struck 11 p.m., and Mai Feng immediately embarked on new research endeavors. This time, he had set his sights on 4 technological advancements that needed unlocking: plumbing technology, interior decoration technology, food preparation technology, and agricultural technology. Among these, plumbing and interior decoration technologies were foundational, each requiring 15 research points from the research stations. Meanwhile, food preparation technology was a continuation of the basic farming technology, necessitating 20 research points, and agricultural technology followed food preparation, requiring 30 research points along with those from the supercomputer. Mai Feng was motivated to pursue these 4 technologies with the intent of cultivating prickly flowers, as the flavor of prickly berries surpassed that of rice pests. Plumbing technology would unlock blueprints for electric pumps and piping. Interior decoration technology would unveil designs for ceiling lights, and agricultural technology would provide blueprints for hydroponic bricks. Mai Feng estimated that it would take 2 days to complete the research on these 4 items. Fortunately, after several days of study, he had become increasingly adept at conducting research. Chapter 18. New Discoveries and Adventure. The Ruins Easter Egg. While Mai Feng immersed himself in technological research, the remaining 5,000 challengers also showcased various remarkable endeavors. Some began constructing farms. Although their progress was not as swift as Mai Feng's, it was nonetheless a promising start. Others transitioned into chefs, indulging in fried mud cakes. Though the taste remained bland, akin to earth, it resolved the issue of food-borne pathogens, albeit at the cost of their struggles with power generation. There are also challengers who are inherently passionate about exploration, unwilling to remain confined within a small base, tirelessly researching algae tanks, honing their excavation skills to transition into miners, and subsequently embarking on journeys to delve deeper into the unknown. Among these intrepid adventurers, some are less fortunate. For instance, Challenger 12345, known as Mediterranean, unwittingly excavated a volcanic vent and was swiftly returned to Earth by the searing magma, thereby achieving the dubious distinction of a fatal misadventure. Conversely, some challengers encountered fortuitous discoveries, unearthing various novel phenomena absent from their base vicinity. Challenger 3333 stumbled upon a low-temperature steam vent, which emitted not the molten rock at 1,600 degrees, but rather steam at a temperate 110 degrees. Upon its emergence, this steam rapidly cooled upon contact with the surrounding air and walls, transforming into water at approximately 40 degrees. These waters coalesced into a modest hot spring, allowing 3333 to indulge in a delightful soak. Similarly, Challenger 5858, known for her distinct eyebrows, discovered a vent that released oxygen at 60 degrees. While this addressed the oxygen dilemma, the unfortunate reality was that this oxygen was tainted, laden with mucus pneumonia bacteria. This pathogen proved far more virulent than foodborne bacteria, resulting in symptoms such as coughing, respiratory distress, and a marked reduction in mobility, rendering the challenger incapable of performing her duties. With no other recourse, the unfortunate challenger could only cough helplessly while attempting to seal the breach, ultimately returning to base for recuperation. Among the explorers venturing forth, Challenger 2, affectionately dubbed Round Face, emerged as the most fortunate. She avoided the misfortune of encountering a perilous vent and, instead, serendipitously unearthed numerous oxygen-rich cavities along her journey, even discovering a relic. The tiles and walls of this relic bore a striking resemblance to those constructed by the challengers with fabrication guns, albeit with slight variations in appearance. The entrance to the relic was a mechanical door. After exerting considerable effort, Round-Face managed to open the door, a feat made possible by the enhancements from genetic serums. Otherwise, her previously delicate physique would have been unable to accomplish such a task. Upon the door's opening, she immediately felt a marked improvement in her breathing, suggesting that the door had effectively preserved the oxygen within. The relic was modest in size, standing at 4 meters tall and less than 10 meters in length. Round-Face swiftly completed her exploration and was astonished to find that, within, there were not only an office desk and a wardrobe, but also an operational low-temperature chamber. The office desk resembled those commonly found on Earth, adorned with a few personal items and a desktop computer. Boasting a company logo and name, a DNA double helix emblem accompanied by the name Serum Technology. Round-Face pondered in bewilderment how human structures could exist on this desolate planet. Did it imply that human civilization once thrived upon this land? Skipping past the desk, she opened the wardrobe, which contained a single garment, a thick, orange, insulated sweater. Without hesitation, she claimed it, recognizing its potential utility for the frigid cavities previously uncovered during her explorations. The round-faced girl had always been intrigued by the wonders that lay within the frigid regions. Yet the biting cold rendered her enhanced body incapable of enduring prolonged exploration in such an environment. However, the acquisition of a warm sweater significantly improved her situation. As she donned her cozy garment and approached the final apparatus, she was horrified to discover that the cryogenic chamber contained a person. This ancient cryogenic unit appeared remarkably well preserved, exuding a fresh scent akin to that of a new device. Through the frost-laden glass, the faint outline of an individual could be discerned. To the left of the chamber, she discovered an instruction manual. Essential operating instructions for cryogenic chamber 3000. Unless faced with the apocalypse, do not leave the contents of the cryogenic chamber 3000 unattended. Ensure the cryogenic chamber 3000 has sufficient power to sustain its contents for at least 6,000 years. Do not attempt to thaw the contents if the chamber is submerged in molten lava. Only use certified Serum Technology maintenance equipment for repairs. Self-repair attempts will void the warranty. Do not place food inside the cryogenic chamber 3000. It is not a refrigerator. Children should not play in or around the cryogenic chamber 3000. It is not a toy. While the cryogenic chamber 3000 is designed to withstand nuclear explosions, Serum Technology and its subsidiaries accept no responsibility for any consequences arising from nuclear fallout. Wait at least 5 minutes after thawing before operating heavy machinery. Each cryogenic chamber 3000 is intended for single use only. The girl stared in shock at the chamber, realizing it contained a frozen individual. Just as she was intently observing the unit, she received a notification from the production team. Congratulations, Challenger number 2, for discovering the Easter egg, the frozen companion. Inside lies a replicant who, once thawed, can perform tasks for you, but you must provide it with food and oxygen, while also monitoring its stress levels. Excessive stress may lead to a decline in productivity or even more dire consequences. Taken aback by this unexpected announcement, the girl found herself in a state of bewilderment, contemplating her current predicament. Meanwhile, her live stream exploded with excitement as curious viewers flocked from various channels to discuss the revelation of the Easter egg. Lord Asaki donated Little Pig a 99. Monkey King donated Little Flower 99. Prince Dazed donated Little Flower 99. Woohoo Person donated Little Pig a 99. Wow, I didn't expect this event to have an Easter egg. I thought the various nozzles were already fascinating enough. The production team truly knows how to engage audiences. Indeed, having a worker to assist you is quite a novelty. But the survival pressures will increase, right? Previously, one only had to prepare for oneself. But now there's the need to provide for another. This could lead to complications. Are you all only concerned with that? What about this extraterrestrial black technology? A technology capable of freezing for 6,000 years. Exactly. This is a boon for those with terminal illnesses. I'm healthy. Yet I wish to slumber for centuries and awaken in the future. Despite the fervent barrage of comments, Xiao Yuan's round face was obscured by indecision as she grappled with whether or not to unfreeze the replicant. Chapter 19. Unfreezing a Frozen Friend. The source of her turmoil lay not only in the consideration that an additional person equates to another mouth to feed, but also in the reality that this survival challenge spanned just 30 days, with only 12 days elapsed. If she were to unfreeze the replicant, what would transpire after the 30 days? Would the replicant accompany her back to Earth? If so, she would undoubtedly face a multitude of complications upon her return. Conversely, what fate awaited the replicant if not? Would it be subjected to humane extermination by the production team, or relegated to another period of freezing? As a conscientious individual, Xiao Yuan felt a sense of responsibility towards the replicant's life should she choose to unfreeze it. Thus, it might be better to allow it to remain in its frozen state. Hello, production team, are you still there? What will happen if I unfreeze the replicant after the challenge concludes? Xiao Yuan called out in inquiry. After the challenge, if the replicant still survived, it would be refrozen. It seemed that the production team was in good spirits today, as they actually responded to her. Upon hearing their reply, Xiao Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. After contemplating her options, she resolved to deactivate the cryogenic chamber. Having spent such an extensive time in this unfamiliar locale, she yearned for companionship, and an extra set of hands could prove advantageous. With a press of a button, the cryogenic chamber's display screen illuminated with a prompt. Would you like to Dichu Bingdong? Frozen for 1,141 days. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan selected yes. In the next moment, the chamber initiated its unfreezing protocol. After a brief wait, the lid of the chamber opened automatically, revealing a man within. His hair stood upright in a golden hue. Had it not been for his thick eyebrows and garb that mirrored her own, Xiao Yuan might have mistaken him for a super scion. The unfreezing process was swift, and as the man gradually opened his eyes, he spotted Xiao Yuan and greeted her with evident delight. Hello, Commander, Nikolai reporting for duty. Greetings, Nikolai, I am Lin Mushua. Xiao Yuan felt a twinge of nervousness, noting that Nikolai possessed only 4 fingers on each hand, leaving her to wonder if this was a common trait among all replicants or unique to him. Commander, may I inquire about my duties? Nikolai promptly asked regarding his role. I am yet to ascertain your areas of expertise. Could you please introduce yourself first? Xiao Yuan opted to learn more about Nikolai before assigning any tasks. I excel in excavation work and have a keen interest in construction and equipment operation. Additionally, I possess 3 skill points available for enhancement, enabling me to undertake most tasks. The sole exception is any artistic endeavor. As I lack any artistic inclination, Nikolai candidly shared a brief overview of himself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan realized she had acquired a remarkable asset. 3 skill points were a boon indeed, especially considering she had only earned 1 skill point on the 6th day and had no idea how long it would take to acquire a second. Furthermore, Nikolai's proficiency in excavation, construction, and machinery made him an ideal laborer. As for the inability to engage in artistic endeavors, it holds no significance at present. The round-faced individual merely wishes for a better existence, not yet aspiring to pursue art. Thus, let us first return to the base to construct your sleeping quarters, and we shall arrange work thereafter. After a moment's contemplation, the round-faced individual spoke. Very well, Commander. Nicola readily acquiesced, grinning broadly like a simpleton, his short, stout eyebrows only enhancing his foolish appearance. Commander? What does that title imply? The round-faced individual inquired, having heard Nicola refer to her as such for the 3rd time. Unable to suppress her curiosity, the commander is the one who leads us in establishing the base and directing our tasks. According to the directives I received. You are my commander, Nicola replied, foolishly saluting. All right then, let us return to the base and discuss further. The round-faced individual, accompanied by her newly acquired subordinate, returned to the base with a warm sweater in hand. After a journey of over an hour, they arrived at the base. The round-faced individual first instructed Nicola to allocate skill points to promote himself to a level 3 farmer, then assigned him his duties. Your primary task is to construct a farm. Our current goal is to cultivate 20 rice wood trees. We have only planted 3 thus far, and you are to excavate and build the farm in the designated area I specify. Understood, Commander. I shall diligently fulfill my responsibilities. Nicola, the sustenance of our base relies on you. However, our most urgent task at present is to provide you with a bed. The round-faced individual recalled the information given by the production team, emphasizing the need to treat the replicant well. Otherwise, he might become disheartened or, worse, exhibit alarming behavior. Assigning Nicola the responsibility of constructing the farm was a strategic decision, considering that the 2 of them required 4,000 kilocalories of food daily. Relying solely on excavation and exploration was neither stable nor practical. If the replicant were to subsist solely on sludge paste, the consequences could be dire. It is far better to establish a farm. After all, with Nicola as an exceptional laborer, having him tend to the farm is preferable to undertaking the task personally. Given that Nicola possesses 3 skill points, even if he was previously unskilled in farming, his promotion to a level 3 farmer would significantly enhance his capabilities. This way, I can freely venture out to explore, and upon returning from my adventures, I shall enjoy ample sustenance. The round-faced individual began to envision her thrilling life of exploration. Just as she and her small companion busied themselves with the farm, the 4th supply delivery commenced, with the printing chamber emitting a buzzing sound and its display lighting up. Unlike previous supply deliveries, this time the printing chamber issued an announcement. Congratulations to Challenger number 2 for being the first to trigger the Easter egg, Frozen Friend. As a special reward, you shall receive 800 kilocalories of sludge root as additional provisions. This extra reward did not affect the round-faced individual's selection for the supply delivery. With this food, the pressure on sustenance for her and Nicola would be significantly alleviated. Initially, she had contemplated using the food suppressor to create sludge paste to endure the challenging early stages, but now that would no longer be necessary. In the 4th supply delivery for the round-faced girl, although there was no food, it was likely due to her high streaming popularity and generous gifts that the delivery list surprisingly included the much-needed saplings of the rice wood, in addition to food. Totaling 3. Without hesitation, she chose the rice wood saplings. This announcement was received by all surviving challengers, including Mai Feng, who was engrossed in his research. Having completed the technology for food preparation, he was now delving into plumbing technology. Suddenly, upon hearing this news, he looked up to see the printing chamber's screen illuminated, signaling the commencement of the 4th supply delivery. The supply list still lacked food, and Mai Feng selected a 100-kilogram oxygen stone, but his primary concern was the announcement's content. Unlike the other challengers who appeared bewildered, Mai Feng, armed with knowledge of the game Oxygen Not Included, understood precisely what the announcement regarding the Frozen Friend Easter egg entailed. It signified the acquisition of a replicant with 3 skills, an industrious laborer. This revelation disrupted Mai Feng's prior intention to remain at the base, engrossed in research and agriculture, igniting thoughts of exploration. Chapter 20. Technological development at the homestead. Although the announcement stirred a desire for exploration, Mai Feng prudently suppressed this urge. Unlike those challengers who could not contain their eagerness to venture out upon hearing the announcement, he was acutely aware of his strengths and weaknesses. Setting aside the uncertainty of whether every challenger's area contained an Easter egg, if it did not, then venturing out would be futile. Even if there were Easter eggs, it was not guaranteed that one would be the Frozen Friend. Mai Feng knew that the game featured several Easter eggs, including the Neuroshock device, Dream Synthesizer, Mysterious Hermit, and Animal Evolution device, among others. If another Easter egg were triggered, while it might be helpful to Mai Feng, it would not provide the immediate benefit of acquiring a free laborer like the Frozen Friend. Moreover, having spent the past few days developing at the base, his progress in exploration would surely lag behind that of challengers devoted to exploring the outdoors. It was now the 12th day of the survival challenge, and the first Easter egg had just been triggered, indicating that these Easter eggs were likely not located in close proximity to the base. Most critically, Mai Feng knew that venturing a distance from the printing chamber base would lead to encountering formidable barriers such as granite layers or abyssal crystal layers. He had previously been obstructed by granite when he dug into the underground caves. Currently, having transitioned to the role of a researcher, he had yet to gain a second skill point to switch to miner. Thus, even if he wished to explore, he could not venture far. Rather than embarking on exploration at this juncture, it would be more prudent to diligently continue farming and researching technology at the base. Mai Feng was confident that with his foresight and experiential knowledge, he would undoubtedly remain far ahead of the other challengers in base planning and construction. Even with the second challenger having a replicant as labor, Mai Feng firmly believed he would not be quickly surpassed. Indeed, the second challenger has 2 individuals collaborating to expedite their progress in base construction, inevitably catching up with Mai Feng. After all, Mai Feng possesses merely relevant knowledge and experience. No matter how skilled he is, he cannot bifurcate himself into 2 beings for assistance. Currently, Mai Feng's greatest advantage lies in the establishment of a rice weevil-wood farm, which provides a continuous source of sustenance, alleviating any concerns regarding food. Furthermore, his technological advancement is also superior. he has successfully constructed a coal generator, thereby saving time that would otherwise be spent on manual power generation, allowing him more opportunities to develop his base and pursue technological research. Moreover, Mai Feng has astutely preserved 2 hachi, refraining from eliminating them, as these 2 hachi yield a combined total of 140 kilograms of coal daily, further conserving the time spent on seeking out coal resources and mining. Presently, there are no coal resources near Mai Feng's base. According to the knowledge from the game Oxygen Not Included, coal resources do exist, yet Mai Feng is uncertain whether every Challenger's base is similarly equipped, as he has not ventured far. Therefore, he intends to capitalize on his strengths, suppressing the urge to explore and focusing on technological research and base construction. Should exploration become necessary, it will only be undertaken after acquiring a second skill. Once his plan was solidified, Mai Feng diligently continued his research on plumbing technology. Aside from the times when the rice weevil wood is ripe for harvest, he would momentarily leave the research station to collect the yield and tend to the fertilization of other rice weevil trees. By the time his break arrived, he had successfully completed his plumbing technology. He then powered down the research station and made his way to his bedroom, retiring for the night. Exploration could wait for another day. As anticipated, the announcement by the second challenger, Chubby Face, triggering the egg hunt indeed sparked a fervor for exploration. During the subsequent days, the 13th and 14th, Mai Feng remained steadfastly within his base, pursuing his premeditated technological endeavors, while a mere handful of challengers chose to stay and develop their bases. The majority, however, were lured by the prospect of adventure and opted for exploration. Notably, many challengers still struggling for food and oxygen, having planted only 3 or 4 rice weevil trees, resolutely decided to venture out. Those invigorated by the spirit of exploration, despite facing the risk of intermittent sustenance, embarked on their journeys, yet most encountered insurmountable obstacles. Physically hampered, without dedicated miners among them, they found themselves thwarted by the formidable granite and abyssal crystals, rendering their excavation laser tools ineffective. Reluctantly, they returned to their bases, resuming their agricultural pursuits. Conversely, those who had transitioned into miners were able to explore further afield, with many discovering relics. However, the majority of these relics yielded no eggs, offering only clothing or nutritional bars as sustenance. Nevertheless, several challengers did unearth eggs, confirming Mai Feng's hypothesis that the eggs near each challenger's base are indeed varied. Some stumbled upon the dwelling of a mysterious hermit, yet unlike the frozen friend, the hermit required a series of conditions to be met before offering assistance to the challengers. However, the demands put forth by the enigmatic hermit are far beyond what the current challengers can provide. To host a welcoming banquet, 3 distinct types of food must be presented, and not just any food will suffice. Each must be of at least excellent quality, a standard that the challengers are currently incapable of meeting. This requirement is utterly absurd. The finest fare available to the challengers is skewered meat, crafted from hachi's flesh using an electric grill, which merely qualifies as good quality. This is merely one condition set by the hermit. And even if it were to be satisfied, 2 additional demands remain. The second stipulation requires the creation of an outstanding painting and an exceptional statue for the hermit. The third demand is the continuous provision of electricity to the hermit's cottage for 5 consecutive days. Notably, producing an exquisite painting necessitates at least a level 2 transition into the artist profession, a pursuit that the current challengers would not squander their skill points on. The mere act of supplying electricity to the hermit's abode for 5 days is an insurmountable task for the challengers, who currently require clones as labor to serve their own needs, rather than becoming laborers for others. Consequently, those challengers who encounter the hermit must return home empty-handed, thus forfeiting the opportunity to trigger the hidden rewards. Similar to the challenges faced by those seeking the hermit, the challengers who discover the dream synthesizer also find themselves devoid of rewards. To activate the dream synthesizer, 25 dream logs are required, and a single individual must sleep for 12 hours continuously to produce just 1 log. Clearly, this task, like that of the hermit, demands an extensive investment of time and manpower, leaving those who locate the dream synthesizer with nothing to show for their efforts. Of course, some challengers have indeed unearthed useful hidden treasures, such as the Neuroshock device and the Small Animal Evolution device. Chapter 21. New Hidden Treasure. Neuroshock device. Fortunate challengers have discovered the Small Animal Evolution device. Although they too cannot meet its conditions, Providing 5 distinct samples of small animals, they have nonetheless reaped other benefits. Within the ruins of the small animal evolution device lies a medical kit, which upon opening reveals 3 healing tablets. While they may not have triggered the hidden reward, the challengers who found the small animal evolution device at least walked away with something. In stark contrast to those who encountered the hermit and the dream synthesizer without any gain. The most fortunate among them are those who, like challenger number 2, Xiao Yuan Face, stumbled upon the frozen companion treasure. Although they did not receive the 800 kilograms of mud root, as did the first to trigger the treasure, they similarly acquired a powerful laborer endowed with 3 skill points. Additionally, some challengers have discovered the Neuroshock device treasure, with the first to find it being Challenger 5858. Straight Brow. Straight Brow has enjoyed a streak of good fortune. During their last expedition, they uncovered a new phenomenon, a vent that emits oxygen. Yet, as fortune can be a double-edged sword, the oxygen released from the vent was tainted with pathogenic slime lung bacteria, and Straight Brow, unfortunately infected, must now return to the base to recuperate. After a brief period of recuperation, the protagonist, known as Mai, received a notification regarding the second challenger triggering the Frosted Friend event. This news stirred Mai from his rest. He thought to himself, what is the point of resting when there are explorations to be undertaken? A mere cough was not a matter of life and death, and although his movements were somewhat sluggish, he was certainly not incapacitated. Thus, Mai set out to explore, coughing intermittently as he worked. Despite the hindrances posed by his cough and slow movement, fortune favored the diligent, and on the 14th day, he discovered a hidden treasure, the neural oscillator. Mai stumbled upon this relic in a frigid region, where temperatures plummeted to a chilling -30 degrees. Undeterred by the extreme cold, he bravely ventured inside, and was fortunate enough to locate the neural oscillator. The device stood about 2 meters tall, and was divided into 2 sections. The left side housed a colossal glass container, within which floated a terrifying brain, one that Mai surmised could not belong to a human due to its immense size. Likely larger than his own head, the glass container was filled with a faintly purple liquid, which, astonishingly, remained unfrozen even at -10 degrees. Upon first sight, the brain startled Mai, but after a while, he regained his composure. The right side of the device was connected to a chair designed to accommodate a single occupant, with a contraption resembling a hairdryer positioned above it. Mai discovered a manual on the left side of the neural oscillator, which indicated that the apparatus could enhance the effects of genetic serums. The operation was straightforward. One simply needed to recline in the chair and activate the switch. After a moment of contemplation, despite the ominous appearance of the device, Mai resolved to lie down and activate it. In an instant, a metal ring shot out from the chair, binding him tightly at the waist. Realizing something was amiss, Mai attempted to escape, but found himself utterly immobilized. Subsequently, the headpiece descended, enveloping his head, and the machine emitted a series of crackling sounds accompanied by a bright white light. As the device whirred to life, Mai experienced excruciating pain in his head, as if countless needles were relentlessly piercing his brain. His eyes rolled back, and saliva and mucus streamed uncontrollably down his face, leaving him feeling entirely out of control. This torment persisted for some time before gradually subsiding. Feeling immensely weak and fatigued, Mai found his head and body weighed down, rendering him unable to move. His thoughts became sluggish, as if something vital had been extracted from his mind. After a considerable duration, he slowly regained some strength, laboriously lifting his head to survey his surroundings. To his astonishment, he discovered that the metal clasp on the chair had somehow released, allowing him to rise. He wiped the frozen saliva and mucus from his face, sensing that his brain still vibrated, yet something felt different. At that moment, the production team announced, "Congratulations to Challenger 5858 for being the first to trigger the hidden treasure, the neural oscillator. You have been rewarded with 4,800 kilocalories of mud root." In addition to this announcement, Mai received a secret message from the production team, known only to him. His physique has been enhanced, building upon the foundation provided by genetic agents, resulting in an additional augmentation that allows him to breathe with only 75 of the oxygen previously required. Upon learning this, Mai was elated, filled with joy. With this newfound enhancement, he could explore areas with insufficient oxygen more conveniently, significantly improving the efficiency of his explorations. Moreover, the triggering of hidden rewards yielded food bonuses, making Easy May feel that this adventure was indeed a resounding success. The recent survival challenges, spurred on by Xiao Yuan Lian's discovery of hidden rewards, have been nothing short of spectacular. Initially, the audience on Earth, having watched for over 10 days, had begun to grow accustomed to the once novel creatures and plants such as the hatchie, luminescent worms, Mishir Mu, and prickly flowers. Yet, the recent thrilling escapades have once again captivated the viewers, who were treated to a feast for the eyes with various geysers, relics, and hidden treasures. These alien worlds are simply marvelous. I long to vacation there. Indeed, I too wish to holiday on another planet, particularly at that hot spring. I wonder if the extraterrestrial springs differ from those on Earth. Is that your only aspiration? To visit an alien hot spring? What is wrong with that? Nothing at all, but I yearn to explore those relics. Yes, I too wish to investigate the ruins, especially the dream synthesizer. I could sleep for 22 hours a day. Are you a pig? Is sleeping all you do aside from eating and, well, you know? Ha. Such are my humble desires. I am different from you all. I seek the neural oscillator, which can enhance various abilities. I have already compiled a list of enhancement effects from various live streams. Impressive. Could you enlighten us on the enhancement effects? No problem. Tomorrow is Thursday. If you send me 50, I will privately share the details. How stingy. If you're not willing, then so be it. No need for his explanation. I can inform you all that there are currently 3 enhancement effects: reduced oxygen consumption, increased strength, and enhanced recovery speed. Ha. Thank you for the information. The madness of Thursday can take a back seat. Amidst the fervent discussions of the audience, the production team issued an announcement, prompting all challengers to cease their ongoing activities, including the engrossed Mai Feng. Chapter 22. Amendments to Resource Distribution Rules. At 11 p.m. on the 14th day, all challengers received a notice from the production team. Good evening, challengers. Due to numerous complaints regarding the Frozen Friend's hidden reward potentially undermining the fairness of the survival challenge, the production team has deliberated and decided upon the following changes. Starting from tomorrow's resource distribution every 3 days, in addition to the 3 types of resources available for selection, there will also be an option to choose a clone. Challengers may opt to receive a clone in lieu of resources. The replicants, akin to the challengers, have undergone genetic enhancement, endowing them with distinct characteristics. Each initial delivery will provide 1 skill point. Furthermore, like the challengers, the replicants require sustenance and oxygen. Challengers are advised to make their selections with careful consideration of their circumstances. Additionally, those challengers who activate the Frozen Friend Easter egg will be permitted to retain the thawed replicants without impacting their material delivery choices. They may also opt to receive replicants as part of their supplies, given that the delivery of replicants reduces the difficulty of survival challenges. The prize rules have been amended. Only the top 10 challengers will be eligible for the grand prize of 10 million, while the remaining challengers who survive for 30 days will receive a mere 100,000. Upon digesting this announcement, the diligent Mai Feng paused his research at the supercomputer. The recent activity of the program team had been quite remarkable, with frequent notifications. However, this announcement bore good news for Mai Feng. The option to select replicants for delivery had been introduced. Although these replicants may not possess the formidable strength of the Frozen Friend, they still represent a labor force with 1 skill point. The alteration in prize rules, while significant, holds little impact for Mai Feng. If he, equipped with some memories from his past life, cannot secure a place among the top 10, it would indeed be a disservice to his identity as a transmigrator. Regardless of how other challengers might choose, Mai Feng was resolute in opting for the delivery of replicants. After all, aside from the initial supply of food, the subsequent deliveries had yielded little of value. An additional replicant would translate to an extra laborer, significantly expediting the construction of the base. Having processed the news, Mai Feng resumed his research, having completed 3 out of 4 planned projects. The final endeavor on his agenda was agricultural technology, which still required 15 research points from the supercomputer as of his break. On the morning of the 15th day, precisely at 5 o'clock, Mai Feng rose, attended to his morning routine, and savored breakfast. After his meal, rather than hastily concluding his remaining research, he opted to expand the farm. This day marked the 5th material delivery, and notably, it was the first under the revised rules, allowing for the selection of replicants. However, the current output of the farm barely sufficed for Mai Feng's own consumption. If he were to select replicants, the farm must be expanded swiftly to avoid food shortages. Presently, only 1, 600 kilocalories of mud roots remained in his bedroom, which constituted all his stored provisions. Initially, he had planned to construct a farm for cultivating thorny flowers immediately upon completing 4 technological research projects, but circumstances had changed. He would first plant all the rice with seeds he had on hand. Upon arriving at the farm, Mai Feng noticed a slight change. The luminescent insects that had previously danced above the farm were nowhere to be seen. After some searching, he discovered the corpse of one such insect beside a wild thorny flower. The unfortunate creature, having feasted on a single berry that had fallen from the mature thorny fruit, had starved to death. After a brief moment of silence, Mai Feng uprooted a wild thorn flower, preparing to transplant it to the new farm. The resilience of the thorn flower ensured its survival. Once removed, it would not perish and could flourish again when replanted. In passing, he also extracted another thorn flower nearby, as the luminescent insects had already perished, rendering its growth impossible. He planned to establish a thorn flower farm. Thus, collecting the flowers was indeed a prudent endeavor. Subsequently, Mai Feng commenced the expansion of the rice bugwood farm. By 2 p.m., hunger struck him, given that the rapidly growing rice bugs would not mature until evening. He consumed the last of the 1,600 kilocalories of mud roots from his bedroom. Consequently, he found himself devoid of any food. After his meal, he diligently continued to expand the farm, ultimately increasing the number of rice bugwood trees from 11 to 14 by 8 p.m. However, this number was still insufficient to sustain 2 individuals, and he had no more seeds left. Upon completing the farm expansion, Mai Feng excavated some soil nearby, as the previously gathered earth was nearly depleted. With the expansion, future consumption would undoubtedly escalate, necessitating early preparation. Additionally, 2 rice bugwood trees were nearing maturity, prompting him to dig until they were ready for harvest, after which he would delve into research. As he toiled, he noticed that the 2 trees were on the brink of maturity, and the printing chamber began to hum, indicating the 5th delivery had arrived. Although only 20 minutes remained until the rice bugwood could be harvested, Mai Feng chose not to linger at the farm and hurried back to the printing chamber. He was eager to witness the new replicant. Approaching the printing chamber, he gazed at the illuminated screen, confirming the information from the production team. In addition to 3 types of resources, there was an option for a replicant, though no details about it were provided. Without hesitation, Mai Feng selected the replicant delivery option. The chamber emitted a series of beeping sounds, followed by a flash of light, and a replicant was ejected, executing a 360-degree rotation in midair before landing with a thud at Mai Feng's feet. "Are you all right?" Mai Feng asked as he helped the replicant to its feet. "I am well. Thank you for your concern, Commander," the replicant replied, brushing off the dust, seemingly unscathed. Mai Feng scrutinized the replicant before him, noting its resemblance to the replicants from the game Oxygen Deprivation. Each hand bore only 4 fingers, and it donned attire similar to his own, albeit with a green shirt and black pants. "Please introduce yourself," Mai Feng prompted, aware that replicants possessed unique characteristics, though he was uncertain of the specifics. "My name is Jean. I possess expertise in the excavation of extremely hard materials, capable of mining diamonds and obsidian. I have a penchant for artistic endeavors as well as agricultural work." Jean succinctly introduced himself. Mai Feng regarded Jean's hairstyle, a top knot, which indeed suited an artist. Yet he was perplexed by Jean's affinity for farming. Was this a farmer artist? Furthermore, how had he acquired level 3 excavation skills? "Will you be able to mine granite and abyssal crystals?" No. Mai Feng was utterly speechless. What a peculiar being this was. Capable of level 3 mining, yet unable to perform level 1 or 2 mining. Fortunately, this individual had a penchant for agricultural labor, making it quite suitable to assign him tasks on the farm. After some contemplation, Mai Feng began to outline his responsibilities. "Very well, I understand. You will primarily be in charge of farming duties from now on. You shall be promoted to a level 1 farmer shortly." "Understood, Commander. I shall heed your orders. I also enjoy farming work," Jean replied with a smile. "Once your promotion is complete, proceed to the rice tree farm above the base, where 2 rice trees are on the verge of ripening. After harvesting, place the rice into the grain storage in the bedroom. Additionally, if time permits, remove the thorny flowers below the base, as we are about to establish a thorny flower farm." Mai Feng meticulously arranged Jean's tasks. "However, Commander, I am allergic to floral scents," Jean said, his expression one of discomfort. What on earth is this oddity?" Mai Feng was truly at a loss for words. Chapter 23. The various oddities of replicants. Mai Feng found himself perplexed by the nature of this replicant. An artist who relished farming yet suffered from floral scent allergies? Or a farmer who enjoyed artistic endeavors while being afflicted by the same ailment? A peculiar existence that possessed level 3 mining skills but lacked the most basic level 1 and 2 mining techniques? Mai Feng could not fathom what bizarre parameters the production team had instilled in this replicant. There were also certain traits Jean had not disclosed to Mai Feng, such as how he reacted under excessive stress. Would he cry, binge, vomit, or cause destruction? And what about his characteristics when he felt joy? Did he enjoy blowing up balloons for others, or perhaps indulging in doodling, or something else entirely? Shaking his head, Mai Feng attempted to dismiss these perplexing thoughts. Since Jean had arrived at his base, regardless of his peculiarities, as long as he was willing to serve as a labor force, that was all that mattered. Jean, the establishment of the Thorny Flower Farm is a crucial aspect of our base's development. Although you have a predisposition to floral scent allergies, I believe you can overcome this minor obstacle. Mai Feng reaffirmed his previous orders without hesitation. Very well, Commander. I shall carry out your commands and strive to overcome my allergy to floral scents. Though somewhat reluctant, Jean complied with Mai Feng's directives. For obeying the Commander's orders was a fundamental trait embedded in the replicant's very existence from the moment of creation. Furthermore, as you are new and brimming with energy, your rest period is set for tomorrow at 6 p.m., but you must commence work by 11 p.m. Do you understand? Mai Feng issued another command, ensuring that Jean's schedule was staggered from his own. Understood, Commander, Jean responded, as replicants typically adhered to the commands of their superiors, provided the tasks were within the realm of completion. Moreover, Mai Feng's commands were entirely reasonable. With the enhancement from the genetic serum and the powerful effects of their beds, a mere 2 to 3 hours of sleep each day sufficed for a complete restoration of physical strength. The remaining hours were ample for Jean to attend to personal hygiene and nourishment, even allowing time for leisurely pursuits. Mai Feng staggered their schedules to ensure that someone was always awake in the base, capable of addressing any emergencies that might arise. Additionally, this arrangement was necessitated by the fact that there was only one restroom available in the base. Staggering their routines alleviated any potential awkwardness over restroom access. All right, if you've understood, then get to work, Mai Feng stated before disregarding Jean, turning instead towards the supercomputer to attend to his own tasks. Due to the time spent understanding Jean's situation and coordinating his work, it was not until Mai Feng retired for the night that the progress on agricultural technology reached only 1120. Still 9 research points shy of unlocking further advancements. Just before falling asleep, Mai Feng heard an announcement from the printing chamber. Congratulations to the challenger for surviving 15 days. You have been awarded 1 skill point, which can be allocated at your discretion. Mai Feng did not rush to awaken and utilize his skill point. After all, it would not expire, and he could address it upon rising. While Mai Feng slumbered soundly, other challengers were engaged in a battle of wits with the replicants. Indeed, the majority of challengers opted for replicant delivery during the 5th supply drop. Choosing not to do so would significantly hinder their labor force compared to others, and the solitude of living alone for the past fortnight had nearly driven them to madness. They were in dire need of social interaction. Even those who, like the second challenger, had triggered the Frozen Friends Easter egg predominantly chose replicant delivery, despite having already acquired a replicant with 3 skills. Without opting for the delivery, they would lose the advantage conferred by their Easter egg. Only by selecting replicant delivery could they maintain their labor force edge, albeit their advantage had diminished from being double that of those without an Easter egg to just 50 additional laborers. Challengers who chose replicant delivery soon discovered that these beings were somewhat different from their expectations. Most challengers envisioned replicants as entities capable of normal communication, diligent, and compliant, possessing formidable physicality and combat prowess, unburdened by any limitations. However, the reality was that while replicants could indeed engage in basic conversation, their knowledge was limited to rudimentary life skills, supplemented only by the information imparted during their production, which included operating various instruments, digging, and construction. The notion of alleviating their inner loneliness through dialogue with replicants proved entirely unattainable. They were, in essence, akin to humanoid pets, providing merely a sense of companionship. Replicants were indeed diligent and obedient, responding to commands, provided that the challengers supplied sufficient sustenance and ample oxygen. Until their stress levels reached a critical threshold, they adhered to the orders of the challengers, as they had been ingrained with the awareness of following the directives of their commander during production. However, the challengers soon discovered that the replicants were merely obedient to commands. The challengers were required to issue detailed instructions, such as excavating specific locations, constructing designated buildings or equipment at those locations, and prioritizing their tasks in a clear manner. Otherwise, the replicants would meander aimlessly across the map, one moment fertilizing crops in a farm, and the next, dashing off to collect algae for an oxygen diffuser several dozen meters away. Alternatively, they might be harvesting grains one minute and then rushing to a manual generator the next, indifferent to the vast distance between the two tasks. Without explicit commands, they would leisurely wander around the base while the challengers were preoccupied with their work. The logic behind the replicants' actions left many challengers exasperated, apart from Mai Feng, who possessed gaming knowledge and could foreseeably assign tasks to the replicants. Most challengers were driven to the brink of madness by their antics. What was particularly frustrating was that, contrary to the challengers' expectations of robust and powerful replicants, the genetic enhancements of the replicants were far more varied. Some replicants could rapidly research technology, but were physically weak. While a typical challenger could carry 200 kilograms of materials, they could manage only 80 kilograms. Assigning such a replicant to construct a building that required 200 kilograms of materials meant they would have to make 3 trips to gather enough supplies, relegating them to research tasks instead. Others possessed great strength but moved at a sluggish pace. Even if they could carry 500 kilograms, their walking speed was half that of a challenger. These instances, though frustrating, were still manageable. Some replicants had the detrimental trait of intermittent sleep, abruptly lying down to slumber during work and then resuming their tasks after a brief respite, perpetuating a cycle of labor and sleep. Furthermore, certain replicants were entirely incapable of performing specific tasks. Some could not construct, others could not excavate, and some were inept at researching technology. Some challengers who initially intended to have replicants specialize in farming were informed that their assigned replicants were utterly incapable of planting, thus completely derailing the challengers' meticulously laid plans. Fortunately, the artist dispatched by Mai Feng, who relished agricultural work, was a relatively favorable outcome. Chapter 24, the second skill point. Planting a spiky flower farm on the 16th day of the Alien Survival Challenge. At precisely 5 a.m., Mai Feng rose on schedule. Remembering the announcement from the printing pod the previous night, he skipped breakfast and hurried to the printing pod. The display illuminated with the news that Mai Feng had acquired a second skill point. Without hesitation, he opted to learn level 1 mining skills, a decision he had previously contemplated. The rationale behind this choice was primarily to enable him to excavate granite for exploration in search of hidden treasures. However, with the capability to dispatch replicants for resource gathering, Mai Feng's need for exploration had significantly diminished. With the construction of the spiky flower farm imminent, acquiring building skills would enhance his construction speed by 50, a far more advantageous prospect than mining skills. After all, the prickly flower farm requires the construction of numerous water pipes, cables, and hydroponic bricks, necessitating extensive building work. However, Mai Feng opted to acquire mining skills, as the ability to excavate would enhance his digging speed, which is essential in the construction of the new farm, where considerable excavation is involved. Moreover, upon mastering mining skills, the printing chamber would bestow upon him a miner's helmet, whose spotlight is crucial for the current tasks at hand. The luminous insects in the existing farm have perished, and the absence of light and darkness significantly hampers work efficiency. While learning construction skills would merely augment building speed, operating in darkness would diminish the efficiency of various activities such as digging, building, medical assistance, operation, and movement. With the illumination provided by the miner's helmet, however, work efficiency remains unaffected by the dark environment, and the presence of light slightly enhances productivity. Thus, the advantages of learning mining skills are evident. The miner's helmet is the primary objective, while the excavation skills are merely ancillary. This brings us to Jean, an eccentric individual who, despite his love for farming and the arts, possesses level 3 mining skills and can acquire a miner's helmet at no cost. As before, after making his selection, a bright light from the overhead bulb of the printing chamber illuminated Mai Feng. Following a brief bout of dizziness, Mai Feng felt a surge of clarity in his mind. Having now mastered the art of efficient excavation, after acquiring the skill, Mai Feng set off towards the supercomputer, postponing breakfast for the moment, as he only had 400 kilocalories of food remaining. On his way, He encountered Jean and called out to him, inquiring about his progress. "Good morning, Jean. How is your work coming along?" "Good morning, Commander. The mature rice bugs have been harvested. 2 of the 3 prickly flowers beneath the base have been uprooted, with 1 more nearing maturity. I plan to wait until it ripens before removing it," Jean responded. "Well done. How many prickly flower seeds have you collected so far? Have you encountered any difficulties?" Mai Feng commended Jean's efforts before addressing his concerns. Appropriate praise alleviates the pressure on replicants. A lesson learned from Mai Feng's past gaming experiences. "Reporting to you, Commander, I have collected 7 prickly flower seeds, but 1 has fallen into the pond and is currently inaccessible." Although Jean was somewhat reluctant to cultivate prickly flowers, he diligently reported his work results. This reflects the wisdom gleaned from Mai Feng's gaming experiences. It is imperative to monitor the replicants' work and the challenges they face, as they are unlikely to report such matters proactively, given their concerning intelligence levels. "Understood. Now go and clean the contaminated soil from the latrine and refill it with fresh earth," Mai Feng ordered once more. He had chosen to deploy replicants precisely for the labor he wished to avoid, showing no concern for their willingness to undertake such tasks. "Understood, Commander. I shall follow your orders." With a reluctant expression, Jean hurried off to clean the latrine, but the work had to be done. As Mai Feng juggled his unfinished research, he also found himself preoccupied with monitoring Jean's tasks. Fortunately, Mai Feng had become quite adept at his research work, and his distractions did not hinder his progress. Once Jean finished cleaning the restroom, he instructed him to construct storage boxes in the carbon dioxide cavity to the left of the restroom, where they could contain the contaminated soil. Prompt removal of this soil was crucial, as it emitted toxic oxygen and harbored numerous foodborne pathogens that could lead to infection if inhaled. At 11 o'clock, Mai Feng completed the final technological study required for cultivating the thorny flower. Simultaneously, Jean wrapped up his sanitation duties and was now engaged in filling the dry toilet with soil. Mai Feng refrained from interrupting Jean, waiting patiently for him to finish his tasks. Above the restroom was the designated site for the thorny flower farm, conveniently located near the reservoir, which would minimize the construction of water pipes. Additionally, several buried items within the stone wall had gone unexcavated, as Mai Feng previously had ample food sources. With new labor at hand, the issue of food resurfaced. Clones were not mere automatons and, like Mai Feng, required 2,000 kilocalories daily. Mai Feng commenced the excavation alone, and soon after, Jean completed his work and joined the digging effort. They were fortunate to unearth 3 kilograms of mud roots and a thorny flower seed, both of which were necessities for them. The 3 kilograms of mud roots contained 400 kilocalories, sufficient to sustain a person for an entire day. Furthermore, the ricebugwood farm was set to yield 4 mature ricebug trees today, ensuring their food supply was adequate. By 6 in the evening, Jean, unable to continue, took a well-deserved rest after nearly 20 hours of continuous labor since the previous night. Meanwhile, Mai Feng persisted in constructing the thorny flower farm, excavating enough space to begin building hydroponic bricks and water pipes, only to discover that the copper ore was insufficient. Each hydroponic brick required 100 kilograms of copper ore, and the cables also demanded copper, yet the base's copper stock was below 300 kilograms. Reluctantly, Mai Feng proceeded to excavate at the wall of the ricebugwood farm. By 11 o'clock, after Jean had replenished his energy, he rejoined the work, and Mai Feng managed to extract 500 kilograms of copper ore. Although this amount was still inadequate for constructing a complete thorny flower farm, it was already late, and Mai Feng's hunger prompted him to pause the work and hand over the responsibilities to Jean. He intended to eat and rest, not wishing to toil through the night with an empty stomach, especially now that he had obedient labor at his disposal. Before retiring, Mai Feng assigned Jean a series of tasks, including the construction of hydroponic bricks, water pumps, water pipes, and cables, specifying their priorities to ensure Jean remained occupied. At the very least, these tasks would keep him busy until Mai Feng awoke. After completing his work arrangements, Mai Feng blissfully went to sleep, completely unaware that a multitude of spectators in his live broadcast room were condemning him. Chapter 25. Are replicants human? Upon observing the various commands Mai Feng issued to Jean, some of the onlookers in the 755 livestream began to express their discontent. This challenger from 755 is truly insufferable. How can he treat Jean in such a manner? What's wrong with him? Is there an issue? Why haven't I noticed? Are you blind? Haven't you seen how many tasks he assigned to Jean? It is sheer abuse to burden him with so much work. Well, isn't the reason for selecting replicants precisely to have them perform tasks for the challenger? What is wrong with that? Aren't replicants considered human? Just look at the tasks he assigned to Jean, cleaning toilets. Why doesn't he do it himself? Of course, he delegates the dirty work to the replicants. What else would he do? If it were up to you, would you assign someone else to do the work you despise? Or would you do it yourself? That is not the point. Furthermore, he is nothing but a heartless capitalist. He offers a meager amount of food and expects Jean to toil endlessly for 21 hours a day. This is an affront to Jean's dignity. I see no issue here. Replicants should not be considered human. Although they may resemble humans, a closer examination reveals differences, and they lack significant self-awareness and emotion, thus can be utilized and disposed of at will. How can you claim that replicants are not human? It is utterly abhorrent to exploit and mistreat them. It is a violation and desecration of life. Exactly, I find this morally objectionable. I believe replicants deserve basic rights and protections, at the very least. To be treated on par with challengers. Haha, I find your arguments amusing. Just observe other live streams where replicants perform absurd antics. Is that something a human could do? It's a display of collective ignorance, really. I too believe replicants are not human. They are merely advanced robots, akin to foolish machines, and should be maximally utilized to fulfill their purpose. You are all preoccupied with whether replicants are being mistreated, yet you do not concern yourselves with the ramifications of their existence on Earth. What is there to fear? If the sky falls, there are tall individuals to bear the brunt. It's not something I need to worry about. The so-called absurd antics of the replicants mentioned by the spectators stemmed primarily from the challengers' lax expectations of their behavior. For instance, in the second livestream, the round-faced girl was the first to trigger the Frozen Friends Easter egg and became the initial challenger to obtain a replicant. Unlike Mai Feng, who treated replicants merely as free labor, she inquired about the post-challenge treatment of the replicants before deciding to unfreeze them, receiving a satisfactory response. Afterward, she carefully considered Nicola's preferences before assigning him tasks he would enjoy, demonstrating her commitment to treating replicants as equals. However, during the initial days of their interaction, the round-faced girl found herself exasperated by Nicola's various antics. Initially, the round-faced character arranged for Nicola to follow the same daily schedule as himself. However, when the round-faced character went to the toilet, Nicola would unceremoniously follow him in, completely oblivious to any sense of modesty. When the round-faced character commanded him to leave the restroom, Nicola appeared utterly bewildered. Furthermore, in a situation where food was scarce and both were hungry, the round-faced character had intended to share the limited provisions, ensuring they were both somewhat satisfied before venturing out together to seek more sustenance or prepare a soft paste. Yet, Nicola disregarded this entirely. At mealtime, he rushed to the food, grabbing the scant offerings and devouring everything without consideration. Consequently, the round-faced character was left in silence, starving and forced to use the food replicator to create soft paste, ultimately consuming a contaminated version and suffering from food poisoning as a result. Due to Nicola's various indiscretions, the round-faced character had no choice but to stagger their schedules and impose strict regulations on Nicola's behavior, assigning him clear tasks. Under these stringent directives, Nicola's actions ceased to cause trouble for the round-faced character. The lesson learned through hunger and illness was not to regard replicants as mere humans. Although the challengers gradually began to comprehend the nature of the replicants and ceased to view them as ordinary humans, the spectators, with their omniscient perspective, perceived the challengers as engaging in cruelty towards the replicants, particularly the most egregious among them, Challenger 755, Mai Feng. Given that Mai Feng possessed knowledge of the game and understood the circumstances of the replicants, he never truly regarded them as human from the outset. This was particularly evident during his real-life interactions with the replicants. Had he been playing the game Oxygen not included in his previous life, his exploitative maneuvers would have been truly terrifying, denying food and rest, forcing replicants to endure extreme temperatures while exploring. These were merely basic strategies for Mai Feng. Even more appalling was his construction of a room that confined the replicants, providing them only with the lowest quality food, compelling them to operate a generator tirelessly, treating them as mere hamsters. He even neglected to provide them with toilets, forcing them to soil themselves and subsequently collecting the contaminated water as fertilizer for cultivating reeds. It was indeed a grim factory, eliciting sorrow and tears from onlookers. Moreover, in instances where local water resources dwindled, he would gather replicants who were under immense stress and prone to weeping, locking them together, withholding food and rest to deliberately starve a few, thereby amplifying their distress and cries. Mai Feng would then collect the water generated from their tears for the base's use. Such actions could surely make even the most hardened heart tremble. Fortunately, Mai Feng was currently engaged in a live survival challenge. Aware that there were observers monitoring his every move on Earth, which restrained him from crossing the line too far. Otherwise, Jean's fate would likely have been dire. In a previous life, the game was approached with a playful spirit, yet now Jean is a living entity frolicking before Mai Feng. Mai Feng is no devil. Faced with such a human-like replicant, he cannot bring himself to replicate the ruthless maneuvers of his former gameplay. Merely assigning Jean the task of cleaning the lavatories and performing menial labor seems to Mai Feng an act of mercy. At the very least, he provides Jean with sustenance and ample rest, despite the grueling 21-hour workdays. However, Mai Feng himself is also tirelessly engaged, albeit in tasks of slightly higher caliber than those assigned to Jean. To the onlookers, Mai Feng appears as a heartless capitalist exploiting replicants. Amidst the lively discussions of the audience in the streaming room, Mai Feng awoke from a delightful slumber to face the challenge of the 17th day. It was imperative to complete the construction of the thistle flower farm. Otherwise, with a growth cycle of 6 days yielding but a single harvest, little would be gained by the end of the challenge. Chapter 26. The thistle flower farm completed. Upon rising in the morning, Mai Feng felt the pangs of hunger. Having consumed only a modest meal the previous night, he found himself once again famished after a night's rest. Opening the food supply box, he was dismayed to find it utterly empty. Surely, there must be some food left. Although the base had only cultivated 14 rice trees, insufficient for 2 individuals, there had previously been some muck roots excavated. Starving, Mai Feng made his way to the rice tree farm, only to discover rice scattered everywhere. It turned out that Jean had been harvesting the grains without storing them. This oversight stemmed from Mai Feng's unclear instructions regarding priorities. He had only instructed Jean to prioritize harvesting without specifying the need for storage. Resolutely, Mai Feng took the rice to the water basin, intending to wash it for breakfast. Upon arriving, he spotted Jean diligently constructing cables. The urge to question Jean about the lack of food storage dissipated as Mai Feng noted Jean's earnest effort. It was clear that the fault lay not with Jean, but with Mai Feng's failure to communicate the priorities effectively. Jean, how is the construction of the thistle flower farm progressing? After breakfast, Mai Feng aimed to inquire about the farm's status before plotting the day's tasks. Commander, 4 hydroponic bricks have been constructed, 3 more are needed. However, we are running low on copper ore. Currently, I am utilizing the scraps of copper ore to construct the cables, Jean cheerfully replied, momentarily pausing his work. The happiness of a replicant is simple. A mere conversation can bring joy. Very well, continue your work. Remember to harvest the ripe rice on time, and after harvesting, ensure the rice is stored properly. Understood, Commander. Jean responded before resuming his tasks. With the importance of harvesting rice reiterated, Mai Feng returned the remaining rice to his bedroom. Counting the grains, he realized only 2 kilograms remained. Having consumed just a small portion for breakfast, he would need at least 2 kilograms more to satiate his hunger. This posed a dilemma, as it meant Jean would have nothing to eat. This was unacceptable. A hungry replicant would significantly increase stress levels, and Mai Feng was keen to avoid discovering Jean's stress responses. Just as Jean mentioned that the copper ore was insufficient, Mai Feng resolved to excavate some copper near the metallic wall on the right side of the farm, hoping to uncover the buried silt roots. If food proved elusive, he would have no choice but to construct a food suppressor for Jean to consume the sludge. Mai Feng was unwilling to indulge in the rice weevil while allowing Jean to feast on the sludge. Although both were unpalatable, he preferred not to eat soil. Thus, he would have to impose a slight inconvenience on Jean. After spending the morning mining copper, Mai Feng had gathered an ample supply of copper ore, yet regrettably, he had not unearthed any buried silt roots. Fortunately, the rice weevil farm had 2 plants nearing maturity, so Jean would likely not need to resort to eating soil today. Mai Feng transported the copper to the spiny flower farm, where he and Jean would collaborate on construction. Estimating the workload, Mai Feng calculated that they needed to lay 23 meters of cables, 22 meters of piping, as well as 1 water pump, 1 light, 3 hydroponic bricks, and additional ladders to access certain areas. Even with 2 people working together, it was a substantial undertaking. Nevertheless, the task must be completed, albeit slowly. As the clock struck 5, there remained an hour until Jean's rest period. The cables had been successfully installed, and both the water pump and light were operational. The piping was connected to the previously constructed 4 hydroponic bricks and the water pump. Mai Feng planted the 4 spiny flowers, and soon he witnessed them beginning to sprout. "Jean, please go harvest the mature rice weevil, and remember to bring the harvested weevil back to the bedroom for storage." Mai Feng interrupted Jean's work with a new task. "Understood, Commander. I shall attend to it immediately." Jean, preferring cultivation over construction, promptly headed to the rice weevil farm upon receiving the new order. Mai Feng smiled at Jean's enthusiasm, paused his work on the hydroponic bricks, and turned towards the bedroom. Upon entering, he opened the food supply box and retrieved the last 2 kilograms of rice weevil. Though the taste was quite poor, it would replenish his energy. Mai Feng was aware that the replicant adhered strictly to the designated schedule. Ordinarily, Jean would not eat before his designated mealtime. However, he also understood that if the replicant became excessively hungry, survival instincts would override the schedule, compelling him to forage for food without regard to whom it was intended. Moreover, Jean was currently engaged in harvesting rice weevil, which would typically yield around 2 kilograms. While this would provide only 1,200 kilocalories, insufficient for true satiety, going without food would not lead to dire consequences. If Mai Feng did not consume the 2 kilograms of rice weevil before Jean's mealtime, the hungry Jean would devour everything in sight. Desiring to avoid the taste of soil, Mai Feng opted to eat the rice weevil prior to Jean's rest period. Having satisfied his hunger, Mai Feng clapped his hands and returned to work at the spiny flower farm. Meanwhile, Jean had just finished harvesting the rice weevil, completely unaware that Mai Feng had consumed all the food for the day, leaving him with the remaining rice weevil as his sole sustenance. Mai Feng's actions did not go unnoticed by onlookers, who observed his every move and sparked lively discussions. What are everyone's thoughts on the actions of challenger number 755? I would say this individual is quite the unscrupulous capitalist, having devoured all the food before Jean's designated mealtime. What does it matter? Isn't Jean busy harvesting rice lice? Have you not observed the behavior of the replicants in other live streams? Regardless of the quantity of food available, they ensure they are well fed as soon as mealtime arrives. Indeed, I too hold no objections. I would certainly prioritize my own nourishment before attending to the replicants. Would you? If in my position, choose to let the replicants eat first, leaving yourself hungry? Ha ha ha. Everyone despises capitalists, yet everyone aspires to be one. This netizen has spoken the truth. This is the reality of human nature. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Everyone, quickly, come and see Room 2's livestream. The challenger has recruited 2 replicants, and now all 3 are left hungry. That sounds intriguing. I shall take a look as well. While Mai Feng was constructing hydroponic bricks, the lights above him suddenly extinguished, plunging the surroundings back into darkness, with only the spotlight of his miner's helmet illuminating the area. Mai Feng realized that the giant battery had depleted, likely due to the coal generator running out of power. Usually, a power outage would be inconsequential. The miner's helmet's light would not significantly hinder work efficiency. However, now, the blackout would halt the growth of the spiny flowers, which was indeed problematic. Mai Feng had no choice but to cease his construction efforts and scour the entire map for coal produced by the Hachi. The 2 Hachi had no fixed roaming area, running amok across the map, causing Mai Feng to search for quite some time before finally locating 150 kilograms of coal. After adding the coal, the generator roared back to life, illuminating the lights overhead and allowing the spiny flowers to resume their growth. Returning to the spiny flower farm, Mai Feng continued his work. After a break, Jean joined him in the construction efforts. Together, they managed to complete the spiny flower farm before midnight. Under the glow of the ceiling lights, 7 spiny flowers thrived, albeit their growth rate was considerably slower than that of the rice lice. "Jean, you should continue expanding the rice lice farm. I will take a rest," said Mai Feng, assigning Jean his tasks before heading to the bedroom for a well-deserved rest. Before sleeping, Mai Feng glanced at the food supply box and, unsurprisingly, found it completely empty. The rice lice harvested that day had been entirely consumed by Jean. Chapter 27. Jean's unexpected discovery on the 16th day of the extraterrestrial survival challenge. At 5 a.m., Mai Feng rose punctually. Upon waking, he observed Jean entering the bedroom, surprisingly cradling some rice lice. "Jean, where did you procure the rice lice in your hands?" "I recall that the rice lice trees in the farm wouldn't yield harvest until noon at the earliest," Mai Feng inquired with curiosity. "Reporting, Commander. The wild rice lice trees in the caverns beneath the base have matured. I happened upon them while collecting copper ore, so I harvested some and brought them back. Jean replied earnestly. Oh, so it was from there. Just in time. I'm feeling hungry. Hand them over. Mai Feng extended his hand, speaking without pretense. Certainly, Commander. Here you go. I must return to my tasks. Jean handed the rice lice to Mai Feng, turning to attend to other duties. Hold on. Please go and remove the freshly harvested rice wood. Later, we will plant it in our rice wood farm, Mai Feng called out to Jean, issuing his latest directive. Understood, Commander. I shall attend to it right away, Jean replied, turning towards the cavern beneath the base. This area was thick with carbon dioxide and natural gas, leaving the oxygen levels significantly depleted, compelling one to hold their breath while traversing it. Consequently, Mai Feng had recently ventured down there infrequently. Fortunately, with Jean's labor at his disposal, Mai Feng assigned him the task of processing the wild rice wood. Although the thorn flower farm had just been established, it was prudent to expand the rice wood farm as well, especially since Mai Feng intended to recruit another replicant. The more food available, the better. After finishing his breakfast, Mai Feng opened the research station to delve into new technologies. His focus was on sanitary equipment technology, a field that did not necessitate a supercomputer but could be unlocked with merely 20 research points from the research station. The thorn flower farm was already constructed, and all that remained was for Jean to expand the ricewood farm. With some leisure time on his hands, Mai Feng decided to treat himself by researching sanitary equipment technology, which would unlock 4 blueprints: a flush toilet, a sink, a shower stall, and grid tiles. The latter, a specialized flooring that allows liquids and gases to pass through, was not immediately useful to Mai Feng. However, the other 3 were essential. The flush toilet and sink represented upgrades from the primitive latrines and basins he had previously been forced to use. Whether in his past life or the present, Mai Feng had grown accustomed to modern conveniences, and now that conditions permitted it, he yearned to return to familiar sanitary facilities. The shower stall, in particular, was a welcome addition. Throughout the survival challenges, Mai Feng had refrained from bathing, fearing contamination of the water source. Although the genetic enhancements had reduced his perspiration, the environment was laden with dust, necessitating the installation of bathing facilities. Just as Mai Feng completed 3 research points, Jean returned from the depths of the cavern, having held his breath during the labor. The research station was conveniently located beside the ladder, allowing Jean to immediately spot Mai Feng engrossed in his studies. Upon hearing Jean's approach, Mai Feng paused his work and looked up. Jean, holding the uprooted rice wood, took the rare initiative to speak. Commander, I have completed the task. Additionally, I discovered a phosphorus mine. Mai Feng's heart leaped with joy at the unexpected news. Phosphorus was a valuable resource that could be processed into fertilizer to accelerate crop growth. He marveled at his previous oversight. It must have been missed due to the absence of a miner's helmet with a spotlight. Given the vastness of the cavern and the presence of only 2 glowing insects, it was reasonable that some areas had been overlooked. He had initially thought the thorn flowers would yield few harvests, but now a solution seemed imminent. The fertilizer synthesizer had long been unlocked, nestled within agricultural technology. Initially, I believed that among the 5 blueprints in this domain, I could only utilize the hydroponic brick. However, to my surprise, I found I could also employ the fertilizer machine and agricultural station blueprints. Perhaps, in due time, I might also make use of the remaining refrigerator and park sign blueprints within agricultural technology. The fertilizer synthesizer processes phosphate ore, soil, and polluted water into fertilizer, with the minor side effect of emitting natural gas. This side effect is negligible. I can simply place the construction site in the subterranean caverns, where the gas released from the wheat farting is already accumulating. Currently, I possess phosphate ore and soil is abundant. The only missing component is polluted water, which is currently only found in the sink of the restroom. This may be insufficient, but coincidentally, I am conducting research on sanitation technology. In due course, I will directly connect the polluted water pipes to the fertilizer synthesizer, thus saving the labor of digging pits for storage. With this thought in mind, I began issuing new orders to Jean. Jean, excavate the space above the bedroom. I intend to construct a restroom there. Understood, Commander. Shall we proceed with the expansion of the ricewood farm? Yes, prioritize the expansion of the ricewood farm. Once all the ricewood is harvested, we shall commence the restroom's construction. After a moment of contemplation, I realized my eagerness. It would be wiser to focus on cultivation first, as sustenance is paramount. Very well. Commander, I shall attend to it immediately. With that, Jean made his way to the ricewood farm. I immersed myself in technological research, eager to expedite the sanitation technology's development. By noon, at 1400 hours, hunger struck again, and I had completed 18 research points, nearing completion. There was no need to dwell on the time. Nourishment took precedence. I set aside my studies and proceeded to the ricewood farm. Since I had been researching right by the bedroom door, I had not noticed Jean's visit to the bedroom. I speculated that even if the rice had matured, Jean would not have stored it. On my way, I encountered Jean diligently excavating the space above the bedroom. Choosing not to interrupt his work, I continued directly to the farm in search of food. Upon arrival, I surveyed the ground and indeed found a heap of harvested rice strewn about. Jean had neglected to store it in the bedroom. I picked up the rice and began to eat, too famished to bother with washing it. The fresh rice bore no harmful pathogens, only a touch of dust, and my genetically enhanced digestive system was not deterred by such trivialities. Having finished my meal, I did not rush to leave. Instead, I counted the number of ricewood trees, an impressive tally of 17, and I estimated that within 2 days, the count would reach 20. After all, Jean, responsible for harvesting, possessed professional skills that increased the likelihood of obtaining crop seeds. Content. I returned to the research station to continue my studies, intending to complete the research before collaborating with Jean on the restroom's construction. When my research concluded, and I prepared to seek out Jean, I discovered he had headed straight to the bedroom, disregarding me entirely, and simply collapsed onto the bed to sleep. My phone glanced at the time, realizing it had already reached 6 p.m., marking Jean's rest period. With no choice but to venture forth on his own, my phone dismissed any concerns about disturbing Jean's slumber. As time quietly slipped away, he did not receive the anticipated roar of Jean awakening, but instead was greeted by the humming of the printing chamber, signaling the arrival of the 6th supply delivery. Chapter 28. The second replicant. This delivery was rather unremarkable, as my phone had long since resolved to opt for a replicant. This choice would yield additional labor, enabling him to catch up with the challenger who had previously selected a replicant and triggered the frozen companion Easter egg. My phone was confident that there were already 2 replicants among the challengers, and it was unlikely that a third would be chosen in the near future due to food shortages. 3 individuals required a daily intake of 6,000 kilocalories. If only rice blight trees were cultivated, it would necessitate the harvesting of 10 trees each day. Given that rice blight trees take 3 days to grow, 30 trees would need to be planted to sustain the caloric demands of 3 persons. This figure is merely theoretical. In reality, more trees would need to be cultivated, as one cannot remain constantly vigilant beside the rice blight trees, waiting for the moment of harvest. The time taken to travel to the farm and to conduct the harvest itself necessitates additional planting to ensure a sufficient food supply. Even with his early efforts, my phone had managed to plant only 17 rice blight trees thus far, still short of the 30 required. While those challengers embarking on expeditions may gather additional seeds from the wild, their later planting schedules rendered it improbable that they would surpass my phone in quantity. The challengers possessing 2 replicants had been relentlessly manufacturing food using their food suppression machines, teetering on the brink of madness from the threat of food poisoning. The prospect of acquiring a 3rd replicant seemed utterly implausible, even for my phone, who could potentially receive a 3rd replicant in 3 days. The decision would hinge on the circumstances at that time. Only with an ample food supply could he contemplate such an addition. Currently, Mai Feng's base output barely met the consumption needs of 2 individuals. The prospect of recruiting a 2nd replicant would be tantamount to hardship. However, in pursuit of rapid base construction, he had to make do with the discomfort of having the replicants endure such privation. My phone did not thoroughly scrutinize the 3 types of supplies listed for delivery. From previous lists, he discerned that none were particularly valuable. Upon decisively selecting the delivery of a replicant, the printing chamber emitted a series of beeping sounds, followed by a flash of light. A replicant was expelled from the chamber, performing a 360-degree spin in midair before landing with a thud at Mai Feng's feet. As the replicant regained its footing, my phone scrutinized the newcomer. The individual bore a deep ebony complexion, sported a neat buzz cut, and was clad in standard replicant attire, red on the upper half and black on the lower. Should this fellow find himself in a dimly lit environment, my phone surmised he might remain entirely unnoticed. Newcomer, please introduce yourself, your name, your areas of expertise, and any shortcomings you may possess, my phone inquired. Greetings, Commander. I am Ruby, proficient in excavation, medicine, and culinary arts. Personally, I possess a keen interest in excavation, medical practices, and supplies, though I lack skill in artistic endeavors. Kindly assign me my duties. Ruby replied, his large eyes adorned with long lashes gazing hopefully at Mai Feng, seemingly wishing for a task aligned with his passions. Upon hearing Ruby's self-introduction, Mai Feng felt a sense of relief. This replicant was not as troublesome as Jean. You shall transition to the role of chef. Henceforth, the culinary responsibilities at the base will rest with you, Mai Feng declared, assigning Ruby his task. However, Commander, while I excel in culinary skills, I lack enthusiasm for cooking as a profession. Ruby blinked, hoping Mai Feng might rescind his command. Your culinary expertise is essential to the base, and we currently lack sufficient personnel to assign you solely to your areas of interest. Mai Feng disregarded Ruby's pleading gaze. The replicant's preferences were not within Mai Feng's considerations, particularly given the current shortage of staff. Very well, Commander. I shall comply with your orders, Ruby acquiesced, resigned to transitioning into the role of chef. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Ruby successfully donned a chef's hat. Commander, where's the kitchen? Ruby inquired. At present, there is no kitchen, but one will be constructed in due course. Your immediate task is to build the restroom, Mai Feng replied, equally exasperated by the lack of personnel and time to establish the necessary facilities. Understood, Commander. I shall proceed with excavation work, Ruby responded cheerfully. Although he could not assume the role of the miner he desired, he felt content to engage in excavation. Mai Feng guided Ruby to continue excavating the vacant area. And soon Jean awoke to join the labor. With their combined efforts, they swiftly unearthed the space required for the restroom and fortuitously discovered 2 kilograms of silt roots, significantly alleviating the food shortage brought on by Ruby's arrival. However, this solution was only temporary, as relying on excavation and chance for sustenance was unsustainable. As evening approached, nearly 11 p.m., Mai Feng planned to have a bite to eat before retiring for the night. You are to construct a toilet, sink, and shower stalls according to my blueprint. Since I have staggered our schedules, only one of each facility needs to be built, Mai Feng instructed before departing, ensuring Jean and Ruby would remain occupied. It was imperative to maximize every minute of labor. Mai Feng organized their schedules as follows. His rest period from midnight to 4 a.m., Ruby's from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m., and Jean's from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. By staggering their routines, they would avoid conflicts over equipment usage. Naturally, Mai Feng prioritized his own schedule, adhering to a nocturnal work pattern, as he had grown accustomed to such a rhythm on Earth. Meanwhile, arranging for the replicants to rest during the day and work at night posed little concern in the pitch-black subterranean world, where the distinction between day and night was negligible. Upon returning to his chamber, Mai Feng began to indulge in sustenance. After finishing his meal, he counted the remaining provisions, which amounted to a mere 2,200 kilocalories. It appeared that he would have to construct a food press machine to create a nourishing paste for the replicants on the morrow. The 3 individuals required a daily intake of 6,000 kilocalories, and fortunately, Ruby, having just arrived, was not yet hungry. Additionally, during their previous excavations, they had unearthed 2 kilograms of mud roots, which provided some respite in their current predicament. However, the farm yielded only 17 rice blight trees, a quantity insufficient to sustain 3 people. Thus, prior to the harvest from the Thornflower farm, erecting a food press machine to produce the paste seemed a prudent course of action. Naturally, Mai Feng would not partake in eating soil. His sustenance would be fresh rice blight, leaving the replicants to consume the paste. With plans for the next day solidified, Mai Feng climbed into bed and drifted into a contented slumber. While Mai Feng slept, Jean and Ruby busily constructed a toilet and sink above, their clatter not disturbing his rest, for after a long day of labor, Mai Feng fell asleep instantaneously, making it difficult to rouse him. Amidst the sounds of construction, day 19 dawned upon Mai Feng. Chapter 29. Completion of the washroom. When Mai Feng awoke, the clinking and clattering continued from above, yet he had enjoyed a restful sleep, rising with clarity of mind. After attending to his personal hygiene, he set about his tasks. Initially intending to join Jean and Ruby in their work, he refrained upon noticing the limited space already occupied by the two. Instead, he resolved to construct a bed for Ruby, as he did not wish for Ruby to utilize his own bed during rest. Venturing into the bedroom, Mai Feng began to excavate. The area was constrained, with his and Jean's beds occupying 70% of the space, while a large food storage box claimed the remainder. Thus, He needed to excavate further to create room for the bed. The right stone wall of the chamber was composed of granite, and only Mai Feng, possessing a level 1 digging skill, was capable of excavation. Jean, despite having a level 3 digging skill, lacked the essential level 1 skill and was unable to dig. As Mai Feng dug downstairs to build the bed, Jean and Ruby constructed a shower stall above, the entire space resonating with the sounds of their labor, akin to a spirited competition. By 9 o'clock, this impromptu contest concluded with Jean and Ruby emerging victorious, having completed the construction of the toilet, sink, and shower stall ahead of Mai Feng. They had commenced their work while he was still asleep, progressing significantly before he began. Upon hearing the sounds from above cease, Mai Feng discerned the situation and ascended to find Jean and Ruby, assigning them new tasks. Well done. Now, proceed to construct a fertilizer synthesizer, positioning it beneath the coal generator. Exercise caution to avoid breaching the reservoir on the left side. Mai Feng had not forgotten the proximity of the reservoir to the coal generator and specifically instructed Jean and Ruby that should they breach it, significant complications would ensue. Not only would the hand pump for water become troublesome, but the water pump would also need to be built anew, along with the necessary piping and cabling. Understood, Commander. Jean and Ruby responded simultaneously, then turned and merrily made their way towards the coal generator. They set off to excavate and construct a fertilizer synthesizer, while Mai Feng returned to the bedroom to complete the bed's construction. After all, Ruby's rest period began at 1 p.m., leaving her less than 3 hours to relax. And Mai Feng certainly did not wish to find anyone else lying on his bed. However, the granite proved quite formidable, causing Mai Feng, a mere level 1 excavation-skilled researcher, to spend an extensive amount of time carving out the required space. He also moved the bed aside and enlarged the ceiling above the bedroom to avoid the discomfort of sleeping too close to the low overhead. Once the new bed was constructed and the original bed returned to its place, he dedicated additional time to tidying up the bedroom, lest the bed be covered in dust, making for an uncomfortable sleep. By 11 a.m., after much haste, Mai Feng successfully completed the bedroom expansion just before Ruby's rest began. Fortuitously, during the expansion, he unearthed 1 kilogram of muckroot, bringing the base's food storage to a total of 3,000 kilocalories. At that moment, Jean emerged from the underground cavity to seek out Mai Feng. Commander, the space required for the fertilizer synthesizer has been successfully excavated, and I also found 2 kilograms of muckroot. However, we lack sufficient copper or to construct the synthesizer. Jean reported, detailing both his achievements and challenges. Very well, you and Ruby should first construct the water pipes, laying them from the pump to the sink, and then another line from the sink to the location of the fertilizer synthesizer. Mai Feng contemplated before ultimately deciding on this course of action. Understood, Commander. We shall proceed at once, Jean replied, summoning Ruby to assist in the pipe construction. With the 2 duplicants dispatched, Mai Feng made his way to the rice weevil wood farm above the bathroom, where 17 rice weevil trees had already been planted, though none had yet matured. Mai Feng's purpose for visiting this location was to mine the adjacent copper ore. He began excavating the copper, aiming to gather enough before Jean and Ruby completed the water pipe installation, ensuring a seamless transition to constructing the cables and fertilizer synthesizer. At 1 p.m., Ruby returned to the bedroom to rest, leaving Jean to construct the water pipes alone. Meanwhile, Mai Feng had successfully mined sufficient copper, amounting to 1,500 kilograms, and even planted an additional rice weevil tree, expanding the farm to a total of 19 trees, thereby increasing food production. He tossed the collected copper towards the fertilizer synthesizer's construction site and joined Jean in the endeavor of building the water pipes. By 3 p.m., feeling famished, Mai Feng returned to the bedroom to grab a bite, coincidentally encountering Ruby, who had risen for a meal. He joined her in the dining endeavor. Both muckroot and rice weevil were substantial in quantity, but low in caloric content and rather unpalatable. Thus, Mai Feng and Ruby spent over an hour simply eating. After their meal, Mai Feng intended to seek out Jean to continue constructing the water pipes, but found no sign of him along the way. Consequently, he worked alone on the water pipes until Ruby returned to her tasks, still unaware of Jean's whereabouts. As the clock approached 6 p.m., Mai Feng noticed Jean descending from the ladder, his hands laden with a bundle of rice pests. It turned out that Jean had been to the rice pest farm to harvest. After all, Jean's primary occupation was that of a farmer, and tilling the land took precedence over all else. Excavation and construction were merely secondary tasks. Had it not been for Mai Feng's insistence, Jean would have prioritized his farming duties, adhering to the logic of a replicant. At 6 p.m., while Jean took a break, Mai Feng and Ruby continued their work. However, it was not long before Ruby found herself alone in the construction of the water pipes, as the coal power generator had once again ceased operation, compelling Mai Feng to abandon his task in order to gather coal. Although the coal generator did not require manual effort to generate power, someone still needed to collect the coal to facilitate electricity production. Coal was scattered everywhere, courtesy of Hachura, making the collection a time-consuming endeavor. Fortunately, the power output of the coal generator surpassed that of the human power generator, making it a more efficient choice overall. By the time Mai Feng finished gathering coal, Jean had returned from his break to continue the construction of the water pipes, which remained incomplete due to their considerable length. The water pump was located at the lower left corner of the base, while the restroom was situated at the upper right corner, making it a diagonal span of 30 meters of piping from pump to restroom. Additionally, another pipeline was required to discharge wastewater, extending from the restroom to the fertilizer synthesizer located at the lower part of the base, also necessitating approximately 30 meters of piping. Neither Mai Feng nor the two replicants had acquired construction skills. They merely undertook construction tasks part-time, hence their slow progress. It was not until the very last moment before Mai Feng retired for the night that the water pipes were finally completed, marking the official completion of the restroom. However, the fertilizer synthesizer remained unfinished, meaning that although the restroom was now operational, wastewater would accumulate in the discharge pipe until the synthesizer was constructed to process it. Yet, Mai Feng could no longer wait for the construction of the synthesizer. He stepped into the shower stall and enjoyed a refreshing wash. Although the shower lacked temperature control, leaving Mai Feng somewhat uncomfortable, it was the first bath he had taken in many days, greatly relieving both his body and spirit. He felt invigorated and uplifted, brimming with confidence and motivation for the upcoming wilderness survival challenges. Before retiring for the night, Mai Feng instructed Jean and Ruby to complete the construction of the fertilizer synthesizer and the electrical cables. He then took stock of the food supplies, finding a satisfactory amount of 3,200 kilocalories remaining. Having successfully completed the restroom, enjoyed a satisfying shower, and avoided any mishaps, Mai Feng felt a sense of victory as he settled into bed. However, the circumstances for the other challengers were far less favorable. As Mai Feng had previously analyzed, those who had opted for replicant delivery on 2 occasions now shared a singular sentiment. This existence was untenable. As the saying goes, life is a tapestry of joys and sorrows, with each individual experiencing their unique triumphs and tribulations. Those challengers who opted for a single replicant have now embraced a life of abundance, pursuing a higher quality of living. With replicants serving as laborers, they swiftly established rice trees farms. A mere 20 rice trees can yield sufficient sustenance for 2 individuals, while most challengers can only construct around 10 rice trees. Once established, they require no further attention, as the replicants tend to fertilization and harvesting, allowing the challengers to explore or delve into technological research without concern for their food supply. What? You assert that 10 rice trees suffice for just one challenger's consumption? Do replicants not require nourishment? Certainly, they do. Replicants can subsist on soil. Challengers are not inclined to compromise their own sustenance for the sake of replicants, for deep down, each harbors the spirit of a capitalist. Some challengers have thrived by exploiting replicants, while others relish in adventurous explorations. They have now developed oxygen masks capable of storing a portion of oxygen, entirely sufficient for a day of outdoor adventures. Furthermore, challengers who have transitioned to miners now possess floodlights, enabling exploration in well-lit and oxygen-rich environments. A stark contrast to the previous necessity of holding one's breath in darkness, much to their delight. Upon returning to their base, the availability of food has further heightened their spirits and ignited their interest in exploration. Following numerous excursions, aside from a few unfortunate souls who stumbled upon geysers of scalding magma, most challengers have reaped bountiful rewards. Some have encountered an array of hidden treasures, while others have returned with new food sources, such as frost wheat from frigid regions, snack sprouts and salt vines from cooler areas, and fire pepper vines from hotter zones. This brought continuous surprises to the challengers and elicited excitement from the audience watching the live stream. However, the fortunes of those who opted for 2 replicants were not as favorable. Why choose 2 replicants, you ask? Some challengers thought similarly to Mai Feng. If I don't choose, others will, and I will fall behind. Yet, These challengers lacked Mai Feng's foresight. They failed to establish farms early on. After receiving 2 replicants within 4 days, from day 15 to day 18, they faced dire straits. 3 individuals necessitate a total of 30 rice trees to sustain their consumption, a feat even Mai Feng, who constructed his farm early, could not achieve, let alone these challengers. They could only manage to establish a meager farm of 10 rice trees, and to address their food scarcity, they were compelled to construct food compression machines as a supplement. However, the food compression machines require time to produce soft paste. They demand not only electricity, but also water and soil as materials. Even with a replicant trained in culinary skills operating a machine, it can only yield 10 servings of soft paste over a full day of continuous operation. Moreover, cooks also require rest, limiting production to a maximum of 8 servings daily. Each serving of soft paste provides 800 kilocalories. Thus, 8 servings amount to 6,400 kilocalories, sufficient to meet the needs of 3 individuals. Even if the farm boasts 10 rice pest trees, it is imperative to produce 5 portions of soft paste daily to satisfy the consumption of 2 additional individuals. Moreover, regardless of how swiftly the rice pest trees grow, a span of 3 days is requisite for harvesting. This implies that among the 3 individuals, one must assume the role of a chef, who will dedicate a significant portion of their day to the preparation of soft paste. The production of this paste necessitates substantial quantities of water and soil, thus requiring the replicants to frequently transport materials, while the food press consumes electricity, calling for someone to operate the human-powered generator. As for the coal generator, setting aside whether these challengers have researched such technology, the mere procurement of coal poses its own dilemma. The encountered Hachi have long been exterminated. Who could have anticipated that Hachi could produce coal? Natural coal deposits are exceedingly scarce, compelling most challengers to rely on human-powered generators. Consequently, those challengers who opt for 2 replicants endure a particularly arduous existence. An additional individual translates to additional consumption, not solely of food, but also of oxygen, and consequently, an increase in carbon dioxide emissions. When food is scarce, the decision to recruit more individuals results in daily anxiety over sustenance. Even with the early establishment of the farm's weed edge, concerns over food persist. The chef must expend a significant amount of time crafting soft paste, necessitating someone to oversee the human-powered generator, while the farm requires individuals to fertilize and harvest. Furthermore, an oxygen diffuser demands someone to gather algae for distribution, otherwise, oxygen becomes a pressing issue. The consumption of soft paste, aside from its unpalatable taste, carries another consequence: the heightened risk of foodborne illness. Should one become infected? Neglecting the ailment may not be fatal, yet it leads to frequent trips to the restroom, inadequate rest, and prolonged discomfort, requiring 2 to 3 days for recovery. If, during this recovery period, one continues to consume soft paste, the duration of food poisoning symptoms may be significantly extended. The frequent restroom visits result in the rapid filling of dry toilets. After one filling of soil, a dry toilet can accommodate 15 uses, meaning that with 3 individuals, it necessitates cleaning every 5 days. If foodborne illness strikes, one person may require 3 restroom visits daily, even if the challengers abstain from soft paste. The 2 replicants would collectively need 6 visits, necessitating cleaning every 2 days. The cleaning of dry toilets is exceedingly time-consuming, and the contaminated soil produced must also be addressed. Failure to do so will pollute the air, dispersing foodborne pathogens. Another consequence of food poisoning is inadequate rest. One requires an additional 30% more time for recuperation, further diminishing the chef's already limited time for paste production. Thus, the decision by some challengers to recruit an additional replicant yields benefits that are overshadowed by numerous drawbacks. If these challengers were unscrupulous capitalists, it might be more palatable, indifferent to the fate of the replicants, pursuing exploration and technological research at will. However, when their hearts are not so callous, the situation becomes dire. Sharing soft paste with replicants leads to a collective affliction by foodborne pathogens, resulting in shared discomfort and sleepless nights. There is no need to ponder exploration. One might not even traverse halfway before having to return for a restroom break. Thus, it is evident that an abundance of individuals does not always yield better outcomes, a truth that Mai Feng comprehends profoundly. Upon awakening, Mai Feng was greeted by a new dilemma. The fertilizer synthesizer was operational, yet no one at the base possessed the knowledge to utilize the fertilizer. Chapter 31. setbacks in planning, researching new technologies when Mai Feng arose. Jean promptly approached him to report on the progress. The construction of the fertilizer synthesizer had been completed, and fertilizer was currently in production. However, there were no qualified individuals available to apply it. Unlike the straightforward process of fertilizing rice trees with soil, the use of fertilizer requires a level 2 farming skill to operate agricultural station equipment, enabling the conversion into microfertilizer. Subsequently, a level 2 farmer must apply this microfertilizer to the crops in need, which significantly accelerates growth by up to 100. For instance, when applying microfertilizer to thorny flowers, what traditionally takes 6 days to mature can be reduced to just 3 days. However, due to the application of soil for rice trees, microfertilizer cannot be utilized on them. The pressing issue is that there is no one at the base with level 2 farming skills. Ruby is a chef, Mai Feng is a researcher, and Jean himself only possesses level 1 farming skills, rendering the fertilizer temporarily unusable. Mai Feng had overlooked the necessity of level 2 agricultural skills for the conversion of fertilizer into microfertilizer. Although he possessed 2 skill points that could be reset using the skill purification device, Mai Feng still wished to pursue technological research, as many desired advancements remained unlocked. Moreover, while the skill purification device could reset skill points, it required substantial energy and time, and the process itself deterred Mai Feng. In simple terms, the procedure involved placing an individual inside a chamber, stimulating the brain with considerable electrical power, and then subjecting the chamber to intense shaking, a sight that could induce discomfort even from the outside. Though Mai Feng was unaware of the precise workings of the purification device, he was reluctant to risk a concussion or to ascertain whether the experience was pleasant. Therefore, the plan to fertilize the thorny flowers for a swift harvest of thorny berries must be temporarily shelved. It would have to wait until Jean acquired a second skill point and learned level 2 farming skills to proceed. Jean had arrived on the 15th day, and based on Mai Feng's previous rate of skill acquisition, it would likely take just a few more days. It seems that reliance on slime paste will be necessary to address the food crisis. Thus, it is time to construct a food compactor and allow Ruby, the chef, to fulfill his primary role. Having determined the course of action, Mai Feng began issuing new commands to Jean. Understood. We will temporarily suspend the use of fertilizer. However, the synthesizer must remain operational to manage wastewater. Additionally, you and Ruby should excavate the space above the research station to construct a food compactor. Yes, Commander. I will attend to it immediately, Jean responded before turning to exit. Mai Feng had finished his breakfast and counted the scant provisions remaining. After subtracting the 1 kilogram of rice worms he had consumed, only 1 kilogram of mud roots and 3 kilograms of rice worms remained, yielding a mere 2,600 kilocalories, insufficient for the energy expenditure of the 3 individuals today. Upon stepping out of the bedroom, he observed Jean and Ruby busily constructing a food compression machine. It appeared that their collaborative efforts were quite efficient. Approaching the two, Mai Feng greeted them warmly, offering encouragement for their industrious labor. Hello, you two are working quite swiftly. Keep it up. Today's sustenance relies on this machine. Ruby, once it's completed, begin producing the mud paste with full vigor. Let us start with 6 portions. Too many would be difficult to store. Jean, your task is to transport materials to Ruby and, when time permits, gather coal to supply the coal generator, as this machine consumes a significant amount of power. Understood, Commander. Jean and Ruby replied in unison, returning to their tasks with renewed focus. Mai Feng watched them with a sense of gratification, reflecting on how the strength of numbers indeed expedited their efforts compared to when he had to labor alone. Previously, Mai Feng had instructed Jean to gather coal because a single coal generator was struggling to meet the energy demands of the base. The base's electrical appliances included ceiling lights at 10 watts, a research station at 60 watts, an oxygen diffuser at 120 watts, a supercomputer at 120 watts, a fertilizer synthesizer at 120 watts, a water pump at 240 watts, and the food compression machine at 240 watts. When all were in operation, they consumed a total of 910 watts. Yet, the coal generator could only produce 600 watts, rendering it inadequate. Fortunately, not all appliances required continuous operation. Typically, the appliances that needed to run 24 hours a day included the ceiling lights, the oxygen diffuser, and the fertilizer synthesizer. The ceiling lights provided illumination for the spiky flower farm, essential for the growth of the flowers. The fertilizer synthesizer relied on wastewater from the restroom. and if it ceased to function, blockages would occur, rendering the restroom unusable. The oxygen diffuser also required constant operation. Otherwise, the oxygen levels in the base would diminish, hampering their breathing and overall work efficiency. The combined power consumption of these three devices totaled 250 watts, nearing half the output capacity of the coal generator. Moreover, the coal generator's fuel was sourced from the hatchie, which produced a total of 140 kilograms of coal daily. To operate at full capacity for 24 hours, the generator required 600 kilograms of coal, indicating that production could not keep pace with consumption, thus rendering the construction of a second coal generator an ineffective solution. Mai Feng had no immediate plans to utilize a human-powered generator, as he needed Jean and Ruby for other tasks. Instead, he contemplated the development of new technologies to address the power generation issue. The solution lay in a natural gas generator, a blueprint of fossil fuel technology requiring 30 research points from research stations and 20 points from supercomputers. The natural gas generator would produce 800 watts, perfectly complementing the newly constructed fertilizer synthesizer, which would generate natural gas that could be collected for power generation. If the objective is solely to unlock this particular research, it would suffice for Mai Feng to dedicate merely one day. However, the utilization of a natural gas generator necessitates the unlocking of two additional technologies, ventilation technology and separation technology, which require 15 and 20 research points respectively from research stations. Ventilation technology unlocks 4 blueprints, among which the gas pump and ventilation pipes are essential for Mai Feng. The separation technology facilitates the unlocking of gas and liquid filters. In essence, the process involves extracting air with the gas pump, filtering out natural gas using the gas filter, and channeling it through ventilation pipes to the natural gas generator, thereby enabling electricity generation. By the time Mai Feng completed the simplest ventilation technology, the clock struck noon. He raised his gaze to Ruby and inquired, "Ruby, how many servings of slime food have you produced?" "Report, Commander, 3 servings have been made, but I have consumed them all. They were quite unpalatable," Ruby replied, smacking his lips. Mai Feng was taken aback by Ruby's boldness. Chapter 32, Jean. Prepare to eat dirt. Although Mai Feng had planned for the 2 duplicants to consume slime food, while he himself feasted on muckroots and meal lice, he had not anticipated Ruby's proactive nature. He had yet to instruct them to eat only slime food, yet Ruby had already devoured it. It seems Ruby is indeed a conscientious comrade. "Very well, continue producing 3 more servings of slime food," he commanded. Despite his admiration for Ruby's initiative, the tasks at hand remained unfinished, particularly as Jean's share had yet to be prepared. One could surmise that Jean would be quite pleased to learn of Mai Feng's concern for his sustenance. Time swiftly passed to 1 p.m. With Mai Feng still engrossed in the second technology research, Ruby had taken a break, and before his respite, he managed to produce only 1 serving of slime food. The production process was undeniably time-consuming. Jean, meanwhile, tirelessly transported water and dirt to Ruby, and during any available moments, he was dispatched by Mai Feng to gather coal. As the crops in the farm had yet to mature, a farmer without tasks became merely a runner. At 5 p.m., Ruby awoke and, to Mai Feng's astonishment, rushed straight for the slime food, seizing it to munch on. "Ruby, did you not just finish 3 servings this morning?" Mai Feng inquired with curiosity. "Report, Commander, indeed. But I am once again hungry," Ruby replied, his words somewhat garbled. "Very well, upon finishing, please expedite the production of slime food. Jean will require nourishment shortly." Mai Feng conceded, instructing him to create 3 more servings for Jean. By 6 p.m., Ruby was engaged in the production of slime food while Mai Feng continued his research into the second technology. Jean entered the bedroom, rubbing his eyes. After prolonged exposure to natural gas while collecting coal, his eyes had become irritated and reddened, necessitating some rest. At 7 p.m., feeling hungry, Mai Feng paused his research, made his way to the bedroom, and retrieved 3 kilograms of meal lice from the food storage to satiate his appetite. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering Jean on the adjacent bed, Mai Feng savored his meal with great delight. Although the taste of the rice pests was quite unpleasant, after enduring it for several days, he had gradually acclimatized to the peculiar flavor. Moreover, since both Jean and Ruby were to consume the paste today, the fact that he had rice pests to eat made Mai Feng perceive them as a delicacy. At 10 p.m., Mai Feng was engrossed in researching his 3rd technological advancement. Jean, having completed his rest, was rejuvenated due to his genetically enhanced physique and remarkable recuperative abilities. His once severely agitated eyes returned to normal. He hurried to the farm in search of sustenance, but was halted in his tracks by Mai Feng's call. "Jean, your dinner tonight consists of paste." "But Commander, the paste could be toxic," Jean replied, his expression rife with conflict. "Not at all. Look, Ruby has consumed 4 servings today without any issue. Go ahead and eat." Mai Feng insisted once more, bemused by Jean's lack of compliance compared to Ruby. "Very well, I shall obey your command, Commander," Jean conceded reluctantly, moving beside Ruby to partake in the paste. After Jean finished 3 servings, Mai Feng patted his shoulder. "See, I told you there was nothing to worry about. How do you feel now?" "Well, for the moment, I can't discern any problems. I don't feel unwell, though the paste flavor is rather dreadful," Jean replied, his face reflecting relief mixed with resignation. "Then there is no issue. Our food supply is critically low, and we must make do with this for now," Mai Feng reassured him. "All right, Commander, I shall return to work," Jean acquiesced, unable to resist Mai Feng's orders. "Remember to harvest the rice pests from the farm. They should be ripe by now." Mai Feng called after Jean's retreating figure. Jean stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, and responded affirmatively before proceeding towards the farm. Once Jean departed, Mai Feng summoned Ruby back to continue producing the paste. The reason for Ruby's intermittent production was due to the paste's short shelf life. It could spoil easily. Mai Feng was wary of allowing Ruby to manufacture it in bulk, fearing that the replicants might not detect any spoilage. Consuming spoiled paste would surely result in food poisoning. Time passed swiftly, and as Mai Feng delved into fossil fuel technology research, he noticed that his break was approaching. He powered down the research station and headed to the restroom, turning on the shower stall while humming a cheerful tune, relishing the prospect of a refreshing bath. After a long day's toil, a hot shower was a delightful means of relaxation. However, the shower stall lacked temperature control, merely drawing water through pipes and directing it to the shower head. This alien technology was quite subpar, lacking even a simple water heater. Mai Feng grumbled, yet continued his bath, grateful for the opportunity, as it was a significant improvement over the previous 20 days without a shower. In livestream room 755, due to moderation reasons, the audience watching Mai Feng bathe saw a pixelated screen. However, they could clearly hear the joyous melody of Mai Feng humming amidst the sound of running water. 555. I am utterly exasperated. The challenger numbered 755 is becoming increasingly irksome. What is the matter? I find it quite entertaining. Have you not witnessed how he treats the 2 replicants? He makes them consume the soft clay while he indulges in rice worms. Oh, I saw that. I think it's quite normal. How could that be considered normal? He regards the 2 replicants as mere slaves. Huh. Reflect on your own words. You referred to them as replicants. Isn't it only reasonable to acknowledge the distinction? Furthermore, based on what we observe, the soft clay they consume and the rice worms devoured by Challenger 755 should possess a similar texture. The only difference is that the soft clay might induce illness. Do you hear yourself? Forcing others to consume food that harbors pathogens is illegal, you know? In these extraordinary times, special measures are warranted. They are engaged in a survival challenge, and individuals will resort to unimaginable actions for the sake of survival. Soft clay is akin to the earth eaten during famines. Do you have any idea how many perish from consuming it during such dire times? Regardless, I believe Challenger 755 treats the 2 replicants as slaves, which is a blatant disrespect and violation of life. I perceive your stance as biased. It's not as if he forbids the replicants from eating or sleeping. Did you not notice that Challenger 755 constructed a toilet and a shower stall for their use? But 755 uses them too. Why doesn't he consume the soft clay himself? Didn't we previously discuss this topic? It seems we might have, or perhaps we did not. Regardless of the live stream's proceedings, after showering, Mai Feng retired to bed. As the survival challenge was no longer a concern, savoring life was the true priority. In his slumber, Mai Feng vaguely perceived Jean placing rice worms into the food storage. He could not discern if it was merely a dream. Chapter 33. Ruby falls ill upon awakening. Mai Feng inspected the food storage, discovering an orderly arrangement of 3 kilograms of rice worms, thus confirming that last night was not a figment of his imagination. After consuming 1 kilogram of rice worms for breakfast, Mai Feng commenced his research endeavors. Although having initiated the replicant's consumption of soil had rendered the farm's output sufficient for his own needs, allowing him to effortlessly complete the 30-day survival challenge without labor. Mai Feng was disinclined to remain idle until the event's conclusion. He aspired to secure first place in the challenge. One must harbor dreams, lest one becomes indistinguishable from a mere idle fish. The remaining fossil fuel technology was rather time-consuming. Fortunately, Mai Feng had engaged in research for an extended period and had become adept at it, thereby achieving a work efficiency superior to others, even if his skills were reset. Erasing the knowledge of the level 1 researcher skill, Mai Feng's research speed would still surpass that of his peers. Yet, just as he believed he could complete this technology today, his research was unexpectedly interrupted. The morning unfolded without incident. Ruby was diligently manufacturing soft clay. Jean was systematically delivering materials, and Mai Feng was engrossed in his technological research. However, by noon, troubles began to arise. First, the coal ran out. After days of consumption, the coal produced by the number 2 hatchie ultimately could not keep pace with the demands of the coal-powered generator. Jean searched every nook and cranny but found no coal. To obtain coal, one had to venture out and rely on fortune. However, not wanting to depend on chance, Mai Feng chose to restart the human-powered generator. Of course, it was Jean who ran the wheel, while Mai Feng took on the task of material distribution, enabling Ruby to swiftly produce sufficient amounts of slime paste. At precisely 1 p.m., while Ruby was eating, he voraciously consumed 3 servings of slime paste, which led to unfortunate consequences. He succumbed to food poisoning. Despite Ruby's courage, luck did not favor him this time. After consuming the 3rd serving, he felt an unease in his stomach and, without the opportunity to rest, rushed to the restroom. Although Ruby fell ill, he had fortunately completed the production of 3 servings of slime paste for Jean beforehand. At 6 p.m., Jean, with a face devoid of hope, consumed 3 servings of slime paste but, unexpectedly, did not feel unwell. He once again narrowly escaped the clutches of the virus. Originally scheduled to resume work at 5 p.m., Ruby was granted an extra hour of rest by Mai Feng due to his illness, thus rejoining the work at 6 p.m. However, instead of continuing the production of slime paste, Mai Feng assigned him to replace Jean in running the human-powered generator. Despite Ruby's diminished efficiency due to food poisoning, which necessitated frequent restroom breaks, he managed to maintain an adequate power generation rate to meet the base's energy consumption. It was crucial that the base's power supply remained uninterrupted, as any outage would lead to a series of complications. The ceiling lights would cease to function, halting the growth of the spiked flowers. The oxygen diffuser would stop working, resulting in insufficient oxygen supply, and ultimately, the fertilizer synthesizer would also cease operations, leading to restroom failures. While Ruby generated power, Mai Feng remained busy as well. After dinner, he took on Jean's previous responsibility of material distribution. Mai Feng not only needed to source algae from the oxygen diffuser, but also had to provide soil and phosphor or to the fertilizer synthesizer. Additionally, he sought to advance research during any available moments. For halting research due to the coal shortage was not an option. Technological advancement was fundamentally aimed at resolving power issues. By 9 p.m., Jean had yet to rest, and the light screen of the printing pod illuminated, signaling the arrival of the 7th material delivery. Upon seeing the replicant reappear in the delivery list, Mai Feng hesitated, hesitant to select a replicant as he had in the previous 2 instances. The presence of 2 replicants had already thrust Mai Feng into various crises, and he felt he could not withstand another. Most challengers, aside from Mai Feng, opted for 2 replicants, while those who chose 3 had been tormented to the point of abandoning the challenge. Even those selecting 2 replicants faced a more dire existence than Mai Feng, still enduring their suffering. In addition to the replicant selection, 3 types of materials were available: 2,000 kilograms of concentrated brine, 100 kilograms of oxygen stones, and 3,000 kilograms of phosphor ore. Mai Feng decisively opted for 3,000 kilograms of phosphate ore, coinciding perfectly with the establishment of a fertilizer synthesizer at his base, enabling the conversion of phosphate into fertilizer. As for the replicant, Mai Feng was understandably reluctant to make a choice. At 10 p.m., after a brief respite, Jean returned to work, yet Mai Feng assigned him to harvest rice pests instead of taking over Ruby's wheel-running duties, as Jean's primary role was that of a farmer. Perhaps Jean had exhausted all his luck in evading food-poisoning pathogens, for in the past 2 days, he had not harvested a single seed while collecting, which might be a reflection of the conservation of luck. This left Mai Feng, who had high hopes for Jean, exceedingly disheartened, as he had wished to further expand the scale of the rice pestwood farm. With Jean back on duty, Mai Feng devoted himself to scientific research. However, even with his proficient research experience and the enhancement of a level 1 researcher skill, the technology remained unlocked by the time of his break. The progress bar reached 1620 on the supercomputer, while the research points required for the research station were already complete. It was estimated that it would take an additional 2 to 3 hours to finalize the technological study. This was the result of Mai Feng's diligent efforts amidst his busy schedule, had it not been for the interruptions that plagued his research. A day should have sufficed to unlock this technology. Nevertheless, the events had transpired, and there was no point in lamenting, as life does not unfold like a scripted play. As the saying goes, plans cannot keep pace with changes, and unexpected occurrences are bound to arise. All Mai Feng could do was confront the challenges with courage and seek solutions. When the break time arrived, rather than forcing himself to work through the night, Mai Feng chose to take a bath and retire for the night, adhering to the adage that haste makes waste. He was indifferent to delaying the unlocking of this technology by another day. Before sleeping, he checked the food inventory and found 10 kilograms of rice pests, suggesting that there would be no need to feed Jean and Ruby the soft paste the following day. After all, should Jean also fall ill, the efficiency of the replicant would significantly diminish. A peaceful night ensued, with no unforeseen circumstances disturbing Mai Feng's slumber. On the morning of the 22nd day of the survival challenge, he rose promptly at 5 a.m. Following his routine, he consumed 1 kilogram of rice pests for breakfast and commenced his research. By 10 a.m., Mai Feng had finally completed the study on fossil fuel technology, unlocking the blueprint for the natural gas generator and assembling the necessary schematics. He immediately ordered Jean and Ruby to halt their current tasks and prioritize the construction of the natural gas generator. Chapter 34. Plans encountering setbacks again. Mai Feng had initially believed that after gathering the schematics, the construction of the equipment would proceed swiftly. However, he overlooked a crucial detail. The designated construction site was located beneath the fertilizer synthesizer, significantly prolonging the construction time. The air here was laden with carbon dioxide and natural gas, making it an ideal location for extracting natural gas, yet it was far from suitable for construction work. The lack of breathable oxygen in the atmosphere meant that working in this environment required holding one's breath. Holding one's breath for 20 seconds necessitates a return to the printing chamber for a breath of oxygen. Even with the efforts of Mai Feng, Jean, and Ruby alternating in their construction endeavors, the progress remains unsatisfactory. Consequently, Mai Feng called Jean and Ruby back, pausing the task at hand. Until a viable solution is devised by Mai Feng, Jean and Ruby will attend to other responsibilities. Due to her ongoing illness, Ruby will assume simpler tasks, collecting the coal produced by Hachi yesterday and delivering it to the coal generator, thus eliminating the need for manual labor at the human-powered generator. Jean, in addition to fertilizing the Mishur wood, has taken on a new role, excavating space above the printing chamber to construct an electric oven and a giant battery. Currently, the base possesses only one giant battery. This single battery's capacity is insufficient to meet the burgeoning electrical demands of the base. Furthermore, with the imminent construction of a natural gas generator, the combined output of both the natural gas and coal generators would exceed the storage capacity of a solitary giant battery, potentially leading to power overflow. Until automation technology is developed, the generators must be manually turned on or off, which is both time-consuming and labor-intensive. The electric oven serves two purposes. Firstly, it can process mud paste into fried mud cakes, thereby mitigating the risk of food poisoning. Secondly, it can transform prickly berries into roasted berries. The prickly flowers have been cultivated for several days and are nearing harvest. After waiting for the initial crop of prickly berries, consuming them raw would seem a disservice to the time invested. Thus, processing them into roasted berries is an appealing option. This not only enhances the caloric content of the prickly berries, but also improves their flavor, representing a mutually beneficial choice. The costs involved include Ruby's time and the base's electricity, both of which fall within Mai Feng's acceptable parameters. Upon reflection, Mai Feng has devised two potential solutions to the problem of breath-holding work. The first proposal is to construct an algae box in the carbon dioxide-rich lower levels, which would generate a small amount of oxygen. However, this approach contradicts Mai Feng's initial intention to resolve the breath-holding issue, as it requires one to hold their breath to build the algae box, and the limited oxygen output would offer little relief. The generated oxygen would naturally rise, and Mai Feng would have no control over its accumulation around individuals. The second proposal involves researching new technology, portable gas technology, which would unlock the blueprint for oxygen masks that can store oxygen, allowing work to be performed without the need to hold one's breath. The drawback of this option is the considerable time required for research, the creation of a workstation, and the subsequent manufacturing of oxygen masks, alongside the construction of an exhaust pump and an oxygen mask storage cabinet to siphon oxygen into the cabinet. The implementation of this entire plan demands substantial time investment. In summary, the first solution is straightforward but merely alleviates the severity of the issue, while the second offers a comprehensive resolution at the expense of significant time. Ultimately, Mai Feng opted for the first plan, as the time required for the second option was deemed excessively lengthy, with his estimation indicating a minimum of 3 days. If the survival challenge spanned 50 days or longer, dedicating 3 days to resolve the issue of suffocation would be worthwhile. However, with the challenge limited to 30 days, the cost of those 3 days seemed rather steep, as it would be the 25th day by the time the construction was completed, rendering the gas generator less useful. Thus, prompt construction became Mai Feng's choice. After all, it was not Mai Feng himself who would undertake this labor, but rather Jean and Ruby. Having made his decision, he instructed Jean and Ruby to commence their tasks, while he set about excavating the area between the printing chamber and the mealwood farm, as previously assigned to Jean. The two duplicants began working according to Mai Feng's plan, with Ruby and Jean constructing an algae box in the underground cavern. To maximize efficiency, they decided to construct just one. Ruby was tasked with building the apparatus, while Jean was responsible for transporting the algae and water. Following that, they would proceed to the gas generator, the gas pump, and the gas filter, culminating in the installation of cables and ventilation pipes. Once completed, the project would be a triumph. These were the plans envisioned by Mai Feng, with the two duplicants laboring in the depths, struggling for breath with scant oxygen, while he himself excavated in an oxygen-rich environment above. However, as is often the case, unforeseen events unfolded. The first to encounter difficulties was Ruby, who was already unwell. Despite resting an additional hour the previous night, he did not fully regain his vitality. Now, under Mai Feng's relentless orders to work in an oxygen-deprived area, even with the algae box providing some oxygen, the task proved overwhelming for Ruby. As a result, just past noon, exhausted, he collapsed. Fortunately, Jean noticed Ruby's plight and kindly carried him back to the bedroom for rest. Otherwise, lying in such an oxygen-scarce environment could have dire consequences. Then it fell to Jean, who, after Ruby's collapse, found himself alone in the undertaking. This should not have posed a problem, as he was in good health and capable of working normally. However, the pricklebush flower, which had been left at the bottom, matured on this very day. When the pricklebush flower blooms, it emits a copious fragrance that wafts through the air and into Jean's nostrils. Unfortunately, Jean was allergic to this floral scent. While others might feel invigorated by its aroma, Jean found himself with a congested nasal passage, an itchy nose, and bouts of coughing and sneezing, which only heightened his stress. More critically, the coughing and sneezing interrupted his construction work. Even though Mai Feng promptly removed the pricklebush flower upon learning of Jean's allergy, the symptoms would not dissipate immediately, and Jean's construction pace slowed considerably. Fortunately, after resting, Ruby boldly rejoined the construction efforts below. However, the two replicants encountered a series of setbacks, causing Mai Feng's plans to deviate from his expectations. By the time Mai Feng took a rest, they had only managed to construct the vacuum pump and gas filter, while the crucial natural gas generator remained unfinished. Consequently, Mai Feng instructed the two to continue their construction while he took a bath and went to sleep. Chapter 35. The natural gas generator starts a new life during Mai Feng's respite. Jean and Ruby, the two unfortunate companions, diligently executed the orders given by Mai Feng. Perhaps fate, acknowledging their misfortunes, decided to spare them further calamities, and they successfully completed the natural gas generator along with the accompanying cables and ventilation pipes while Mai Feng was resting. Upon awakening, Mai Feng was greeted by the thunderous roar of the natural gas generator, which had commenced its operation and begun generating electricity. Observing that the natural gas generator was functioning properly, Mai Feng commanded Jean and Ruby to cease supplying coal to the coal generator, as the coal was too dispersed and gathering it was a waste of time. With only one giant battery at the base, both the natural gas generator, producing 800 watts, and the coal generator, generating 600 watts, could swiftly recharge the giant battery. Thus, Without taking the time for breakfast, Mai Feng ordered the halt of fuel supply to the coal generator and instructed Jean and Ruby to focus on constructing giant batteries. Jean, you and Ruby shall construct 5 giant batteries. The base is lacking sufficient power storage. After that, proceed to build an agricultural station and an electric oven. Today's tasks are thus outlined. Commander, the copper ore at the base is insufficient to construct so many devices. Jin's response caught Mai Feng off guard. Did we not just mine a considerable amount of copper a couple of days ago? How could it be depleted so soon? Mai Feng was curious about the whereabouts of the copper. Commander, the natural gas generator alone requires 800 kilograms of copper ore, and a portion has been utilized for the accompanying cables. Currently, the stock of copper ore at the base stands at merely 100 kilograms. Even when accounting for the scattered fragments, we can only construct 2 giant batteries, Jean explained, articulating the situation clearly. In that case, you should first build the agricultural station and gather the scattered copper ore, while I will go and mine some more. Mai Feng decided to undertake the excavation himself and assign the collection and construction tasks to the replicants. Understood, Commander, I will proceed immediately, Jean responded, seeking out Ruby to begin the collection of copper ore and the construction of the agricultural station. The distribution of copper ore was quite uneven. Initially, when Mai Feng had mined it, he did not return with it to the base, which now burdened the 2 replicants as they had to run about in search of copper. What he had thought would be a simple task turned complicated when Mai Feng arrived at the Mishimu farm, only to discover that the copper ore had been nearly exhausted. After several excavations, the space had nearly doubled in size compared to its original dimensions. The walls were predominantly granite, with only a few sections still containing copper ore. In extracting these remaining pieces, he managed to retrieve just over 600 kilograms of copper ore. One colossal battery necessitates 400 kilograms of copper ore, and similarly, both the agricultural station and the electric oven also require 400 kilograms. Although the target of Mai Feng is still far from reach, the walls here have yielded all available copper ore, compelling him to seek additional sources elsewhere. Currently, it is known that copper ore can only be found in 2 locations. One is the cavern below, and the other is the hollow space to the left of the old restroom. However, neither of these areas boasts sufficient oxygen, and Mai Feng, unwilling to work while holding his breath, can only dispatch the replicants for the task. Before their departure, he planted the 3 recently harvested rice bug tree seeds, thereby expanding the farm to a total of 22 rice bug trees. Upon arriving at the printing chamber, Mai Feng intended to check on Jean and Ruby to see if they were available for copper mining. As he entered, he found Ruby precariously balanced at the staircase. Looking utterly fatigued, her eyes reddened, and her hands desperately rubbing at them. Ruby, what has happened? Mai Feng inquired with genuine concern. Commander, I've been affected by natural gas irritating my eyes. I'll be fine shortly and can resume work, Ruby replied, her voice still infused with vitality despite her apparent distress. No, you should head to the shower station to rinse off and get some rest. Don't wear yourself out again, Mai Feng promptly urged, his concern stemming not merely from kindness, but also from the necessity of having capable replicants to perform tasks. But Commander, it's only 11 o'clock. It's not yet my designated break time, Ruby protested, torn between duty and exhaustion. Your health is paramount. Please take a rest. This is your new break time. Mai Feng was resolute, unwilling to overexert her. Very well, Commander. I shall take my leave to rest, Ruby acquiesced, complying with Mai Feng's directive as she turned to head to the restroom for a shower. Watching Ruby's retreating figure, Mai Feng exhaled in relief. He recalled how Ruby had previously collapsed from exhaustion, and he was apprehensive about the potential consequences of further strain on her. Noticing Ruby's fatigue, Mai Feng became concerned for Jean's well-being and sought him out. After a brief search, he found Jean at the Spiny Flower Farm, having just completed the construction of the agricultural station and preparing to depart. Jean, how are you holding up? Mai Feng called out, worried that Jean might also be nearing his limit. Commander, I feel well, but I fear that won't last long, Jean replied, casting a fearful glance at the towering spiny flowers, which stood at nearly 2 meters tall. Following Jean's gaze, Mai Feng smiled, for the flowers were nearing maturity and would likely be ready for harvest by evening. It was no wonder Jean expressed his concerns, as he was allergic to their fragrance. Fear not, I shall handle the harvesting when the time comes. The ripening of the spiny flowers is a boon. With them, we need not worry about food scarcity. Mai Feng reassured him. Very well, Commander. I have completed the construction of the agricultural station, Jean replied, still wearing a visage of despair. Even if he were not the one to harvest the spiny flowers, they would release an overwhelming fragrance upon maturity. And Mai Feng knew that even swift harvesting would not prevent Jean from suffering from his allergy. In essence, he would ultimately succumb to the effects of the floral aroma. Very well, you shall excavate some copper ore from the underground caverns, as the Mai farm has exhausted its supply. Confirm Jean's condition is stable, and then let him descend into the caverns to mine for copper, commanded Mai Feng. Understood, I shall proceed at once. With that, Jean turned and departed. Observing Ruby's red-rimmed eyes, Mai Feng felt increasingly reluctant to undertake the mining himself. It was best left to the replicants. Returning to the printing chamber, Mai Feng commenced the construction of an electric furnace and a colossal battery using the copper ore he had gathered. He had extracted over 600 kilograms. And with Jean and Ruby contributing an additional 200 kilograms, they had just enough to fabricate 2 devices. By the time Mai Feng completed the construction of the 2 devices, the clock struck 6 p.m., and Ruby returned from his rest. Mai Feng assigned him to excavate copper ore from the cavern to the left of the old toilet. Jean had already taken a break, but he successfully brought back 450 kilograms of copper ore. Just as Mai Feng intended to proceed with the planned construction of the colossal battery, he heard a peculiar sound. Intrigued, he turned his gaze towards the source, discovering that 3 hatchlings were stirring within their eggs, which filled him with wonder and excitement. These 3 eggs had been selected during the initial supply drop, and in his preoccupation with research and base construction, Mai Feng had entirely forgotten about them. Before long, the 3 hatchlings broke free from their shells, their diminutive bodies gradually revealing themselves before Mai Feng's eyes. The little hatchlings possessed soft bodies adorned with exquisite purple and blue speckles. In a corner not far from the printing chamber, an adult hatchling emerged from the earth. It was the one Mai Feng had named Ili Duo. Ili Duo approached the 3 little ones, curiously nudging them with its head, and the hatchlings reciprocated by touching Ili Duo with their heads, circling around it in playful fascination. Chapter 36. The Harvest of Thorny Flowers. Jean's day of suffering as Mai Feng observed the interaction between Ili Duo and the 3 little hatchlings. The audience in livestream room 755 erupted in a flurry of comments. They had previously only witnessed adult hatchlings in the stream, and this was their first glimpse of the newly hatched young ones. How adorable, the little hatchlings. Indeed, do the 3 hatchlings perceive Ili Duo as their mother? Perhaps. But is Ili Duo male or female? I am uncertain. The challengers have not disclosed that. I initially intended to criticize the 755 challengers for exploiting the replicants, but these little hatchlings are simply too cute. No, I must still express my discontent. Look at how exhausted Ruby has become, collapsing in fatigue. Youth is a blessing. Ruby is simply young enough to fall asleep on the ground. Let us not dwell on such disheartening matters. Are the little hatchlings not adorable? Indeed, they are delightful. I only hope this challenger does not choose to harm them. Are you a monster? How could you think such a thing? The little hatchlings are too adorable. I doubt that will happen. Look, the farm already has 3 hatchlings. Food should be plentiful. I also believe it unlikely. The 755 challengers have never resorted to harming hatchlings for sustenance. It was merely his desire for the coal produced by the hatchies. Who could say whether he would eliminate hatchie on the final day? After all, the ultimate ranking was determined by the amount of food stored. Enough said. I dare not imagine what might transpire on that last day. Observing Yilijuo wandering about with the 3 little ones, endlessly exploring their surroundings, Mai Feng chose not to disturb them. He watched as they gradually ventured further away before returning to his own tasks. Why had Mai Feng refrained from eliminating Yilijuo and the other hatchies? It was solely for the coal they produced. Now, to his astonishment, 3 forgotten hatchie eggs had inexplicably hatched, much to Mai Feng's delight. Although the young hatchies consumed less than their adult counterparts, they would still continuously yield coal, enhancing the power supply of Mai Feng's base. Mai Feng continued constructing the 3rd colossal battery, during which Ruby returned with 400 kilograms of copper ore, allowing Mai Feng to easily pivot and begin constructing the 4th colossal battery. At 10 p.m., he completed the 4th battery, significantly boosting the power storage capacity of the base. Suddenly, a loud sneeze startled Mai Feng. Upon turning, he realized it was Jean, who had just finished resting and was sneezing. Only then did Mai Feng notice the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers, though he was not as sensitive to it as Jean was. Having been focused on building equipment earlier, Jean, you should return to the Misamu farm. The elevation there means the floral scent won't reach you as quickly. Mai Feng advised with concern. Understood, Commander. Do remember to harvest the spiny berries promptly, Jean reminded him before departing. Did he really need Jean to remind him? Mai Feng had long been eager to savor the delectable spiny berries. Arriving at the spiny flower farm, he began harvesting the spiny berries. Fortunately, there were only 7 spiny flowers. And by the time Mai Feng took a break, he had harvested all of them. A total of 7 kilograms of spiny berries, along with 4 spiny flower seeds, meant he could plant an additional 6 spiny flowers. Unable to resist, Mai Feng indulged in a kilogram of spiny berries, instantly savoring the refreshing juice and sweet flavor. He handed the 6 kilograms of spiny berries to Ruby. Ruby, please process these into roasted berries. Of course, leave it to me, Commander. I want to sneak a taste. Ruby assured, patting his chest. No worries, you'll get your share once they're done, Mai Feng replied, giving Ruby a reassuring pat on the shoulder, envisioning a reward. All right, Commander, I'll begin processing now. Ruby opened the electric oven and set to work. Mai Feng sensed Ruby was working with greater diligence. Surely, his motivational words had taken effect. However, Mai Feng's intentions were not merely motivational. 1 kilogram of spiny berries contained 1,600 kilocalories, and after processing, 1 portion of roasted berries contained 2,000 kilocalories. 1 portion would suffice for Mai Feng's daily consumption, and the 6 kilograms of spiny berries could yield 6 portions of roasted berries. Mai Feng could not consume them all, allowing him to reward some to the replicants. After delegating his tasks, Mai Feng retired for a shower and sleep. In the depths of slumber, Mai Feng faintly perceived the sound of a Chio's sneezes. On the 24th day of the survival challenge, at 6 in the morning, having feasted on delectable berries, Mai Feng enjoyed a restful night and even lingered in bed for an extra hour. As he stepped out of his bedroom, he spotted Jean in search of him. Chio. Good morning, Commander. I have acquired a new skill point, Jean reported to Mai Feng, his expression one of distress. Splendid. Jean promptly learned the level 2 farmer skill, then proceed to the agricultural station to convert fertilizer, using the micro-fertilizer to nourish the thorny flowers. Mai Feng exclaimed with delight, having waited patiently for this moment to fertilize the thorny flowers. However, Commander, there is still a significant amount of floral fragrance lingering in the air, Jean protested with reluctance. No buts, Jean. You are the only farmer at the base. Do you not desire to savor the delicious thorny berries? Mai Feng asserted firmly, enticing Jean with the promise of rewards. Really? Will I truly get to eat thorny berries? Jean asked, his expression a blend of hope and hesitation. Absolutely. As long as you commit to your work, you shall reap the rewards of thorny berries, Mai Feng assured him. This was no mere deception. With the aid of micro-fertilizer, a harvest of thorny berries could be achieved in just 3 days, far more than Mai Feng could consume alone. Very well, I shall go and learn the new skill, Jean declared resolutely, making his way to the printing chamber. Watching Jean depart, Mai Feng mused that it would have been perfect if Jean did not sneeze so frequently. After persuading Jean, Mai Feng found Ruby at the electric grill. After a night of diligent labor, Ruby had completed 6 portions of roasted berries and was currently packaging them. Good morning, Commander. I was just about to bring these 6 portions to you, Ruby greeted Mai Feng cheerfully. All right, keep one for yourself. You've earned it, Mai Feng promised, rewarding Ruby with a portion. Thank you, Commander. Ruby's voice brightened further. Bidding farewell to Ruby, Mai Feng commenced his tasks for the day, fertilizing the rice wood. With Jean occupied in the process of fertilizing the thorny flowers, sneezing repeatedly due to his floral allergy, his efficiency was markedly low, and he certainly could not spare time to tend to the rice wood. Consequently, Mai Feng had no choice but to take on the task himself, unwilling to neglect the rice wood farm for the sake of the thorny flower farm. As for Ruby, Mai Feng assigned him the task of collecting coal. The day passed without incident. Apart from Jean's incessant sneezing, the entire base operated smoothly and methodically under Mai Feng's guidance. At 8 p.m., the light in the printing chamber illuminated once more, signaling the commencement of the 8th supply delivery. Chapter 37, the 3rd skill point. Expanding the thorny flower farm with the 8th supply delivery at hand, Mai Feng habitually reviewed the list of supplies, no longer needing to check on the replicants. Although the base was now well supplied with electricity and food, allowing for the consideration of recruiting a 3rd replicant, Mai Feng ultimately decided against it. He feared encountering another eccentric like Jean, or perhaps even more peculiar. Given the current stability of the base, he preferred to maintain this equilibrium until the challenge concluded. The inventory comprises commonplace resources: 2,000 kilograms of water, 500 kilograms of algae, and 3 hatchie eggs. The water supply is abundant. My phone can clearly see the bottom of the pool, which is at least 5 meters deep, ensuring that it will remain sufficient until the conclusion of the activity. The algae are also plentiful, having been excavated in large quantities during the copper mining process. As for the hatchie eggs, they require approximately 20 days to hatch, rendering them currently useless. My phone, however, is quite interested in the copper, but the easily accessible deposits have already been extracted. The remaining copper is located in the carbon dioxide cavern on the left, which is not listed among the resources, leaving my phone at an impasse. In a moment of resignation, he opts to dispatch 500 kilograms of algae, as the base's algae supply is comparatively less than the water. Furthermore, the oxygen diffuser is conveniently situated beside the printing chamber, allowing him to save a few steps by selecting algae for delivery. After completing the delivery, my phone indulges in a serving of roasted berries for dinner. It must be said that roasted berries are far more delectable than their raw counterparts. Although they lack the refreshing quality of fresh berries, their sweet and fragrant taste rivals that of roasted corn on earth. Sated, my phone resumes harvesting rice bugs and fertilizing, noting that as the rice bug farm expands, the time required for these tasks steadily increases. Time passes swiftly, and soon it is time for my phone to rest. He counts the day's harvest, and along with the existing stock, he has accumulated 12 kilograms of rice bugs. He must contemplate how to store them effectively over a prolonged period, otherwise, they risk spoiling. Before resting, my phone checks on Jean's progress, only to be met with disappointment. It remains unclear whether the slow production of microfertilizer is due to the time-consuming nature of the process or the significant impact of Jean's flower scent allergy. In an entire day, Jean has managed to apply microfertilizer to only 5 spiny flowers. This efficiency is alarmingly low, especially considering that today Jean was solely responsible for producing and applying the fertilizer. On a brighter note, the floral scent in the air is dissipating rapidly, and my phone can barely detect it anymore. Only Jean, with his allergic constitution, continues to sneeze, serving as a reminder that traces of the floral fragrance linger in the atmosphere. However, it is expected that the scent will vanish completely by tomorrow, allowing Jean to regain his normal work efficiency before the next batch of spiny flowers matures. Jean, just hang in there. The floral scent will soon fade. My phone reassures the peculiar clone, offering words of comfort. Yes, Commander, Jean responds, his expression one of profound distress, barely managing to articulate his acknowledgement. Before he can fully process my phone's encouragement, he hears the command to expand the spiny flower farm after completing the fertilization, as there are already 6 seeds in stock ready for cultivation. Jean, taken aback, stares blankly at my phone as he turns to leave, momentarily forgetting to respond. Observers of this exchange exclaim in disbelief at my phone's treatment of Jean. Ha ha ha. Please, act like a human. You've left Jean stunned. Truly inhumane. Is this what it means to be a devil? Ha ha ha. I wonder about Jean's psychological trauma at this moment. Jean held back a MMP that he wanted to express. After assigning Ruby to assist Jean with his tasks, my phone went to take a shower and retire for the night. In a state between sleep and wakefulness, my phone heard an announcement from the printing chamber. Congratulations to the challenger for surviving 24 days. A skill point has been awarded, which the challenger may allocate towards skill acquisition. Without turning his body, my phone drifted back into a blissful slumber. At 6 o'clock the following morning, my phone arose and approached the printing chamber. He contemplated for a moment upon seeing the displayed skill points before ultimately deciding to learn the farmer skill. This choice stemmed from Jean's continued poor condition, as he was still suffering from severe pollen allergies. By acquiring the farmer skill, my phone would expedite the farming process. Although he had reassured Jean the previous day that the pollen would soon dissipate, the application of microfertilizer had doubled the growth rate of the thorny flower, now yielding a harvest every 3 days, akin to the rice tree. Thus, the thorny flower would soon reach maturity again, leading to more distress for Jean. Moreover, my phone had issued an order to expand the thorny flower farm last night, further deepening Jean's despair. On a brighter note, Ruby had finally recovered from food poisoning after 3 arduous days, which was indeed a cause for celebration. After breakfast, my phone proceeded to the rice tree farm to commence work. It must be said that after learning the farmer skill, not only did his harvesting speed increase, but so did his efficiency in fertilizing. Additionally, The probability of seed acquisition had improved. By the end of a busy day, he had unknowingly accumulated 3 rice tree seeds while still planting the thorny flower seeds, giving Mai Feng a sense of a snowball effect. However, Mai Feng prioritized the expansion of the thorny flower farm for Jean and Ruby, as the berries from the thorny flower were far superior in taste to those of the rice tree. There was no reason to settle for less when delectable options were available, and Mai Feng had no penchant for self-sabotage. Thus, even though he was aware that expanding the thorny flower farm would intensify Jean's stress, he chose to proceed with the expansion, accepting the risk of pushing Jean's limits. As time passed, the expansion of the thorny flower farm progressed swiftly following Mai Feng's completion of the rice tree harvest. By nightfall, the 3 of them had successfully expanded the thorny flower farm to accommodate 13 plants. The floral fragrance in the air gradually dissipated with time, and Jean, bolstered by his genetically enhanced physique, soon returned to normalcy. While Mai Feng did not witness Jean's smile, he sensed that Jean's complexion had brightened, alleviating his concerns about Jean's overwhelming stress. As the rest period approached, Mai Feng indulged in another serving of roasted berries and prepared to shower. Passing by the printing chamber, he spotted the 3 small hatchies, who were soundly asleep on their backs, exposing their dark bellies to the air. This sight filled Mai Feng with delight. Previously, Mai Feng had never witnessed the slumbering form of Yeliguo, for during the day, Yeliguo would burrow underground, emerging only at midnight to forage. This was when Mai Feng enjoyed his rest. Thus he seldom caught sight of Yeliguo. However, these 3 little ones, perhaps due to their diminutive size, were unable to dig into the earth, allowing Mai Feng to observe this delightful scene. Watching the trio, sprawled with their tiny legs occasionally twitching and their mouths agape as they breathed softly in slumber, Mai Feng mused that if these little creatures were to be seen by humans, they would undoubtedly attract a throng of admirers. Without disturbing their repose, Mai Feng took a moment to observe them closely before retreating to wash and sleep. Chapter 38, The Massage Bed. A life of leisure. On the 26th day of the survival challenge, at 6 a.m., Mai Feng awoke to find that he had little to occupy his time. The output from the 2 farms was ample to meet the consumption needs of the trio, and the base's power supply, bolstered by coal and natural gas generators, was more than sufficient, with oxygen no longer posing a concern. With all survival issues resolved, his daily tasks were reduced to assigning 2 replicants, one to harvest crops and the other to transport coal and algae. Mai Feng felt utterly liberated, free to meander without the burden of labor. However, soon enough, he shook his head, dispelling the alluring thought of idleness from his mind. With only a few days left in the survival challenge, he could not afford to falter. Since he no longer had to worry about mere survival, he resolved to strive for excellence. After contemplating his options, Mai Feng identified 2 pressing tasks: the preservation of the rice weevil and the expansion of the farm. Currently, the farm boasted 13 spiny flowers and 22 rice weevil trees. With each harvest, the possibility of acquiring seeds remained, necessitating ongoing expansion of the farm, though this could wait. The preservation of the rice weevil, however, was urgent, as they deteriorated rapidly, within just over 3 days. A proper storage solution was imperative. Merely placing the rice weevils in grain bins would be ineffective. Mai Feng devised 2 potential solutions. The first was to construct a refrigerator. He had unlocked this blueprint while researching agricultural technology. Refrigeration would significantly slow the spoilage of the rice weevils, providing at least a 15-day buffer. The second option was to process the rice weevils into pickled preserves, a task suited to the chef, Ruby, which would offer a permanent solution, as pickled rice weevils are virtually impervious to spoilage. The first plan necessitated the construction of equipment and a continuous power supply, with the refrigerator's capacity being limited. Given the current electrical demands at the base, there was a risk of circuit overload. The second option would utilize existing equipment, but also required electricity and would consume Ruby's work hours. Ultimately, Mai Feng opted for the refrigerator solution, recognizing that with only a few days remaining, the allure of permanently stored pickled rice weevils, while appealing, was unnecessary. He decided to position the refrigerator beneath the rice weevil farm rather than in the bedroom, ensuring swift storage of the rice weevils. Without delay, Mai Feng instructed Jean and Ruby to expand the farm while he took on the responsibility of constructing the refrigerator. Soon, Mai Feng constructed a refrigerator beneath the micewood farm and established a cable connection to the nearest battery. With nothing else to occupy his time, He sought out 2 replicants on the farm and instructed them to cease delivering food to the storage box in the bedroom. Instead, they were to deposit it directly into the refrigerator. Jean and Ruby nodded in acknowledgement. Observing the diligent efforts of the two, Mai Feng, previously idling, resolved to create a massage bed. The massage bed, being a fundamental piece of equipment, required no advanced technology, as its blueprint was already included in the gun construction plans. However, Mai Feng had delayed its creation, perceiving it as merely a means to alleviate stress and treat back pain, lacking significant survival utility and necessitating electricity, 240 watts, equivalent to 2 oxygen diffusers. Yet, circumstances had changed, the pressures of survival had diminished, and it was time to pursue a bit of indulgence. Rather than joining Jean and Ruby in the expansion of the farm, Mai Feng returned to the printing chamber, which was densely populated with various devices, giant batteries, human-powered generators, research stations, and oxygen diffusers filled every available space. After contemplation, he decided to dismantle the human-powered generator, as the presence of natural and coal generators rendered it obsolete. The materials salvaged from this generator could be repurposed to expand the Spiny Flower Farm, where each hydroponic brick required 100 kilograms of copper or for construction. By the time Mai Feng completed the massage bed, it was noon, and he chose to test the functionality of the device himself. The massage bed appeared to be a simple assembly of a mattress and a pair of hand-shaped massage apparatuses. Lying face down, he found the hand-shaped devices perfectly aligned with his back. Initially, he perceived the mattress as slightly softer and more comfortable than a regular bed. However, upon activating the switch, he was enveloped in an entirely different sensation. The hand-shaped massage apparatuses began their rhythmic operation, thumping his back in a manner reminiscent of chopping meat, delivering just the right amount of pressure at a comfortable frequency. Mai Feng experienced a remarkable transformation. The fatigue and tension gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of relaxation and pleasure. His muscles and sinews were thoroughly eased, allowing the energy within his body to flow freely, imparting a profound sense of comfort and tranquility. Oh yes, this is truly delightful. After an indeterminate period, the massage bed ceased its activity, and Mai Feng reluctantly rose from it. He then called for Jean. "Commander, the Spiny Flower Farm has been successfully expanded, and the hydroponic bricks have been constructed. However, we currently lack seeds for planting." Jean immediately began his report upon arrival. "That is of little consequence. Come quickly and try this new device. It's simply exquisite." After Jean finished speaking, Mai Feng instructed him to lie on the massage bed. Obediently, Jean reclined and activated the switch, initiating another round of the delightful massage. Jean's countenance revealed a rare smile that had not graced his face in several days, leaving the nearby Mai Feng momentarily stunned. The hand-palm-shaped massage device's movements bore a striking resemblance to the act of mincing meat, and coupled with Jean's blissfully dazed expression, it struck Mai Feng as somewhat peculiar. Covering his face with his hands, he pondered whether he had exhibited such a demeanor during his own session, fearing that the audience in the live stream would find it utterly laughable. His concerns were not unfounded, as the viewers were indeed chuckling at both him and Jean. "Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Look at this challenger and the replicate. Are they not fools? They're grinning so widely they might drool. I can't say if they are fools, but it's clear to me they are enjoying their massage. Is that so? Yet I can't shake the feeling they've been turned into minced meat. This is called a massage technique. Refrain from making unfounded comments. Everyone who has tried it claims it's delightful. I don't understand. Enlighten me, child. Kids, don't watch this. You should focus on your homework. Why do they get to enjoy such comfort? Isn't this a survival challenge? Exactly, why is that? The other challengers aren't enjoying such leisure. Does this not incite envy? One cannot equate individuals. While some revel, others suffer. Did you not witness how the 2 replicates were tormented by the challengers? At least this challenger has some conscience. He isn't the only one indulging in the massage, allowing Jean to partake as well. Ruby has something to say. I still prefer to see little Hatchie. What is so appealing about humans? Amidst Mai Feng and his companions leisurely alternating their massages, the 26th day quietly slipped away. Chapter 39. Jean's Day of Suffering 2. On the morning of the 27th day of the survival challenge, at 6 a.m., Mai Feng stretched languidly and rose from his slumber. Perhaps due to the delightful hand-palm massage he had enjoyed the previous day, he felt that his sleep had been of notably higher quality than usual. He slapped his cheeks lightly to rouse himself fully. With the 27th day upon them, only 4 days remained. and Mai Feng resolved to exert himself fully in food production, determined to vie for first place in the competition. What could the reward be? Mai Feng remained curious about the mysterious prize awaiting the victor. Could it be that the Zhuangyan company was selecting a successor, and securing first place would grant one the inheritance of the company? Or perhaps the winner could choose several technological advancements as a reward. Alternatively, might the first-place winner be entrusted with planning the activities for the second season? Regardless, the reward was unlikely to be anything less than satisfactory, and Mai Feng held a sense of anticipation regarding it. Although the food production at the base was sufficient to meet the daily needs of the three of them, the overall stockpile was not particularly abundant. Upon taking stock, Mai Feng discovered a mere 9,000 kilocalories remaining. Should no new crops be harvested today, they would be left with only 3,000 kilocalories after today. In simpler terms, while they could eat enough each day, the prospect of achieving first place seemed increasingly daunting. After considerable contemplation, Mai Feng resolved to reactivate the food manufacturing machine to produce soft paste anew, intending to stockpile it without consumption. This strategy aimed to bolster the food reserves and contend for the premier position, especially given the potential toxicity associated with the soft paste. Food poisoning could severely impair work efficiency. Consuming rice weevils would be preferable to indulging in soft paste. Having meticulously devised the plan, Mai Feng began delegating tasks to Jean and Ruby. Jean continued to manage the two farms, harvesting crops while simultaneously expanding the rice weevil wood farm. If he sowed today, there would still be time to reap on the final day. Ruby was tasked with the full-scale production of soft paste, while Mai Feng was responsible for delivering materials to her. Mai Feng decided to construct an additional food compression machine, allowing anyone with free time to produce soft paste. Although neither Mai Feng nor Jean had culinary skills, the creation of soft paste did not require expert knowledge. Simple operations sufficed, albeit at a slower pace compared to Ruby, the professional chef. Jean and Ruby welcomed Mai Feng's new directive with enthusiasm. Having just enjoyed a massage the previous day, they felt completely relaxed and executed their orders without hesitation. Jean hurried to the rice weevil wood farm to commence harvesting and fertilizing, while Ruby began the production of soft paste, with Mai Feng ensuring the supply of materials. At 7 a.m., after delivering the materials to Ruby, Mai Feng intended to construct the second food compression machine, but discovered an insufficiency of copper ore. Reluctant to excavate in the carbon dioxide cavern on the left, he dismantled the supercomputer, reclaiming the copper to erect the food compression machine in its original location. By 8 a.m., the second food compression machine was completed, and Mai Feng delivered another round of materials to Ruby, ready to commence soft paste production. However, a power outage struck the base as the natural gas generator had run out of fuel, compelling Mai Feng to restart the coal generator. He scoured the map for coal, fortunate that little Hachi could not leap far, thus remaining near the printing pod. Before long, he located 50 kilograms of coal and prioritized activating the coal generator. At 9 a.m., Mai Feng officially began the soft paste production, yet the pace was notably slower than Ruby's. By 10 a.m., Ruby had acquired his second skill point, prompting Mai Feng to encourage him to learn advanced culinary skills for enhanced production efficiency. At 11 a.m., Ruby took a break, and Mai Feng assumed control of the food compression machine to continue the soft paste production. At 5 p.m., Jean took a rest, and Mai Feng paused the soft paste creation to assist Jean with the expansion of the rice weevil wood farm. By 8 p.m., the first prickly flower was ripe for harvest, and with Jean still resting, Mai Feng took it upon himself to harvest the prickly flower personally. At 11 p.m., the 9th round of material delivery commenced, and Mai Feng opted to replicate a worker, believing that an additional laborer would enhance productivity. The newcomer, named Trawaldo, wore black skin, short black hair, black trousers and shoes, complemented by a yellow-green top and gloves. His strengths lay in work, cooking, construction, and farming, though he possessed a negative trait of gastrointestinal discomfort, sharing Mai Feng's propensity for flatulence. Mai Feng was exceedingly pleased with the newcomer, as his interests and skills aligned perfectly with the base's current objectives, proving invaluable for Mai Feng's pursuit of the top position. Mai Feng arranged for him to acquire culinary skills, taking on the responsibility of assisting Ruby in the preparation of sustenance. For it is the quality of the food that ultimately determines the rankings. Meanwhile, Mai Feng and Jean were jointly tasked with managing the farm, particularly as Jean faced renewed tribulations. With the maturation of the prickly flowers, a sweet floral fragrance once again permeated the air. However, Jean encountered yet another misfortune. His allergy to floral scents rendered him prone to uncontrollable sneezing at the mere whiff of their aroma. As Mai Feng began recruiting new replicants, the discussions among the spectators shifted from a myriad of bizarre topics to a singular focus on the newcomers. Challenger 755 has actually recruited new replicants. I truly wonder what he is thinking. Indeed, look at the other challengers. Recklessly recruiting 3 replicants left them unable to feed themselves and their 3 new companions, forcing them to withdraw from the competition. What is the issue? Challenger 755 was among the first to establish a farm, and now the food supply is ample enough for 4 individuals. Why shouldn't he recruit additional replicants? I mean, 3 individuals could sustain themselves comfortably until the end of the event and enjoy life. Why take the risk of bringing on a 3rd replicant? Just observe the tasks he has assigned the newcomers. Challenger 755 aims to produce more slime paste to secure the top position in the survival challenge. 666. How confidently he believes he can achieve first place. Wouldn't it be better to savor the experience slowly? Indeed, recruiting new replicants is akin to a gamble. What if the newcomers cannot cook? Each replicant is a source of labor. Even if the newcomers lack culinary skills, they can assist Jean in farm duties, or if necessary, be designated to transport materials. Challenger 755 is already capable of producing slime paste. As long as the food supply remains sufficient, recruiting newcomers poses no issue. The problem is, Challenger 755 is currently in first place. Why risk that? Do not view this from your omniscient perspective. Challenger 755 cannot watch the live stream, so how could he know he is in first? If there is room for improvement, he will naturally opt for advancement. Well, you make a valid point. As the 27th day concluded, a total of 100 kilocalories of food was amassed, comprising 2,000 kilocalories from roasted berries, 600 kilocalories from prickly berries, 800 kilocalories from slime paste, 400 kilocalories from mud roots, and 300 kilocalories from rice lice. Unbeknownst to Mai Feng, as he endeavored to sprint towards first place, others had also employed massage beds, albeit not for relaxation. Chapter 40. The burden of replicants explodes indeed. There were other challengers who, like Mai Feng, constructed massage beds, but their purpose was not to indulge in leisure. Rather, it was to alleviate the overwhelming stress experienced by their replicants. After initial interactions with the replicants, challengers gradually began to discern their characteristics. While they possessed limited intelligence, they were entirely obedient to the commands of their challengers. This perception fostered a belief among some challengers that replicants were easily exploitable and less than human. Consequently, certain challengers began to overburden their replicants, assigning them the most arduous and laborious tasks, providing minimal sustenance, and allowing scant sleep with no time for rest. What? The latrine is clogged? Let the replicants handle it. What? There's contaminated water on the base floor? Let the replicants take care of it. In the pursuit of materials in an oxygen-deprived environment, the challengers found themselves liberated from the drudgery of arduous tasks. However, they overlooked a crucial reminder from the production team to treat the replicants with kindness. Ignoring this admonition could lead to overwhelming stress for the replicants, potentially resulting in apathetic behavior or even more alarming actions. On the 27th day of the survival challenge, the challengers witnessed the terrifying manifestations of stress from the replicants. After enduring relentless pressure over several days, the replicants' stress levels finally reached a breaking point. Some began to uncontrollably vomit, spewing forth a torrent of foul matter akin to a high-pressure water jet, not confining their expulsion to one spot, but rather relocating incessantly, soon covering the entire base in their regurgitation. It was perplexing how these replicants, having consumed only minimal sustenance, could produce such copious amounts of vomit. The challengers, upon discovering this distressing situation, reprimanded the replicants vocally, but to no avail. The stressed replicants remained oblivious to commands, their vomit contaminating every reachable area, and more alarmingly, their excretions were rife with foodborne pathogens. It was not until half a day later that the replicants, utterly exhausted, finally ceased their torrent. Another manifestation of their overwhelming stress was uncontrollable weeping. The replicants wept without regard for the challengers' orders, their wails echoing throughout the base. Remarkably, the tears they produced were merely water, devoid of pathogens, which could be collected, although the entire establishment was left drenched, necessitating cleanup for restoration to normalcy. Moreover, some replicants resorted to destructive behavior, venting their frustrations on helpless machinery, manpower generators, algae dispersers, small batteries, research stations, and even pneumatic doors were not spared. They wreaked havoc indiscriminately, reducing vital equipment to ruins, which, while not as dampening as the vomiting and crying, rendered the entire base inoperative. Lastly, another alarming expression of their stress was gluttony. Replicants would devour all the food within the base, while a human typically requires around 2,000 kilocalories per day and can stretch to 4,000 at most. A stress-ridden replicant could consume an entire stockpile of 100,000 kilocalories without restraint. The outburst from the replicants would last approximately half a day. Afterward, their stress levels would slightly diminish but not return to zero. Should their stress continue to escalate, another eruption would soon follow. Following the aftermath of the replicants' outburst, the challengers were left to clean up the chaos while seeking methods to alleviate the burgeoning stress of the replicants. Witnessing the horrific scene of the replicants' stress-induced explosion, the challengers themselves felt their own pressures mounting, necessitating an urgent reduction of their own stress levels. Ultimately, it was discovered that the massage bed, a device largely overlooked by most challengers, possesses the remarkable ability to alleviate stress. Thus, after enduring the turmoil caused by the replicant uprising, the challengers decisively constructed this device and encouraged the replicants to lie upon it for a soothing massage. Observing the replicants reclining on the massage bed, their faces radiating serenity, the challengers were filled with profound reflections and regrets. Despite their awareness that exploiting the replicants was morally questionable and could exacerbate their stress, they were unprepared for the terrifying manifestations of that suppressed pressure. When the replicants expressed their distress through tears, it was manageable. Simply cleaning the water from the floor incurred no significant loss, merely a waste of time. However, the repercussions were far graver when the replicants exhibited other signs of stress. In cases of vomiting, beyond merely wiping and cleaning the mess, the entire base required disinfection, lest it become a source of contamination, endangering the health of all. Similarly, when equipment was destroyed, repairs were imperative before any apparatus could be utilized again, necessitating additional resources. Should they opt to dismantle the damaged equipment and rebuild anew, the time investment would be even greater, leading to inevitable despair. The direst situation arose with instances of gluttony. Although the base remained untainted and equipment intact, the carefully stored provisions were entirely consumed by the replicants, leaving both the other replicants and challengers to face hunger. Such occurrences rendered the base incapacitated for half a day, demonstrating that the fleeting joy of exploiting the replicants paled in comparison to the losses incurred from stress outbreaks. It became evident that future exploitation of the replicants could not continue. At the very least, regular sessions on the massage bed should be instituted post-exploitation to mitigate stress. Should another outbreak occur, the challengers were uncertain if the base could withstand the ensuing losses. While these challengers faced considerable hardships, the spectators in the live-streaming room were thoroughly entertained. Ah, brothers, look what I've discovered. Indeed, the replicants are beginning to resist the exploitation. I told you, exploiting replicants is ill-advised. This is going to be quite the spectacle. I hope these challengers learn their lesson. Replicants are also beings deserving of compassion. No. The only lesson humanity has gleaned from history is that it learns nothing from it. Why dwell on that? The show is what matters. Enjoy while you can. Those who derive pleasure from the suffering of others will eventually face consequences. I revel in my happiness. What can you do about it? It's not a matter of if, but when. Perhaps in the second season, you shall find yourself ensnared. Is there a second season? It's highly likely. The production team has hinted this is the first season. And where there is a first, a second surely follows. Do you think aliens would cancel a show due to ratings? What? No one mentioned this to me. The astute need not speak. They observe others floundering in silence, so it is wise to exercise restraint. No wonder the vitriol has diminished recently. It appears I am still quite naive. On the 27th day of the survival challenge, amidst Mai Feng's relentless efforts to secure the top position by producing food, the challengers faced the torment of pressure from the replicants. Chapter 41. Was it deliberate or merely accidental? As dawn broke on the 28th day of the survival challenge at 5 a.m., Mai Feng resolved not to indulge in slothful slumber any longer. With aspirations of claiming first place, there was no justification for lingering in bed. Jean, sneezing intermittently, toiled at the thornflower farm. Following yesterday's harvest of the thornflowers, a new round required the application of microfertilizer. Ruby and Trivaldo were engaged in crafting roasted berries, with Trivaldo responsible for transporting materials, while Ruby devoted himself entirely to the production of the delicacies. Mai Feng meticulously observed their respective tasks, contemplating how he could maximize his assistance to expedite food acquisition. By 7 a.m., after a period of observation, he discerned two areas where the efficiency of the replicant's work could be enhanced. The first was the positioning of the electric oven, located directly above the printing chamber. The illumination from the chamber's large bulb was obstructed by thick floor tiles, resulting in a dimly lit environment that significantly hampered the processing speed of the roasted berries. Installing a ceiling light above the electric oven would provide much-needed illumination. The second observation pertained to Jean's fertilization efforts. Since activities would conclude on the 30th day and today marked the penultimate day, it implied that crops harvested today would not be ready for reharvest until the 31st day. Thus, fertilizing the regrowing crops would be a futile endeavor. Mai Feng approached the thornflower farm, standing at the entrance, and called out to Jean within. Jean, there's no need to fertilize the crops harvested today, whether they be rice trees or thornflowers. Do you understand? Got it. I understand. Jean responded loudly, punctuating his affirmation with another sneeze. Upon hearing Jean's reply, Mai Feng swiftly departed, as he preferred to avoid proximity to Jean, not wanting to be splattered with saliva and nasal discharge. After leaving the thornflower farm, he proceeded to the electric oven area to construct the ceiling light and cables. Although the remaining copper ore in the base was limited, fortunately, both items required minimal copper for their construction. The ceiling light necessitated only 50 kilograms of copper, while each meter of cable required 25 kilograms. After an hour, Mai Feng successfully completed the construction. However, he soon realized he had little to occupy himself with, which was unacceptable at this critical juncture. After some contemplation, he instructed Trivaldo to halt material transport and instead assist in producing paste, while he took on the responsibility of transporting materials. By 10 a.m., noticing that Jean had not emerged from the thornflower farm for quite some time, likely still applying microfertilizer, Mai Feng decided to tend to the rice trees, which he surmised might be ripe for harvest. He directed Trivaldo to continue transporting materials and to create paste when time permitted, before making his way to the rice tree farm. Indeed, among the 27 rice trees, 6 were fully matured. Without waiting for Jean, Mai Feng drew his weapon and commenced the harvest. Unlike previous occasions, when the roots of the rice plants were left intact to allow for regrowth, this time, Mai Feng uprooted the rice plants completely. Soon, his actions caught the attention of the viewers in the live stream, sparking discussions about the significance of such a move. Everyone look! Challenger 755 is at it again with some audacious maneuvers. What is happening? I'm currently watching the adorable growth of the little hatchie. It was so cute as a child, but now that it has grown, it resembles those larger hatchies, like Ely Duo, and is somewhat intimidating. Especially when it's eating with that enormous mouth. Quite frightening, indeed. Stop focusing on hatchie. Challenger 755 has completely uprooted the rice plants. Oh dear, could it be a mistake? Was it intentional or accidental? I believe it was unintentional. Otherwise, what reason would there be to uproot the roots? I beg to differ. I think 755 deliberately removed the already harvested rice plants. Really? On purpose? Why would he do that? Let me break it down for you. We all know this survival challenge lasts for 30 days, which means that the rice harvested today will not mature in time for reharvesting. Oh, I see. But there was no need to uproot them. You simply don't understand. From the live stream, we know that the clones possess limited intelligence. If 755 does not directly uproot these unnecessary rice plants, the assigned task for the clones to tend to the farm would lead Jean, when free, to fertilize the rice plants, wasting the clones' time. By uprooting them immediately, he saves a considerable amount of time that could be better spent on other tasks. I see. Your reasoning is quite sound. It must be as you say. What nonsense. Can't 755 leave some of the rice plants? Even if he wins the competition after 30 days and returns to Earth, what about the clones? Shouldn't he consider their well-being? Exactly. After 30 days. When the challenger departs, what will happen to the bases and the clones? Are you experts who only watch live streams and ignore expert analyses on video platforms? Challenger no. 2 inquired with the production team, and they responded that once the challenge concludes, the clones will be refrozen. There won't be a scenario of the challenger leaving while the clones remain alive at the base. Ah, is that so? Where can I watch this? I must check it out. I'm amazed at you. Can't you just look it up yourself? Please, can someone provide a link? Alright, since you're so earnest. Here is the link. HTTPS. Thank you so much. I'm going to watch the expert analysis right away. The viewers were correct in their assumptions. Mai Feng indeed uprooted the already harvested rice plants intentionally. He understood the working logic of the clones so well that, even after instructing Jean not to tend to these harvested crops, he still chose to uproot them directly. This straightforward approach not only eliminated the risk of the clones engaging in futile work, but also accomplished two objectives with one decisive action. After harvesting the rice pests, Mai Feng resumed transporting materials. When the coal-powered generator ran out of coal, he delivered more coal. When the food presser lacked water and soil, he brought those as well. There was never a moment of respite. Mai Feng was uncertain about the number of challengers still alive. Although he possessed knowledge from his previous life's gaming experience, with 15,000 challengers in total, he could not guarantee his superiority over them all. It was entirely possible that others possessed exceptional adaptability and learning capabilities. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Mai Feng opted for an all-out sprint, even casting his gaze towards several hatchie, which also had meat. However, it was not yet urgent. He would consider that on the final day. As the personnel of the base exerted themselves to the fullest, the 28th day concluded. The base had a total food supply of 44,800 calories, comprising 18,400 calories of slime paste, 15,000 calories of rice pests, 9,000 calories of roasted berries, and 2,400 calories of mud roots. Mai Feng's concerns were not unfounded. Many challengers were also vying for first place, including the second challenger, the round-faced girl. Chapter 42. The round-faced girl in the sprint. The reason behind some individuals striving for the top position was not only the allure of the mysterious rewards, but also the altered prize rules. Initially, the rule stated that surviving for 30 days on the alien planet would yield a reward of $10 million. However, this was later changed to only the top 10 challengers being eligible for the 10 million, while the remaining challengers could only receive 100,000. The disparity between 10 million and 100,000 was a staggering 100-fold, prompting the surviving challengers to sprint for the 10 million, with the first place being even more desirable. Who would not be enticed by such a mysterious reward? As the challengers were unaware of each other's circumstances, they could not ascertain their food reserves ranking, leading them to collect as much food as possible. Among those sprinting for first place was the second challenger, the round-faced girl. As the first challenger to trigger the frozen friend Easter egg, she had early access to a replica of the first place. Even after protests from challengers who failed to trigger the Easter egg led the production team to modify the rules, allowing the option to forego supplies in favor of a replica starting from the 5th supply delivery. Her advantage remained intact. This was because the replica, Nicola, from the frozen friend Easter egg, possessed 3 skill points, a formidable asset. What does it mean to have 3 skill points by the 12th day? It is noteworthy that challengers typically attained their 3rd skill point only on the 25th day. With 3 skill points, Nicola was able to sequentially learn 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level skills. After mastering the 3rd level farming skill, Nicola transformed from an ordinary individual with no understanding of farming into a master of the craft, increasing crop harvesting speed by 30, care speed by 15, and the probability of obtaining seeds by 20. This was still the period shortly after Nicola had transitioned to his new role, and he was yet to familiarize himself with the intricacies of farming. However, as Nicola gained proficiency, the enhancements to their endeavors would undoubtedly multiply. Commanded by the capable Little Round Face, Nicola swiftly constructed the rice bugwood farm. Although it commenced its establishment a full 8 days later than Wheatblade's, Little Round Face had garnered a wealth of seeds through extensive exploration and excavation. Moreover, with the formidable Nicola at hand, particularly his impressive 30 probability of harvesting seeds during crop collection, far surpassing Wheatblade's mere 10 base probability, the pace of farm expansion was significantly accelerated. With the initial reward of 4,800 kilocalories from the mud root, alongside the hastily concocted mud paste, Little Round Face and Nicola endured the agonizing wait for the crops to mature. Despite Little Round Face's unfortunate bout of food poisoning, she persevered. And after the first harvest at the rice bugwood farm, food became a plentiful resource. By the 18th day, she felt emboldened to request a second replicant. and fortune smiled upon her as she received a replicant skilled in technological research named Rowan. With Rowan's arrival, Little Round Face entrusted all research tasks to him. In the base, Nicola tended to the farm while Rowan focused on technological advancements, allowing Little Round Face the peace of mind to venture forth into the unknown realms. Her explorations yielded mixed results. At times, she returned empty-handed, while at others, she reaped abundant rewards. Regardless, each return to the base was accompanied by ample provisions and even the luxury of a massage bed. Little Round Face found this lifestyle quite satisfactory, far superior to her previous existence on Earth. She mused that if only the challenge duration were not limited to a mere 30 days. This fulfilling and bustling life made her feel capable of thriving for a decade or more. Alas, such a life was destined to last only 30 days. After approximately 10 days of adventuring, however, Little Round Face began to lose interest in exploration. She had nearly exhausted all viable locations to investigate. Some areas proved too inhospitable, forcing her to return to the base for recuperation after several injuries. Additionally, her temperament inclined toward fleeting passions. Maintaining her interest for over 20 days was already commendable. Shifting her focus, Little Round Face turned her attention to base planning and food acquisition. She soon recognized the merits of the food compactor. Although the paste produced by it carried bacteria, its efficiency in food production was remarkable. A single chef, operating at full capacity, could produce 10 portions of paste in one day, equivalent to 8,000 kilocalories. In contrast, the average yield from a rice bug was merely 200 kilocalories, amounting to the output of 40 rice bugs. Furthermore, Little Round Face discovered additional applications for the food compactor, beyond creating paste from water and soil. It could also produce rice bug bread from water and rice bugs. With 1,200 kilocalories of rice grits and 50 kilograms of water, one can create a delectable bread enriched with 1,700 kilocalories. This rice grits bread not only surpasses the original rice grits in caloric content, but also boasts a significantly enhanced flavor, devoid of any pathogens. While it is worth noting the peculiar notion of compressing 50 kilograms of water into bread, our protagonist, Little Round Face, soon pondered why the addition of a touch of water altered the taste for the better. However, it quickly dawned on them that this was merely a product of advanced technology. After all, they had been abducted to an alien planet and had little reason to dwell on such matters. Consequently, disinterested in further exploration, Little Round Face resolutely entered the skill purification device. Following a tumultuous experience, they emerged devoid of all previously acquired skills, and in the brilliance of the printing chamber, successfully transitioned into a distinguished chef. From that point onward, Little Round Face took charge of food production at the base, replacing the previously utilized paste with the rice grits bread. Although other challengers discovered the recipe for rice grits bread, very few attempted to create it, as the caloric increase of 500 kilocalories compared to the same materials in paste rendered it less appealing than the 800 kilocalories of the paste. Thus, many challengers opted to produce paste for the replicants while consuming rice grits themselves, exploiting the replicants' time to accomplish more tasks. Oblivious to the mounting pressure on the replicants from their consumption of inferior food coupled with intense labor. As the quality of sustenance at the base improved, the pressure on the replicants gradually diminished. While other challengers faced a crisis of replicant stress, Little Round Face's base smoothly continued its food reserves. On the 27th day, Little Round Face recruited a newcomer, as the base's provisions were sufficient to sustain 4 individuals. Regardless of the newcomer's prior expertise, they were promptly instructed to learn culinary skills and assist Little Round Face in crafting paste. Confident in their advantage, Little Round Face believed that despite not having the abundant food supply of those who established farms from the outset, the strength in numbers would propel them into the top 10, securing a prize of $10 million and a life of modest affluence. Who knows? Perhaps attaining first place might lead to a mysterious grand prize that could transform them into a wealthy individual. Chapter 43. The final sprint. On the 29th day of the survival challenge, at 5 a.m., Mai Feng rose punctually to commence work. Today's tasks mirrored those of the previous day, focusing on the intense collection of food. Ruby and Trivaldo devoted themselves to crafting paste, while Jean endured trials in the thorny flower farm. Mai Feng was responsible for transporting materials and harvesting mature rice grits trees. Of course, when materials for roasting berries became available, Either Ruby or Travoldo would momentarily halt paste production to prioritize the preparation of roasted berries. The entire base's diet now consisted solely of these roasted berries, a promise from Mai Feng to ensure that the replicants remained free from overwhelming stress. To their surprise, Mai Feng discovered a hatchie deep within an underground cavity, its origin unknown, likely unearthed during the replicants' mining for phosphorus or copper. As Mai Feng had not ventured down for quite some time. If it weren't for the necessity of coal collection today, Mai Feng would have descended into the hollow below, unaware that a hatchie was hidden down there. Mai Feng had no intention of naming it, as he planned to eliminate the creature, just like the three little ones. He had never bestowed names upon them during their childhood or even in their later years. Many challengers were sprinting alongside Mai Feng, such as Challenger number 2, the round-faced one, and Challenger number 8888, the blonde. Except for a few challengers who were resigned to their inability to break into the top 10. Most were engaged in producing slime paste using the food press machine. After so many days, most challengers had utilized the food press machine and discovered its formidable power. The cultivation of rice pests or the slaughter of hatchie paled in comparison to the might of this machine. After all, the output of one machine in a day equated to the yield of 40 rice pest trees. Although the slime paste produced was tainted with bacteria, it did not detract from its remarkable production capability. Consequently, viewers watching the live broadcast were treated to a series of remarkably similar scenes, with all the challengers engaged in making slime paste. While the challengers felt invigorated and passionately involved in their tasks, the audience found it rather tedious. Has anyone noticed something alarming? Many challengers are making slime paste. Indeed, I have scoured all the surviving challenger streams, and 90 of them are engaged in slime paste production. What a dull competition. It seems to be a contest of who can endure the most dirt. No, it's not about who can endure dirt, but rather who can manipulate the mud. Boring, utterly boring. Perhaps it's because this is the first time aliens are hosting such a competition, leading to a lack of experience and resulting in everyone making slime paste. Exactly, and they even modified the rules midway. I've never seen anything like it. You simply haven't seen enough. There are plenty of shows that alter the rules. Actually, it's for the best that they modified it. With over 500 challengers still alive, it seems likely that they will all survive until the end of the challenge. If over 500 multimillionaires were to emerge simultaneously on Earth, it wouldn't bode well for the economic system. You're overthinking it. $10 million is a significant amount for us common folk, but to the truly wealthy, it's merely a drop in the bucket. I recall a saying from our nation's richest individual. First, set a small goal. Earn 100 million. Ha! $10 million is hardly even a small goal in comparison. I only hope that if there is a second season, they change the final ranking rules. Otherwise, another slime paste manufacturing battle would be utterly uninspiring. If there is a second season, the production team should implement modifications. Seeing them change the rules midway indicates their adaptability. There's nothing exciting left. Everyone is just making slime paste. Is there anything different? Surprisingly, there are a few challengers who realize they won't make it into the top 10 and have begun to slack off. Really? Which stream? I want to check it out. I'm already tired of watching slime paste production. In the live broadcast room number 5858, the discussions varied, yet Mai Feng remained steadfast in his pursuit of food. Despite the majority of challengers, like Mai Feng, utilizing the food manufacturing machine to produce slime paste, distinctions remained evident. Firstly, Mai Feng's base comprised 4 individuals, a feat not easily replicated by other challengers. With each additional member comes another mouth to feed. Mai Feng had established his farm early on, enabling him to recruit 3 replicants and ensure an ample food supply, whereas most challengers dared to recruit only 2. The presence of an extra individual translates to additional labor. When both of Mai Feng's food compression machines operated at full capacity, most other bases could only manage a single machine producing slime paste. Moreover, Mai Feng's primary power generation method was coal, with natural gas as a secondary source, while other challengers primarily relied on manual labor for power generation. This alone granted Mai Feng a significant advantage. Utilizing manual generators consumes labor resources, whereas Mai Feng's coal and natural gas generators liberated his workforce, a luxury that most other challengers lacked. Furthermore, some challengers experienced bursts of replicant pressure, rendering their bases nearly incapacitated for half a day, further highlighting Mai Feng's advantages. Though the replicants in Mai Feng's base faced some stress, the comforts of roasted berries, restrooms, and massage beds kept their anxiety well below the threshold of eruption. Even the most beleaguered, Jean, merely suffered from incessant sneezing, which only slightly hampered productivity. Ruby and Travoldo worked diligently, contributing to over half of the food storage in the base with the slime paste they produced. As night fell, just before retiring, Mai Feng counted the remaining 10 rice trees in the rice tree farm, anticipating a harvest of 6,000 kilocalories. The thorny flower farm, however, posed a challenge as Mai Feng feared Jean's sneezes, resulting in 14 thorny flowers still remaining. He estimated that only 5 to 6 of these would be harvestable, and even if harvested, there would be insufficient time to process them into roasted berries, predicting an yield of 8,000 to 9,600 kilocalories. Additionally, the base housed 6 hachi, which could yield 19,200 kilocalories of meat. If processed, they could provide even more calories in the form of roasted meat. However, that was a concern for the morrow, as today they still needed to produce one final batch of coal. The conclusion of the 29th day saw the base's total food supply reach 60,000 kilocalories, comprising 34,400 kilocalories of slime paste, 19,200 kilocalories of rice trees, 4,000 kilocalories of roasted berries, and 2,400 kilocalories of sludge roots. Chapter 44. The Lackadaisical Challenger's Challenger number 5858, characterized by a straight brow, was indeed one of the lackadaisical challengers mentioned in the discussions. Despite this, the straight brow had once fortuitously activated a rare event, the neural oscillator, gaining 4,800 kilocalories of food and a new genetic trait, requiring only 75 of the previous oxygen intake with each breath. This particular trait may seem insignificant, yet it undeniably conserves a considerable amount of oxygen-producing algae, allowing for prolonged breath-holding in demanding environments, which significantly aids exploration. However, while one might argue its usefulness, this characteristic does not alleviate hunger nor generate electricity from thin air, rendering its contribution to base construction rather limited. Moreover, prior to triggering the Easter egg, the character encountered a contaminated oxygen spring that infected them with a mucus lung pathogen. Unlike food poisoning, which leads to digestive distress, this pathogen induces coughing and slows one's movements. In a dark environment, walking becomes akin to the pace of a tortoise, compounded by a cough. Yet fortunately, the character had transitioned to a miner, equipped with a spotlight for illumination. Otherwise, they might have been unable to navigate out of the base. Thankfully, the spotlight enabled them to locate the neurooscillator Easter egg. Tragically, the mucus lung affliction lasts for 4 days, a duration exceeding the 2 to 3 days typical of food poisoning. Thus, while it did not claim the character's life, it severely hindered their subsequent exploration efficiency. When the opportunity arose to distribute clones for the first time, the character resolutely opted for clone delivery, aspiring to utilize these clones for base construction, thereby keeping pace with the second challenger in triggering the Frozen Friends progress. Armed with clones and enhanced by the neurooscillator, they felt poised for success. All that was needed was to commence the expansion of the farm, and the prospect of achieving their goals seemed imminent. However, disaster struck when the character inadvertently transmitted the mucus lung infection to the clones. It was only at this juncture that they realized the true peril of this seemingly mild affliction, not merely due to its 4-day duration, but also its contagious nature. The character infected the clones, and upon recovering, they found themselves reinfected, spiraling into a cycle of mutual contagion. By the time the character had the clones transition to medics, researched and unlocked the medical station, gathered materials to create medical kits, and ultimately treated themselves, the clones were under immense stress. Witnessing the clones' uncontrollable vomiting, the character began to resign themselves to fate, content if they could survive 30 days. With the decision to cease overburdening the clones, their emotional state gradually stabilized, and through their diligent efforts, the base began to flourish. As the farm expanded, reliance on slime paste diminished, and as long as they refrained from pursuing lofty ambitions, a daily routine of operating the human-powered generators, transporting algae to the oxygen diffusers, and fertilizing the rice plants could support a comfortable existence. Although exploration ceased, which meant no new Easter eggs could be discovered, it also eliminated the risks associated with venturing out. The character, embracing a more relaxed approach, discovered that by foregoing the pursuit of gourmet food, refraining from new technological research, and abstaining from adventures, they could easily navigate the 30-day challenge with just themselves and the clones. In fact, during the final days, As the farm expanded to meet the consumption needs of both individuals, they even found time to explore new technologies. He tirelessly delved into advanced research technologies and brute force refinement techniques, constructing a supercomputer. Utilizing this supercomputer, he developed sophisticated renovation technologies, unlocking the blueprint for a Fireman-S slide, and subsequently crafted a 30-meter-long Fireman-S slide from copper ore, while Mai Feng and Xiao Yuanfei's were sprinting to secure a place in the top 10. Izime was thoroughly enjoying the Fireman-S slide with the replicants. This newfound enthusiasm attracted an increasing number of viewers to his livestream, especially as other streams were merely showcasing banal activities, which soon lost their charm. Wow, 666, 5,858 really knows how to have fun. ISNT that the Fireman-S slide from the fire department? I heard only professional firefighters can use this. I've always wanted to try it when I was a kid. Are you sure you only wanted to play with it as a child? Don't you want to now? Alright, you've seen through me. I do want to play now. Watching 5858 have so much fun is quite enticing. Is he just slacking off? While other challengers are hoarding food to reach the top 10, he's just playing around. This is called self-awareness. He only summoned one replicant. How can he compete with those who have summoned 2 or even 3? This isn't slacking. This is simply taking a laid-back approach. It's quite advantageous. Survive for 30 days, and a reward of 100,000 is yours. Indeed, there's no need to compete. The race for the top 10 is fierce. If you don't strive, you will realize that taking it easy is rather pleasant. Hurry up and stop spreading your negativity. There are still competitions to be fought. Don't dwell in negativity every day. Look how much fun he is having. Surely, you don't want to watch only mundane activities. I'm not very familiar with this. What does mundane activities mean? There are still people who don't know what mundane activities means. Let me explain. Mundane activities refers to mixing soil and water together. You see those challengers making soft clay with soil and water? That is what it means. Oh, I see. I've learned something new. I was quite sheltered by my parents when I was young and didn't have much exposure to various things. Poor child. Do you know about the Fireman-S slide? I've seen it on TV. That's good enough. I learned about it from the television too. Firefighters sliding down it look incredibly cool. Similar to Izime, some challengers, aware of their inability to reach the top 10, began engaging in frivolous activities in the final days. Once basic needs were met, entertainment became the pursuit of the people, although the nature of entertainment varied among individuals. Izime's construction of the Fireman-S slide fulfilled his childhood dream of being a firefighter. Challenger 9595 transformed his bedroom into a lush little garden by creating a series of flower pots filled with enticing thorns, dancing palms, and joyful leaves. Challenger 9527 invented a mechanical surfboard and indulged in surfing within the confines of the base. Challenger 2233 developed a soda machine, equipped with a gas-filling device, allowing him to enjoy carbonated beverages crafted from carbon dioxide. They have demonstrated through tangible evidence that one can lead a joyous life simply by choosing not to contend, all the while bringing laughter to their audience. Is this not a victory in its own right? However, the time left for these challengers to revel in joy is dwindling. For the final day of the survival challenge has arrived. Chapter 45. The final day. Jean, I have a task for you. On the morning of the 30th day of the survival challenge, at 5 a.m., Mai Feng rose early, brimming with excitement. Today marked the last day of the survival challenge. Once it concluded, he would return to Earth and unveil the fruits of his labor over the past month. Would he secure the $10 million? How would he spend such a fortune? What mysterious rewards awaited him should he achieve first place? Contemplating these matters rekindled his motivation, for despite the hardships of recent days, securing a spot in the top 10 would be worthwhile. Yet, first place would be even better. With this thought, Mai Feng issued his latest orders to the 3 clones. Jean, Ruby, Travoldo, today is crucial. Everyone is permitted only 2 hours of sleep, and then you must work. If you cannot hold it, then relieve yourselves in your pants. Food is off the table unless you are on the brink of starvation. Otherwise, you must work. Understood, Commander. We will ensure the mission is accomplished. Despite their reluctance, the 3 clones had no choice but to comply with their commander's strict orders. Fortunately, Mai Feng had generally treated them well, allowing ample time for rest and providing the finest quality sustenance in the base, roasted berries. Otherwise, upon hearing his command, they might have succumbed to overwhelming stress within a day. Ruby, Travoldo, continue producing the soft paste. Jean, Come here, I have a special task for you. With that, Mai Feng pulled Jean aside. Jean, today is the last day, and the base requires more food. Mai Feng pondered how to phrase it, slowly articulating his thoughts. Achu. Understood, Commander. I will strive to overcome my pollen allergy and work diligently, Jean assured, sneezing as he patted his chest. As Mai Feng deftly sidestepped Jean's sneeze, he stepped back and continued. No, you have misunderstood my intent. I need you to send 6 hatchies on their way. Ah, Commander. I am only skilled in agricultural tasks and have no experience in animal husbandry. Moreover, hatchies can bite if provoked, Jean exclaimed, his face a portrait of shock, expressing his inability to comply. Not to worry. During the day, hatchies burrow into the soil. You merely need to aim the laser at the hatchies along with the tiles. They will not have time to emerge and bite you before you dispatch them, Mai Feng explained. Achu. Very well, I shall proceed. Though Jean was uncertain if the commander spoke truthfully, the command had been reiterated, leaving him no choice but to seek the hatchies. Meanwhile, Mai Feng turned to bring water and soil to Ruby and Travoldo, who were essential in gathering food. The viewers in live room 755 erupted upon witnessing the orders issued by Mai Feng. Although I had my suspicions, I was still taken aback when number 755 made a move against the beloved hatchie. I had sensed it long ago, back when these challengers were frantically crafting their slime. That number 755 would not spare these hatchies. I can vaguely recall the scene where the challenger consumed Ely Duo, as if it were merely over 20 days ago. Indeed, it was over 20 days ago, and the fact that the hatchies in number 755's livestream had survived this long was quite fortunate. Just look at other live streams, where hatchies were often met with immediate demise. While that may be true, one must consider that the hatchies had provided number 755 with an abundance of coal. Even if there were no accolades, there was certainly toil involved, so how could they be so easily sacrificed? When the birds are gone, the fine bough is concealed. When the cunning rabbit meets its end, the hunting dog is cooked. Number 755 could not bear to slay a loyal servant, thus allowing Jean to take action. Sigh. Number 755 should never have named the hatchies, for to name them is to form an attachment. I am unaware of how Jean executed his task, but upon his return, he brought back 12 portions of raw meat. Mai Feng accepted the raw meat and instructed Jean to tend to the farm chores. Gazing at the 12 portions, Mai Feng could not discern which belonged to Ely Duo and which to Dick. After a moment of contemplation, he handed all 12 portions to Ruby, saying, Ruby, please process these raw meats into skewers. Certainly, Commander. I shall commence the processing right away, Ruby replied without further thought. Before long, Ruby completed the processing of 1 portion of raw meat. Handing the skewer to Mai Feng, he said, Commander, I have finished 1 skewer. I am rather fatigued and in need of a brief respite. With that, he collapsed onto the ground and fell asleep instantly. Mai Feng glanced at the skewer in his hand, and then at Ruby, who was soundly slumbering on the floor, and promptly stuffed the skewer into his mouth. Truly delightful, he remarked, tears of sorrow streaming down his cheeks. Though he knew not from which hatchie this piece originated, it signified a perpetual bond with Ely Duo. Seeing the challengers savoring the food so heartily, I too yearned for a taste. Wishing does little good. I have already placed an order for takeout, came the reply. Number 755 is truly inhumane. Such a loyal hatchie has met with such a tragic fate. Not long after Ruby had lain down, Travoldo encountered a mishap. Due to the absence of rest, despite desperately needing to relieve himself, he could only continue working under Mai Feng's orders. Unable to hold it any longer, he soiled his pants. A stream of yellow, contaminated liquid cascading across the floor, inundating the fallen slime. After relieving himself, Travoldo wore a look of relief, having already done so. He thought little of it and resumed crafting the slime. Upon waking, Ruby continued the slime production and soon found himself in a similar predicament. Nearby, Jean, after harvesting the ripe, prickly flowers, also succumbed to the urge. In no time, the entire base was permeated with a pungent odor, as streams of yellow contaminated liquid flowed everywhere, tainting all materials and food upon the ground. However, Mai Feng was beyond such concerns, relentlessly issuing orders for all replicants to continue their labor. The outcome hinged on this very moment. At 2100 hours, the luminous screen of the printing chamber illuminated, signaling the commencement of the final material distribution. Without even a glance, Mai Feng dismissed the notion of food. There was no need to recruit more laborers, only to persist in the arduous task of food production. After harvesting every conceivable crop, Jean joined the ranks of those transporting materials, while Mai Feng took advantage of Ruby's barbecue preparations to operate the food manufacturing device, crafting soft paste in his spare time. Ultimately, amidst the vocal commands of all challengers and the increasingly anguished expressions of the replicants, time elapsed, marking the final second of the 30th day. The clock froze. All live streams ceased, and the inaugural season of the Survival Challenge concluded. Chapter 46. The conclusion of Season 1 and the mysterious rewards. All live streams were abruptly terminated, replaced uniformly by the program's broadcast. Congratulations to the 452 challengers for surviving 30 days and triumphing in the first season of the Extraterrestrial Survival Challenge. According to the ranking rules established for the season, at the conclusion of the 30th day, challengers were ranked based on their remaining food reserves, with the top contender receiving an additional mysterious reward. Following the amended rules from the 14th day, the top 10 challengers were awarded a cash prize of $10 million, while the remaining challengers received a prize of $100,000. Furthermore, the surviving challengers would retain the effects of genetic enhancement. Below are the rankings of the top 10 challengers. 1. Challenger 755, with a remaining food reserve of 742 kilocalories, comprising 200 kilocalories of soft paste, 975 kilocalories of rice worms, 000 kilocalories of barbecue skewers, 967 kilocalories of roasted berries, 200 kilocalories of raw meat, and 400 kilocalories of mud roots. 2. Challenger 2, with a remaining food reserve of 255 kilocalories, including 400 kilocalories of soft paste, 255 kilocalories of rice worms, and 600 kilocalories of mud roots. 3. Challenger 8888, with a remaining food reserve of 400 kilocalories, entirely consisting of soft paste. 4. Challenger 5959, with a remaining food reserve of 300 kilocalories, also entirely consisting of soft paste. 5. Challenger 6868, with a remaining food reserve of 400 kilocalories, solely made up of soft paste. 6. Challenger 7. Challenger 8. Aside from the mysterious reward allocated to the first place, all prizes have been distributed to the challengers, marking a flawless conclusion to the first season of the Extraterrestrial Survival Challenge. The second season will commence in 1 month, with specific competition rules announced 10 days prior to the event. Stay tuned. Following this announcement, the program's broadcast also concluded, and everything seemed to revert to the state before May 4th, as if nothing had transpired. Naturally, the inhabitants of Earth could not simply overlook the events that had unfolded due to the closure of the live streams. Online forums, discussion boards, QQ groups, WeChat groups, any platform where individuals could congregate, be it virtual or physical, were abuzz with discourse surrounding all aspects of the Extraterrestrial Survival Challenge. Some are engaged in discussions regarding the prizes awarded to the top 10 winners, while others deliberate on genetic enhancement, the fate of replicants, and the enigma surrounding the mysterious reward bestowed upon the first-place winner. A plethora of topics are being explored, yet the most fervent discourse centers on the second season of the Alien Survival Challenge. Will it take place on a different planet? Have the rules for winning changed? Will the number of participants remain at 15,000? Will the demographic still consist of unemployed individuals aged 20 to 34? These questions capture the public's attention, especially since the production team has announced that the second season of the Alien Survival Challenge will commence in 1 month. Those inclined to participate are torn between resigning from their jobs to enhance their chances of selection, while those who wish to avoid participation scramble to find employment. Fearful of being chosen, all challengers who have returned to Earth are swiftly approached by relevant authorities seeking information regarding the Alien Survival Challenge. Although the 30-day survival challenge was broadcasted live, certain aspects eluded viewers. For instance, the effects of genetic enhancement are only observable as challengers appear stronger than the average person. Yet the precise extent of this enhancement can only be determined through rigorous testing. Additionally, there are concerns regarding whether challengers may exhibit traits akin to replicants, particularly in terms of stress management. The authorities are most intrigued by the mysterious reward received by challenger number 755. However, they are perplexed by their inability to locate this individual. The reason for the authorities' inability to find Mai Feng is directly linked to the mysterious reward he received. After the conclusion of the first season of the Alien Survival Challenge, the production team transported all challengers back to Earth, with the exception of Mai Feng, who was instead transferred to a pristine white space. In this realm, only a familiar printing pod emanated light, and a voice resonated, congratulating him on securing first place in the challenge and announcing the distribution of his mysterious reward. This reward comprises two components. The first assures that upon his return to Earth, the production team will obscure his identity, ensuring that as long as he does not reveal himself, he will remain undetected, even in conversation with others. The second component allows him to propose suggestions for the second season of the challenge, with one of his recommendations guaranteed to be implemented. Mai Feng absorbed the production team's announcement in silence, gradually processing the significance of his victory and the associated reward. His achievement was anticipated, given his previous knowledge of gaming mechanics, which afforded him a prophetic advantage over others. Conversely, the mysterious reward was a delightful surprise. The first aspect of the reward holds immense importance for him, as he had only recently traversed to this world and had yet to acclimate to life on Earth. The production team's advanced concealment technology alleviates his concerns about being discovered, rendering it more valuable than multiplying his winnings tenfold. As for the second aspect, after careful contemplation, Mai Feng finally spoke up to offer his suggestions to the production team. The first suggestion I propose is to extend the duration of the survival challenge in the second season. 30 days is rather brief, as challengers scarcely have the opportunity to thoroughly explore technological advancements before the competition concludes. I recommend lengthening the time frame to 100 days or even longer. The second suggestion is to form teams of 3 challengers for the survival challenge in the second season, allowing for the option of selecting replicants during each supply drop. The third suggestion involves revising the criteria for determining victory. The amount of food stored could serve as one of the metrics, introducing a more diversified assessment system. For instance, the first place in food storage could earn 10 points, the second place 9 points, and similarly for technological research and the overall morale ranking of the replicants. The fourth suggestion is to incorporate more entertaining challenges, such as the introduction of an achievement system. This system could feature a variety of accomplishments, such as successfully constructing a latrine and a bed for the first time. I assert that my first suggestion must be adopted in the second season. Mai Feng has presented numerous suggestions to the production team, most of which aim to prolong the competition time in the second season. After all, if the competition mirrors the first season, Mai Feng would lose his competitive edge. Following the first season, individuals on Earth are sure to analyze various strategies. Especially since Mai Feng achieved first place, his live broadcast will undoubtedly be scrutinized and emulated. Mai Feng emphasizes his first suggestion to extend the competition to 100 days or even longer. Despite the possibility that other suggestions may not be implemented, he can leverage his knowledge to maintain his advantage. Chapter 47. Changes to the rules of the second season on June 23rd. It has been precisely 20 days since the conclusion of the first season of the Extraterrestrial Survival Challenge. Even though there was the dual celebration of the 618 Shopping Festival and Father's Day in between, the populace remains captivated by the anticipation of the second season of the Extraterrestrial Survival Challenge. During these 20 days, challengers who successfully completed the 30-day challenge in the first season have begun to share their experiences. Although they no longer possess various high-tech weaponry and their skill points have been reset, challengers still showcase the remarkable differences brought about by genetic enhancement across multiple platforms. Government agencies worldwide have not prohibited these challengers from showcasing their abilities, especially since the production team has announced that the second season will commence in a month. If they cannot prevent the second season from taking place, there is little utility in banning the challengers themselves. Thus, the most these agencies can do is invite challengers to participate in related tests. In previous survival challenge broadcasts, the lack of precise testing instruments rendered the effects of genetic enhancement less apparent. However, upon returning to Earth, the availability of accurate testing equipment has left people astounded by the formidable physical capabilities exhibited post-enhancement. Even the most average challengers can carry weights of up to 200 kilograms while maintaining mobility, while some with greater strength can bear over 600 kilograms. This figure represents merely the maximum recorded thus far, likely not reflecting the challenger's true limits. Previously, the world record for static weight bearing stood at 495 kilograms. But that record was only sustained for 30 seconds. In contrast, challengers can not only carry substantial weights, but also move freely. sustaining this performance for 1 to 2 hours with ease. This is merely one of the tests. Others include the remarkable ability to fully restore physical strength after just 2 to 3 hours of sleep and minor wounds that can heal overnight. Some challengers have conducted experiments by inflicting scratches on their arms or calves, only to find that they could return to their original state after just 2 hours of sleep. Without any medication, this recovery capability far surpasses that of an average human. Consequently, these challengers gained significant popularity, each transforming into an internet sensation. They soon realized that the reward of 100,000 for surviving 30 days was woefully inadequate. A single livestream sales event could yield far more profit. It became evident to the challengers that the retention of their genetically enhanced abilities was their most substantial gain from the experience. However, this fleeting good fortune was soon overshadowed by envy and malice. Rumors began to circulate online, and some individuals initiated a campaign against the challengers. Accusations arose, claiming, "These challengers are no longer human. They are genetically modified beings, and those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts." A clarion call for caution echoed through the digital realm, urging constant vigilance. A wave of arguments erupted online, spilling into the real world, where some even resorted to attacking the challengers. In one-on-one confrontations, the challengers remained undaunted. However, for the sake of their family's safety, they sought refuge from the relevant authorities. After a 20-day period of waiting amid societal upheaval and chaos, news finally emerged regarding the second season of the Survival Challenge. Without any prior warning, a message began to loop across all devices equipped with screens and speakers worldwide. The second season of the Extraterrestrial Survival Challenge will commence in 10 days. This season features numerous changes compared to the first, with the specific rules as follows. 1. The number of participants has expanded 100-fold, totaling 1.5 million. A registration system will be employed, and if the number of applicants is insufficient, individuals will be randomly selected until the total reaches 1.5 million. The age limit for registration is set between 18 and 59 years, with priority given to those who participated in the first season. Additionally, pregnant individuals are ineligible to register. 2. The challenge will begin with teams of 3. Challengers may form their teams in advance. If they fail to do so before the challenge commences, they will be randomly assigned to teams with others who have not formed groups. Team members are prohibited from attacking one another, and each participant has one opportunity to request a random reassignment within the first 3 days if they are dissatisfied with their teammates. 3. Every 3 days, supplies will be distributed in 4 categories, including various resources, clones, and new challengers. New challengers will be drawn from the audience of the live stream, with no age restrictions. The more gifts viewers bestow, the higher their chances of being selected. Those chosen will have one chance to decline, and if they do, another suitable individual from Earth will be randomly teleported in their place. 4. This season introduces an achievement system, in which challengers must complete specific tasks within designated time frames. Details of the achievements will be available for review at the printing station once the challenge begins, and the number of achievement points will determine the rankings for the second season. An achievement will be assigned at the start of the challenge. The challenge spans a duration of 100 days, culminating in a comprehensive ranking based on food reserves, technology research points, and achievement points. Contestants who fail to complete the designated achievements will be deemed unsuccessful in their challenge. Furthermore, the rewards have been enhanced. Surviving for 100 days will yield a monetary prize of 100,000 and the benefits of genetic enhancement. The top 100 teams will receive an additional prize of 10 million, while the top 10 teams will be awarded genetic enhancement serums, applicable for individuals aged 18 to 79. The team that secures the first position will receive a mysterious reward. Notably, the genetic enhancement serum is exclusively available to the initial challenge teams, and those who are selected for teleportation midway will only receive the monetary reward and retain the genetic enhancement effects. The mysterious reward will be granted to one individual, who must be chosen internally from the challenger team. The second season is scheduled to commence at midnight on July 4th, just 10 days from now. The registration portal for the first season challengers is now open, with a normal registration channel set to open in 60 minutes. As the countdown commenced, the entire world fell silent, attentively listening to the announcement from the production team. Following the conclusion of the announcement, the number of registrants gradually increased with each passing second. After 1 minute, the registration count reached 14,582, then plateaued. Ultimately, the first season attracted 15,000 participants, with only 418 opting out of the second season, some due to pregnancy, others deterred by the uncertainties of the challenge. Among the 14,582 participants was Mai Feng, who had returned to Earth 20 days prior and had been quietly residing in his rented accommodation. Thanks to the production team's cover, he was momentarily undisturbed. Unlike other challengers who flaunted their genetic enhancements across various platforms or splurged the 10 million reward, Mai Feng chose to remain discreet, patiently awaiting the commencement of the second season of the Alien Survival Challenge. During this waiting period, he diligently contemplated his strategy for the upcoming survival challenge, occasionally browsing the internet to observe the various online disputes and gather pertinent information. Today, he finally received the announcement from the production team. Although the rules differed somewhat from his suggestions, they bore significant resemblance. Reassured, Mai Feng set aside his concerns and dialed a number on his phone. Hello. Is this challenger number 2? I am challenger number 755. Chapter 48. Selecting teammates and discussing rules. After reviewing the rules, Mai Feng refined his strategy and began selecting teammates. Indeed, he had long envisioned his ideal team composition, among whom challenger number 2, with a round face, perfectly matched his criteria. Mai Feng's ideal initial team would comprise individuals skilled in research and excavation, and since he had served as a technology researcher in the first season, he intended to maintain this role in the second season. Therefore, his primary choice for a teammate was an expert in excavation, as such skills would prove invaluable throughout the various stages of the challenge, particularly in the early phases which would demand substantial excavation efforts. The midterm exploration necessitates a profound understanding of excavation, particularly when one encounters granite layers and abyssal crystal strata. Without individuals proficient in mining, the endeavor becomes futile, hindering any prospect of exploration. Even in the absence of exploration, the construction of fundamental facilities such as restrooms, bedrooms, and farms demands considerable excavation efforts. In later stages, certain specialized materials can only be extracted by those well-versed in mining, such as radioactive core meltdowns. The significance of technological research cannot be overstated. Without advanced technology, survival becomes a mere struggle. Frankly, alien technology primarily manifests in the construction of weapons, enabling the creation of multifaceted devices from a singular material. For instance, one can construct a bed solely from sandstone, which comprises not only the frame, but also a plush mattress and blankets. However, the initial constructs are not remarkably advanced compared to those on Earth. Take beds, for example. Earth boasts a plethora of styles and materials, ranging from rubber to graphene, which, in Mai Feng's opinion, surpass the beds fabricated through alien weaponry. Continuous research into advanced technology is imperative to unlock a plethora of blueprints, liberating labor through superior innovations. For instance, during Mai Feng's initial challenge, he constructed a shower cubicle that not only serves its primary bathing function, but also alleviates eye irritations. Ruby and Jean expressed immense satisfaction, as, without the cubicle, their eyes might have remained perpetually red from prolonged exposure to natural gas. Engaging in scientific research is a crucial task that Mai Feng must oversee personally, as it is not contingent upon incessant travel. As for the selection of a second teammate, a diverse skill set is essential. This could include a farmer skilled in agriculture or animal husbandry, a builder adept in construction, or even another miner proficient in excavation. Upon reviewing the fourth rule of the second season, which stipulates that each team must achieve specific objectives within a designated time frame, Mai Feng lamented that he could not anticipate which accomplishments would be required, thus making it challenging to select teammates accordingly. Yes, I am Lin Muxue, the second challenger. How may I assist you? The round-faced individual was taken aback to receive a call from the champion of the first season. But upon recalling the recently announced rules for the second season, she discerned Mai Feng's intentions. I would like to invite you to join my team of challengers. You have likely noted the changes in the rules for the second season. Mai Feng wasted no time with pleasantries and directly articulated his purpose. Indeed, I just finished reviewing them. I also have intentions to form a team, but why have you chosen to invite me? Although Mai Feng's intentions were within the realm of her expectations, she found it perplexing why he would seek her out. After all, she had secured her position as the runner-up in the first season primarily by triggering the Ice Friend skill, acquiring 3 skill points for replication, which provided her a significant advantage due to luck, primarily because your strengths align with the needs of my team. Your adventurous spirit and expertise in excavation are precisely what I require. However, in the final days, I have reset my skill points, learning only culinary skills. The round-faced individual presumed that Mai Feng was unaware of their situation and promptly spoke up. Of course, I have my considerations. Is it convenient for us to meet? If you agree to join the team, a face-to-face discussion would be preferable. Mai Feng was well aware that the round-faced individual had recently reset their skill points. However, since everyone's skill points had been wiped, their prior proficiency in their tasks remained intact. This implied that the round-faced individual's excavation skills would undoubtedly surpass those of new challengers. Furthermore, with such remarkable luck, Mai Feng sought to benefit from this fortuity. All right then, I have some free time in the coming days. Let us arrange a meeting to discuss further. After some contemplation, the round-faced individual consented to join Mai Feng's team, recognizing that aligning with the champion of the first season would be advantageous. Very well. Let us meet at XXX store in XXX City at XX o'clock, and we shall discuss the details thereafter. Having finalized the time and location, Mai Feng ended the call and retrieved paper and pen to amend their plans according to the rules of the second season. With the priority access for first season challengers closed, the standard registration channel officially opened. Within a mere 3 hours, a staggering 1.5 million individuals had registered, eliminating the need for the program's random selection methods. It was not just Mai Feng seeking teammates. Successful registrants also began to decipher the rules and search for partners. The guidelines for the second season were unequivocal. Challenges would require teams of 3, and without prior collaboration and familiarity. Forming spontaneous teams during the challenges would necessitate an adjustment period, putting them at a disadvantage in the race for survival. Upon the announcement of the second season rules, various platforms provided dedicated spaces for successful registrants, allowing them to isolate themselves from the outside world and expedite the search for suitable teammates. Looking for teammates. I am Challenger 8888, the third-place finisher of the first season, seeking to form a team to compete for the championship in the second season. I require 2 like-minded challengers. Interested parties, please contact me at 150128XXXX. Recruiting. I am among the top 10 of the first season, skilled in excavation and construction. I am seeking challengers proficient in planting and culinary skills. Interested parties, please reach out to me at 1882015XXXX. Looking for a team. I excel in culinary skills, having faced setbacks in the first season. For the second season, I desire a stable team. Contact me at 188XXXXXXXX. In addition to those searching for teams and teammates, discussions regarding the rules of the second season dominated the conversation. 666. Let us see if my predictions hold true. I knew the second season wouldn't be as simplistic as merely calculating food reserves. What is so surprising about that? Anyone could anticipate that the rules for the second season would change. Haha, I didn't expect the number of participants in the second season to skyrocket to 1.5 million, precisely 100 times that of the first season. With more participants comes greater competition. And why are first season participants still allowed to partake in the second season? This seems unjust to new challengers. Do not fear, the production team will intervene. Remember in the first season when the second challenger activated the frozen friend and gained an overwhelming advantage? Within just 3 days, the rules were modified to ensure a fairer competition. Indeed, I have faith that the production team will take action, but how can we guarantee fairness? Should we erase the memories of the first season's events? Perhaps that is exactly the case. After all, with advanced technology at play, such feats might indeed be achievable. Don't frighten me. I was a challenger in the first season. As discussions unfolded, 10 days swiftly passed, and the second season of the Alien Survival Challenge was about to commence. Chapter 49. The second season officially begins as the familiar sensation of dizziness subsided. Mai Feng found himself standing before the printing pod. Glancing around, he noticed his companions, the second challenger, Round Face, and the Mediterranean, known as Challenger 12345. Since the event would be broadcast live, the trio had decided upon nicknames. Mai Feng assumed the role of captain, Round Face was dubbed Flower Moon. And although the Mediterranean was already 34 years old, he considered himself a junior in the presence of the first season's champions, hence his moniker was Little Bo. Just as the three were sizing each other up and surveying their surroundings, the voice of the production team echoed from the printing pod. Welcome, esteemed participants. We will now announce the specific details of this survival challenge. The location for this challenge is asteroid number FRSTC 1297747-126 WDJ462C3, with each challenger distributed across different zones. In light of the participation of season challengers from the first season, in the interest of fairness, the skills of these first season challengers will be nullified. Corresponding knowledge and enhancements will be erased, yet their inherent proficiency gained from prolonged skill usage will be retained. Moreover, the achievements required for season challengers will be considerably more challenging. This survival challenge introduces a new achievement system, with the designated challenge achievement being Carnivore. Details regarding the specific tasks can be viewed on the printing pod's display. Failure to complete the designated achievements will result in a challenge failure. Challengers dissatisfied with their current teammates may apply to leave their team at the printing pod. During the third-day supply distribution, they will be randomly assigned to another team. Each challenger is permitted only one application, valid within the first 3 days of the challenge's commencement. With the announcement concluded, the second season of the Alien Survival Challenge officially began. Before the production team's announcement could finish, Mai Feng and his companions eagerly approached the printing pod to explore the new achievement system. The display of the printing pod prominently featured the word achievements. Upon clicking, Mai Feng was taken aback by the extensive list laid out before him. There were a total of 45 achievements. At the top was the mandatory achievement specified by the production team, Carnivore, accompanied by detailed instructions. Before the conclusion of the 100th day, challengers and their copies must consume 490,000 kilocalories of small animal meat to earn 10 achievement points. Remaining time, 100,100 days, calories in meat, 049,000 kilocalories. In addition to the Carnivore achievement, there are a total of 44 achievements, 3 of which are valued at 100 points each: Cosmic Relics, The Great Escape, and Home. Sweet Home. Upon reviewing the detailed descriptions of the achievements, Mai Feng noted that they were largely as he remembered, with the exception that the requirement for Home. Sweet Home was altered from a survival of 200 days to 99 days, while other conditions remained unchanged. However, Mai Feng understood that these 3 achievements were exceedingly challenging to accomplish, given the stringent conditions required. The Cosmic Relics achievement necessitates the analysis of 10 terrestrial artifacts and 10 celestial artifacts at the Artifact Analysis Station, with the stipulation that these 20 artifacts must be distinct. Setting aside the terrestrial artifacts, simply obtaining the celestial artifacts demands the construction of a rocket for exploration, and each exploration may yield duplicate artifacts, making it nearly impossible to fulfill within 100 days. The Great Escape achievement requires the construction of mini printing pods on 5 asteroids, locating and activating a time-space rift opener, and ultimately sending a replicant through the rift. Not to mention the challenge of locating the rift opener. With poor luck, one might not even find the device within the 100-day time frame. The Home, Sweet Home achievement requires the total population of the base to reach 12 individuals, with those 12 surviving for 99 days and establishing a monument. The construction of this monument demands a significant quantity of materials, and aside from the fact that creating the monument would severely delay other tasks, the steel required for its construction cannot be amassed in a short period. Other achievements are not as highly valued but are relatively simpler, such as the most straightforward one, which merely requires at least one individual to survive until day 100, a veritable gift of a question, albeit worth only a single point. Captain Gao Ming astutely analyzed the specified achievements related to the meat of small animals before the challenge commenced. Mediterranean gazed at Mai Feng in astonishment. It was no surprise that he was the champion of the first season. Initially, he believed his forced exit from the competition due to being struck by lava was merely a stroke of bad luck, but upon the revelation of the specified achievements, which closely aligned with Mai Feng's pre-competition analysis, Mediterranean recognized that Mai Feng's victory was well-deserved. Indeed, how did the captain possess such foresight? Little Round Face looked at Mai Feng with admiration. The captain's simple pre-competition analysis had convinced both team members of his prowess. Luck, merely luck. I analyzed several possibilities. And this is nothing but chance. Mai Feng chuckled lightly, deflecting the inquiry with humor, unwilling to divulge his true thoughts. He would not disclose his knowledge and experience of the game Oxygen Not Included when the rules for the second season were announced, and he saw the total number of challengers at 1.5 million. Alongside keywords like achievement system and 100 days, the Carnivore achievement immediately sprang to mind. The production team was hardly benevolent, with a staggering number of 5 million challengers, they would not simply dispense rewards and gene enhancement serums without a challenge. Thus, the specified achievements were undoubtedly complex. With the addition of a 100-day time frame, the achievement of consuming 400,000 calories of small animal meat as a carnivore aligns perfectly. A single individual typically expends 2,000 calories daily, while 3 individuals would collectively consume 6,000 calories per day, amounting to 600,000 calories over 100 days. At first glance, this accomplishment appears easily attainable. However, the prerequisite is the availability of such a substantial quantity of small animal meat. After all, a single hedgehog yields merely 3,200 calories, and even when transformed into skewers, it would provide around 4,000 calories. To amass 400,000 calories, one would require approximately 100 hedgehogs, a number that is simply unattainable in the wild. This necessitates that challengers establish hedgehog farms or similar animal breeding facilities. During the first season, only a handful of challengers successfully constructed farms, and their scales were limited, resulting in many participants lacking experience in farm construction. Thus, Mai Feng boldly speculated that the achievement designated for the second season would be that of a carnivore. Naturally, while discussing the designated plans with the team prior to the competition, Mai Feng suggested several possibilities beyond the carnivore achievement to avoid revealing too much. Fortunately, the production team selected the carnivore achievement. Otherwise, Mai Feng would have faced embarrassment. Indeed, when the designated achievement was announced, 2 team members expressed their newfound respect for Mai Feng. However, he was taken aback when the requirement escalated from 400,000 calories to 490,000 calories. Though this had little impact, there are numerous achievements to consider, and they can be examined during the break. For now, let us adhere to the planned course of action. Huayu, you will excavate to the left, while Xiaobo and I will dig to the right. If you discover any water, please inform us immediately. One crucial point to note: if you find any small animals, refrain from killing them. Mai Feng halted the 2 team members who were intent on scrutinizing the achievement system and issued a direct order for them to commence their tasks. Understood, Captain, responded the round-faced girl and the Mediterranean man, momentarily setting aside their examination of the achievement system to begin working. After all, prior to the competition, the trio had established Mai Feng's leadership position, and throughout the survival challenge, both the round-faced girl and the Mediterranean man would adhere to his commands. Should the team secure first place, the mysterious reward would belong to Mai Feng, although he would certainly offer some compensation to the others. Chapter 50, A New Planet. New flora and fauna. The printing pod area for the second season's survival challenge is comparable in size to that of the first season, devoid of any food crates containing nutritional bars. The distinction lies in the 3 volatile oxygen stones located on the wall in the upper left corner. An increase of 2 from the previous season, likely due to the fact that only 1 individual began in the first season, whereas 3 individuals are commencing in the second. Mai Feng and the Mediterranean man ventured towards the right passage to begin excavating the wall, while the round-faced girl worked alone on the left. Despite having lost her skills from the first season, the round-faced girl often explored the surroundings and retained her extensive experience in excavation work, making her proficiency in digging surpass that of both Mai Feng and the Mediterranean man combined. After all, Mai Feng was previously solely responsible for research and technology. Even though there were moments when he had to personally engage in excavation, his proficiency in such endeavors was not particularly high. As for the Mediterranean, it was even less so. Although he had once acquired excavation skills, he had long been eliminated from the competition, and the enhancement effects had been erased. Now, with the reinforcement, he was akin to a blank slate, a novice, possessing merely a smattering of experience in his mind. Before commencing the excavation, Mai Feng was aware that the second season's small planet differed from that of the first season. From the asteroid number reported by the production team, it was clear that this planet was a green leaf star. According to the knowledge and experience gleaned from the game Oxygen Not Included, a green leaf star boasted more vegetation than the asteroids of the first season, yet it lacked algae and water. Thus, Mai Feng's first command was to search for water. Once the excavation began, the Mediterranean also recognized the differences of the asteroid, as the walls were composed of igneous rock, whereas in the first season, the walls were predominantly sandstone. Captain, this planet is unlike the previous ones. The walls have all been transformed into igneous rock. The Mediterranean inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed. I noticed that as well. Look at this metal. It was absent in the first season, Mai Feng remarked, pointing to the freshly unearthed aluminum ore. Very well. Let me see what other differences there are, the Mediterranean replied before resuming his work. After approximately an hour, the round-faced individual had excavated the left passageway by 3 meters, creating a small cavity. This cavity, though only 3 meters high, contained a plethora of intriguing items. The first thing that caught the round-faced individual's eye was a large rat, roughly the size of a rabbit, with green fur and a pair of sparkling, large eyes that instantly captivated her. Upon examining it with her detector, she discovered that this adorable large rat was a tree rat, fond of consuming bulrush and trees, and upon being defeated, it would yield 1,600 kilocalories of meat. Despite its charm, the round-faced individual, even without Mai Feng's command, refrained from attacking it immediately, unlike her previous encounter with Hachi. Although this little creature appeared larger than Hachi, it yielded only half the amount of meat. Startled by the presence of the round-faced individual, the tree rat leapt to the 2-meter-high ceiling. Capable of traversing upside down with remarkable ease, akin to a gecko, quite a curious spectacle. The round-faced individual, seasoned in exploration, initially startled by the tree rat, redirected her focus to the other elements within the cavity. In addition to the tree rat, there were 4 plants present in the cavity. Among them, 2 were familiar to her as rice wood, albeit both were immature. One measured less than 10 centimeters, likely having just broken through the soil. The other 2 plants were unfamiliar to her. Upon further inspection with her detector, she identified one tree, 3 meters tall and red in hue, as a tree that constituted one of the tree rat's food sources. This tree was not only tall, but also robust, with a sturdy trunk and numerous branches, 3 on the right side, 1 above, and 1 on the left, totaling 5 branches. The branches are now marked with signs of nibbling, likely the handiwork of the tree squirrel that was just spotted. To the left of the towering tree stands a plant reaching a height of 2 meters. Distinct from the tree, with a green trunk adorned with hexagonal bark, sprouting branches reminiscent of atomic crystalline structures. The detection device indicates this is a hexagonal root, akin to the mud root, which cannot reproduce but can be harvested as a one-time source of high-calorie sustenance. The small round-faced character is elated. Although no water has been found, the discovery of food marks a commendable beginning. Aiming the gun at the hexagonal root, she commences the harvest and soon collects 1 kilogram of hexagonal fruit. According to the detection device, the caloric content of the hexagonal fruit far exceeds that of the mud root, with 1 kilogram yielding 6,400 kilocalories, sufficient for the daily consumption of the trio. While the small round-faced character is busy harvesting the hexagonal roots, Mai Feng and Mediterranean have also breached the right side passage. The walls of this right passage are slightly thicker than those on the left, measuring 5 meters in thickness. Thus their progress is considerably slower than that of the small round-faced character. The cavity connected to the right passage is substantially larger than the smaller void on the left, housing numerous glowing worms. Mai Feng counts at least 7, with possibly more hidden in the distant corners yet to be discovered. Under the gentle illumination of the glowing worms, the cavern appears exceedingly vast, devoid of any other creatures and vegetation, not even the prickly flowers. Mai Feng is perplexed as to how these glowing worms manage to survive, suspecting they may have been introduced by the production team. Estimating the dimensions of the cavern, Mai Feng concludes it reaches a height of at least 18 meters and a length of 40 meters, presenting an E shape, with ample space in the upper left and a constricted area in the lower right, separated by a protruding platform dividing the cavern into upper and lower tiers. Breathing in the abundant oxygen in the air, Mai Feng releases a silent sigh of relief. Fortunately, this large cavern contains numerous oxygen stones. Had it been filled with carbon dioxide, the fate of their trio would likely have been grim. When the small round-faced character arrives with the hexagonal fruit, they compare their discoveries and realize the major issue, the absence of water resources. With no other option, they decide to dig in a different direction. After some discussion, the trio resolves to excavate towards the lower right corner. Previously, while digging the right passage, they had noticed another cavity in the lower right corner. Now, having found no water resources in either of the connected cavities, and with it already being 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they conclude that further digging into the thick wall would leave them no time to construct a toilet even if they were to discover water. Once the decision is made, the 3 commence their work, constructing a ladder while digging downward. Before long, they breached the lower right cavity. This void, measuring 7 meters in height and 15 meters in length, is significantly smaller than the right side cavern, yet it is more abundant in resources. In addition to 1 tree squirrel, 2 rice pest trees, 2 towering trees, and 2 joy leaves. There are also 2 hexagonal roots and 2 plants previously unseen by the small round-faced character in Mediterranean, the oxygen fern. The oxygen fern stands tall at 2 meters, adorned in vibrant green. Its structure features a long, curved trunk complemented by 2 broad, banana-like fronds. This remarkable plant possesses the ability to convert carbon dioxide into oxygen, akin to the majority of flora on Earth, resembling a living algae chamber, albeit with an efficiency slightly inferior to that of algae, yielding approximately half of its output. Nonetheless, its effectiveness surpasses that of terrestrial plants. Notably, while Earth's vegetation cannot engage in photosynthesis at night due to the absence of sunlight and resorts to respiration, drawing in oxygen and expelling carbon dioxide, the oxygen fern uniquely employs respiration to inhale carbon dioxide and exhale oxygen, rendering it vastly superior to earthly plants. Besides the hexagonal roots and the oxygen fern, the most significant discovery was the presence of water resources. Chapter 51. Water found at long last. They had located water, and a wave of relief washed over Mai Feng and his companions. As challengers from the first season, they were acutely aware of the paramount importance of water resources. Particularly at the onset of survival challenges, the availability of water is crucial. It is among the first necessities to be addressed, with a latrine being the earliest structure to construct, accompanied by a wash basin. The importance of washing hands before meals and after using the restroom is a lesson ingrained in everyone since childhood. Having experienced the first season and reviewed the footage, Mai Feng and his team felt a deep resonance, recalling that many challengers suffered from foodborne illnesses due to the failure to establish wash basins promptly, which adversely impacted their early development. The water source lay beneath the hollow in the lower right corner, a daunting 15 meters from the printing pod, a far more challenging distance than in the first season. Upon excavating the floor of the hollow to reveal the water reservoir, they discovered it to be diminutive, containing less than 24 tons of water. While this may seem ample, the demand for water is substantial. Each secondary research point requires 50 kilograms, and every secondary research project necessitates at least 20 research points, culminating in a minimum consumption of 1 ton of water per project. The consumption would be even greater if they intended to cultivate prickly flowers. Despite the limited water supply, it sufficed for the initial phase, but future endeavors would rely on Xiao Yuan and the Mediterranean's explorations for additional sources. With the discovery of water, Mai Feng promptly ordered the construction of latrines and wash basins, as well as a hand pump above the reservoir. Huai Wei Xiaobo, you two will begin building the latrines and wash basins while I stay here to construct the hand pump. Understood, Captain. Where should we set up? Inquired the Mediterranean. Let's establish them in the right hollow. It's already 6 o'clock. Let us strive to complete the latrines, wash basins, and beds today. How many toilets do we need? Xiao Yuan recalled the awkward moments from the past when replicants competed for toilet access, a memory she would rather forget. 3 latrines and 3 wash basins, divided into 2 levels to separate male and female facilities. After some contemplation, Mai Feng decided that, given the workload would not differ significantly, it would be prudent to ensure the toilets were well prepared during the live broadcast. If everyone were merely replicants, there would be no need for Mai Feng to enforce gender separation. However, both Little Round Face and Mediterranean, being human challengers like himself, deserve consideration for their feelings. After all, there are distinctions between the sexes. While certain intimate visuals may be obscured in the live stream, the same cannot be said for this setting. Very well, Captain. I shall commence the construction of the restroom now. Little Round Face expressed joy upon hearing Mai Feng's words, as this would help avoid many awkward situations. With that, she ascended the ladder to begin her task. Once the two had departed, Mai Feng focused intently on completing the hand pump installation. After finalizing the construction, he began to utilize the hand pump to draw water, each bottle weighing 200 kilograms, and managed to retrieve 3 bottles in total. However, due to his limited strength, he could only carry 1 bottle at a time. Thus, it took him 3 trips to transport the water to the wash basin in the upper restroom, leaving Little Round Face and Mediterranean to construct the dry toilet, while Mai Feng initiated the building of the bedroom. Given that the restroom had been divided into male and female facilities, he decided to similarly segregate the sleeping quarters. The male dormitory was positioned beneath the male restroom, while the female dormitory was located directly opposite, beneath the printing chamber, with a ladder separating the two. Having only completed half of the male dormitory while still working on the pneumatic door, Mai Feng noticed that Little Round Face and Mediterranean had already finished constructing the restrooms. The trio reconvened to collaboratively work on the bedroom. "Captain, what are your thoughts on the newly introduced achievement system?" Given that they had initially been engaged in separate excavation and construction activities, it was a rare occasion for them to come together, prompting Little Round Face to inquire about the new features of the second season. "There are numerous achievements, but for now, our primary focus should remain on base construction. In the early stages, there is no need to pursue specific achievements obsessively. We should simply accomplish those that come easily," Mai Feng replied without pausing in his work. "Captain, could you provide specific examples?" Mediterranean, a seasoned veteran, interjected before Little Round Face could follow up with further questions. "Well, what we're currently engaged in is one such example." "Ah, how so?" Little Round Face exclaimed, taken aback. "What are we doing at this moment?" "One of the achievements entails constructing a restroom that includes a dry toilet and a wash basin, along with ensuring that each individual has a bed." "Isn't that precisely what we are working on now?" "Really? I had not noticed that." Little Round Face gazed at Mai Feng in astonishment. During the announcement, they had only skimmed the achievement system's details for a few minutes, but it seemed Mai Feng had memorized the content and had already begun planning to fulfill one of the objectives. Mai Feng, of course, was quicker to comprehend than Little Round Face and Mediterranean. This was their first encounter with the achievement system, and they needed time to study and understand the requirements for each achievement. In contrast, Mai Feng was already intimately familiar with the system, having completed numerous achievement challenges in his past life. Now, he merely needed to compare the program's achievement system with the memories of the one he had previously encountered to discern any differences. "Impressive, Captain. Do you have any thoughts on how to achieve the carnivorous achievement?" The Mediterranean first praised Mai Feng before swiftly presenting a new query. "Had we not discussed this prior to the competition? Let us adhere to our pre-competition deliberations and recruit a replicant on the third day to oversee the rearing of small animals." Mai Feng cast a discontented glance at the Mediterranean. Why was there any uncertainty regarding a matter we had previously resolved? However, our initial conclusion had been to raise Hachi, yet we have yet to locate any Hachi. With only 2 tree squirrels at hand, shall we then proceed to cultivate tree squirrels? The Mediterranean had not forgotten our pre-competition discussions. Rather, he was somewhat disoriented by the differences presented by the new planet in the second season. Tree squirrels could be an option, yet our current exploration has yielded little. Should we later discover Hachi or find it listed among the supplies in the printing pod, prioritizing Hachi for cultivation would be wise, given that Hachi yields twice the meat of tree squirrels. Mai Feng patiently addressed the Mediterranean's concerns. In this exchange of questions and answers, both the male and female dormitories were completed, and by 11 p.m., Mai Feng and his companions hastily consumed a few hexagonal fruits before retiring for the night. The trio of Mai Feng launched their endeavors smoothly, as did the other challengers. Chapter 52. The Triumvirate of Huangmao. The second season opened its application channels 10 days in advance, providing the challengers ample time for preparation, a marked improvement over the first season, where challengers were abruptly transported without warning. During these 10 days of preparation, the second season challengers not only sought to form teams and study the new rules, but also scrutinized the recordings of first season challengers, analyzing every facet of survival challenges. Among the recordings, the most examined was undoubtedly that of the first season's champion, Mai Feng. From the outset of Mai Feng's journey to his eventual victory, they watched repeatedly, concluding that agricultural research and technology, alongside the exploitation of replicants, rendered one invincible. Of course, this conclusion was drawn under the premise that ranking was based solely on food reserves. The second season revised the victory conditions and introduced an achievement system, rendering Mai Feng's developmental strategy from the first season less applicable to the second. Nevertheless, the initial approach remains a reference, transforming one individual into 3. Constructing dry toilets, wash basins, hand pumps, and beds. Many challengers had to concede that these were the most essential facilities to establish at the outset, followed by research stations and human-powered generators, as well as small batteries. With this unified consensus, the challengers commenced their endeavors favorably, though a few issues arose. particularly concerning the command hierarchy. You believe the toilet should be constructed at your location, while I find it more suitable at mine. As challengers, why should I heed your suggestions? Challenger 8888, Huang Mao, presently faced this dilemma. His two teammates exhibited outright resistance to his directives, adopting a stance of non-compliance, essentially operating on their own accord. Had Huang Mao formed his team prior to the competition, the situation might have been different, but as a character of the Dragon Aotian archetype, he discovered a lack of compatibility with others after a few attempts at communication, ultimately relinquishing his efforts to form a team. The confident yellow-haired individual believed that even without a team, he could secure a spot among the top 10. His achievement of third place in the first season was a testament to his capabilities. Brimming with self-assurance, he opted not to seek teammates, choosing instead to embark on the second season's survival challenge through random selection. To his amusement, he was paired with two novice teammates, both of whom had not participated in the first season's survival challenge. Their choice to team up randomly mirrored his own reasoning. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, and this was precisely the case with Yellow-Haired's team. When he revealed his status as the third-place winner of the previous season, seeking to assert command, his teammates were less than thrilled. Who wasn't a hero in their own story? What did his third-place finish mean in the grand scheme of things? Thus, the trio diverged in their pursuits, one digging to the left, another to the right, and the third downward. Surprisingly, their separation led to a broader exploration range. Although the vicinity of their survival base was scarce in water resources, one among them managed to find some, none other than Yellow-Haired himself. Despite his less-than-ideal personality, fortune favored him that day. Considering the team's welfare, he graciously informed his teammates of the water source he had discovered. Yellow-Haired initially assumed that this discovery would grant him the authority he sought, but he soon realized that events were not unfolding as he had anticipated. After locating the water, all three understood the necessity of constructing a latrine and a wash basin, yet they quickly fell into dispute over the latrine's placement. Unable to reach a consensus, they each built a latrine, wash basin, and bedroom in separate locations around the printing pod, one to the left, another to the right, and the last below. This arrangement resulted in each having their own small living quarters, which might be acceptable on Earth, potentially even beneficial. However, under the rules of oxygen not included, this configuration posed a significant issue. The game incorporates a crucial room system, distinguishing between bedrooms and toilets. A latrine and wash basin, combined with an enclosed space, constitute a toilet, while a bed and enclosed space form a bedroom. Both room types contribute a morale boost of 1. Yet, if a bed, latrine, and wash basin coexist within the same enclosed space, complications arise. Rather than forming distinct room systems, they amalgamate into a cluttered area devoid of any bonuses. At this juncture, the survival challenge had only just commenced, and morale was high, rendering the impact of these room arrangements negligible for the time being. However, this could lay the groundwork for future complications. As time progressed, the inevitable issues of a dirty environment, poor decor, and damp clothing would arise, potentially leading to a decline in morale for both challengers and replicants. A slight dip in morale could escalate stress levels, reminiscent of the first season when the replicants faced overwhelming pressure. Unbeknownst to Yellow-Haired, this looming threat was on the horizon as he configured the access permissions for the pneumatic door of his bedroom, where he stored the hexagonal fruit he had unearthed. He certainly did not wish to return from his exploration only to discover that his provisions had been consumed by others. Although Huang Mao was troubled by the disobedience of his two teammates, the audience in their live streaming room was thoroughly entertained. After all, the initial endeavors of all challengers were remarkably similar, as they constructed latrines, wash basins, hand pumps, and bedding sets under the guidance of their respective captains. Most challengers built uniform toilets and bedrooms, although some, like Mai Feng, separated the facilities by gender. However, teams like Huang Mao's, which embraced a tripartite structure, were rather rare. Haha, it's undoubtedly Huang Mao. Only he can bring me such joy. Haha, I agree. Is he attempting to create a tripartite alliance? A persimmon lamp for little pig, eh? Brothers, don't just laugh. Hurry and send some gifts to support Huang Mao. No way, bro. Are you that brave to give gifts to Huang Mao? What's wrong? Why can't we send gifts to Huang Mao? Is there something I'm unaware of? Oh, didn't you know? The rules for the second season have changed. During resource distribution, not only can they distribute replicas, but they can also select audience members to become challengers. The more gifts you send, the greater your chance of being selected. Is that so? I've only sent one gift. It should be fine, right? The issue is, you are the only one who has sent gifts in this live stream. Oh, don't scare me. I don't want to participate in a tripartite showdown. Well, here's a suggestion. Send gifts in other live streams. If you are chosen, you can join the challenger of your choice. Can I just refuse? You can, but only once. If Huang Mao selects you twice, you might be chosen both times. Goodness, I'm going to send gifts to 10 different live streams right now. Amidst the discussions among the audience, they uncovered the method the production team employed to regulate the challengers from the first season. Chapter 53, the same achievement, different measures indeed. After deliberation, the audience discerned that the production team assigned varying achievements to each challenger team. While every team was required to complete the carnivore challenge, the audience noted slight discrepancies, primarily in the quantity required. If all 3 members of a challenger team had participated in the first season, they would need to consume 490,000 kilocalories of small animal meat within 100 days to fulfill the carnivore requirement. Conversely, if all 3 were new challengers, they would only need to consume 400,000 kilocalories of small animal meat to complete the challenge. On average, for each season participant from the first season, an additional 30,000 kilocalories of small animal meat would be necessary. Do not underestimate this additional 30,000 kilocalories of meat. It requires 8 hatchie or 15 tree squirrels to yield sufficient meat. Teams like Mai Feng faced an increased meat requirement of 90,000 kilocalories, equivalent to raising an additional 23 hatchie or 45 tree squirrels. This posed a significant challenge for Mai Feng, let alone for other challengers who were less familiar with breeding. This revelation has doused cold water on the fervent audience members who had been fervently showering gifts upon the challengers of the first season. Their motivation for such enthusiasm was to enhance their chances of being selected when the challengers chose new participants, hoping to align themselves with seasoned veterans and thereby secure a genetic advantage. However, upon realizing the elevated achievement requirements set for these experienced challengers, the audience began to waver. After all, the cultivation of small animals is a venture that typically requires a mid-term investment, whereas the survival challenge of the first season spanned merely 30 days, leaving little room for teams to engage in such endeavors. This was an entirely novel pursuit for everyone. Being a seasoned challenger did not guarantee success in achieving the carnivore milestone. Failure to meet specified objectives would result in a classification of challenge failure, even if one survived for 100 days. The prospect of having been selected to serve as labor for seasoned challengers only to face such an outcome was disheartening. Consequently, the once fervent audience members began to temper their excitement, contemplating whether it was worthwhile to continue gifting seasoned challengers or to seek out promising newcomers instead. Yet, the thought of the gifts they had already bestowed led these impulsive spectators to chastise themselves. The dilemma of whether to persist in their patronage or to cut their losses became apparent. Unaware of the external developments, the trio led by Mai Feng faced the dawn of the second day of their survival challenge. Each member attended to their personal hygiene before reconvening at the printing pod. Upon checking the holographic display of the pod, they confirmed Mai Feng's assertion. They had indeed completed their first achievement, bed and bathroom. The conditions for this accomplishment were as straightforward as Mai Feng had indicated. Constructing a bed for each individual and establishing a communal restroom sufficed. The latter merely required the construction of 1 latrine and 1 wash basin, a task Mai Feng's team had surpassed with their numerous installations. This achievement was exceedingly simple, and Mai Feng estimated that nearly all challengers would be able to fulfill it. The tasks for the day were uncomplicated and had been discussed prior to the competition: the construction of a research station and its accompanying power generation facilities. Once Mai Feng deemed the team sufficiently rested, he issued the command to commence work. Was there no need to modify the plan according to the achievement system? The Mediterranean, likely still wary from the forced withdrawal in the first season, appeared hesitant despite prior discussions. Mai Feng sighed inwardly. If not for the lack of better options, he would prefer not to rely on the Mediterranean. However, there was ample time ahead to accomplish these achievements. The immediate priority was to erect the research station and embark on technological advancements. Mai Feng reassured the Mediterranean, reiterating the necessity of adhering to the original plan. "All right, Captain. I will gather aluminum ore," the Mediterranean replied, calmed by Mai Feng's reassurance as he turned to collect metal ores. "Captain, what should I do?" asked the round-faced member. approaching Mai Feng after the Mediterranean had departed. Why you? You should explore the lower left corner of the printing chamber, primarily in search of sustenance, hachi, and materials capable of oxygen production. After some contemplation, Mai Feng decided that Little Round Face should undertake the exploration task, as the construction of the research station and power generation equipment could be efficiently managed by the two of them. All right, I shall take a look. I hope my luck this time is as fortuitous as it was in the first season. Little Round Face could only silently wish for good fortune. For luck is an elusive concept. Mai Feng chose her not only for her adept excavation skills, but also for the serendipitous luck she displayed in the first season. Currently, the trio had yet to discover any hachi. Ordinarily, one would expect at least one hachi to be present near each base. Moreover, it appeared that this planet lacked algae. Although the tunnels they had excavated were filled with oxygen, the oxygen stone would gradually dissipate over time, necessitating the search for new oxygen-producing materials. If they could locate a steam vent or rust and salt deposits, it would help define the direction of their technological research. Not long after Mai Feng established the Mediterranean Research Station, Little Round Face returned with good news. She had found hachi. Such good fortune? Where did you find it? The Mediterranean was astonished. Little Round Face South achievement of second place in the first season was not mere coincidence. Luck is indeed a form of strength. In the left corridor, there are 3 fissures. We didn't excavate them yesterday, but today, upon digging, we struck hachi. By the way, Captain, do we need to name the hachi? I recall you naming one in your first season video, Little Round Face said with a smile. No need for names. Once named, emotional attachments form. We are destined to cultivate hachi this time, so just ensure it survives. Mai Feng dismissed Little Round Face as suggestion. The previous incident where Ely Duo and Dick perished was due to Jean's actions, so this time, they would forego naming. The Mediterranean was amazed by Little Round Face's fortune. Even she felt that luck was on her side. Yet, Mai Feng understood it was not merely luck. According to the knowledge gleaned from the game Oxygen Not Included, there would invariably be at least one hachi near every base. Even in inhospitable environments like inverted magma planets or frigid worlds at -100 degrees, hachi typically burrow underground during the day, making it inevitable for Little Round Face to discover hachi within the fissures. It had little to do with luck. However, Mai Feng refrained from voicing this truth, as it would be difficult to explain how he knew, and his teammates were currently reveling in their good fortune. There was no need to dampen their spirits. Nonetheless, it was indeed fortunate for Little Round Face to uncover 3 fissures in the left corridor. After a day of digging, neither Mai Feng nor the Mediterranean had found a single fissure in the right corridor. In the first season, the walls near the base were predominantly sandstone, riddled with fissures. Challengers could unearth buried treasures after breaking open these fissures, and hachi was among them. However, this survival challenge was somewhat different, due to the peculiarities of the asteroid. The walls near this base were primarily igneous rock. Perhaps due to the hardness of the igneous rock, fissures were scarce. After a day of digging, only 3 fissures were discovered in the left corridor. Captain, I have unearthed 2 seeds of the ricewood tree from the other 2 fissures. After sharing the news about hachi, Xiaoyu also revealed another piece of good news. Chapter 54, Technological Advancement. Upon hearing Xiaoyu announce the discovery of the ricewood seeds, Mai Feng couldn't help but marvel at Xiaoyu's remarkable fortune. Wonderful. We are currently in dire need of ricewood seeds. Please continue your exploration in the lower left area, and see if you can unearth more of them, Mai Feng encouraged Xiaoyu, eager to see if her luck would indeed hold true. All right, I shall continue my exploration and return with further good news, Xiaoyu replied before turning to proceed down the left corridor. Xiao Bo, let us complete the construction of the research station, Mai Feng urged Mediterranean, who was still occupied with their tasks, now that Xiaoyu had departed. Very well, but we are running low on aluminum ore. I shall go and procure some more, Mediterranean responded, turning back to work. With Xiaoyu having made some progress, he felt compelled to contribute as well. Mai Feng could hardly contain his anticipation for the foundational agricultural technology. Indeed, with the commencement of the second season, not only were all skill points acquired in the first season wiped clean, but even the technologies unlocked in the first season required reactivation. Mai Feng's strategy was straightforward. Akin to the first season, the early stages would focus on farming and technological research. Although the production team mandated the achievement of a carnivore lifestyle, which necessitated the raising of small animals by all challengers to fulfill this goal, the initial focus remained on planting crops. This was due to the fact that the technologies required for livestock rearing were predominantly mid-game. And even with a direct focus on breeding technology, it would take several days to unlock. Moreover, raising small animals entailed a significant time investment. While ricewood trees could mature in 3 days with the aid of planting boxes, the same could not be said for livestock. The process from laying eggs to hatching, from emerging from their shells to maturing, and ultimately laying eggs again before being slaughtered for meat, was an arduous journey. During this lengthy wait, sustenance would rely on the ricewood farm. Of course, should Xiaoyu manage to discover the frozen friend Easter egg again, the situation would be quite different. Thus, the initial food supply would predominantly hinge on the cultivation of ricewood trees, with the 3 of them needing to plant 30 trees to meet their collective consumption. Moreover, Mai Feng planned to commence the distribution of replicants on the 3rd day, necessitating an even greater quantity. Regrettably, the vicinity of the base yielded few ricewood trees. Currently, only 2 were discovered in the left small hollow and another 2 in the lower right hollow, totaling a mere 4 trees, with not a single thornflower in sight. Had it not been for the discovery of 3 hexagonal roots, which would alleviate the food concerns for all 3 within 3 days, Mai Feng would have prioritized building a food press over the research station today. Mai Feng took charge of the construction while Mediterranean focused on extracting aluminum ore. As Mai Feng's proficiency in mining was rather limited, it was best for him to concentrate on building. During this time, Xiaoyu had yet to return, likely still engaged in her explorative endeavors. The 2 tree squirrels, unafraid of humans, wandered around the printing chamber, occasionally climbing from the ceiling on the left side to the right, and then meandering from the floor on the right to the corridor on the left. They seemed utterly indifferent to Mai Feng and Mediterranean, sometimes curiously observing their construction efforts. Mai Feng noticed that the cheeks of the 2 squirrels were bulging, reminiscent of hamsters storing food in their cheek pouches. He surmised that the squirrels were likely hoarding seeds, although he could not determine the exact type. They were probably the remnants of their previous excavations. Rather than shooing them away, Mai Feng understood that tree squirrels do not consume the seeds but possess an innate tendency to plant them, akin to natural farmers. However, their planting locations were exceedingly random, making it challenging to control where the seeds would be sown. Though Mai Feng was aware of a method to manage this, it was rather cumbersome, and he had no immediate intention of implementing it. At noon, Mai Feng and Mediterranean finally completed the construction of the research station, the human-powered generator, the small battery, and the accompanying cables. Xiao Bo, you will be in charge of generating power. I will commence my technological research shortly. Mai Feng instructed Mediterranean as soon as the supporting equipment was finished. All right, just watch me, Mediterranean replied without hesitation, rolling up his sleeves and beginning to run on the generator. With Mediterranean's vigorous efforts, the generator started producing power. Mai Feng flipped the switch on the research station and deftly began exploring the fundamentals of cultivation technology. At 1 p.m., Xiao Yuan-faced returned, bringing good news, but she emerged from the opening at the lower right. Hello, Captain, I'm back. Guess what I found? Xiao Yuan-faced looked proud as she awaited Mai Feng's inquiry. More rice bugwood seeds? Mai Feng directly asked to avoid making her wait. Yes, you guessed correctly. Moreover, I discovered an abundance of food, she exclaimed, her nostrils flaring, gazing proudly at the ceiling as if she were a peacock displaying its feathers. It's remarkable. Entrusting you with the exploration was indeed the right choice. But weren't you exploring the lower left? How did you ascend from the lower right? Mai Feng commended her while voicing his curiosity. Because I connected the lower left opening to the lower cavity below, and then from that cavity to the lower right opening, finally climbing up from the lower right. Xiao Yuan-faced replied with pride. Oh, so you discovered 2 openings. Please elaborate on what you found. Although Mai Feng was aware that the vicinity of the base was rife with cavities, and that exploration would yield discoveries, he still hoped Xiao Yuan-faced could harness her good fortune to uncover essential resources. Let me think. In the lower left cavity, there are 2 hexagonal roots for oxygen ferns and 1 joyous leaf. In the lower cavity, I found 2 oxygen ferns, 2 towering trees, and 2 rice bugwoods. That's about it. Xiao Yuan-faced recounted, counting on her fingers. Oh, that is quite a bounty. Did you find any water resources or materials that could generate oxygen? As Mai Feng reminisced about his first season of survival challenges, he recalled the hollow on the left that he had excavated, which was filled solely with carbon dioxide. Yesterday, despite discovering a hollow on the right side near the Mediterranean that contained oxygen, it bore no supplies whatsoever. Was his fortune truly this dire? Although he had not found any oxygen-producing materials, he did stumble upon a source of water, albeit contaminated, located at the bottom of the hollow. He had yet to excavate it, and remained uncertain of the potential presence of pathogens within. Little Round Face pondered briefly before reporting his findings candidly. Let's refrain from excavating it for now. We are unaware of the conditions inside, so it would be prudent to leave this sewage pit untouched, advised Mai Feng, concerned about the risk of foodborne pathogens lurking within. Understood. Is there anything else you need me to do? It's lunchtime. Let us have something to eat first, and we can discuss matters thereafter. Xiaobo, you needn't continue running on the wheel. Let us eat first, Mai Feng called out to the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean glanced at Mai Feng, feeling somewhat acknowledged for the first time. I see you finally remembered my existence. Watching your lively discussions earlier made me feel like an unnecessary presence, a mere emotionless replicate. Chapter 55. Farming. Still farming. The trio's lunch consisted of hexagonal seed fruits, as it was the only food available at the base. These fruits, fleshy and resilient, were devoid of seeds and tasted rather unpalatable, akin to mud roots or rice pests, both being rather distasteful options. Fortunately, as seasoned challengers, Mai Feng, Little Round Face, and the Mediterranean had endured far worse, having even consumed soft mud paste and dirt. After a simple lunch, the trio resumed their labor, with the primary objective for the day being to establish a rice pest farm. Even with a limited supply of seeds, once the farm was in place, the yield would gradually increase. Huaiwa, please continue to explore the vicinity of the base. The only areas left unexamined should be the upper left corner of the printing chamber and directly above the printing chamber. Mai Feng assigned Little Round Face the task of further exploration. Certainly, I will head there immediately. I should be able to complete the exploration today, Little Round Face replied, eager to engage in her preferred activity. Xiaobo, you need not continue running on the wheel. Instead, proceed to excavate a suitable area for constructing the rice pest farm in the small hollow on the left. It requires further expansion, Mai Feng instructed the Mediterranean. Understood, Captain. Besides the rice pest, could we also cultivate oxygen ferns? I thought we currently lacked means for oxygen production. Planting oxygen ferns would be a viable solution, the Mediterranean suggested. No, we shall not cultivate them for the time being. While planting oxygen ferns would enhance their capacity to absorb carbon dioxide and convert it into oxygen, our current water resources are insufficient. We must conserve every drop we can, Mai Feng patiently explained to the Mediterranean. Very well then, I shall proceed to excavate the space. The proposal was rejected, yet the Mediterranean held no grievances. Although Mai Feng was merely 20 years old, significantly younger than his peers, he was the previous champion and far superior to those forced to withdraw from the challenge. Despite the rejection of the proposal, he gleaned valuable insights from the champion, rendering his efforts not in vain. Observing that both team members had departed, Mai Feng immersed himself in research on fundamental agricultural technology. Even though Xiao Yuan's round face could procure more rice with seeds, without unlocking the technology, cultivation remained unattainable. At 8 p.m., Mai Feng finally completed his research on basic agricultural technology, unlocking the crucial blueprint for the initial phase, the planting box. Eager to commence, Mai Feng had joined the second season of the survival challenge for three purposes: farming, and still more farming. He first ventured to the left side cavern to assess the progress made by the Mediterranean, discovering that it was quite satisfactory, as excavation was nearly complete. He instructed the Mediterranean to continue digging while he climbed the ladder to the upper left cavern, where he spotted Xiao Yuan diligently excavating a rice wood tree. Upon noticing Mai Feng's arrival, Xiao Yuan waved and greeted him. Hey, Captain, what do you think of this cavern? There are so many hexagonal roots. Following her gesture, Mai Feng observed the new cavern and confirmed her words. Within it lay 4 hexagonal roots and 4 oxygen ferns, both of which were currently scarce sources of sustenance and oxygen. Regrettably, there was only 1 rice wood tree, rendering it less useful for the construction of the rice wood farm. Good haul, these are all in short supply. By the way, once you finish excavating this rice wood tree, please bring it to the left side cavern, as that is where the rice wood farm will be established. Don't we need to continue exploring? I haven't yet dug through directly above the printing pod, and I wonder what lies there. Xiao Yuan queried, puzzled. Didn't you instruct me to explore? There's no rush for exploration. Come join us in constructing the farm instead. All right, I'll head over once I finish. Mai Feng acknowledged her response and turned to leave. Returning to the left side cavern, Mai Feng and the Mediterranean commenced the construction of the rice wood farm. Before long, Xiao Yuan descended with the excavated rice wood tree in hand. Rather than having her assist in the farm's construction, Mai Feng directed her to unearth the scattered rice wood trees located in various caverns. At 8 p.m., Mai Feng and the Mediterranean had successfully built 7 planting boxes and began the planting process. Planting was expedited, yet they faced a shortage of seeds, resulting in only 3 rice wood trees being planted, as the remainder had yet to be delivered by Xiao Yuan. However, this was an unavoidable circumstance, given the widespread distribution of the rice wood trees, with some situated in rather remote locations. Mai Feng and the Mediterranean could only fertilize the 3 rice wood trees already planted. Thankfully, at that moment, Xiao Yuan arrived with 4 rice wood seeds, and the 3 of them united to plant the 4 new rice wood trees, culminating in a total of 7. Wait a moment, something seems amiss. Originally, there were 2 rice wood trees already growing here. Huaiwa had excavated 2 fissures, each containing rice wood seeds, totaling 4. When descending from the upper left cavern, Huaiwa had also brought 1 rice wood tree. Ultimately, she had delivered 4 more, which should amount to 9 in total. Why then were there only 7? After recounting, the Mediterranean realized that the number of rice trees was incorrect. Indeed, while engrossed in work, he had not noticed the absence of 2 trees. Upon hearing this, the round-faced girl also recounted and confirmed that there were only 7 rice trees on the farm. It was likely the work of those 2 tree squirrels, who had a habit of foraging. They might have taken the seeds they found on the ground. Mai Feng considered the possibility of both of them having miscounted and concluded that it must indeed be the squirrels' doing. Captain, you must be right. While I was excavating the volcanic rock walls, I did see those 2 squirrels wandering around, but I was focused on my task and didn't pay attention to their activities. The Mediterranean reflected on this and affirmed Mai Feng's suspicion. What? Squirrels have such habits? What should we do now? Should we search for those 2 rice trees? The round-faced girl expressed her astonishment. No, it's already quite late. Let's eat something and get some rest. We can address this tomorrow. Mai Feng dismissed the girl's thought, emphasizing the importance of rest. All right, I'll look for those 2 rice trees while exploring tomorrow, she replied, glancing at the time, which was already past 11. It was indeed time to rest. The 3 of them hastily consumed some hexagonal fruit before returning to their respective rooms for the night. Meanwhile, the viewers in Mai Feng's live-streaming room were discussing the squirrel's planting habits. Asaki donated Little Pig AX99. Monkey donated Little Flower X99. Clueless Prince donated Little Flower X99. Woohoo Person donated Little Pig AX99. 666. This new animal, the tree squirrel, is so adorable. It even helps with planting. Truly the pet of my dreams. You're speaking without understanding the troubles of the challengers, aren't you? The challengers didn't see it clearly, but I did. 1 seed from the 2 rice trees was planted in the upper left cavity, and the other in the right cavity. Amazing. Flower Moon just dug 1 from the upper left cavity, and they planted 1 right after. I suspect the squirrels don't really enjoy planting. They just like to hide seeds, and the seeds grow when buried in the soil. Discussion aside, why are you gifting? Don't you know that over-gifting could lead to being selected as a challenger? Are you foolish? These gifts are clearly intended for those wishing to become challengers, aiming for the champion team, and hoping to secure at least a top 10 finish. Is that a thing? I'll donate a few too. Who knows? I might get chosen. Just imagine, your wallet would definitely disagree. That hits hard, buddy. Unfortunately, these overly generous viewers remained oblivious to the fact that Mai Feng and his companions had never even considered selecting new challengers. Chapter 56, Supply Distribution. I only need clones. On the 3rd day of the Alien Survival Challenge, at 5 in the morning, Mai Feng and his companions woke up, washed up, and attended to their personal hygiene. Following their usual routine, they met in the printing chamber area, where Mai Feng began to assign tasks to his 2 teammates. Huaiyu, today you are primarily responsible for excavating the area directly above the printing chamber to check for any cavities, while also keeping an eye out for the 2 rice trees that the squirrels may have taken. Mai Feng first assigned a task to Little Round Face, hoping that her luck would remain as favorable as ever today. All right, Captain, I'm off, she readily replied, turning to leave, as this was indeed the type of work she relished. Xiaobo, you have quite a few responsibilities today. First, you must expand the ricewood farm, ensuring that once Huaiwa locates the rice wood, it can be planted without delay. Secondly, you need to operate the human-powered generator for electricity. Lastly, if time permits, Please assist in locating those 2 ricewood trees, Mai Feng instructed, burdening the Mediterranean with a plethora of tasks. Unfortunately, with only 3 people available, one individual had to shoulder multiple duties. Very well, and what about you? What tasks are you assigned today? The Mediterranean expressed a hint of dissatisfaction at the workload assigned by Mai Feng, prompting him to inquire about Mai Feng's own responsibilities. Me? Naturally. I'm in charge of researching technology. Yesterday, I unlocked the basic farming technology, and today I aim to unlock vocational management and advanced research technology. Mai Feng replied without hesitation. So, your role entails remaining stationary in the printing pod area, focusing solely on research while leaving us to run errands? The Mediterranean felt a twinge of annoyance upon hearing Mai Feng's assignment. What do you mean by remaining stationary? Conducting research requires movement, as the research station consumes soil. If I run low, I must go out to gather more soil. Besides, don't you both enjoy digging and exploring? Mai Feng found it puzzling. Wasn't this division of labor established prior to the competition? He was responsible for research, while they were tasked with exploration. Why the discontent? All right, I'll head off to expand the farm then. The Mediterranean felt even more disgruntled. Little Round Face's work could indeed be deemed exploratory, whereas his tasks of expanding the farm and generating electricity seemed more like menial chores. However, recalling their pre-competition discussions, he suppressed his urge to retort against Mai Feng. To secure a place in Mai Feng's team, he had refrained from voicing his opinions during the discussions, recognizing that Mai Feng and Little Round Face were the champion and runner-up, respectively, while he was merely a challenger who had faced defeat. Thus, he felt compelled to accept any role assigned to him. Once the Mediterranean departed, Mai Feng opened the research station to commence his study on vocational management technology. This approach differed from his research sequence during the first season. Previously, after unlocking basic planting technology, he had pursued electricity regulation technology first. However, upon reflection after the challenge, he realized something was amiss. The aim of researching electricity regulation technology was to unlock the blueprint for a giant battery. But the giant battery experienced greater leakage than the small battery, making it unnecessary to rush into unlocking it while relying solely on human-powered generators. Thus, this time, Mai Feng directly initiated research into vocational management technology and advanced research technology, prioritizing the unlocking of the supercomputer blueprint. Even if the supercomputer was constructed now, he would be unable to utilize it due to a lack of skill points. Nevertheless, he could first delve into the prerequisite technology for breeding, food preparation technology. Once he completed the study on food preparation technology, he should be close to acquiring skill points. Even if it fell short, he could at least research a portion of the breeding technology, completing all accessible aspects at the research station, and once he obtained skill points, he could then focus on the supercomputer segment. As I immersed myself in the study of technology, time slipped away swiftly, and soon it was noon. During this period, the Mediterranean had only returned to the human-powered generator once, while the round-faced girl had yet to return, likely still exploring. Captain, I have discovered one of the rice pest trees taken by the tree squirrels. Can you guess where it is? You certainly won't guess correctly, the Mediterranean inquired mysteriously. Approaching Mai Feng. I won't guess. Just tell me where it is, Mai Feng replied, unfazed, for he understood that the range of the tree squirrels planting was quite extensive. Haha. The squirrels have actually planted the rice pest tree atop the oxygen stone of the women's restroom. Who would have thought that something could grow there? The Mediterranean remarked, admiring the 2 tree squirrels scurrying about. But why would you go to the women's restroom to look for it? Mai Feng queried, more astonished by the Mediterranean's choice of location than the discovery itself. Isn't that what you suggested I do in my spare time? Besides, what's wrong with the women's restroom? At that time, why wasn't he there using it? The Mediterranean replied, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. All right, you should plant the rice pest tree first. If you can't find it, it's no matter. You could assist Huaiwei in excavating above the printing chamber, Mai Feng concluded, steering the conversation away and urging the Mediterranean to get to work. Okay, I'll head there now, the Mediterranean responded, turning to leave. Mai Feng glanced at him, noticing that his departure seemed somewhat hasty, akin to fleeing a crime scene. By 8 p.m., Mai Feng had completed the unlocking of professional management technology and was currently delving into advanced research technology. Suddenly, a buzzing noise startled him. Raising his head, he realized it was the sound emanating from the printing chamber. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was time for the first material delivery. At that moment, The round-faced girl and the Mediterranean descended from the ladder, all recalling the scheduled delivery time, while Mai Feng, engrossed in his studies, had forgotten. The three gathered before the printing chamber, scrutinizing the delivery list. There were 4 options in total, 2 food items, namely the hexagonal nut fruit containing 12,800 kilocalories and the mud root also containing 12,800 kilocalories, along with 2 options for replicants and new challengers. What do you think? Should we stick to the original plan and opt for a replicant? Although Mai Feng had made up his mind, he still sought the opinions of his companions. Yes, let us go with that, the round-faced girl affirmed confidently. The Mediterranean, glancing at the food, seemed to have something to say, but ultimately nodded in agreement with Mai Feng's suggestion. Seeing his companion's consensus, Mai Feng chose to proceed with the delivery of the replicant. In the next moment, the printing chamber emitted a series of beeping sounds, and with a flash of light, a replicant was ejected, performing a 360-degree spin in midair before landing with a thud before the trio. This replicant possessed vibrant blue hair styled in a bun, complemented by bangs and long sideburns. Presenting as a female figure, the round-faced girl rushed to assist her, asking, "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" "Thank you. I'm fine," the replicant replied, expressing gratitude to the round-faced girl. "Greetings, Commander. I am Pei, here to report." Chapter 57, The Fourth Person of the Three Kingdoms. Mai Feng gazed at Pei before him, reflecting on the program team's apparent lack of understanding of human sentiment. Had the replicants presented been those previously delivered by the trio in the first season, it would undoubtedly have brought tears to the eyes of both the trio and their devoted audience. Shaking off such thoughts, Mai Feng inquired about the replicants' capabilities. "Please, introduce yourself and share your strengths and weaknesses." Reporting to the commander, "I excel in physical activities, my speed surpassing that of an average individual, and I possess a talent for farming. However, I am somewhat frail and more susceptible to viral infections." Pei succinctly described his attributes. The trio, upon hearing of Pei's proficiency in farming, felt a surge of delight. This skill was precisely what their base required. As for his weaker constitution, it was hardly a grave concern. At least it was preferable to Mai Feng's notorious flatulence, which had drawn many a disapproving glance from the round-faced and Mediterranean members of the team. "Excellent. You will first learn the skills of cultivation, laying the groundwork for your future in farming." Mai Feng directed Pei to commence his agricultural training. "Understood. What task shall I undertake now?" Upon hearing Mai Feng's directive, Pei proceeded to the printing chamber to study cultivation techniques. A radiant light enveloped him, and shortly thereafter, it dissipated, revealing Pei standing with hands on hips beneath a straw hat. "Your initial responsibility will be to care for the rice pest wood farm at the base. In your spare time, attend to other miscellaneous tasks. Once the small animal farming facility is established, we shall assign further duties." "Understood, Commander. I shall obey your orders." Throughout the exchange between Mai Feng and Pei, the round-faced and Mediterranean members remained silent, tacitly acknowledging Mai Feng's role as the base commander. The trio had previously deliberated on this matter and concluded that it was best for only one person to issue commands to the replicants at any given time to avoid confusion in their tasks. Having observed that Mai Feng had assigned work to Pei, the round-faced member took Pei aside, likely to familiarize her with the base's environment and assist in constructing a sleeping area. The Mediterranean member remained behind to report on the discoveries made in the void above the printing chamber. "Captain, in the void above the printing chamber, we found not only food but also a peculiar location." As the light curtain illuminated the printing chamber of Mai Feng's team, the audience, who had been attentively following the trio, fell silent, awaiting their next decision. When they witnessed Mai Feng's team opt for the delivery of the replicant rather than a new challenger, the previously exuberant audience erupted in dismay. Why did they not choose a new challenger? I wanted to be selected for this seed team. Ha ha ha. It seems the gifts were given in vain. That's not entirely fair. Gifting is still a form of support. Did you not notice how much more food they received compared to the first season? That may be true, but unfortunately, they are not opting for the food at all, making the gifts essentially wasted. Let us not dwell on the food issue. Rather, let us analyze why they did not choose a new challenger. What is there to analyze? It is quite evident, is it not? They desire a replicant rather than a new challenger. I too have observed this phenomenon, but what could be the reason? Allow me to offer a brief analysis. It appears that the challengers prefer replicants due to their obedience to commands, whereas new challengers, being human, possess their own thoughts and may not heed the directives of seasoned challengers. Thus, I would also opt for a replicant over a new challenger. Oh, your analysis is quite cogent. If that is the case, then the rule permitting the introduction of new challengers becomes rather redundant, does it not? According to your reasoning, all challengers would invariably seek replicants and eschew new challengers. Not necessarily. It is entirely possible that some teams of challengers may opt for new challengers. Interestingly, there are indeed teams that have chosen new challengers, as I witnessed with Huang Mao. Is that truly the case? I must go and see for myself. The audience, eager to witness the unfolding drama, recognized that Huang Mao had indeed selected a new challenger. When the printing chamber illuminated and emitted a humming sound, Huang Mao and his companions had already arrived early to await their turn. Previously, these three had been estranged, each stubbornly refusing to concede defeat and departing from the challenge base. Consequently, they separated and began to develop their respective territories. Each constructed research stations and human-powered generators, only to discover, to their astonishment, that even with three distinct research stations, the same base could only advance one technology at a time. Whoever initiated research on a particular technology, as long as their work remained uninterrupted, the other two could not pursue new avenues of research but were compelled to focus on the same technology. However, this arrangement bore its advantages, as it expedited the unlocking of technological advancements. Based on this premise, their collective progress was commendable. They not only unlocked the fundamental agricultural technology desired by Huang Mao, but also made strides in electrical regulation. Naturally, they each expanded their sleeping quarters, incorporating planting boxes within their rooms, resulting in a spirited competition over the cultivation of rice trees. Ultimately, each managed to secure 2 rice trees for planting. In a rare moment of consensus, the trio united in their decision to select a new challenger for resource distribution. After all, opting for supplies held little significance. Distributing food among themselves would yield minimal benefit. A labor force proved far more practical. Similarly, the rationale for choosing a new challenger over a replicant was akin. If they selected a replicant, to whom would it heed? The answer is all three, as each challenger is regarded as a commander by the replicant, rendering their commands equivalent. Therefore, should they choose a replicant, they would effectively lack a dedicated labor force, as it is likely that one might command the replicant to perform a task, only for it to be diverted by another's request. Thus, the choice was clear: to procure a new challenger, a human who would not blindly follow the commands of others, thus breaking the stalemate of their divided factions. Huang Mao was confident in his ability to persuade the newcomer to align with him, a sentiment echoed by the other two as well. Following the selection of the new challenger, the audience members who had previously gifted Huang Mao were indeed notified by the production team. You have been selected by Challenger No. 8888 to participate in the second season of the Alien Survival Challenge at his base. Will you decline? A friendly reminder: each individual has only one opportunity to refuse. I decline. I repeat, I decline. A viewer, nearly frightened to the point of losing control, hastily rejected the show's invitation. Upon receiving the refusal, the production team randomly selected another qualified individual from Earth to send to the base of the trio with yellow hair. The printing chamber emitted a series of beeping sounds, and amidst a flash of light, a challenger was ejected, performing a 360-degree rotation before landing with a thud at the feet of the 3 individuals. What is happening? Who are you? Why have I been transported here while watching the live broadcast? The newcomer, bewildered, had been observing the choices for the first supply delivery when unexpectedly summoned to the challenger base. After a flurry of explanations from the trio with yellow hair, the newcomer gradually comprehended his situation. So, you 3 are currently at odds with one another, seeking my input to determine the team leader? The 3 exchanged glances and nodded in unison at the newcomer. With a smirk, the newcomer replied, "Splendid. I shall take on the role of leader." The audience, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in laughter, struggling to catch their breath. Chapter 58. New discoveries at the ruins. The trio's power struggle welcomed a new challenger, providing the viewers in the live stream with an extraordinary spectacle. Meanwhile, Mai Feng was engrossed in a report on the Mediterranean expedition. Above the printing chamber, there indeed existed a small void, containing merely 3 hexagonal roots and 2 oxygen ferns, along with a few oxygen stones. Were there any other findings? You mentioned some peculiar discoveries earlier? Mai Feng, undeterred by the limited findings of the expedition, understood that expecting significant rewards from every adventure was inherently unrealistic. Huiwa suggested that there might be more to uncover at the top of the void, but time had not permitted excavation. The Mediterranean pondered for a moment before recounting some findings attributed to the round-faced individual. Is there something atop? Did we reach the granite encasement? Mai Feng speculated that the round-faced individual had encountered an obstruction. We have indeed reached the granite encasement, but it is not particularly solid. There exists a 2-meter gap that allows for further excavation. The round-faced individual seems to have sensed something. The Mediterranean relayed all known information to Mai Feng. Very well. Proceed to explore what lies beyond. The round-faced individual's luck has been consistently favorable. There is likely something worthwhile. After careful consideration, Mai Feng resolved to send the Mediterranean for the excavation, opting not to disturb the round-faced individual who was likely familiarizing the female replicant, Pei, with the base. All right. I shall investigate, though I cannot guarantee any findings, the Mediterranean replied, turning to depart. Mai Feng chose not to accompany him, as the planned technological research remained incomplete, and this was merely a hunch from the round-faced individual. Having the Mediterranean go alone was sufficient. As the clock swiftly approached 11 o'clock, Mai Feng had successfully unlocked advanced technological research, unveiling the blueprint for a supercomputer. During this time, Xiao Yuan, with her round face, had visited with Pei, mentioning that she had constructed Pei's bed in the female dormitory before taking him to expand the Mishiwood farm. After completing the technological advancements, Mai Feng visited the Mishiwood farm and chanced upon Xiao Yuan and Pei fertilizing the Mishi trees. Upon counting, he was pleased to see that the farm had expanded to 10 Mishi trees. Huaiwa, have you managed to locate the Mishi tree seeds? Mai Feng inquired, intrigued about the origin of the seeds. Yes, 2 were taken by the tree squirrels. One was found by me in a hollow in the upper left, and the other was discovered by Xiaobo, although he did not disclose its location. Do you know? Xiao Yuan's curiosity was evident, as she hoped Mai Feng would reveal where the seeds had been found. I am unaware as well. It does not matter as long as they were located. What about the last seed? Mai Feng refrained from mentioning that the seed was found near the female restroom and instead asked about the final Mishi tree seed. Oh, it was unearthed while expanding the women's restroom, Xiao Yuan stated, noticing that Mai Feng seemed uninformed about the seed's origin and thus ceased her inquiries about its location. At that moment, the Mediterranean, having returned from his exploration, descended the ladder and faintly overheard Xiao Yuan and Mai Feng discussing the women's restroom. A wave of panic washed over him as he hurriedly approached them, asking, "What about the women's restroom?" Xiao Yuan regarded the Mediterranean with surprise, puzzled by his intense reaction. Oh, we were just talking about finding a Mishi tree seed during the expansion of the women's restroom. Ah, I see. The Mediterranean sighed in relief and swiftly redirected the conversation. Can you guess what I discovered above? Mai Feng chuckled at the Mediterranean, choosing not to confront him about his visit to the restroom, and instead engaged with, "What valuable find did you come across? Was it an Easter egg?" Huh, close enough. It is another relic, although there are no triggerable Easter eggs inside. Besides a rather useless mechanical research table, there was only an enigmatic mechanical device, which the scanner identified as a teleport receiver. The Mediterranean described the appearance of the teleport receiver. Upon hearing about the teleport receiver, Mai Feng immediately understood what instrument the Mediterranean had encountered and promptly asked, "And what about the teleport emitter? Did you find it?" "No, I only discovered the teleport receiver. I did not find the teleport emitter," the Mediterranean replied, startled by Mai Feng's urgency, yet answering his question. "What's the matter, Captain? It's rare to see you so astonished," Xiao Yuan remarked, intrigued by Mai Feng's anxious demeanor. "You might not be fully aware of the situation as you have been exploring outside all day. Aside from researching technology, I have also delved into the achievement system over the past few days, and there is an achievement related to the device Xiaobo discovered." Mai Feng expressed his disappointment at the Mediterranean's lack of a teleport emitter, but still addressed Xiao Yuan's curiosity. "Ah, related to an achievement? What exactly is that achievement?" The Mediterranean eagerly inquired upon hearing that his discovery was connected to an achievement. The achievement, known as remote call, necessitates the transportation of an individual to another asteroid, followed by the unfreezing of a replicant to complete the task. Mai Feng began to elucidate the situation to his 2 teammates, who typically did not spend much time at the base. "I have discovered the teleport receiver, which implies that there must be a teleport launcher that I have yet to uncover." Mediterranean began to reminisce about his findings in the ruins, but he could not recall any corners that remained unexplored. The teleport launcher should be located in proximity to the teleport receiver. Mai Feng recalled memories from his previous life in gaming, The teleport launcher ought to be positioned above the teleport receiver, with the two devices situated in different strata of the ruins. The Mediterranean had presumably discovered the lower level of the ruins, which explained why he had only found the teleport receiver and not the launcher. Shall we search in that vicinity now? Mediterranean suggested, turning to ascend the ladder. No, it is already quite late. Let us rest for the night and resume our search tomorrow, Mai Feng interjected, halting Mediterranean's actions and urging him to return to rest. But Captain, unlocking an achievement is not trivial. Even if we teleport to a new asteroid, we will still need to redevelop the base. Isn't that essentially the same as our current situation? Little Round Face posited, voicing his concerns. You have overlooked a crucial detail. After teleporting, we must unseal a replicant. If this replicant possesses 3 skill points, akin to the one we unsealed in Season 1, we can immediately commence the construction of a farm. This will expedite our transition to a carnivorous diet, thus enhancing our chances of fulfilling the program's specified achievement for carnivores. Mai Feng patiently articulated his analysis to the two. Oh, that indeed holds significant implications. Then let us set out to explore at dawn tomorrow, Little Round Face, as the challenger with the first 3 skill replicant, fully recognized the advantage of possessing such a replicant and promptly resolved to explore the following day. Very well, let us first rest. Meanwhile, I suggest Pei undertake some exploration tonight. Mai Feng turned to Pei, who was nearby. Pei, since you have just arrived and should not be fatigued, please explore the area around the upper ruins and see if you can locate the teleport launcher. Understood, Commander. I shall proceed at once, Pei responded, climbing the ladder. Once Pei departed, Mai Feng and the others returned to their dormitory, hastily consuming some hexagonal fruit before retiring to bed, completely unaware of the astonished audience in the live stream. Chapter 59, Xiaobo. The organization has high hopes for you. The audience in Mai Feng's live stream was left in awe by the discoveries made by the team. So, Little Round Face has once again found a replicant with 3 skills? What a stroke of unbelievable luck. Huayue should be the captain. This luck is extraordinary. What are you all talking about? Wasn't he the teleport receiver discovered by Xiaobo? However, this location was initially discovered by Huayue. It was only later that a female replicant arrived, and Huayue, wishing to familiarize the replicant with the work environment, granted this exploration opportunity to Xiaobo. Indeed, this is true. Although it seems somewhat incredulous, Huayue's second-place finish in the first season was largely attributed to luck, a fortune that has persisted even before the second season commenced. She was sought after by the champion of the first season for partnership, and shortly after the second season began, she discovered a 3-skill replicant. Logically, with such an achievement, there should be a teleportation launcher and receiver near the base of every Challenger-S team. Thus, it stands to reason that each base should possess a 3-skill replicant. However, one must understand that regardless of whether they participated in the first season, all challengers have studied the performance of Challenger 755, the champion of the first season. Do you recall his developmental strategy during that season? Certainly, I have watched his videos. Challenger 755's strategy revolved around fortifying his base to advanced technology, along with agricultural pursuits. I believe I am beginning to grasp something. Precisely, most challengers, after learning from 755's strategy, are likely to choose to hunker down at their bases in the early stages to develop technology and engage in farming. By the time they discover the teleportation launcher and receiver, it is probable that Challenger 755's territory will have already flourished. Wow, with such analysis from you, I feel enlightened. Does this mean that Challenger 755 had already devised a plan for all challengers in the second season during the first season? I did not assert that. Do not misinterpret my words. Challenger 755 lacks precognitive abilities, so it is impossible for him to have strategized from the first season to the second. How can you be so certain that Challenger 755 does not possess precognitive abilities? Perhaps he is a reincarnate? Given that extraterrestrial beings have abducted humans for survival challenges, we should maintain an open-minded perspective towards all possibilities. While you make a valid point, I digress. On the 4th day of the second season of the Alien Survival Challenge, at 5 a.m., Mai Feng and his 2 companions rose to wash up and attend to personal hygiene. Upon meeting in the printing chamber, Mai Feng instructed Xiaoyuan and Mediterranean to explore the upper ruins while he remained behind to construct a supercomputer. Although the teleportation launcher is crucial, technological advancement must not lag, otherwise. Without unlocking breeding technology, Even those skilled in breeding would be unable to rear Hachi. By 7 a.m., Mai Feng had completed the supercomputer and commenced research on food preparation technology when Pei rushed over to report the latest developments. Commander, we have located the teleportation launcher. Excellent. I shall go and see for myself. Mai Feng, elated by the news, followed Pei to the teleportation launcher. The location of the launcher was exactly as Mai Feng had envisioned, positioned directly above the receiving device. Upon their arrival at the ruins, they found Xiaoyuan and Mediterranean examining the instruments within. Upon noticing Mai Feng's arrival, Xiaoyuan greeted him, saying, "Captain, look here, this is the launcher you mentioned." Mai Feng cast a glance at the ruins, which were predominantly hued in a shade of blue. The walls were constructed from blue granite, soaring approximately 10 meters high. Notably, one wall featured 4 large laboratory glass panes, each measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in width, arranged in a pattern reminiscent of the Chinese character for scholar. Regrettably, the view beyond the glass was obscured by a neutron medium, offering no captivating scenery. At the center of the ruins stood a device, 3 meters tall, adorned in blue and white. To its right was a platform capable of accommodating an individual, while to its left was a monitor. Mai Feng surmised that this was indeed the teleportation device. Upon confirming its identity, the trio commenced deliberations on who would operate the apparatus. Initially, they dismissed Pei, the replicant, as it acted solely on the commands of the challenger, and the uncertainty of what awaited on the other side of the teleportation device made it prudent for the challenger to venture forth. Mai Feng himself was also excluded from consideration, as his recent construction of a supercomputer meant that teleporting to a new asteroid would considerably impede his research endeavors. Thus, the responsibility fell to either Xiao Yuanlian or the Mediterranean. Mai Feng turned to the Mediterranean and stated, "Xiao Bo, the organization has an honorable yet formidable task to assign you." The Mediterranean glanced at Mai Feng and inquired, "Why me?" "Why you could also go." Xiao Yuanlian, observing silently from the side, blinked in curiosity, pondering why Mai Feng favored the Mediterranean over her. "Have you not always yearned for adventure? This presents an excellent opportunity." Mai Feng replied, fabricating a rationale on the spot. "Indeed, I am quite eager for exploration. Venturing to another small planet seems like a splendid chance," the Mediterranean contemplated, seemingly persuaded. "Exactly. Once you arrive, an entire asteroid will be at your disposal for exploration," Mai Feng encouraged, echoing the Mediterranean's thoughts. "Upon my arrival, will there be any specific tasks for me?" The Mediterranean, albeit intrigued by the prospect of visiting another asteroid, still sought clarification on Mai Feng's expectations. "The foremost priority upon your arrival is to unfreeze the replicant mentioned in the remote call achievement and bring it here. Additionally, search for resources that could assist us in achieving our carnivorous goals, such as Hachi or other small creatures," Mai Feng elaborated, listing an array of requirements. Wait. You are demanding too much. I will first locate the replicant upon my arrival, and we can discuss the rest later," the Mediterranean interjected. Feeling overwhelmed by Mai Feng's extensive list of requests, he hastily moved to the platform of the teleportation device and pressed the activation button. The teleportation device emitted a blinding white light, enveloping the Mediterranean, while the monitor to the left began to play a brief animation, an envelope containing a small figure, followed by an animation depicting the sending of an email, culminating in a notification of successful transmission. In an instant, the Mediterranean vanished within the radiant light. Viewers in the live stream were nearly in fits of laughter at the Mediterranean's eager departure. "Ha ha ha, did Xiao Bo just run away? Hee hee. I suspect he was compelled to leave. Captain number 755 is quite the persuader. Xiao Bo couldn't handle it and bolted. It is perhaps for the best that he has departed. He must have grown weary of both 755 and Huaihua, as each has claimed a championship title and a runner-up position, leaving Xiao Bo to suffer under their dominance. If I were in his position, I too would take my leave rather than remain here to consume dog food." "Ah, are 755 and Huaihua a couple? Is that not the case? Is it so?" Chapter 60. The return of Nikolai. As the Mediterranean was transported away, Xiao Yuan's expression remained silent throughout the ordeal. Once the blinding light dissipated, he approached the transporter, only to find the left side monitor displaying a message, "Charging, currently at 1. He turned to Captain Mai Feng and inquired, "Captain, it seems we cannot transport a second person for the time being. What shall we do next?" Mai Feng pondered for a moment before responding. "Let us wait by the receiving transporter downstairs. If all goes well, Someone will arrive shortly. With that, he led the way outside, and Xiao Yuan followed closely behind. They descended the ladder to the receiving transporter where they had initially discovered it, and began their silent vigil. Meanwhile, on the planet of Shadu, the Mediterranean regained consciousness after a familiar bout of dizziness. Observing his surroundings, he realized he was standing on a transporter, identical to the one he had encountered the previous day. Surely, he had not been transported from the upper floor to the lower one. However, he quickly dismissed this notion upon noticing a new apparatus beside the transporter, a 2-meter-tall glass container filled with a pale purple solution, within which floated a bare brain. Startled at first, the Mediterranean soon regained his composure. Although he had never seen such a device firsthand, he recalled similar contraptions from the first season's videos, particularly the Easter egg neural oscillation device that featured a floating brain. He approached to inspect it, only to find that it was not the Easter egg neural oscillation device, but merely a container for preserving brains, devoid of any additional function. Surveying the room, he noted 3 oxygen stones in the upper right corner emitting vapors, alleviating his need for breath. Aside from that, there were merely 2 doors on either side, nothing else of interest. Eager to locate the replicant, the Mediterranean first opened the door on the right, only to discover it led out of the ruins, revealing a mere meter of space before encountering sandstone and sedimentary rock walls. Returning to the ruins, he opened the left door, which led into a larger chamber, prominently featuring a cryogenic chamber at its center. Ignoring the container holding Hachi specimens nearby, he approached the cryogenic chamber and activated the button. In the next moment, the chamber initiated its unsealing process. After a few minutes, the lid of the cryogenic chamber automatically opened, revealing a man with standing golden hair and pronounced eyebrows. The unsealing took little time, and as the man slowly opened his eyes and spotted the Mediterranean, a smile spread across his face as he greeted him. "Hello, Commander." Nikolai reporting for duty. At this moment, the chat in the Mediterranean's livestream exploded with excitement. "Oh, is that not the splendid Nikola? The replicant previously unfrozen by the round-faced one? Indeed, it is he. I wonder if he still remembers the round-faced one. How touching. The production team has truly outdone themselves by refreezing the replicant. I had long believed they would eliminate all replicants once the first season concluded. I am already anticipating the expression on the round-faced one's face when she reunites with Nikola." The Mediterranean recognized Nikola's identity, but remained uncertain if this was indeed the replicant that had been unfrozen by the round-faced one. After all, many replicants bear similar appearances. While this one is named Nikola and looks like Nikola, he may not be the same replicant that was unfrozen. "Nikola, do you remember Challenger number 2? She possesses a round face." To err on the side of caution, the Mediterranean decided to clarify before sending the replicant back to Greenleaf Star. "Ah, of course. Challenger number 2 is an admirable commander, willing to share her meager rations while she consumes the paste herself. Is she here as well?" Upon saying this, Nikola turned to survey his surroundings, seeking the round-faced one's presence. "There is no need to search. She is on another small asteroid. Your current mission is to assist me in locating the teleportation launcher." The Mediterranean halted Nikola's pursuit of the round-faced one, beginning to issue commands. "Very well, Commander." The Mediterranean and Nikola ceased their idle chatter and commenced the search for the teleportation launcher. Fortuitously, they soon discovered it. The launcher was situated in the adjacent room to the left. After inspecting the launcher and confirming the destination as Greenleaf Star, the Mediterranean addressed Nikola. "Excellent, Nikola. Your task now is to stand within this teleportation launcher, and shortly you shall reunite with Challenger number 2. "Understood, Commander. I shall comply with your orders." With that, Nikola obediently positioned himself within the teleportation launcher. The Mediterranean pressed the button, and after a flash of white light, Nikola vanished from the launcher. Observing the animation of an email on the monitor to the left of the launcher, the Mediterranean mused. "So, this is how I was teleported." He then noticed a message on the screen indicating that charging was in progress, and a hint of concern crept in. "Ah, it requires charging? I wonder how long it will take to complete. Regardless, my purpose here is to embark on an adventure. There is no hurry to return." With this thought, the Mediterranean began constructing a dry toilet, wash basin, and bed, fully prepared for an extended stay on this small asteroid. Meanwhile, on Greenleaf Star, Mai Feng, the round-faced one, and Pei waited by the teleportation receiver for 30 minutes until they finally heard a commotion. The receiver emitted a series of sounds and radiated white light. Once the brilliance dissipated, a replicant with inverted golden hair materialized within the receiver. It was Nicola. Nicola, is it truly you? The round-faced one exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing the replicant's face. It is I, Commander. It brings me great joy to see you once more, Nicola replied, equally delighted to see the round-faced one. Oh, what a miracle. I thought I would never see you again. The round-faced girl stepped forward and embraced Nicola, then grasped his hand to inquire about his circumstances after the conclusion of the first season. Unfortunately, Nicola had been frozen after the first season and was unable to respond to her queries. How tragic. I am utterly heartbroken. The production team is truly to blame. No, I believe the production team is not at fault. How can that not be the case? If it weren't for the production team's deliberate arrangement, how could Huayue and Nicola possibly reunite? I think it is Huayue's extraordinary luck at play. Consider that when Mai Feng chose the replicants, they were not dispatched to Jean and Ruby. Had Huayue made the selection, perhaps the replicant delivered from the printing chamber would have been the one she encounters later on. That seems rather far-fetched. Can luck really manifest in such a manner? We mere mortals cannot comprehend the existence of such fortuitous individuals. Perhaps Huayue could stumble upon a small target just by stepping outside. No, I refuse to believe that such people exist. I would rather think all of this is a meticulous arrangement by the production team. We shall see. Perhaps Huayue will have even more astonishing performances in the future. Let us see, then. I cannot believe that such extraordinary luck could exist. Chapter 61. An achievement unattainable. Mai Feng quietly observed the reunion of the two and couldn't help but reminisce about the replicants he had recruited in the first season. Jean and Ruby, along with one more whose name was long but eludes my memory. After a while, he approached and interrupted their nostalgic conversation. Nicola, what can you tell me about the asteroid you transmitted? Commander, all I know is that it is a terrestrial planet with sandstone and marine ecosystems. Beyond that, I am uncertain. Nicola pondered for a moment and answered Mai Feng's inquiry. Understood. How many skill points do you currently possess? After gaining a general understanding of the situation on the other side of the transmitter, Mai Feng posed his most pressing question. Commander, I currently have 3 skill points, all of which remain unutilized. Excellent. Then you will proceed to the printing chamber to learn level 1 agriculture, level 1 breeding, and level 2 breeding. From now on, the breeding operations at the base will be entrusted to you. Mai Feng felt pleased upon hearing that Nicola had 3 skill points, as it aligned with his own recollections, and immediately assigned Nicola his duties. Understood, Commander. I assure you I will fulfill my responsibilities. Huayue, please take Nicola to learn the skills. Afterward, you and Nicola, along with Pei, will excavate and construct the breeding facility. Once I complete the technological research, we can commence breeding small animals. Mai Feng also assigned tasks to the round-faced girl and Pei. Very well, Captain. I shall proceed at once. Nicola, Pei, follow me. The round-faced girl declared before leading the 2 replicants away. Observing the departing figures of the 3 individuals, Mai Feng found himself lost in contemplation. With the advent of Nicola, who possessed a 3rd-tier skill, the presence of Pei, a replicant, seemed somewhat superfluous at the base. Currently, the base had yet to discover materials capable of producing oxygen, and the food supply remained insufficient. It appeared necessary to transport Pei to the Mediterranean, allowing for her return once stability was achieved here. Resolute in his decision, Mai Feng returned to the research station to delve into food production technology. At 11 p.m., Mai Feng stopped the round-faced girl, who was heading back to her dormitory for rest, to share his thoughts. I think it's feasible. Pei has only been at our base for 3 days, and she is learning level 1 agricultural skills, which will enable her to acquire breeding skills more swiftly than others. She could expedite the construction of a breeding facility over at Xiao Bo's place. The round-faced girl concurred with Mai Feng's proposal, recognizing that establishing breeding facilities on both asteroids would confer greater advantages. Very well then, once the teleportation device is fully charged, we shall send Pei there. You should refrain from accompanying them in constructing the breeding facility tomorrow. Your priority should be to explore the surroundings and swiftly locate materials for oxygen production. Understood. By the way, Captain, how many achievements have we completed thus far? The round-faced girl, complying with Mai Feng's directive, inquired curiously about their progress. We have accomplished 4 achievements, and our progress is commendable, Mai Feng reflected before responding to her query. Oh, aside from the achievements related to crafting beds and Xiao Bo's task of thawing Nicola. What are the other 2? She pressed for further details. One pertains to Nikola completing his level 2 breeding skill, entitled Paying the Bill, which only requires someone to master the final skill of a skill tree. The other is called Outdoor Renovation, necessitating the construction of a device outside the confines of the base. I believe this was completed when you built the ladder near the ruins. Both achievements yield a modest 1 achievement point, so they are quite simple. Mai Feng succinctly summarized the other 2 completed achievements. Our progress is indeed impressive, the round-faced girl exclaimed, visibly proud. Indeed, however, there is one achievement that we can no longer fulfill due to a condition we have already missed, Mai Feng remarked, noting the girl's pride. What? Which achievement is that? The pride faded from her face as she inquired. It is an achievement titled Soil Eater, but fret not. Few individuals manage to complete this one. Mai Feng reassured her with a smile, observing her growing concern. Is this achievement truly so challenging? What specific conditions are required? The round-faced girl, having relaxed somewhat, remained curious about the precise requirements for this achievement. The condition is quite straightforward. One must consume 400,000 kilocalories of food before planting any crops, Mai Feng explained patiently, recognizing her curiosity. How is that even feasible? The requirement is exceedingly difficult. The girl's eyes widened, nearly transforming her round face into an exaggerated expression of disbelief. Indeed, most individuals find it impossible to achieve. However, upon reflection, it is still conceivable, provided one chooses to subsist solely on slime paste instead of cultivating crops. Mai Feng shared his speculation with the round-faced girl. Are there truly individuals who would do that? This seems rather harsh on oneself. The round-faced individual could hardly believe there existed such a person. However, considering the challengers number 1, 5 million, it is plausible that some teams might indeed possess the steely resolve. Remain composed, despite the achievement being worth 10 points. It is unnecessary to endure hardship for mere 10 points. We have already completed the remote calling achievement, thus securing 5 points, and acquiring the replicant, Nikola, with 3 skills, is already a significant advantage. Mai Feng remained unflustered, unperturbed even if someone accomplished the Dirt Eater feat. True enough, matters concerning achievements would be best managed by the captain. The round-faced individual thought it wise to leave the achievement-related concerns to Mai Feng, simply following his captain's directives. Well then, let us rest. Good night. Good night. After exchanging their farewells, they returned to their respective dormitories to rest. Meanwhile, on the planet of the Earth, the Mediterranean also prepared for slumber. Before retiring, he checked the charging progress of the teleportation launcher. It was only at 12%, estimating it would take 5 days in total to fully charge. Knowing this, the Mediterranean felt reassured. 5 days is neither too long nor too short, alleviating concerns of never returning and allowing him to avoid the immediate stress of contemplating his return. With a tranquil mind, he retired to bed. Although Mai Feng and his companions were asleep, a portion of the audience in the live stream remained awake, engaged in discussions about achievements. What do you all think about the claim made by participant 755 regarding the unattainable achievement? I believe 755 has a valid point. There is no need to pursue every achievement, as they are merely one of 3 scoring metrics. I find 755 to be rather arrogant, to strive for first place. One must be somewhat ruthless. Knowing the criteria for achievement, they issued a planting order without consulting teammates, resulting in one achievement being unachievable. If they fail to secure first place due to the loss of these 10 points, 755 will bear significant responsibility. You're speaking from a place of comfort. Did you not hear the requirements of this achievement? It's not you who will be enduring hardship, is it? Regardless. I have already discerned that some teams are indeed challenging this achievement. Oh, there are such brave souls. Which livestream is it? I must check it out. It is right here. Chapter 62. Low-temperature steam vent at 5 o'clock on the 5th morning, the Mediterranean awoke, embarking on today's exploration. Yesterday, while constructing the dry toilet and sink, he had deduced that the vicinity of this ruin was a sandstone ecosystem, akin to the area near the base during the first season's survival challenge. It was replete with abundant sandstone and algae, along with numerous fissures, indicating a wealth of buried treasures. The Mediterranean recalled one of the tasks assigned by Mai Feng prior to their teleportation was to seek out the Hachi. Within these buried materials, there might indeed be Hachi. Thus he resolved to excavate extensively today in hopes of discovering several Hachi. As for how to transport the Hachi back, that matter could be addressed at a later time. Greenleaf Star, Mai Feng, and Little Round Face have risen to commence their tasks. Mai Feng continues his exploration of technology, while Little Round Face ventures out to seek materials for oxygen production. As the space expands and the base population increases to 4, it becomes imperative to swiftly locate resources capable of generating oxygen. Regarding the two replicants, due to Mai Feng's staggered rest schedule, Nicola currently slumbers peacefully, while Pei has been summoned by Mai Feng to assess the charging status of the teleportation device. Time passes swiftly amidst their industrious activities. Upon Nicola's awakening, Pei returns with an update on the teleportation device's charging status, revealing that the progress bar has reached 22. After a brief calculation, Mai Feng confirms that the charging duration aligns with his previous recollection of 5 days. With this knowledge, he assigns Nicola and Pei to continue constructing the aquaculture facility. Nicola, Pei, today you shall persist in excavating and building the aquaculture facilities. We require a multitude of them, he instructs. Understood, Commander, they respond in unison. By the way, should you encounter oxygen-producing ferns or arboreal trees during your excavation, refrain from disturbing them. Preserve their existence, Mai Feng adds after a moment's contemplation. Yes, Commander. We shall proceed now, they affirm before departing. Mai Feng's decision to construct multiple aquaculture facilities stems from his awareness of the specific details regarding the unactivated blueprint for the care station. The care station has a limited range, capable of tending to small creatures within a 96 cubic area. Moreover, these creatures require ample space to feed and reproduce effectively. Therefore, the number of small animals that a single aquaculture facility can accommodate is quite restricted. For instance, a facility measuring 15 meters in length, 4 meters in height, and 1 meter in width can sustain a maximum of 5 hatchie at once. Exceeding this number may result in issues such as anorexia and failure to produce eggs. Additionally, given the varying dietary needs of different small creatures, the establishment of multiple aquaculture facilities is essential. The rationale behind Mai Feng's directive to the two replicants to avoid excavating oxygen-producing ferns and arboreal trees is consistent with previous considerations. The base currently lacks sufficient resources to cultivate these plants. Thus, allowing them to remain in their natural state is prudent, enabling the acquisition of resources without expenditure. At noon, Little Round Face returns for lunch, bringing with her delightful news. She has discovered new water sources, 2 in fact. One is situated at the upper right of the right side cavern, featuring a small pool that is somewhat smaller than the one initially found at the lower right, estimated to contain less than 20 tons of water. The second water source lies not far from this small pool, surrounded by abyssal crystal formations. However, Little Round Face, sensing the presence of water, managed to locate an opening and excavate her way through. This new pool contains even less water, approximately 15 tons, but fortuitously, its water is derived from a low-temperature steam vent, where steam condenses into liquid form. Aside from her midday meal, Little Round Face is primarily eager to consult with Mai Feng regarding the management of the low-temperature steam vent. It is crucial to understand that the steam ejected from the vent reaches temperatures as high as 110 degrees, making direct contact a decidedly unwise endeavor. After quietly listening to the exploration report from the round-faced girl, Mai Feng spoke up. We need not concern ourselves with the low-temperature steam vent. We simply need to enlarge the water reservoir beneath it to accommodate a greater volume of water, and then we can install a pump to draw the water back to the base. But it continuously emits high-temperature steam, and it is merely over 40 meters away from the base. Won't it affect the temperature of the base? The round-faced girl asked, her expression filled with worry. Do not fret. By the time it begins to impact the base's temperature, we will have already developed equipment capable of cooling it down. Mai Feng displayed no signs of concern. He could effortlessly devise several plans for the development of this spring, even with his eyes closed. Many of these plans required advanced technological apparatuses, but the simplest solution at present was to excavate directly, allowing nature to cool the steam. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will expand that water reservoir after lunch. The round-faced girl felt reassured by Mai Feng's calm demeanor. Indeed, such fountains typically emit steam intermittently. It would be wise for you to commence excavation only after it has completed a cycle of emissions. To avoid being scalded by the steam, Mai Feng affirmed her approach and offered additional advice. Understood, she replied before hastily finishing her lunch and departing the base. At 8 p.m., Mai Feng was once again interrupted in his research, this time by a notification from the printing chamber. Congratulations to Challenger 755 for acquiring a skill point. Please arrange for learning promptly. Mai Feng gazed at the printing chamber in confusion, noticing that his skill points stood at 1, while both the round-faced girl and Mediterranean had none. He pondered the implications of his skill points. Had the program subtly altered the rules? In the first season, all challengers received skill points at the same hour on the 6th day, but now, it was evident that things had changed. The audience in the livestream also noted this discrepancy. What is going on? Is this special treatment for the first season champion? Why has Challenger 755 acquired a skill point so swiftly, while the so-called lucky Huaiwa has not? Perhaps it is a mysterious reward from the first season, which we have been unaware of since it was never disclosed. Oh my, if this is the effect of a mysterious reward, it is unfair to the others. Well, I'm just speculating. I have no idea if this is related to any mysterious rewards. Stop guessing. I checked other streams. And other challengers also received skill points at this time. I compiled the data, and those who gained skill points are all involved in technological research. Really? Then it must be a special boost from the program for those researching technology, aimed at accelerating the unlocking of various technologies for the challengers' bases. Oh, I misjudged that. It has nothing to do with mysterious rewards. So, the question remains, what exactly are these mysterious rewards? I am quite curious as well. Is there anyone familiar with Challenger 755 who can inquire about this? Chapter 63. The construction of the Hachi breeding farm as Mai Feng contemplated his skill points. He surmised that the production team had subtly altered the rules, yet he chose not to dwell on it further. Gaining skill points earlier was indeed a fortuitous development, prompting Mai Feng to decisively acquire the research skill. Upon selection, the large bulb above the printing chamber emitted a radiant beam of light that enveloped him. Following a familiar sensation of mild dizziness, he found his mind becoming clearer and more organized, as forgotten memories regarding the utilization of supercomputers resurfaced. Without delay, Mai Feng embarked on the study of breeding technology. However, by the time night fell, he had only unlocked up to level 320. Rather than pushing through the night, he opted for rest. Meanwhile, on the planet of Dirt Star, Mediterranean had reached his period of repose as well. His day had been monotonous, characterized by selecting a direction and then commencing excavation. He chose to dig in the lower left quadrant of the ruins, beginning his descent immediately upon exiting the structure. He continued until he reached a depth of 20 meters, halting not due to an inability to dig deeper, but rather because the numerous fissures along either side necessitated a shift in focus to lateral excavation. The extensive fissures yielded rewards, notably 2 hachis, though Mediterranean struggled to devise a means to transport them back to Greenleaf Star. In addition to the hachis, he unearthed an abundance of muck roots and plant seeds, including 11 kilograms of muck roots, which provided a substantial 800 kilocalories, enough sustenance for several days. Among the seeds, he discovered merely 2 rice weevil-wood seeds and 3 thornflower seeds. Mediterranean had already planned the layout for a farm, yet the lack of a light source hindered the growth of the thornflowers. Ultimately, he located a water source, resolving the issue of his basin being dry. Before sleep, although a sense of solitude enveloped him, Mediterranean found this isolation preferable to the company of Mai Feng and Little Round Face. As he was engaged in pursuits he genuinely enjoyed without having to heed Mai Feng's directives. Truly, a case of being free from external command. At 5 o'clock on the morning of the 6th day, Mediterranean awoke to relieve himself and wash up. While washing his face, a thought flickered across his mind. He appeared to have found a solution to the light source dilemma for thornflower growth. He recalled an achievement mentioned by Mai Feng, the Great Escape, which required constructing mini printing chambers on 5 different asteroids. Was he not currently on different asteroids? Upon retrieving his construction gun, he found that a blueprint for a mini printing chamber had indeed been added to the list of buildable devices. Selecting an appropriate location, he began to excavate, foregoing breakfast in favor of constructing the mini printing chamber first. 2 hours later, the mini printing chamber was completed. It resembled the larger printing chamber in shape, but was notably more slender. On its right side was a joystick, and more importantly, it featured a bulb of the same size as that of the main printing chamber, which had yet to emit light as it remained unactivated. With a gentle tug on the lever, the Mediterranean's force caused it to descend, only to rebound swiftly as the Mediterranean released his grip. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Could this contraption actually fail to start? Was it possible that his approach was flawed? Switching hands, the Mediterranean attempted to pull the lever once more, yet it sprang back again. Undeterred, he employed both hands, but to no avail. In a final act of defiance, he decided to use his foot to engage the lever, expecting yet another failure. To his astonishment, as the mini printing pod's powerful light illuminated the space, this time it succeeded. The Mediterranean wore a perplexed expression, uncertain whether his repeated attempts had led to success or if the mini printing pod required a foot to operate the lever. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to construct a planting box for the prickly flower. During his research on gun construction, he had discovered that technology was universal across 2 distinct asteroids, allowing him to bypass re-exploration. This realization meant that Mai Feng's territory could effectively serve as his scientific reserve. However, he was soon interrupted by a notification from the printing pod. Congratulations, Challenger 12345 has earned a skill point. Please arrange for learning promptly. So, if I had not constructed the mini printing pod, I would be unable to acquire skills. Thankfully, his foresight in building the mini printing pod had proven wise. Initially motivated by the desire to enjoy its illumination, perusing the skill list, the Mediterranean decisively selected the excavation skill, deeming it most suitable for his endeavors. Once his learning was complete, he resumed work on the planting box. While he had a penchant for adventure, he understood the necessity of establishing a solid logistical foundation. Not only prickly flowers, but also rice wood needed to be cultivated. At Greenleaf Star, noon struck. Mai Feng had unlocked animal husbandry technology, gaining access to several crucial blueprints for raising small creatures: the care station, small animal feeder, and release point. Meanwhile, the round-faced figure was leading 2 replicants in constructing the care station and feeder. The release point served little purpose beyond facilitating the replicants' tasks. When they needed to tend to small animals, they could place the specified creatures at the release point, preventing any confusion in their duties. The feeder and care station were pivotal in establishing a successful farm. The feeder could hold food for the small animals while attracting them to feed, though each feeder could only contain one type of food. As for the care station, it was the most vital apparatus in the farm. Food, if placed on the ground rather than in a feeder, could still nourish the animals. Yet without a care station, taming the creatures was impossible. In the game Oxygen Not Included, replicants utilized the care station to groom the animals, bestowing upon them cosmetic enhancements. Once adorned, the wildness of these creatures would diminish at a rate of 55 daily. When their wildness reached 0, they would be successfully tamed. Through adornment, the small creatures experience an elevation in their happiness, leading to a remarkable increase in their reproductive rate. Take the hatchie as an example. It can lay its next egg in just over 5 days, nearing 6. While this rate pales in comparison to the domestic chickens on Earth, which can produce 1 or 2 eggs daily, it is still significantly faster than that of wild hatchies. This phenomenon resembles the innovative technology of planting boxes. While the latter pertains to flora, the caregiving station caters to these small animals. However, the caregiving station is not devoid of drawbacks. If the tamed creatures do not receive the attention and adornment from their caretakers, they may fall into a state of despondency. In this condition, their reproductive rate declines drastically, and their feeding and excretion processes are similarly affected. At 7 p.m., with the construction of the caregiving station, the animal feeder, and the release point for the small creatures completed, Nicola transported the only captured hatchie in the base to the breeding ground, marking the official establishment of the hatchie breeding farm at the Mai Feng base. The viewers in the live stream with Mai Feng and Xiaoyuan were left astounded. Chapter 64, The Second Material Delivery. Xiaobo's trial. Even those captivated by the first individual transported from the Mediterranean to another small asteroid were drawn to the commotion created by Mai Feng and Xiaoyuan. Oh my goodness! How many days has it been? Just 6 days, and 755 and Huaiyue have completed the construction of the hatchie breeding farm? What are the other challengers up to at this moment? The challengers on 99 are busy constructing the Mishiwood farm, with some nearing harvest. What purpose does the Mishiwood farm serve? Can it help achieve the carnivorous achievement? Besides, Huaiyue's base is also close to harvesting Mishi. Actually, there are challengers making steady progress as well, with teams focusing on breeding technology. What use is that? Do they possess replicants with 3 skills? Not quite. Then what's the point? If they construct facilities that no one can utilize, it's all in vain. Based on previous patterns, replicants arriving on the 3rd day will take at least 10 days to acquire a 2nd skill point. How much slower is that compared to Huaiyue? There's no helping it. Huaiyue was simply fortunate to discover ruins at the gap in the granite layer. Even more astonishing is that this ruin contains a teleportation launcher leading to another small asteroid. I find 755's performance to be the most outrageous. In the first season, he merely focused on developing at his base, yet in the second season, he abruptly shifted tactics and established a sub-base on the second asteroid, catching those challengers who learned from champions completely off guard. I believe that steady development isn't a flaw. After all, it's just a few days of constructing a small animal breeding farm. It's not a significant issue, especially considering that there's only one hatchie on this asteroid, lessening the impact. However, Xiaobo has already discovered 2 hatchies on the second asteroid, and 755 is also constructing a second breeding farm for tree squirrels. Ah, I see. Indeed, while the onlookers engaged in discussions, Xiaoyuan and Huaiwe were already in the process of constructing a second small animal breeding farm. After all, there is currently only one hatchie, and it is uncertain when it will lay its eggs. Thus, the construction of a second breeding facility for tree squirrels is imperative. Although the meat of tree squirrels is scarce, mosquito meat is still meat. We shall nurture them for now. Before the second breeding facility could be completed, the printing chamber illuminated, emitting a persistent buzzing sound, signaling the arrival of the second supply delivery. Once Mai Feng and Xiao Yuanlian arrived, they ceased their technological research and began to peruse the supply list together. Aside from the replicants and new challengers, the list included 2 types of supplies. One was 2,000 kilograms of concentrated brine, and the other was 500 kilograms of aluminum ore. Mai Feng chose not to request the supplies, but turned to Xiao Yuanlian, saying, "Let us be off. There is nothing we require. You may continue constructing the tree squirrel breeding facility. Are we not selecting the replicants?" Xiao Yuanlian inquired curiously. According to the pre-competition plan, they should have continued to request replicants. Why had Mai Feng halted? Even if they did not want replicants, they should at least select some materials. Oh, previously Xiao Bo left in haste and did not inform me that after his arrival, he would need to construct a mini printing chamber. We cannot temporarily accommodate a 5th individual here. The replicants must be dispatched from his side. Now is the moment to test Xiao Bo's capabilities. If he possesses sufficient merit, he will choose to construct the mini printing chamber and request the replicants. Mai Feng patiently elucidated. I see. But what if Xiao Bo fails to construct the mini printing chamber or builds it without selecting replicants? We cannot leave it unattended. That would squander our delivery opportunity, Xiao Yuanlian remarked, soon harboring new concerns. Indeed, neglecting it would be unwise. Let us do this. If Xiao Bo has not made a choice by 11:30 p.m., we shall then request the replicants, Mai Feng contemplated, finding merit in Xiao Yuanlian's suggestion. Captain, did you not previously state that we cannot temporarily accommodate a 5th individual? Xiao Yuanlian expressed astonishment, recalling a different message. At worst, we can let the replicants go without sustenance. Mai Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Very well, I shall proceed to construct the tree squirrel breeding facility, Xiao Yuanlian replied, her expression neutral as she turned away in silence. Mai Feng accessed the research station, commencing the study of plumbing technology. He had already discovered water resources, and it was now essential to unlock the blueprints for the water pump, along with subsequent technologies for the air system, particularly the blueprint for the electrolyzer, which was his primary objective. Due to the lack of algae discovered during recent explorations, Mai Feng resolved to utilize electrolysis for oxygen production. This method is the most frequently employed in the game, oxygen not included, without exception. In simple terms, water is drawn into the electrolyzer via the water pump, where electricity is consumed to decompose the water into oxygen and hydrogen. This method of oxygen production is significantly more efficient than that of the oxygen diffuser, and the hydrogen produced can be harnessed for power generation using hydrogen generators. It is a versatile method applicable throughout the early, mid, and late stages of the game. However, this method does present challenges, the most significant being temperature control, as the oxygen and hydrogen produced by the electrolyzer can reach temperatures of at least 70 degrees Celsius, which can rapidly elevate the temperature within the base. In the first season, Mai Feng did not employ this method of oxygen production, as the abundance of algae near the base rendered the oxygen diffuser sufficient, eliminating the need for complications. Now, faced with unavoidable circumstances, he had to resort to electrolysis for oxygen generation. The issue of temperature would have to be addressed later. It was certainly preferable to suffocating from a lack of oxygen. The Mediterranean did not prolong Mai Feng's wait. Approximately half an hour after the departure of the small, round-faced individual, the light screen of the printing chamber dimmed. and the humming ceased. Mai Feng understood that the Mediterranean had opted for resource delivery, though it remained uncertain whether they had chosen to replicate a human. On planet soil, the Mediterranean observed the replicated being ejected from the mini printing chamber, lost in contemplation. Surely, I have not made an erroneous choice. After all, the mini printing chamber had been operational for over half an hour, and it was improbable that Mai Feng and the small round-faced individual had not noticed this occurrence. The prolonged illumination indicated that either the resource deliveries on both sides were distinct, or Mai Feng and the small round-faced individual were awaiting the decision for resource delivery from this side. Regardless of the scenario, the Mediterranean felt compelled to choose delivery. As for the option to replicate, it was evident that resources held little value, and both Mai Feng and the small round-faced individual had emphasized the significance of replication during prior discussions. The replicated being that had been ejected from the mini printing chamber stood up and greeted the Mediterranean. "Hello, Commander. I am Quinn, here to report for duty." "Very well. Please introduce yourself," the Mediterranean replied, surveying the replicated individual, who sported a head of orange, watermelon-patterned hair. "I am proficient in agricultural practices and organization. However, I do have some gastrointestinal issues, which necessitate additional time for personal hygiene." After stating this, Quinn gave a thumbs up and flashed a broad smile at the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean instinctively stepped back, apprehensive of an unexpected maneuver from Quinn. However, he quickly regained his composure and began assigning tasks. "All right. You will first learn agricultural skills and subsequently be responsible for the cultivation at this base." "Understood, Commander. I will obey your orders." Chapter 65. The oxygen issue is temporarily resolved. Time swiftly advanced to the morning of the 7th day at 5 a.m., when Mai Feng awoke from his slumber, ready to embrace another day of labor. After attending to personal hygiene, he proceeded to the printing chamber to meet with the small round-faced individual, Huaiwe. "Good morning, Huaiwe," Mai Feng greeted upon seeing her. "Good morning, Captain. I just encountered Nicola, who mentioned that there is a problem with Hachi's food. The sandstone originally prepared for Hachi is nearly depleted, and Hachi cannot consume volcanic rock. Should we consider feeding Hachi dirt?" The small round-faced individual initially exchanged pleasantries with Mai Feng before revealing the issue she had just learned. "Oh, I had forgotten that the asteroid sandstone supply is quite limited. Let Nicola provide Hachi with sedimentary rock. We cannot feed Hachi dirt," Mai Feng contemplated, dismissing the suggestion of providing dirt. "Why not?" the small round-faced individual inquired, puzzled. Although Hachi can eat sedimentary rock, it is currently only available near the ruins, which is less advantageous than the abundant dirt. Because the dirt must be reserved for fertilizing the Mishur wood and for use in the research station, Mai Feng clarified. "Currently, the base is yet to yield any soil. We shall wait until the tree squirrel breeding facility is operational before providing soil for Hachi." In addition to the rationale shared with Little Round Face, there is another reason for feeding Hachi sedimentary rock. When Hachi lays eggs, there is a possibility that the eggs may mutate into stoneshell Hachi, which can then gnaw at igneous rock. Of course, Mai Feng refrained from voicing this thought, as he was uncertain how to explain the source of his knowledge, and there was no need to disclose such information during the live broadcast. "Well then, what work shall I undertake today?" Little Round Face pondered this and decided not to dwell on the issue of Hachi's food any longer, shifting her focus to her own tasks. Huaiwe, your assignment today is to construct a water pump at the pool in the lower right corner of the base, along with the necessary liquid pipelines and cables. Mai Feng assigned Little Round Face a task that did not involve exploration. It was imperative to resolve the base's oxygen issue first. "All right, but why not simply use the water from the low-temperature steam vent? Is it due to the high water temperature?" Little Round Face inquired curiously. "The high water temperature is indeed one reason. Another is the distance from the base. Drawing water from there would require at least double the amount of pipelines and cables." Mai Feng had previously estimated that the straight-line distance from the printing chamber to the low-temperature steam vent is approximately 45 meters. But since the vent is located at the upper right corner of the base, constructing cables and pipelines would necessitate turns, bringing the total to over 80 meters. In contrast, the lower right pool is much closer. Even accounting for turns, the workload is less than 40 meters. "Understood," Little Round Face replied, turning to make her way to the pool in the lower right corner. Meanwhile, Mai Feng resumed his research at the research station, focusing on the air system technology. It is crucial to unlock the electrolyzer promptly, Otherwise, if Little Round Face brings up the water before the electrolyzer is unlocked, it would be quite troublesome. By 10 o'clock, Mai Feng successfully unlocked the air system technology. He chose not to continue his research, but rather joined Little Round Face in constructing the liquid pipelines and cables. At noon, Nicola approached Mai Feng, who was busy building the pipelines. Commander, the tree squirrel breeding facility has been completed, and 2 tree squirrels have been caught and placed inside. However, there is currently no food for the squirrels. Upon hearing this, Mai Feng realized his oversight. In his eagerness to construct the breeding facility, he had forgotten that the food for tree squirrels differs from that of Hachi. While Hachi can be fed with sandstone, soil, and other materials using a small animal feeder, tree squirrels must consume branches from hardwood trees or bulrushes. To cultivate hardwood trees, liquid planting bricks are required, but the blueprint for these has not yet been unlocked. Furthermore, hardwood trees consume polluted water, and although a polluted water pool has been located near the base, it is yet to be developed, and bulrushes have not even been sited. Recognizing the problem, Mai Feng contemplated for a moment before devising a plan. He issued new orders to Nicola. For now, let us not feed the 2 tree squirrels, but do ensure they are cared for and groomed. We shall attend to their feeding once they are tamed. Without food, there shall be no feeding. 2 days of hunger will not lead to demise. Small creatures are far more resilient to starvation than replicants, enduring at least 10 days. Very well, Commander. Following the new orders, Nicola turned to tame the tree squirrels. Even with the addition of Mai Feng, the round-faced individual continued to involve Pei and Nicola in constructing liquid pipelines and cables, yet by the end of the 7th day, the construction of all liquid pipelines remained incomplete. Mai Feng had indeed underestimated the complexity of this task, which was compounded by the fact that none of the 4 had acquired construction skills. In the early stages, lacking skill bonuses resulted in a sluggish construction pace. Only as their building experience increased could their speed gradually improve. It was not until around noon the following day that all the associated equipment and constructions were finally completed. Considering the characteristics of electrolysis for oxygen production, which also releases hydrogen gas, Mai Feng positioned the electrolyzer directly above the printing chamber, excavating an A-shaped space above it. This design would allow hydrogen to accumulate at the apex of the A-shape, preventing it from dispersing indiscriminately, while oxygen would settle in the vicinity of the printing chamber. Of course, this was merely a temporary solution. The electrolyzer's location was not far from the Sherwood farm, and it would emit considerable heat during operation. Currently, the base temperature hovered around 23 degrees Celsius. Should it exceed 30 degrees, the Sherwood would cease to thrive. Moreover, the A-shaped space was relatively small, limiting the hydrogen it could contain, and failing to address the hydrogen accumulation over time would lead to overflow into other areas of the base. Thus, after the electrolyzer temporarily alleviated the oxygen issue, Mai Feng returned to his research on advanced technology, for only superior innovations could resolve these challenges. The round-faced individual was assigned to venture out for exploration. While the oxygen issue at the base was temporarily resolved, food supplies had dwindled. The Sherwood farm had yielded seeds over the past few days, expanding to a mere 13 trees, sufficient to sustain only one person's dietary needs. With 4 individuals at the Greenleaf Star base, the remaining food would last just 4 days. If the round-faced individual could not locate a cavern rich in sustenance, they would be left to consume soil. Pei continued to oversee the farm's expansion, with Mai Feng instructing her to construct additional planting boxes. The energy for the teleportation launcher was expected to be fully charged by tomorrow, at which point Mai Feng would send Pei to the Mediterranean region, maximizing their current resources. As for Nicola, he faced a grimmer fate. As the only replicant skilled in husbandry, Mai Feng had no intention of sparing him. Chapter 66. The teleportation launcher fully charged Nicola was assigned by Mai Feng to construct a new breeding facility for tree squirrels, situated within the cavern beneath the printing chamber. There, 2 wild hardwood trees stood, and with pneumatic doors enclosing the entrance and exit of the cavern, a care station alongside a breeding facility was successfully established. However, the breeding grounds constructed from wild cavities and native vegetation can only sustain a limited number of tree squirrels. This limitation arises from the finite size of the cavities and the slow growth rate of wild hardwood trees. An excessive number of squirrels could lead to inadequate nourishment. The cavity chosen by Mai Feng can accommodate only 4 squirrels, yet currently, it houses merely 2. Furthermore, this cavity is situated at the bottom, filled with an abundance of carbon dioxide and natural gas, making it challenging for oxygen to permeate, rendering it an unsuitable working environment. Fortunately, in addition to the wild hardwood trees, there are also 2 wild oxygen ferns providing a modicum of oxygen for the unfortunate Nicola, sparing him the arduous journey to the printing chamber for a breath of fresh air. Observing Nicola struggling for breath while grooming the tree squirrels, occasionally pausing to inhale the thin oxygen from the ferns, the onlookers began to voice their discontent towards Mai Feng. TSK, Challenger 755 is acting inappropriately again, isn't he? Nicola is truly unfortunate. Huaiwe, take a look at him. He's being bullied by Challenger 755. Huaiwe expressed her helplessness. She herself was assigned to explore by Challenger 755, and some areas required holding one's breath to excavate. Ah, this familiar scent. This is the seasoned capitalist I know, Challenger 755. Though Nicola's plight is sad, the tree squirrels are utterly adorable. They even queue up while waiting for care and grooming. My dogs never queue. Brother, are you straying from our topic of discussion? We are addressing the inappropriate behavior of Challenger 755. Is that so? Mai Feng is currently engaged in the study of ventilation technology, with numerous advancements to explore. In addition to the ongoing research, there are 9 other technologies that require unlocking, and Mai Feng estimates that it will take at least 2 to 3 days to complete this endeavor. However, these technologies are essential to unlock. Among them, the blueprint for the hydrogen generator resides within the advanced power regulation technology, which is a 3rd-tier technology on the tech tree, requiring prior knowledge of power regulation and internal combustion engine technologies. The blueprint for the smart battery is found within the amplifier technology, with prerequisites identical to those of advanced power regulation. The blueprint for the rock crusher is located in the brute refinement technology, with prerequisites already unlocked in occupational management technology. The blueprint for the gas element sensor is part of the universal sensor technology, necessitating prior knowledge of interior decoration and smart home technology. This time, in order to manage hydrogen effectively, Mai Feng must unlock an unprecedented number of technologies. The rationale behind this extensive requirement is primarily due to the challenge duration of 100 days, allowing for ample time. Otherwise, Mai Feng could have simply unlocked the blueprint for the gas pump to directly extract hydrogen into a cavity far from the base. The multitude of technologies promises superior solutions. Firstly, the gas element sensor ensures that only hydrogen is extracted by the gas pump, preventing the depletion of oxygen. Secondly, the hydrogen generator not only consumes hydrogen, but also provides electricity to the base, liberating the manpower from the generator. The smart battery, when connected to the hydrogen generator via signal lines, ensures that the generator operates solely when the battery level is insufficient, thus preventing waste. Certainly, this scheme proves to be more efficacious than the direct extraction of hydrogen, yet it is undeniably more intricate. The construction of intelligent batteries, signal lines, and gas element sensors necessitates refined metals, which can only be obtained through the use of a crusher in the initial stages. The game Oxygen Not Included stands out as niche compared to its contemporaries primarily due to its hardcore nature. Resolving one dilemma often leads to the emergence of 2 additional challenges, which can be quite vexing and serve as a deterrent for newcomers, leaving only a select few enamored with the gameplay. By the morning of the 9th day of the survival challenge, specifically at 10 o'clock, the teleporter had completed its charge, while Mai Feng had just finalized the essential technologies of ventilation and interior decoration. However, upon learning from Pei that the teleporter was fully charged, Mai Feng had to cease his research and accompany Pei to the teleporter. There was no time to lose. This teleporter had charged over 30 minutes earlier than the one in the Mediterranean, and currently, communication with the 2 asteroids was severed. If Pei was not dispatched promptly, any eventual return of the Mediterranean would pose a problem, as it would not only burden the Greenleaf star base, but also waste a teleportation opportunity. On their way, Mai Feng issued a plethora of commands to Pei, the most critical being to instruct the Mediterranean to refrain from returning to Greenleaf star for the time being, allowing both bases to develop independently. A flash of white light enveloped the area, and Pei vanished from the teleporter. Observing the successful transmission icon on the screen, Mai Feng exhaled in relief and turned to exit the ruins, proceeding to the lower teleporter receiver to await Pei's arrival. After waiting for over 30 minutes without the receiver illuminating with white light, Mai Feng finally felt assured enough to return to the base and continue his technological research. Meanwhile, Upon Pei's arrival on the Soil Star, he regained consciousness after a brief bout of dizziness. Exiting the teleporter receiver, he was greeted by the awaiting Mediterranean. "Hello, Commander. The commander of Greenleaf Star has instructed me to inform you to refrain from returning to Greenleaf Star for the time being, as there is currently a food shortage, and they will continue to recruit personnel this evening." Pei saluted the Mediterranean before relaying Mai Feng's crucial orders. Understood. Are there any further instructions from Greenleaf Star? The Mediterranean was not surprised by this news. A simple calculation would reveal the significant consumption by the 4 individuals on Greenleaf Star, and he was aware of the initial food resources discovered at that base. "Yes. The commander of Greenleaf Star requests that you remain vigilant concerning the blueprint list for constructing firearms. Should a common line telephone become available, it should be built at the earliest opportunity, as this device will facilitate communication among individuals on different asteroids. Additionally, a small animal breeding facility should be established here, and I will commence breeding animals as soon as I acquire my second skill point." Pei conveyed Mai Feng's additional commands. The Mediterranean listened attentively to Pei's recounting, and after a moment of contemplation, responded, "Very well, let me first guide you through the particulars of this base." With that, he led Pei to familiarize himself with the conditions of the Soil Star base. The Mediterranean exhibits no conflicting emotions regarding Mai Feng's orders. It is indeed commendable that one can independently establish a base on a small asteroid. Moreover, the communication line allows for consultation with Greenleaf Star when faced with perplexing queries, alleviating any urgency to return. Chapter 67. Distribution of Hachi offspring following Pei's departure. The manpower at the Greenleaf Star base diminished, particularly as Pei was primarily responsible for crucial agricultural tasks. "Wait a moment, Nicola, come here," Mai Feng called out. After painstakingly tending to and adorning the 2 tree squirrels, Nicola, on his way to the Hachi breeding farm, passed through the printing pod area before being summoned by Mai Feng. "Yes, Commander, what are your instructions?" Nicola responded, his gaze wandering around the printing pod environment, which was quite pleasant, with ample oxygen and bright lighting. "Pei has just been transported to Soil Star, and the myopia farm is unattended. When you have the time, please tend to it." Mai Feng issued a new command. "Understood, Commander. I will attend to the Hachi and tree squirrels before heading to the myopia farm." Nicola felt the weight of responsibility increase slightly, but accepted the new directive. "Very well, get to work. Don't worry, new personnel will arrive tonight." Mai Feng reassured the increasingly pressured Nicola before sending him on his way. At noon, the round-faced individual returned with the latest exploration report. "Captain, I discovered a small cavity not far from the left side of the Hachi farm, and the findings are quite substantial." "Oh, what did you find? Is there food?" After resolving the oxygen crisis, food had become Mai Feng's primary concern. "Yes, aside from 1 hexagonal root, there are 3 mature myopia trees, which I harvested and have already transplanted to the farm. Strangely, I did not see Pei. Do you know where she has gone?" The round-faced individual inquired, puzzled. "Oh, you might not be aware, but Pei departed for Soil Star this morning." Upon hearing this, the round-faced individual slapped their forehead. "Oh, I forgot today was the day the transporter was recharged. Well then, aside from food, what else did you find in the cavity?" "There is 1 tree squirrel. For luminescent insects, 2 tall trees, and 1 cheerful leaf." The round-faced individual counted off the discoveries on their fingers. Mai Feng's spirits lifted at this news. Was this not yet another pre-existing cavity suitable for establishing a breeding farm? In that case, construct a care station there this afternoon and build a pneumatic door at the entrance to enclose the area as a new tree squirrel breeding farm. Oh, and remember to eliminate the luminescent insects once the construction is complete, leaving only the tree squirrels. Mai Feng issued a new set of instructions, imparting essential considerations for constructing a field breeding facility. "Understood. I will go after lunch," the round-faced individual replied before heading toward the dormitory, where provisions were stored. Unbeknownst to poor Nicola, his workload had expanded once again, and this new responsibility had not been imposed by Mai Feng, but rather by his old acquaintance, the round-faced individual. Although it may be considered insignificant in the realm of small creatures, there are currently only 5 tree squirrels and 1 Hachi requiring his attention. However, in terms of breeding facilities, this equates to 1 Hachi breeding farm and 3 tree squirrel farms, and merely traversing between these establishments consumes a considerable amount of time. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the printing chamber illuminated promptly, signaling the arrival of the 3rd supply delivery. "Huaiwa, Come and check the delivery list. Let us see if your good fortune can manifest here, suggested Mai Feng, who refrained from approaching the list immediately and instead nudged the little round-faced girl to take a look. Haha, I shall do it. I do not believe my luck, she exclaimed, stepping forward to inspect the delivery list, only to be left speechless in astonishment. Observing her reaction, Mai Feng did not inquire about the contents of the list, but instead moved forward to examine it himself. Upon discerning the details, he resolutely cast aside his earlier conversation with Pei and Nicola and opted for one specific supply to be delivered. In the next moment, a small creature, adorned in blue and purple hues, was ejected from the printing chamber, landing with a soft thud on the ground. Indeed, it was a young Hachi. Mai Feng looked at the unscathed little Hachi, peering curiously at its surroundings, and then glanced at the still-dazed little round-faced girl, marveling at her remarkable luck. It is worth noting that the base had successfully established its breeding facilities, with only the Hachi remaining to be acquired. The little round-faced girl had been exploring for 9 days, nearly exhausting all the accessible areas around the base. Yet she had found only one Hachi on the first day and had not encountered a second since. This underscored the rarity of Hachis in the vicinity. However, now, merely by glancing at the delivery list, she had secured a Hachi, and not just any, but one that was already hatched. Although it was only a single specimen, it was far superior to receiving 3 eggs and waiting 20 days for them to hatch. All right, stop dawdling. Quickly summon Nicola to bring this little one to the breeding facility, Mai Feng urged, patting the little round-faced girl's shoulder to rouse her from her stupor. Before diving back into his research on technology, he had already completed ventilation and interior decoration technologies and was currently delving into smart home technology. With the gentle nudge from Mai Feng, the little round-faced girl regained her composure, understanding his command, and turned to seek out Nicola. In the background, Mai Feng faintly heard her mumbling, "Is it truly my fortune? But wait, if I am fortunate, why am I only the runner-up?" The viewers in the live stream found the dazed little round-faced girl utterly amusing. Ha ha ha, I cannot even laugh anymore. Oh dear, my stomach is cramping. Huiwa surely doesn't just now realize her fortune, does she? Fortune confirmed. Even a Hachi cub has been delivered. What is the big deal about a Hachi cub? Aren't they common in every base? Are you genuinely unaware, or are you just fishing for reactions? I truly do not understand. Please enlighten me. Do you not realize that while every base has Hachis, each only possesses one? It seems so. I did not pay attention to the numbers. What if there is only one? It would be more cost-effective to recruit another clone for additional labor. How did you arrive at that conclusion? If that were the case, Challenger 755 would not have chosen to acquire a Hachi pup, and Huiwa would not be in such a state of despair. It seems plausible, yet why is that the case? Are you truly this naive? Having one more Hachi doubles the initial resources. When the Hachi lays eggs, Huiwa's base will grow from 2 to 4, while others will only increase from 1 to 2. This is not merely about having one additional Hachi. It represents a substantial increase in resources. Is it really that profound? The Hachi does not seem particularly impressive. Raising 2 more tree squirrels would suffice. Never mind. It seems futile to explain this to you, as long as you are content. By the way, have you not noticed Nicola? He is waiting for the new clone to take over farm duties, yet instead of that, he is left with a Hachi pup to care for. Let us take a moment of silence for the unfortunate Nicola. Chapter 68. The 4th supply delivery on the night of the 9th day, following the delivery of the Hachi pup. Both the Green Leaf Star and the Soil Star bases began to flourish under Mai Feng's command. Soon, the 12th night arrived, and the light of the printing chamber illuminated once more. The 4th supply delivery commenced. During these 3 days, both bases had made significant progress. At the Soil Star base, the Mediterranean trio, led by Bo, was engaged in constructing essential facilities, primarily focusing on farms and breeding grounds, in addition to building basic toilets and sleeping quarters. The scale of the rice tree farm had expanded to 21 trees, and the thornflower farm now featured 6 trees. Despite the food reserves dwindling to a mere 8,000 kilocalories, sufficient for only 3 individuals for a single day, the continuous food supply from the farms ensured that the Soil Star's sustenance was not a pressing concern. Although no one at the Soil Star base possessed breeding skills yet, they had constructed 2 breeding facilities, complete with care stations, animal release points, and feeding devices, awaiting Pei to attain his 2nd skill point. Meanwhile, they had discovered 4 Hachis, which was double the number found at the Green Leaf Star base. Combined, the 2 bases boasted 6 times the Hachis of other Challenger teams, prompting viewers in the live stream to exclaim about the apparent unfairness. Even more remarkable, with a stable food supply at Soilstar, there was no need to keep anyone at the base for technological research. The Mediterranean trio, having completed the construction of oxygen diffusers and a human-powered generator, planned to explore beyond. This indicated the possibility of uncovering abundant hatchies for them to discover and harvest. At the Greenleaf Star base, the rice tree farm had expanded to 19 trees. Although the establishment of the rice tree farm at Greenleaf Star preceded that of Soilstar by several days, the volcanic rock present on Greenleaf Star limited the availability of wild rice trees and fissures, resulting in a farm that was 2 trees smaller than its counterpart at Soilstar. Regarding the thornflower, the individual responsible for exploration, Xiao Yuanlian, reported having seen none, though numerous glowing insects had perished from starvation. Unlike hatchies, which are omnivorous, these glowing insects feasted solely on thorn berries, leaving them to succumb to hunger when food was unavailable. Regarding the inexplicable presence of luminous insects despite the absence of burrs, Mai Feng can only attribute this to an oversight by the production team. In contrast to the farm, the scale of the breeding facility has expanded significantly. Firstly, at the hatchie breeding farm, the little ones have not fully matured yet, but they have grown considerably in size. It is anticipated that they will reach full growth in a couple of days. Remarkably, the initially discovered hatchie, after being domesticated, laid an egg on the 10th day. Drawing from his experience with the game oxygen not included, Mai Feng estimates that it will lay another egg in about 3 to 4 days. As for the 3 tree squirrel breeding facilities, the 2 unfortunate creatures without food are still starving, as Mai Feng has yet to order their relocation. Each time Little Round Face passes by, she sees them lying motionless on the ground, famished. Though she wishes to assist them, she lacks the breeding skills, and Nicola, without Mai Feng's orders, is indifferent to their plight. On the left side of the hatchie breeding farm lies the wild tree squirrel breeding facility, which currently houses 4 squirrels and 2 squirrel eggs. This space, expanded by Nicola, can accommodate up to 7 small animals. However, should more eggs be laid, Mai Feng will need to instruct Nicola to transfer the squirrels to the facility without food. The tree squirrel breeding facility beneath the base currently has 3 squirrels. After renovations, it can now hold 4 small animals. Although it would be feasible to transfer 1 starving squirrel here, Mai Feng refrains from doing so, considering that the 3 squirrels are likely to lay eggs soon. Due to the slow expansion of the mice farm, Little Round Face has not been idle in the past 3 days. She has ventured out for exploration and successfully discovered a gap between the lower right pond and the tree squirrel breeding facility, where she unearthed 4 small cavities. The 3 additional squirrels in the breeding facility are a direct result of Little Round Face's explorations. Aside from the squirrels, her most significant find was several hexagonal roots within these small cavities. Currently, the food stored in the Greenleaf Star base includes not only 200 kilocalories of mice, but also 60,000 kilocalories of hexagonal fruit, sufficient to sustain 3 individuals for 11 days. Mai Feng suspects this may be the last available food source near the base, as Little Round Face reported that beyond this point lies the abyssal crystal layer, and she currently lacks the means to continue her subterranean explorations. Little Round Face's final discovery was 2 small ponds, albeit situated far from the base, one to the left of the printing pod and the other below it, both exceeding 45 meters, nearly 50 meters away. The walls of these ponds are composed of abyssal crystal, marking the furthest point from the base to date. As the base currently has no shortage of water, Mai Feng has no intentions of developing these ponds for use. Overall, Mai Feng is quite satisfied with the development of the base. However, if there is any aspect that displeases him, it is the slow progress of the technological research for which he is responsible. The departure of Pei, coupled with the decision not to clone workers during the 3rd delivery, has resulted in a significant delay in the progress of Mai Feng's scientific endeavors due to a shortage of labor. Originally intended to be completed within 3 days, the research has now surpassed that time frame, with 3 technological advancements remaining to be unlocked: advanced power regulation, loudspeaker technology, and brute refinement technology. Among these, 2 are classified as Level 3 technologies, requiring more time to unlock than 3 Level 1 technologies combined. The primary reason for this sluggish progress is a shortage of labor. Both Xiaoyu and Nicola have their own tasks to attend to. The batteries have run out, and Mai Feng must personally operate the wind power generator. Additionally, the research station is lacking soil, and the supercomputer is short on water, necessitating Mai Feng's own efforts to transport supplies. This series of events has significantly curtailed the time available for Mai Feng to focus on technological research. At long last, Mai Feng has awaited the fourth supply delivery, and this time, he is determined to select a replicant, as the base is in dire need of labor. As the printing chamber's screen illuminates, he instructs Xiaoyu to examine the delivery list. Predictably, yet disappointingly, the supplies this time are rather mundane and not urgently needed. It seems Xiaoyu's streak of good fortune has come to an end. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu opts for the replicant delivery. As Mai Feng had previously directed that in the absence of desired supplies, the selection of a replicant should be made. Moments later, a replicant rises from the ground, boasting a cascade of lustrous golden hair and long eyelashes, indicating she is female. Mai Feng approaches her directly and inquires, "What is your name?" Reporting to the commander, "My name is Gossman. Are you proficient in agricultural tasks?" Reporting to the commander, "I can perform agricultural work, though I am not particularly adept at it." "Excellent. From now on, you will be responsible for the agricultural duties at the base. Quickly, go and learn the skills of farming." "Understood, Commander. I will follow your orders." With that, Gossman begins to learn agricultural skills within the radiant light of the printing chamber. Mai Feng turns to Xiaoyu and states, once she completes her training, "Take her to the rice pests wood farm to familiarize her with the work. I must resume my technological research." With that, Mai Feng immerses himself in the work he has fallen behind on, feeling increasingly vexed by the research progress that far exceeds his initial expectations. He is solely focused on expediting the completion of his technological studies. Unbeknownst to him, challengers have already begun establishing bases on the second asteroid. Chapter 69, Huangmao. I have enlightened initially. Most challengers remained at their bases, developing technologies and constructing farms, seldom venturing out to explore. However, as time passed, this situation gradually began to shift. Some teams deduced the existence of the second asteroid through the research achievement system and commenced their explorations after acquiring level 1 excavation skills. Other challenger teams opted for new challengers during the second delivery, learning from them that last season's champion and runner-up were in the same team and had already commenced construction on a second base. This revelation spurred the challengers into action, intensifying their exploratory efforts. Subsequently, challengers discovered that the asteroid for the second season of the survival challenge was significantly smaller than that of the first season. After traversing the granite layer, they encountered the abyss crystal layer in no time, and the relics of the teleportation launcher were not far behind the granite. Although the locations of the ruins are random, varying for each challenger team, those who are determined to search diligently in multiple directions can still discover these relics. Subsequently, they would decisively teleport to the second asteroid to commence the establishment and development of their new base. Among those who undertook this endeavor was Huang Mao. On the third day, during the resource distribution, Huang Mao's team opted for a new challenger. This newcomer, upon realizing Huang Mao's trio had divided their ranks, aspired to assume the role of captain, only to be swiftly subdued by the combined efforts of Huang Mao's trio. Despite the newcomer possessing an additional skill point ahead of Huang Mao and his companions, the resources conveniently situated around the base had already been claimed by them. Should the newcomer refuse to yield, he would find himself devoid of food and even lacking access to a restroom. Understanding the dire situation of being without lavatory facilities, the newcomer quickly capitulated, choosing to submit to Huang Mao, who, though merely a third-place finisher, held considerably more experience than the other two. This submission temporarily elevated Huang Mao to the position of team leader and base commander. The newcomer also provided Huang Mao with valuable intelligence, including information about Mai Feng and Xiao Yuan's alliance. The formation of a team between the champion and the runner-up intensified the pressure on Huang Mao, the third-place contestant. Although he believed his previous third-place finish was merely a stroke of bad luck, he nonetheless respected Mai Feng, whose food reserves had overwhelmingly surpassed those of both Xiao Yuan and Huang Mao. Huang Mao pressed the newcomer for further intelligence regarding Mai Feng, but alas, the newcomer had only been teleported on the third day and was unaware of subsequent events, such as the Mediterranean incident involving the teleportation launcher to the second asteroid. He was only informed about Mai Feng establishing a farm, along with separate restrooms and sleeping quarters for men and women. The champion is not as formidable as he seems. Survival challenges are a race against time, so how could one afford to indulge in separating restrooms? Huang Mao scoffed at Mai Feng's actions, while the newcomer internally mocked the trio for their focus on individual rooms and personal lavatories, finding it utterly amusing. After assuming the role of captain, Huang Mao began directing his 3 teammates in the construction of the base. Being a seasoned challenger, the base rapidly took shape under his guidance. On the 6th day, Huang Mao and his companions selected another new challenger, who brought astonishing news that the existence of teleportation launchers had shattered his previous assumptions. He had thought that exploring the asteroids listed in the achievements would require the construction of rockets. This newcomer, who had previously rewarded Huang Mao with gifts, had already declined once, so he was well aware that if chosen again, he could not refuse. Thus, he prepared thoroughly during the intervening 3 days, meticulously documenting every action of the champion Mai Feng's team and sharing these observations through comments in the live stream. Realizing escape was futile, he resolved to win the competition, aiming for at least a spot in the top 10, and at the very least, ensuring a successful challenge to retain the effects of genetic enhancement. As expected, on the 6th day, he was selected and teleported to Huang Mao's base. Upon learning of the latest actions taken by Mai Feng and others, Huang Mao was profoundly astonished. Who would have thought that this survival challenge could be played in such a manner? The possibility of teleporting to the second minor asteroid to establish a secondary base was simply beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, Huang Mao himself was still confined within a mere 10-meter radius of the base, preoccupied with planting and researching technology. Was he not lagging far behind? Faced with this revelation, Huang Mao's team could no longer remain idle. The already precarious position of their captain began to waver once more. Although his teammates were somewhat discontent with Huang Mao's leadership, they still obediently followed his orders to search for relics. After all, with 5 individuals now at the base and limited edible resources nearby, failing to find a relic to teleport one person away would soon lead to dire circumstances. Before long, through the collective effort of the team, they discovered the relic spoken of by the newcomer. True to the newcomer's description, it was a site comprising 2 levels, with the teleportation launcher situated on the 2nd floor and the receiver on the 1st. The moment Huang Mao beheld the teleportation launcher, he rushed forward and activated the button. Just before departing, he shouted to his teammates, "I am off to establish the second base. You shall manage here." As his words faded, he vanished in a flash of white light, leaving his 4 companions bewildered in the wind. "So, we have been abandoned?" After a lengthy pause, teammate A could not restrain the urge to speak. "It seems that way," teammate B replied numbly. "What do we do now?" Teammate A pressed. "You ask me. And I ask whom?" "Do as you please," teammate B replied irritably. "No, we must unite," interjected the unfortunate observer, interrupting the dialogue between teammate A and teammate B. "Then let us work together to build this base. Surely, you do not wish to be mocked by Huang Mao upon his return." Teammate A fell silent. "You make a valid point. What do you propose we do?" Teammate B glanced at the unfortunate observer and asked. "I believe we should prepare accordingly." The unfortunate observer replied confidently. Meanwhile, on Dirt Star, after a brief moment of dizziness, Huang Mao regained consciousness. Upon surveying his surroundings, he breathed a sigh of relief. The environment was precisely as described by the newcomer. Could it be that the position of the skill replicant was in the adjacent room? With a hint of curiosity, Huang Mao opened the door, and indeed, a low-temperature chamber stood in the center of the room. Without hesitation, he approached and activated the button. After a while, a replicant materialized before him. "Greetings, Commander. I am Joshua, here to report for duty." As Huang Mao gazed at the obedient replicant, the frustrations of the past few days evaporated, and he burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha! I have come to realize. Replicants are the true path." Joshua observed the wildly laughing Huang Mao, feeling a slight ache in his head. His future appeared rather bleak. Chapter 70. The day of suffering for the round-faced one. The time had arrived on the 13th day of the survival challenge, and the base on Dirt Star, located in the Mediterranean, was filled with jubilant cheers. Due to pay, the replicant delivered on the 3rd day. She has finally acquired her 2nd skill point, signifying the official commencement of the cultivation phase at the Soil Star base. Upon mastering the cultivation skill, Pei removed her straw hat, a symbol of agricultural toil, and donned a cowboy hat, hands resting on her hips. If she were to adorn herself with a red scarf, she would undoubtedly resemble a true cowgirl. The Mediterranean observed in silence as Pei learned her new skill, subsequently assigning her the task of capturing Hachi to initiate her farming endeavors. Meanwhile, at the Greenleaf Star base, Mai Feng was engrossed in the study of brute force refinement technology. Xiao Yuan, with her cherubic face, chose to remain at the base today, constructing a colossal battery. With only 3 technologies yet to be unlocked, she was poised to begin the construction of auxiliary facilities. Nicola busied himself tending to small animals, while Gossman familiarized himself with the Shermu farm. During a morning encounter, Mai Feng learned from Xiao Yuan that her expertise lay in operating machinery. However, the base currently lacked labor for dry farming tasks, necessitating her learning cultivation skills as a temporary measure. Once a replicant proficient in agricultural work is dispatched, Gossman's duties can be shifted to machinery operation, which primarily involves sporadic tasks such as running wheels for power generation, thus not requiring dedicated oversight at the moment. At 11 o'clock, Mai Feng successfully unlocked the brute force refinement technology and sought out Xiao Yuan, who was managing contaminated soil. After completing her tasks, Hua Yu constructed a stone crusher, placing it in the right corner of the vacant area, as the device generates considerable heat during operation and should be distanced from the base. All right, I will attend to this after finishing, Xiao Yuan acknowledged, resuming her work. Returning to the research station, Mai Feng commenced the unlocking of advanced power regulation technology. By 8 o'clock in the evening, he ceased using the supercomputer, as the printing chamber notified him of acquiring his second skill point. Mai Feng calculated that the rate of obtaining skill points had significantly accelerated compared to the first season. It was only the 13th night, whereas he had received the first point in the early hours of the 16th day. It appeared that the production team had subtly altered numerous rules. Examining the skill tree for research skills, Mai Feng discerned 2 potential avenues to pursue. The first was astronomy, a skill that would not enhance research speed but would unlock the usage of telescopes and the aerospace command station. The second option was field research, which, once learned, would bolster his research velocity and enable geographical analysis of various vents, thus elucidating their active periods, alongside unlocking the use of geological tuning instruments. After thoughtful consideration, Mai Feng opted for the field research skill. At this stage, as they had yet to penetrate the surface, the astronomy skill offered no significant advantage beyond unlocking 2 devices, which paled in comparison to the enhancements provided by field research. After making a selection, the printing chamber emitted a beam of white light that enveloped Mai Feng. Following a brief moment of slight dizziness, he regained his composure, feeling that his mind was now sharper than before, allowing him to delve into various technological studies with greater ease. However, this enhancement was evidently less significant than the one he experienced during his initial foray into skill acquisition. Mai Feng was not surprised. The previous boost was a creation from nothing, while this was merely a refinement of an already solid foundation, making the same enhancement feel markedly different. Once he had adjusted to the new benefits, Mai Feng resumed his research, this time focusing on advanced power regulation technology. Unlocking this would pave the way for the hydrogen generator. Yet, this was a level 3 technology requiring a substantial number of research points, 30 from the research station alone, in addition to 20 from supercomputers. By the time Mai Feng retired for the night, he had only managed to complete 25 research points from the station, still a considerable distance from full unlocking. On the morning of the 14th day, while having breakfast, Mai Feng encountered a round-faced girl passing by with aluminum ore and called her over to inquire about the progress of the crusher's construction. "Captain, the crusher is complete. We only need the cables now. I estimate it will be finished by this morning," she reported. "Good. Once it's done, start refining the aluminum ore, aiming to produce 300 kilograms of refined aluminum initially. We can address any shortfalls later." "Understood. By the way, Captain, how about letting Gossman operate the crusher once it's built? I mentioned yesterday that she excels at handling equipment." "Sure, let her finish her work with the rice wood first before she begins refining the aluminum ore. After you've completed the cables, come find me. I have other tasks for you." All right, I'll get to it and seek you out afterwards." With a puzzled expression, the round-faced girl walked away. Although her feminine intuition suggested that the task Mai Feng was about to assign would be challenging, she preferred being occupied rather than idling at the base. Her intuition proved correct when she found Mai Feng at noon after her duties. She was utterly dismayed by the task he had assigned. "Captain, you want me to excavate the area above the electrolyzer and construct an exhaust pump?" she asked incredulously. "Yes. The blueprint for the hydrogen generator is nearly unlocked, and the crusher is already processing metal. We can get the preparatory work done in advance. But there is hydrogen up there. How am I supposed to work?" she said, gritting her teeth. "Just hold your breath and get on with it." Wasn't that how you managed when you encountered carbon dioxide caverns during your explorations? However, carbon dioxide is nothing compared to hydrogen. Can't someone else handle this task? Setting aside those on Mudstar, Nicola has to tend to the farm. Gossman is busy refining metals, and I am engaged in technological research. You are the only one left, Mai Feng replied, noticing her reluctance. He began assigning her points to quantify the workload. That may be true, but fine, she conceded. Reluctant, but unable to refute Mai Feng's reasoning. Thus, she began her task, holding her breath as she worked. The day of tribulation for the round-faced girl has arrived. Setting aside the fact that there is no oxygen here, forcing her to hold her breath while working, she must occasionally dash to the printing chamber below for a breath of fresh air. The most unbearable aspect is that hydrogen is far more irritating than carbon dioxide. Her eyes, red and bloodshot, resemble those afflicted with conjunctivitis. The pace of her movement has slowed to that of a turtle, as everything before her appears hazy and indistinct, requiring her to rub her eyes for an extended period before she can barely regain her vision. Upon finally discerning that Mai Feng is diligently engrossed in research at the supercomputer station, a surge of indignation wells up within her. Although she understands that he regards the replicants as less than human, she had not anticipated such callousness towards his own teammates. Nevertheless, recalling their pre-competition discussions where they had resolved to heed Mai Feng's commands, she suppresses her discontent. While she endures in silence, the audience in the livestream is less forgiving, unleashing a torrent of criticism against Mai Feng. Chapter 71. The hydrogen generator is completed. 5555. The round-faced girl is truly suffering. Challenger 755 is ruthless, not only towards replicants, but also towards his own team. Such behavior deserves to be hung from a street lamp. Our model of excellence. Did a strange comment just float by? By noon on the 15th day, having unlocked advanced power regulation and amplifier technology, Mai Feng, accompanied by Nicola and Gossman, finally helps the round-faced girl construct the hydrogen generator. Gradually, her dissatisfaction dissipates. After all, Mai Feng is personally involved in the labor, leaving her with little to say except to marvel at his unyielding nature, which undoubtedly contributes to his championship title. After a day of vitriolic commentary, the barrage of remarks finally subsides as the audience witnesses Mai Feng's actions, swiftly shifting the narrative. Indeed, 755 is truly a wolf, with such ruthlessness towards himself. It is no wonder he can claim victory. Didn't they just call him a ruthless person? How did he turn into a wolf? Young man, your understanding of the profound intricacies of your mother tongue is lacking. Consider the character for wolf. It carries a nuance that surpasses mere ruthlessness, does it not? Oh, I've learned something. Indeed, the Chinese language is rich and profound. Aren't you Chinese? What is your background? Hi, I am Kwang Gushinchi, from Japan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Go, Huayu. You shall construct the hydrogen generator. Nicola, you will build the gas element sensor. Gossman, you will create the smart battery. As Mai Feng directs the others while simultaneously working on the signal lines, he commands, "At your service, Commander." This response comes from two replicants bearing expressions of agony. "Understood, Captain," replies the round-faced girl, though she feels a tinge of solace knowing she is no longer alone in her suffering. Before long, the number of those gasping for breath and rubbing their eyes grows from 1 to 4. The afflicted with red eyes also increased to 4. With a sense of urgency, Mai Feng and the 3 others labored diligently, ultimately completing the hydrogen generator before the clock strikes 8, thereby achieving a significant milestone. The achievement of the red and green lights is remarkably straightforward. It entails the automation of a building through the utilization of sensors or switches. Merely a modest accomplishment worth 1 achievement point. The system comprising the vacuum pump and hydrogen generator is quite elementary. The vacuum pump draws hydrogen into the generator. The sole aspect worthy of Mai Feng's meticulous research and technology is the incorporation of automated controls within this apparatus. Beneath the vacuum pump, a gas element sensor is installed, ensuring that the pump operates solely when hydrogen is detected. This precaution guarantees that no gases other than hydrogen are extracted, thereby safeguarding the hydrogen generator's integrity, as introducing foreign gases could indeed damage it. Adjacent to the hydrogen generator, the latest intelligent battery is constructed. This battery possesses a capacity only half that of a colossal battery, yet it necessitates a substantial 200 kilograms of refined aluminum. However, Mai Feng deems this investment worthwhile. For the intelligent battery exhibits a slower leakage rate than smaller batteries and can connect to communication signal lines. Upon detecting sufficient battery power, the signal line can halt the operation of the hydrogen generator, thus preventing the excessive wastage of hydrogen. This system significantly improves upon Mai Feng's earlier experience in Season 1, where he had to meticulously calculate the coal supply for the coal generator, even delegating the task to replicants in the later stages. Nevertheless, he still had to monitor the colossal battery's charge, turning off the coal generator to conserve coal once it reached full capacity. During Season 1, Mai Feng often felt overwhelmed, akin to a beleaguered dog, which is why he decisively opted for automated equipment in this round of energy infrastructure selection. Of course, the coal generator could also be controlled via signal lines, yet Mai Feng chose not to utilize it. The reasons were twofold: the scarcity of coal resources and the presence of a specific achievement that necessitated abstaining from the coal generator in the early stages. This achievement, known as super sustainable development, bears similarities to the soil eater achievement, requiring the production of 240,000 kilojoules of electricity at the base without resorting to coal, natural gas, oil, or wood generators, having already failed to complete the soil eater achievement due to resource constraints. Mai Feng was determined not to let the super sustainable development achievement slip away, as it too holds a value of 10 achievement points, paralleling the difficulty of the former. As the printing chamber's screen illuminated, the fifth resource delivery commenced. After dispatching 2 replicants, Mai Feng and the round-faced companion, their eyes bloodshot, scrutinized the resource list. Alas, it was filled with inconsequential items. They swiftly bypassed it, allowing the round-faced companion to select the delivery replicant. In the blink of an eye, the printing chamber emitted a series of beeping sounds, a flash of light materializing as a replicant was ejected. The replicant executed a 360-degree spin mid-air before landing with a thud before Mai Feng. Neither he nor the round-faced companion approached to assist the replicant, their eyes still pained. Once the replicant managed to rise, Mai Feng studied it closely, finding its visage somewhat familiar. The newcomer boasted a rich, dark complexion, complemented by a crisp crew cut and clad in standard replicant attire, red on the upper half and black on the lower. Upon noticing the newcomer's deep skin tone and those long-lashed eyes, Mai Feng realized who this was. It was Ruby, the base's chef from the first season. "Commander, Ruby has arrived for duty." Ruby saluted, winking her large, lashed eyes after her announcement. "Ah, Ruby, welcome. The kitchen is now entrusted to you, but alas, we currently lack a kitchen. You may start with other tasks for the time being." Mai Feng acknowledged and assigned Ruby her duties. Another absence of a kitchen? Ruby sighed, resigned to follow the round-faced companion to familiarize herself with the base while performing miscellaneous chores. After others had departed, Mai Feng took a moment to rest, allowing his eyes to recuperate before embarking on research of new technology. This time, the focus was on sanitary device technology, a secondary-level advancement requiring merely 20 research points to unlock. This technology had previously been unlocked during the last challenge, offering 4 blueprints: a flushing toilet, a sink, a shower stall, and a grid turn. 15 days had elapsed, and it was high time to upgrade the latrine and sink. More importantly, the wastewater generated by these facilities could be utilized for cultivating trees. Although the liquid cultivation bricks necessary for tree planting had yet to be unlocked, constructing the restroom would require time, allowing for the possibility of unlocking them before completion. Chapter 72, Tree Squirrel, no longer hungry on the 16th day of the survival challenge. Mai Feng awakened with his eyes fully restored, as if yesterday's conjunctivitis had never afflicted him. After freshening up, he encountered the round-faced companion in the printing chamber area. "Huiwe, today I shall continue my research on technology. Please take the available replicants and excavate a clearing here." "Certainly, Captain. What are we constructing this time?" The round-faced companion inquired curiously. "A restroom. After so many days, it is time to upgrade the base's sanitary facilities." "Fantastic. I haven't bathed in half a month." While not particularly fussy about cleanliness, the absence of a shower for such an extended period had left the round-faced companion feeling uncomfortable, and she was elated by Mai Feng's words. "However, do not rejoice too soon. The excavation and construction work will be quite substantial, taking 2 to 3 days to complete." Mai Feng cautioned, noticing her excitement. "Fear not. It's merely 2 to 3 days of work. I can wait that long." "Very well, just be cautious while digging. Avoid penetrating the adjacent walls to prevent hydrogen leaks," Mai Feng advised. Rest assured, I will handle it without issue. Now, I shall get to work. The round-faced companion confidently patted her chest in assurance before grabbing the available Gusman and Ruby to commence excavating the wall above the printing chamber. The area above the printing chamber was divided into two sections under Mai Feng's specifications. The left side housed the electrolyzer, gas pump, hydrogen generator, and smart battery, while the right side was designated for the construction of the restroom. Mirroring the previous rudimentary lavatory, the restroom would be divided into two levels, separating male and female facilities, with each level requiring the installation of two flushing toilets, two sinks, and one shower stall. Nicola did not partake in this endeavor. He was tasked by Mai Feng to tend to 4 small animal farms. After several days of care, the little hatchie had fully matured and would soon begin laying eggs. To the left of the hatchie farm lies the tree squirrel farm, which currently boasts 3 tree squirrel eggs alongside 4 squirrels, reaching the maximum capacity for this wild tree squirrel farm. Should more eggs be laid, they must be relocated or the farm expanded. Below the hatchie farm, the 2 unfortunate squirrels continue to suffer from hunger. Strangely, despite their plight, each managed to lay an egg after being tamed, prompting Mai Feng to marvel at the resilience of these small creatures. In the lower tree squirrel farm, only 3 squirrels remain without any eggs, yet according to Nicola's report, 1 squirrel is on the verge of laying an egg, indicating that this diminutive tree squirrel farm will soon reach its capacity as well. Observing that Nicola has been under considerable stress lately, Mai Feng thoughtfully increased his rest period by an hour to alleviate some of that burden. After all, should Nicola reach his breaking point, who would tend to all these small animals? In Mai Feng's eyes, Nicola has become far more essential than his teammate, the round-faced individual. Meanwhile, at the Soil Star base, the hatchie farm has officially commenced operations. Within the hatchie farm, 4 hatchies have been successfully tamed, with Pei attending to these rotund creatures, while the Mediterranean small bow explores the walls with Quinn, searching for cracks and hatchies hidden within them. The scale of the Soil Star's ricewood farm has expanded to 36 ricewood trees, with 14 seeds awaiting planting. Although the Thornflower farm comprises only 6 plants, it possesses a bounty of 16 seeds. Had more water resources been discovered, the Mediterranean would have long since expanded the Thornflower farm. In terms of flora and fauna resources, Soil Star vastly surpasses Greenleaf Star. However, it remains relatively deficient in water resources. After numerous days of excavation and exploration, aside from the small pond initially discovered, no additional water sources have been found. On the 17th day, Mai Feng completed his research on sanitation technology and has now turned his attention to agricultural technology, which has consequently increased the workload for the round-faced individual. This entails constructing a liquid pipeline stretching from the restroom directly to the tree squirrel farm, where Mai Feng has designated an area for planting large trees. By noon, the round-faced individual and others had completed the construction of a restroom and were currently engaged in building the liquid pipeline. After finishing his technological studies, Mai Feng joined the construction efforts, albeit not on the liquid pipeline. Instead, he headed to the tree squirrel farm. Ignoring the 2 squirrels languishing on the ground, he began constructing liquid cultivation bricks. Once the bricks were completed, Mai Feng departed the tree squirrel farm to retrieve the tree seeds. However, upon his return, he was both amused and exasperated by the sight before him. Freshly built liquid cultivation bricks had already been planted with a plant, not a tree, but an oxygen fern. Without a doubt, Mai Feng recognized that the mischief was the handiwork of the 2 little tree squirrels, who, despite their bellies clinging to their spines from hunger, still remembered to plant. Mai Feng couldn't help but admire these little creatures. Reluctantly, he first uprooted the oxygen fern before planting a tree. Once the liquid pipeline from the small round-faced area was completed, the tree would begin to flourish. There was no need for concern about whether planting a single tree would cause a blockage in the restroom. This was a non-issue. If the thorny flower consumed 20 kilograms of water in a day, functioning like a pump, then the tree, requiring 10 kilograms of soil and 70 kilograms of polluted water daily, could be likened to a formidable water pump. Of course, if Mai Feng could find the bulrush, he would have less to worry about, and instead, he would be concerned about whether there would be enough polluted water, as the bulrush consumed a staggering 160 kilograms of polluted water each day. What does 160 kilograms of polluted water signify? A replicant, after using the restroom, produces a mere 167 kilograms of polluted water from the toilet and sink combined, meaning that 10 replicants are necessary to generate enough polluted water within a day for the bulrush to thrive. 9 would simply not suffice. Currently, since he was planting a tree and there were 5 individuals at the Greenleaf Star base, the output of polluted water exceeded the tree's consumption. There was no need for excessive worry, as the liquid pipeline was extensive and complete blockage would take considerable time. During this interval, Mai Feng could devise a viable solution. At 9 p.m., after Mai Feng joined the construction of the liquid pipeline, he finally connected the entire system. During this time, Nicola gained his 4th skill point. But Mai Feng refrained from allowing him to learn a new skill. After all, his primary responsibility was to care for the small animals. And there was no need to acquire an abundance of skills. The 2 tree squirrels, with their greenish hungry eyes, stared intently at the rapidly growing tree, motionless. If the squirrels could speak, they would surely howl to the heavens. I've been starving for days. Finally, someone remembers to feed me. Chapter 73, Greetings. Little Bo, having resolved the tree planting, and noticing that it was quite late, with the next day marking the 18th day, Mai Feng decided on the next technology to explore. This involved the notification system, which comprised 3 blueprints: the knocker, the automated notifier, and the party line telephone. The knocker was merely a toy. Striking it against different structures produced various sounds. In a past life, a redstone expert had used the knocker along with an array of automated devices to create a symphony, transforming an entire asteroid into a music box. Mai Feng lacked such prowess and had always kept his distance from it. The automated notifier, however, held some utility as the base expanded. Managing challengers could become chaotic at times. This device could detect certain issues and, upon reaching a critical alert level, would automatically notify the challengers. The party line telephone was Mai Feng's primary goal this time. Once the blueprint was unlocked and constructed, he would be able to communicate with the distant mud planet. It had been several days since Pei had been sent over. He wondered how the construction of the base was progressing over there. Through the diligent efforts of Mai Feng, the unlocking of this technological marvel was accomplished before noon on the 18th day. Upon achieving this milestone, rather than wasting a moment seeking assistance from Xiao Yuan, he rolled up his sleeves and commenced the construction of the co-line telephone himself, strategically placing it beside the supercomputer. Mai Feng's urgency to expedite the construction stemmed from the dwindling food supplies on Greenleaf Star, which could only sustain the consumption of 5 individuals for 3 days. As today marked the 18th day and also a day for resource distribution, Mai Feng resolved to first ascertain the situation at the Mud Planet base before determining what supplies to dispatch. Previously, when Pei had been sent to Mud Planet, Mai Feng instructed him to ensure that the Mediterranean continuously monitored the buildable list for firearms and to construct the co-line telephone immediately upon its availability. Mai Feng surmised that the Mediterranean would not vigilantly oversee this matter for 24 hours a day. He would likely check only 2 or 3 times daily, at most. The probable times for his final checks would be after waking, during lunch, and before bedtime. Thus, Mai Feng was eager to unlock the blueprint for the co-line telephone, hoping that the Mediterranean might discover it during lunchtime. The construction of the co-line telephone was swiftly completed. It resembled an antiquated telephone from the 1990s, predominantly yellow, featuring a dial with 9 holes at its center, with the receiver hanging to the right side. It even included a cushion for comfort while conversing. Mai Feng approached to inspect it. The central 9-hole dial corresponded to 9 small planets: Greenleaf Star, Mud Planet, Frost Star, Stench Star, Methane Star, Water Agent Star, Melting Star, Floating Soil Star, and Mud Planet. Mai Feng belonged to Greenleaf Star, while the Mediterranean was associated with Mud Planet. He attempted to dial Mud Planet, but alas, only the sound of a busy signal echoed back, indicating the call was not connected, likely due to the absence of the co-line telephone on the Mediterranean side. Resigned, Mai Feng turned to other tasks, waiting for the Mediterranean to complete their telephone so that they might initiate contact. Upon inspecting the base, he noted that Xiao Yuan, accompanied by the replicants, had successfully constructed a second restroom and was now dismantling the old latrines and sinks. This task had been arranged during their morning meeting, as the new restroom rendered the old one obsolete, and its removal would free up space for additional facilities. Moreover, one of the achievement criteria required replacing all latrines and sinks in the base with flush toilets and sinks. With no immediate research tasks at hand, Mai Feng joined the effort to dismantle the equipment. At 2 p.m., a series of ringing sounds emanated from the printing chamber, and upon hearing it, Mai Feng recognized the distinctive sound of the co-line telephone. He paused his work and approached the telephone, lifting the receiver to his ear, where the voice of the Mediterranean soon resonated. "Hello, is this the captain? Hey Xiaobo, how are you? Good day, captain. You've finally researched the co-line telephone. If you hadn't done so soon, I would have been tempted to return to Greenleaf Star via the transporter. What's the matter? Is there any issue with the base on Terran? There are no significant problems, merely that we have only replicants here, and the lack of conversation renders it somewhat dull. Oh, now the issue seems to be resolved. You can call over here if you're bored. However, the situation on Greenleaf is rather hectic, so indulging in lengthy conversations might not be feasible. Indeed, Captain, do you have any new orders?" After the pleasantries, Mediterranean inquired about the most pressing matter. Well aware of Mai Feng's character, he would not unlock the blueprint for the interlinear phone without necessity, likely prioritizing the study of other technologies first. "Well, could you briefly describe the situation at the Terran base?" Mai Feng was not in haste to issue new commands, preferring first to ascertain the circumstances. "Certainly, at present, I have cultivated 50 rice trees and 6 thorny flowers, while Hachi has been bred in 6, one of which has laid an egg." Mediterranean succinctly reported on the conditions at Terran. "Oh, that sounds promising." Mai Feng offered a commendation to Mediterranean before continuing. "I previously unlocked a plethora of blueprints for restrooms and hydrogen generators. Have you commenced construction on your end? I have seen these new blueprints. Yet I have not initiated any building." After a brief pause, Mediterranean continued. "Currently, we have not located any water resources on Terran, and the base has approximately 10 tons of usable water remaining. The blueprints you recently unlocked all require water, hence no constructions have been undertaken." "Understood," Mai Feng acknowledged, contemplating before issuing new directives. "If water resources are insufficient, refrain from planting more thorny flowers. The rice trees will suffice for your sustenance. Additionally, for tonight's supply delivery, opt for replicants, and do not construct coal or wood generators." "I understand. Lately, I've been researching those achievements. Delivering replicants is feasible. We have an abundance of food here." Mediterranean acquiesced, then curiously inquired about the situation on Greenleaf. "Are there sufficient personnel? How has development been progressing?" "There are ample personnel, but food supplies are dwindling, which is why I instructed you to deliver replicants." Mai Feng succinctly summarized the state of Greenleaf, before advising Mediterranean not to halt the expansion of the breeding facilities, as achieving the carnivore milestone will require concerted efforts from both bases. Certainly, Pei has been overseeing this matter, but currently, all available Hachi have been bred, and the eggs will take 20 days to hatch. There is no expedient way to hasten the process. Mediterranean acknowledged but expressed his helplessness. "Do not worry. I will soon devise an incubator to expedite the hatching process. Once I have completed my research, I will notify you via phone. For now, you should construct a stone crusher to refine some metals." Mai Feng stated with calm assurance. "Where there are problems, there are solutions." "Very well, I shall await your call." With that, Mediterranean ended the conversation. That evening, at the Terran base, Mediterranean gazed at the new replicant before him, utterly bewildered. "Commander, greetings. I am Jean, here to report." Chapter 74. This Jean is not that Jean on the evening of the 18th day of the survival challenge, at 8:10 p.m. Mai Feng once again received a call from the Terran base. Pausing his study on animal control technology, he approached the interlinear phone, picked up the receiver, and began to listen. "Hello, Xiaobo, have you encountered a problem so soon?" Mai Feng inquired curiously, having just concluded a call a few hours prior. "Captain, can you guess which replicant I am delivering tonight?" Mediterranean asked mysteriously. "Huh, there are so many replicants. How could I possibly know which one it is? Is it one of our old acquaintances?" Mai Feng replied dismissively, as there are over 40 basic models of replicants. "Indeed. It is an old friend of yours. It's Jean," Mediterranean said joyfully. "Oh, please ask Jean if he has a pollen allergy," Mai Feng responded, not surprised. Mediterranean's words had made it quite clear that the call was likely regarding a replicant recruited by Mai Feng in the first season. "Just a moment. I forgot to ask that," Mediterranean exclaimed before hastily hanging up and seeking out Jean. "Jean, I forgot to inquire earlier. Do you have a pollen allergy?" Reporting to the commander. "No, my genetic flaw is gastrointestinal distension," Jean replied sheepishly, and as soon as he finished speaking, a light sound escaped him, releasing a natural gas. "Ah, I see. You may go back to your tasks," Mediterranean said quickly before departing. The call was re-established, and Mediterranean conveyed the information he had just gathered to Mai Feng. "Captain, It appears that this gene may not be the same replicant you recruited in the first season. Mediterranean felt a bit embarrassed. Having rushed to share surprising news without fully understanding the situation, resulting in a mix-up. That was to be expected, Mai Feng remarked nonchalantly. With so many replicants, how could it be that you happened to deliver one that I previously recruited? However, Mediterranean hesitated. But the case of Huaiyue is special. Perhaps it was merely luck. Or the production team was orchestrating effects for the show. Mai Feng pondered for a moment before adding, previously, I received a replicant named Ruby. I didn't even ask and directly made him the chef. Well, I won't elaborate on Huaiyue's luck. It is indeed remarkable. Mediterranean refrained from commenting further on the luck of the round-faced individual, but curiously asked, how did you know that Ruby was the replicant you recruited last time? I don't know, and I'm not particularly concerned about it. As long as Ruby can cook and is capable, that's all that matters to me. Mai Feng replied coldly. All right then, I shall not disturb you further. I will get back to work, Mediterranean said, though he felt a twinge of disappointment at Mai Feng's icy demeanor, knowing well that he had a tendency to exploit the replicants. Wait a moment. Sensing Mediterranean's intention to hang up, Mai Feng quickly interrupted, continuing, please send Jean over. I will send Gossman in exchange. All right, but didn't you say you weren't concerned about the replicants? Mediterranean questioned, puzzled. Though that is what I said. Familiar faces are always more comfortable, and you wouldn't want to have natural gas lingering around for too long, would you? Mai Feng articulated a reason that Mediterranean could not refuse. Indeed, I shall send Jean over immediately. With that, Mediterranean hung up the phone and promptly sought out Jean, sending him to Greenleaf Star without further ado. On Greenleaf Star, after hanging up the phone, Mai Feng sought out Gossman and led him to the teleportation receiver. As they entered the ruins, they encountered a replicant emerging from the receiver. With its signature bun hairstyle, it was Jean. Upon seeing Mai Feng, Jean stepped forward and saluted. Commander, Jean reporting for duty. Very well, Jean. What are your areas of expertise? Mai Feng regarded the familiar replicant before him. Although he was aware that this was not the Jean he had recruited in the first season, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. With Ruby and Jean present, it was likely that the other replicant, whose name was notably lengthy, would also arrive. In the entire game of oxygen deprivation, there were only about 40 replicant models available. If the production team continued to deliver new replicants without repeating models, they would eventually receive every variant. Commander, I excel in agricultural and husbandry tasks. Excellent. Then you shall be responsible for the farm work at the base. Without further ado, Mai Feng assigned Jean his duties. He was aware of this replicant's flaw, flatulence. In his previous life, Mai Feng had not been fond of such replicants, yet now, burdened with his own genetic flaw, he could only endure it. He felt a sense of regret that this Jean was not the one from the first season. Pollen allergies posed no issue on Greenleaf Star, as there were no thorn flowers here. After this reflection, Mai Feng took Jean and Gossman to the teleportation launcher on the upper level, sending Gossman off to Mudstar before returning with Jean to familiarize him with his responsibilities. Coincidentally, Jean was now in charge of the farm, while Gossman, a novice with no significant contribution to agricultural tasks, was adequately replaced by Jean's arrival. Once Jean was settled into his role, Mai Feng intended to speak with Little Round Face regarding the personnel changes. However, after searching the base, he could not locate her, likely because she was out exploring. This did not surprise him. Little Round Face had mastered level 2 excavation skills by the 15th day and was more than capable of digging through abyssal crystal to venture outside. Yet, the pressing need for construction tasks had kept her occupied. Previously, she had worked on the hydrogen generator, followed by the restroom, and then the dismantling of the old toilet. These responsibilities had consumed her time, preventing her from embarking on explorations. Now that these tasks were completed and the food supplies were dwindling, sufficient for only 5 individuals for 3 days, the food shortage could be attributed not only to the scarcity of rice with seeds on this planet, but also to Little Round Face's genetic flaw, which rendered her with an insatiable appetite. Other challengers, including replicants, required only 2,000 kilocalories of food daily, whereas Little Round Face needed 500 kilocalories. Although Mai Feng had previously dismissed her genetic flaw during pre-competition discussions and even suggested that her carnivorous nature might serve as an asset in securing victory, the reality remained undeniable. Little Round Face consumed significantly more than others. An excess of 500 kilocalories daily amounted to an additional 50,000 kilocalories over 100 days, a critical deficit that could prove fatal if not adequately addressed. This also encouraged the round-faced child to venture out and explore more eagerly. Just when Mai Feng thought the day would pass uneventfully, an unexpected incident occurred. As Mai Feng was preparing to retire for the night, he noticed the round-faced child entering the printing area, flushed and hunched over in discomfort.